Okay, part 18, everybody. The prologue, and apparently this is from Charlotte's point of view. Charlotte's curls bounced as she stepped onto the teleportation portal with her head attendant, Vanessa, beside her. She was heading to the Royal Academy for the first time. The thought alone made her heart pound with excitement and anxiety. Farewell, Lady Charlotte. May you enjoy the Royal Academy. One by one, her adult retainers saw her off with a smile, starting with Ernesta. Her parents, in contrast, gave her a list of warnings with uneasy and concerned expressions. Listen up, Charlotte, Sylvester said. I need as many eyes in the Royal Academy as possible to make sure the intel we're receiving is accurate. I've already given the same order to Wilfried and Rosemine, but I want you to send me daily reports of what you've learned, of what you've seen, what you've heard, and what you've done in your classes. Yes, Father. As you have noticed, you cannot trust Rosemine in social situations, Florencia added. Not only was she raised in the temple, but she continues to spend much time there, and circumstances mean she has 2 fewer years of education than anyone else. There are many who will wish to socialize with the girl who was the source of all of our trends, but those of other duchies will not properly grasp her situation. I realize this is quite the burden for you to accept in your first year, but please support her as best you can as a fellow female Archduke candidate. Charlotte realized that her parents' concerns were more about how she would support her older brother and sister than anything else. Her chance to become the next Ob was gone owing to Wilfried and Rosemine's engagement, and now, rather than honing her own talents, she was expected to focus on aiding her 2 siblings. She understood that it was necessary for the future of Ehrenfest, but as an Archduke candidate herself, she couldn't help but feel unsatisfied. Still, this is my opportunity to repay my sister. Charlotte could still see flashes of the time she had been kidnapped, when Rosemine had to bravely come to her rescue. That incident was the reason for Rosemine's 2-year slumber, and yet she had not said a word of reproach to Charlotte regarding her loss. In fact, much the opposite. She was going to great lengths to make her younger sister's life easier. Charlotte wanted even the smallest opportunity to repay her debt of gratitude. I will strive to be of use to my sister, Charlotte replied with the best smile she could manage. And with that, she teleported to the Royal Academy. Sorry if I'm kind of pausing at stuff. My vision's a little bit blurry right now, so it's kind of harder to read. Which sucks. Welcome back, Lady Charlotte, Vanessa said upon her lady's return to her dormitory room. How was your first fellowship gathering? You were quite nervous before you left. My dear sister helped soothe my worries, Charlotte replied with a faint smile and shake of her head. The very thought of relying on her older sister had overwritten her previous feelings of anxiety. After all, there was nothing to be more anxious about than what Rosemine might do without someone keeping tabs on her. I am glad to hear it, Vanessa said. Now then, let us write our report on the gathering. Charlotte headed to her work desk with Marianne, a scholar apprentice who picked up a board and a pen. So, Lady Charlotte, what about the fellowship gathering was new to you, or left a particular impression on you, she asked. I was surprised that sovereign food does not taste as good as what we serve at Ehrenfest, Charlotte replied. She had expected dishes prepared by the sovereignty, dishes that were enjoyed by royalty, to be unlike any she had ever eaten before. Of course the food served was still nice, it simply did not live up to my expectations from when I was younger, when father and mother sang its praises upon returning from the Archduke conference. Marianne began to giggle, as did Charlotte's other retainers. Charlotte's childish disappointment was clear to see, despite her best efforts to disguise it. That would be because Ehrenfest food has changed dramatically since the adoption of Lady Rosemine's recipes, Marianne explained. In the past, sovereign food truly did taste better. You may not have noticed, since the food available here in the dormitory is the same as that served in the castle, but there are few who are fortunate enough to enjoy Lady Rosemine's recipes on a daily basis, even in the nobles' quarter, Natalie remarked. I can assure you that the night dorm are not afforded such a privilege. It was only then that Charlotte realized how blessed she was. She had only been only 5 years old when Rosemine was baptized, so she had very little recollection of the food previously served in Ehrenfest. Lady Charlotte, how did the Archduke candidates of other duchies seem to you? The apprentice attendant Catherine asked, bringing the conversation back on track. Charlotte recalled her experience during the greetings. The other duchies were focused on my sister, as expected. I could feel their eyes being drawn to our hairpins and Rinsham-washed hair. Of course, of more importance, however, is the fact that the royal present was already familiar with Rosemine. He knew her name due to her coming first in class last year. I could feel the other Archduke candidates taking more interest in her than in my brother. The other Archduke candidates had celebrated Wilfrid and Rosemine's engagement, but Charlotte could not help feeling that few actually meant their words. I suppose it is only natural that she would receive such attention, Charlotte mused. To think she gave a hairpin to every single female student, I could hardly believe it. Herself capable enough to pick hairpins that would complement the girls' hair colors, but being able to afford them within a tightly allotted budget was a different beast entirely. I would have liked for her to speak to you about this, Lady Charlotte, as she had done with the printing industry, Marianne said with a distinctly dissatisfied tone. If she had sought your assistance, you could have divided the cost equally. It would have given everyone the impression that you were contributing to the trends. Charlotte narrowed her indigo eyes into a harsh glare. Marianne, Rosamine thought of these trends herself and spread them on her own. Were you not displeased when Oswald asked us to credit Wilfrid for our own accomplishments? How could we ask Rosamine to do the same for us? My apologies. I am aware that the Ob advised Lord Wilfrid in the spreading of trends, so I was just feeling a little vexed. I must admit I share your frustration, Charlotte replied, feeling somewhat bitter herself. I understand the importance of propping up Wilfrid now that his engagement has secured his second ascension, but I feel sad. Father is already treating me as someone who will inevitably be leaving Ehrenfest, she said, slumping her shoulders. Vanessa stroked Charlotte's shoulder. Over half a year has passed since the engagement was announced, but there are still many loud voices calling for Lady Rosamine to become the next Ob. I imagine Ob Ehrenfest is desperate to improve Lord Wilfrid's reputation and restrain the Lies gangs in any way he can. She paused for a moment and thought, if you are that displeased, perhaps you could add some particularly sharp words to your report? I am certain the Ob will be thrown into a panic and apologize at once, she joked. Charlotte considered that explanation extremely likely. It came as no surprise that Sylvester was focused on making Wilfrid seem less mediocre in comparison to Rosamine. He just hadn't realized how that was making Charlotte feel. Father has always been dense when it comes to the thoughts and feelings of others, Charlotte thought. Sylvester tended to assume that when he believed in a cause, others would do the same as a matter of course. Lady Charlotte, what shall we write? Marianne asked. Should we fill in the boards with unhappy complaints, or shall we speak of the cooking? Perhaps we should mention how the other duchies responded to the hairpins and Rinsham. Oh, Marianne, Charlotte said with a giggle, feeling her mood brighten in an instant. Father and Mother attended the Archduke conference. They must already know about the inferiority of sovereign food, and Mother would have seen how the duchess reacted to her hairpins and Rinsham. There's no need for me to report my dissatisfaction either. Let us discuss the third prince as is most natural. I believe Lord Wilfrid and Lady Rosamine will be sending identical reports on the matter, Marianne replied. I recognize that they will understand the nuances of the Archduke candidates from other duchies better than I, but Father wished to hear our distinct opinions on matters. Charlotte said, disappointed that she had no exclusive information to report. I would like to send Mother a separate letter, wherein I consult her on how to deal with certain social situations. What manner of questions do you wish to ask? Marianne probed. Is our knowledge unsatisfactory? No, it's just that getting a different opinion from someone who can actually socialize, unlike the attendants and retainers. I mean, she wants extra opinions. Hello? Tarn memorized the political circumstances she learned from her retainers and greeted the representatives from other duchies, making sure to smile at the other first-year Archduke candidates to facilitate their socializing during lessons. She was helped greatly by tips from her older brother and sister, and she hoped to use her unique position as a first year to gather information that they did not know. Not in the least. You have all gathered valuable intelligence from me, Charlotte replied. I do not consider the fellowship gathering to have been a failure. It's just, embarrassingly enough, I found myself a little uncomfortable around Lady Detlinde, who so closely resembled grandmother. Charlotte had first seen Detlinde during the wedding held at the border gate. She had seemed quite friendly with Wilfrid, but she had given only the barest of greetings to so many others, which reminded Charlotte of the way her grandmother Veronica behaved. It was perhaps due to this association that Charlotte's entire body had tensed up upon meeting Detlinde, despite the friendly smile she was received with. I know that I must learn from my sister's universal compassion and treat Lady Detlinde as an individual, and I know that she is not my grandmother, Charlotte continued, but even so, the feelings remain. Please do consult Lady Florencia, then. She spent many long years with Lady Veronica. She will know what to do, Vanessa said, stroking her lady's back once again. She knew how Veronica had treated Florencia and Charlotte all too well. Charlotte nodded to Vanessa, and as they wrote the report, an ordonnance flew into the room. See? Lord Ignace has sent a message of encouragement, Marianne said as the white bird landed on her arm. As expected, the ordonnance was from Ignace, Wolfried's apprentice scholar. He was asking who would be compiling and sending the reports. It seemed that both he and Rosamund's apprentice scholar, Hartmut, had already finished theirs. I shall gather and send them, Marianne said. Give me just a moment to retrieve them. She sent the ordonnance off and momentarily exited the room. It had become her regular job to meet the two boys at the landing of the stairs to retrieve their reports. Charlotte and the others were not yet used to writing reports, so they ended up finishing last. My apologies for the wait, Lady Charlotte, Marianne said. She had returned with several more boards than usual today. What did my brother and sister speak about in their reports? Charlotte asked. The third prince, as expected. Marianne proffered Charlotte the board so that she could see what was written on them. It was decided that the third prince would stay in the Royal Academy before his debut as the Archduke Conference. He was baptized just recently in the autumn. The third prince is the son of the king's third wife from Dunkelfelder. He was raised to be a vassal to the king's successor, and due to his young age, he seems to have very little experience socializing with others. Such were the reports from Ignace and Hartmut, respectfully. Despite both being about the third prince, the latter was far more detailed. Charlotte and Marianne had written only as much as Ignace, so they and all of Charlotte's other retainers bunched together to examine Hartmut's report with widened eyes. Where in the world did Hartmut learn this? Marianne asked. I am told that Lady Rosamund's socializing is quite intense. I would assume it's only natural for someone socializing with top-ranking duchies to have easier access to such information, Catherine replied. But those serving Lord Wolfried also socialized with top-ranking duchies. To my understanding, he spent much time with Lord Ortwin of Drewonkel. Perhaps it comes down to their apprentice scholars, namely their talent for obtaining information from other duchies, Natalie suggested. Oh, probably, because Hartmut's on another level. As one could guess from Charlotte's balking retainers, comparing the reports of two apprentice scholars was enough to determine the standing and skill of those they served. Rosamund had created trends all on her own, spread them with her retainers, and managed to develop a social relationship with royalty and top-ranking duchies that Ehrenfest had otherwise lacked. Rosamund's success was so great, in fact, that several duchies had actively negotiated trade agreements with Ehrenfest during the Archduke Conference. Goosebumps formed on Charlotte's skin as she realized just how much she paled in comparison to her sister. My sister formed connections so well as a first year, even though she had just awoken from a 2-year slumber and spent a crucial period of socializing back in Ehrenfest helping with a dedication ritual. Charlotte whispered to herself. It was easy to forget with how much Sylvester, Florenzi, and the others had asked Charlotte to provide her assistance, but Rosamund's unusual socializing methods were really quite effective. I am unlikely to encounter any problems with socializing here in the academy, but that is because my brother and sister have already paved the way for me. Take care not to mistake that for our own accomplishments. We could never have associated with royalty without their assistance. Of course, I will still strive to do my best, such that Rosamund does not feel ashamed to introduce me as her sister. Charlotte's retainers all turned their attention back to their lady. We will take care not to grow arrogant, one noted. Please keep in mind, however, that we are not yet experienced enough to meet with royalty on a whim. If you intend to socialize with them, just let us know ahead of time so that we may lay the necessary groundwork. Charlotte nodded at her retainers and praised them in her mind. Socializing between nobles was possible only due to the valiant efforts of those who served them. To prove I am worthy of the faith and service that you all show me, I must strive to stand proudly beside my older brother and sister. To this end, I suppose I must ensure that every single first year passes their exams on the first day. Again with this? Now Charlotte's doing it. So they can't just get mad at Rosamund on this one. Charlotte looked at the pile of textbooks she had received from Rosamund and gave a heavy sigh. Having such a daunting task as her first duty seemed unreasonable, to say the least. Rosamund stacking the books was eerily similar to Ferdinand stacking boards one after another and saying, "Surely you can handle this much." They both had a tendency to assign work that pushed the recipient just a bit further than their perceived limit. Like teacher, like student. Oh, definitely. And she probably doesn't even realize she's doing it. Once we finish our report, I must begin my studies, Charlotte declared, trying to pump herself up. Marianne rested a hand gently on her shoulder. Lady Charlotte, you need only do the best you can. The your first years were in a truly miserable state last year after Lady Rosamund forced such an excessive workload upon them. Please do not try so hard that you repeat her mistake and bring suffering to others. Classes. It was the day after the fellowship gathering, and classes were due to begin. The students in the Ehrenfest dormitory had eaten breakfast, making sure to squeeze in a few extra moments of studying whenever they could, and were now preparing for their first lesson. The victory conditions for the Better Grades Committee were the same as last year, either having everyone in your team pass their classes the fastest or produce the most honor students. The new students balked when they saw their seniors working so hard from the very first day and rushed to open up their textbooks as well. Charlotte was doing her best to lead them, but she had no prior experience with the dormitory, meaning she was one step behind them. I passed a letter to Riarda while keeping a watchful eye on my surroundings. Deliver this meeting request to Professor Solange while I'm attending my morning lessons, I said. We will need to register the first years at the library. I understood, milady. I was skimming some notes I had written to help me remember some particularly important details when I noticed Charlotte looking at me with puffed-out cheeks. You certainly are moving at your leisure, sister, she said. Of course, I replied. I was afforded an entire year to prepare, after all. And while I understand that you and the other first years are bemoaning over what little time you had to make your own preparations, I think you are forgetting that you spent this winter and the last studying history and geography in the playroom, and that you have generously been given my textbooks. Last year, the Better Grades Committee wasn't established until after our arrival at the Royal Academy, so the first years were forced to adapt almost overnight. You have it much easier than we do. They do. The lay nobles and men nobles second years nodded, having struggled a great deal with history and geography at the time. They had looked like death itself, but this year they looked healthy and fine as they prepared for class. Incidentally, my target for the second years was for everyone to pass in one go and with the highest possible marks. It's about time, Riarda announced. Everyone moved to the entrance hall. Everyone put away their study materials and gathered in the entrance hall with confident yet also somewhat serious expressions. Or anxious expressions. We needed to be ready in time for 2:30 bell when our morning classes began. After checking that the first years were wearing their brooches and capes, we told them what to be aware of and then exited the dormitory. First and second years went to the central building, while third years and above went to the building for their respective courses. These first years were going to have practical lessons in the morning and then written lessons in the afternoon, while we second years were going to have written lessons in the morning and practical lessons in the afternoon, so it swapped. Okay. Much like the year before. This morning we were focusing on history and law. This will be your first practical lesson then, I said to Charlotte. I hope that you're able to wield mana without issue. Indeed, Charlotte replied. You and Wilfrid are aiming for everyone to pass their written lessons on the first day, correct? I look forward to hearing reports on your success. I gave a firm nod in response and then headed to the auditorium with the other second years. You must not leave until we come to get you, our retainers stressed before going on their way. Once they were gone, we looked for the seats designated for Ehrenfest, that is, the ones labeled 10. Distinguishing them was very easy indeed, since the desks and chairs were separated into duchies. Lady Rosemine, Lord Wilfrid, how do you do? Came a familiar, young, and gentle voice as students in the other duchies started to gather. It was Hannelore. I turned around and saw that she was standing in front of the other blue-caped Dunkelfugger students. Rather than her guiding them, it seemed more like they were her stalwart defenders. Good, Lady Hannelore, I replied. I trust you are just as well. Are you and the other Ehrenfest students once again aiming to pass all your classes on the first day? She asked with a soft smile, as if she found the sight of us desperately reading our notes heartwarming. It was quite a surprise when you accomplished it last year. Wilfrid replied that we hope to accomplish the same again. Much to our embarrassment during the awards ceremony last year, we were praised for our speed but criticized for our low grades, I admitted with a smile. Although we still intend to pass on the first day, our goal for this year is to improve our efforts and achieve high grades that we can take pride in. Hannelore looked at me and the other Ehrenfest students with wide eyes, as did the Dunkelfegger students accompanying her. I suppose that if anyone can perform such a feat, Lady Rosemine, it is you, she said. I look forward to hearing of your duchy's exploits this year. Lady Hannelore is expecting great things from me. As a fellow library committee member, I need to secure grades that won't disappoint her. I steeled my resolve to achieve grades befitting of a library committee member, at which point my motivation shot up to a level that was entirely unprecedented. I will strive to meet your expectations, Lady Hannelore, I said. I shall also pray for Dunkelfelder to find just as much success this year. I thank you ever so much, Lady Rosemine. After watching the platoon of blue capes head to their seats, I returned my focus to my notepad of weaknesses. Our first class was history, which was going to be more complex and in-depth than what we had studied the year before. There was a lot to memorize, but most of the information we was just building upon things we had already learned, so it wasn't that bad. First and second years were taught the general flow of history, while third years and above learned about particular figures and their achievements depending on their course. I'm so nervous I was the only one who barely passed history last year, Feline muttered while preparing her writing utensils, no doubt remembering what the teacher had said to her last year. You've got nothing to worry about, I tried to reassure her. You studied as well as anyone. Isn't that right, Wilfrid? Don't talk to me right now, Rosemine. It feels like the names of all these kings are going to spill out of my ears at any moment. They certainly are long and similar sounding, I agreed. The years in this world weren't numbered. Instead, Jurgen Schmidt's history was neatly delineated into eras based on the reigns of different kings, with the King X era being followed by the King Y era, for example. As I continued memorizing them all, it occurred to me that the system was quite similar to how periods were represented in Japanese history. The names were harder to memorize, but not having to remember numbers made up for that. You just needed to get the general flow down. Now, one student from each duchy come forward to fetch the exam papers. Feline collected the papers as our representative, then handed them out. This was always the most exhilarating moment of school, in my opinion. It made me feel like a hero of legend, brandishing my sword and preparing to fight any valiant foe who would dare challenge me. Although, when I'm not so confident about passing, it feels more like I'm pleading for my life. This was a test I was confident about, so I finished it in the blink of an eye. It seemed that everyone else from Ehrenfest found it equally trivial. Feline and Roderick in particular looked a lot more at ease than they had the year before, which is good. Done, Feline eventually announced after staring down at her test with a deadly serious expression. She was the last Ehrenfest student to finish, so we turned in our papers and started studying for the next exam while the professor graded us. It was while we were studying law that an announcement echoed through the auditorium. All passing grades for Ehrenfest. We glanced up from our notes and exchanged celebratory looks. The girls smiled at one another while the boys traded more self-assured grins. Some of the duchies received a 100% pass rate as well, but Ehrenfest came in first. Hopefully we could keep it up and pass our next one together too. Now on to law. History hadn't been a walk in the park for me, but law was another story entirely. Here, memorizing the content wasn't enough. One needed to understand it as well. Laws applied to all nobles in Jurgensmith, including royalty, and were recorded in what was apparently titled the Book of Laws. We were studying from transcribed copies, while the original was a magic tool in the sovereignty. The laws were focused almost entirely on interactions between duchies and things that applied on a countrywide scale, such as the appropriate process for marrying into another duchy, or how successors were decided upon. One thing that stood out to me was how detailed the instructions were for when an archduke passed away without settling on a successor. On the whole, the country's laws were pretty ambiguous and crudely written. A lot of sections said nothing more than the king will arbitrate, or a decision shall be made during the archduke conference. There had been more than enough times when I wanted to cry out that the laws provided no real guidance, that there was no purpose in them even existing. Did anyone here even understand the point of having them? According to Ferdinand, it was exceedingly difficult to expunge outdated rules once they were added to the Book of Laws. Many were kept vague on purpose as a way to future-proof them. In the past, there was a king who took issue with how many incidents depended on his arbitration. He introduced one detailed law after another to reduce how often he was consulted on legal matters, which worked well for his time, but as future generations came and went, and the country became more modern, these laws became outdated. Still, the people had to follow them. The king of a new generation had wanted nothing more than to eradicate the laws, but there were many nobles who wanted to keep them as a matter of tradition. Thus began an unending dispute. Decades passed in the state, and every spat among duchies resulted in calls to nullify what some considered to be archaic laws. It wasn't long before the yearly inter-archduke conference descended into a state of what could only be called utter chaos. In the end, it was collectively agreed that the laws were best kept ambiguous. Any excessively detailed rules were removed, and individual problems were instead dealt with through discussion. Ever since then, those who called for more detailed laws were mocked as having been charmed by the goddess of chaos. I had wondered why the rules weren't unchanged during such a prolonged period of time, or chaos. Surely it was better to change them if discord was expected to continue either way. But rewriting laws was more complicated than I realized. As it turned out, the process took an exceedingly long time, and it was a lot of work for the king to determine which sections to keep and to remove. And after so much debate, what they ended up with were these unclear-as-heck laws. During a conversation with Ferdinand, I had muttered that having such vague laws only made the resolving of disputes a more drawn-out process. In response, he had muttered that having less restrictive rules was more convenient for those in power. It was a fair point indeed. It was hard to understand why the laws existed at all, but their ambiguity at least made them easier to remember. I just needed to memorize the universal rules, which would absolutely never change, rules that allow for some leeway depending on the king's judgment, rules that were decided in discussions between archdukes, and rules that archdukes could decide on their own. Compared to all the library and patent laws I had to learn in college books back in my Arano days, however, this is a piece of cake. Everyone turned in their papers, and we began studying for tomorrow's classes. As we awaited to receive our grades, I noticed that the professors had started arguing at the front. One of the proctors, Frau Alarm, was calling it suspicious that we had all finished so quickly and with such high scores, while the other professors chastised her, saying there was nothing suspicious about it at all. Despite us having turned in our papers first, the second and third duchies to finish received their passing grades before us. While we were made to wait, the tension must have started getting to the others. Feline couldn't help but let out a quiet whimper. Lady Rosamine, Lord Wilfrid, we're going to be fine, Feline, Wilfrid said. We know for a fact we haven't cheated. Hold your head high and be patient. You and the others worked hard for an entire year. It's only natural that you'd achieve high grades, I added. And no sooner had the words left my mouth than a voice rang through the auditorium. All passing grades for Ehrenfest. It had taken the professors some time to reach an agreement, but we had all passed, and we could tell from Frau Alarm's shrieks that we had done so with aplomb. Nice. Too bad she tried to mess with y'all. Frickin' bitch. Our actual grades were usually kept from us, so it was nice to know that we had all done so well. We put away our things and rose from our seats, ready to return to the dormitory. Before we could, however, a group of emerald green capes from Jeronko stepped in front of us. Seems like you guys are having another good year, Wilfrid. Ortwin, I appreciate the compliment, but I could say the same about Jeronko. I took a step back and watched as Wilfrid and Ortwin nobly extolled each other's victories. Everyone in Ortwin's group looked pretty smart, but maybe that was just because I knew Jeronko was a duchy known for producing highly skilled scholars in droves. Jeronko has taken first place in overall grades for about 20 consecutive years, Ortwin said with a confident grin. Your grades might be getting better, Ehrenfest, but we won't lose that easily. Oh, they don't just look smart, they actually are smart, I thought. I was pretty sure that the only way to maintain top overall grades was for the duchy students to unite as one and all study together. Lord Ortwin really must be going now, one of the Green Capes said. Ah, indeed, Wilfrid, let's both keep up the good work, Ortwin said, snapping back to reality. He flourished his emerald green cape and then exited the auditorium, taking the Jeronko crowd with him. It's nice having a rival to compete against, Wilfrid said with a contented grin as he watched them go. He then swung his ochre cape in a similar flourish and followed them out. We headed back to the dormitory for lunch to find that a section of the older apprentice knights and apprentice scholars had already returned. It seemed that the years with written lessons had all successfully passed on their first day. Nice! Written lessons certainly were easy this year. Indeed, our victory over the knights is all but guaranteed. I was overjoyed to hear that as a member of the Better Grades Committee. I had to admit it was impressive just how competitive people were when it came to our team-based contests. I have delivered your letter to Professor Solange, milady. She was surprised to receive it. This is the first time someone has ever requested a meeting on the same day the classes began. We may go and register the first years at noon the day after tomorrow. Can we use that time to change Schwartz and Weiss's clothes, I wonder? As far as I was concerned, the sooner we could dress them in their new outfits, the better. Riarda fell into thought for a moment. We must inform Professor Herscher of when we will be changing their clothes, she said, and Professor Solange is going to be busy registering the first years. Not to mention, I do not believe you will have enough time to do all this during your noon break. I will recommend that you focus on registering the first years and supplying the tools with mana for now. You can change their clothes when everyone has more time in their schedule. She had a point. There was no need for me to rush changing their clothes, so I decided to settle for supplying them with some mana for the time being. After an enthusiastic lunch spent chatting about our test results, we saw off Charlotte and the other first years, calling out words of encouragement as they went to do their exams. We then headed out ourselves, ready to attend our practical lessons. They were held in different classrooms depending on status, so my group dropped in number dramatically. Hey everyone, Wilfrid said with a smile as he greeted the Archduke candidates and archnobles from other duchies. We was rejoicing over their reunion and enthusiastic about their spending another school period together, which made me realize just how behind I was when it came to socializing. I had finished all my classes in one go, only showed up a single time, so I couldn't remember their names or faces. In truth, they probably didn't remember me either. I know I should probably socialize more, but if my choice is between that and the library, yeah. Once again, I was forbidden from entering the library until after I passed all my classes, but that was temporary. If you asked me to choose between the library and socializing with other students, I would pick the library every time. I'm the bookworm who raised in the library, while Wilfrid is the popular guy with lots of friends. It's the perfect way to divide our duties if you ask me. We're both playing to our strengths. Not to mention, it wasn't as though I hadn't avoided socializing entirely. I had a wonderful friend named Hannelore. My most important duty was deepening my bond with her and making more bookworm friends. I made one bookworm friend in my first year, so hopefully I can make 2 bookworm friends in my second. As I was plotting out how to make more friends this year, 4 professors entered the room. Herscher, Fraularm, Primavera, and Roffin. Oh no, Fraularm. I don't like her. I don't get what the heck her deal is with Ehrenfest and Rosamine in particular. Today we are going to be reviewing topics covered in your first year, such as handling high beasts, transforming staffs, and casting rot, Herscher announced. One cannot properly learn new techniques without first mastering the old. Now then, take out your high beast, Frolin called. We all did as we instructed, and the small hall became twice as cramped in an instant. The speed at which students produced their high beasts indicated how much practice they had. Some produced theirs instantly, while others needed a little more time to properly form the shape. Leslie still stood out a little, but there were several other girls who now had similar-looking drivable high beasts. They wasted no time climbing inside. Of the drivable high beasts, most were shoe mills, likely because that was what Hersher had produced during her initial demonstration, and they all used reins instead of steering wheels. Finished, Hannelore said with a short exhale. Her high beast was a drivable shoe mill, too. Nice! It was fairly small since it was sized to accommodate just her, and its face was very cute. No doubt she loved shoe mills to death. Lady Hannelore would probably get along with Lysletta. Passionate about shoe mills, and they both looked perfect wearing cute accessories. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that Lady Hannelore had a talent for embroidery and sewing. Once the professors had confirmed that everyone had made their high beasts, they moved on to having some of our staffs. Roffin stood in front while the other professors stayed back and kept a close eye on us. All right, take out your staffs, he called. His booming voice echoed throughout the small hall, and everyone promptly did as they were told. Holy cow, talk about a lot of crests. I had assumed that only Wolfried made a crest-decorated staff to gush about, but it seemed that they were in fashion among the boys. Some had the crest stuck out onto their wand-shaped staff like stickers, while others like Wolfried had them physically engraved. Why so surprised, Rosamund? Wolfried asked. You look like you've seen something funny. I simply did not expect staffs with crests to be so popular, I replied. Actually, I'm the one who started the trend, Wolfried noted as he proudly waved his lion-hilted staff. Makes sense that you don't know, considering how fast you finished your classes. I kind of guessed that Wolfried would start a trend of sorts with his over-the-top staff, but I had never expected his influence to be this great. Not many girls seemed to have crests, I observed. Yeah, some wanted them, but Lady Hannelore said it wasn't a wise idea. You can't really blame her. We're all Archduke candidates and archnobles, so most of the girls here are going to be marrying out of their duchies. They could always use subtle and more personal symbols instead. Back in Japan, there had been maternal symbols passed down from mother to daughter, even when they were wedded to other families and had their last name changed. I was sure the girls here could use such symbols on their staff as long as they made it clear they were maternal tradition or some sort. Not that I really care, I have no intention of using one myself. Perhaps I could advise Charlotte a maternal symbol so that she could teach the concept to any first-year girls who wanted a crest on their staff. Once you have formed your staffs, practice morphing them, Roffin continued. If you can't do this, you can't brew Messer. Everyone repeated the chant to morph their staffs, and then said Rucken to revert them back to their original shapes. We then said Stylo to make a pen, and Bayman to make a mixing stick. The process took some longer than others, but we all managed it successfully. All right, last step, the emergency signal. Rot, Roffin shouted. Everyone fired red lights out of their staffs at his command. I can understand the necessity of learning to morph one's staff early, since it was necessary for brewing practices, but I still found it weird that we were taught rot before almost anything else. Because, emergency signals aren't something that average person needs that often, right? If you guys are getting attacked or anything, it'd be best to have it. I thought that one could just carry a magic tool with them for shooting out warning signals, but Ferdinand had casually answered that mystery for me with a single line. Without everyone knowing rot, treasure-stealing dinner would be even more dangerous than it already is. It was something that I hadn't really considered, since it was only recently the treasure-stealing dinner had stopped being played, and students were now obtaining their staffs during their first year. Rot had been much more necessary during the era when one received their staff in their third year. After starting a specialized course, and apprentice scholars participated in dinner games alongside the apprentice knights to make and activate magic tools. I suppose treasure-stealing dinner is just that dangerous. It can be, yeah. Good, Roffin said. Seems like you've all been practicing. We can move on to the next step now. He looked over the gathered students with a smile of satisfaction, at which point Hersher leisurely walked to the front. She could be taking the lead from here. We will now study the fundamentals of brewing. As second years, you will need to craft rejuvenation potions, ordinances, and face stones for proposing to someone. Those will all prove necessary for your lives going forward, she said. It seemed that the more specialized practical lessons awaited us in our third year and beyond, requiring enough mana that we would need potions for each class. We were the ones who would suffer if we didn't at least learn to make them on our own. Ordinances were likewise necessary for nobles to speak to one another. Those who only had one would find themselves unable to contact anyone else until they received a response, so it was necessary to carry several normal to carry several at all times. Then there was the engagement face stones. It was necessary for the man and woman who wished to get married, to give their stones to one another, and those who were unable to make them simply couldn't propose at all. Our focus for today is simply learning how to make engagement face stones, so you are going to be working with low-quality face stones. They are going to be of no value whatsoever, despite your conception of what a proposal face stone should be. When it comes time for you to actually propose, you will want to make one out of the highest quality face stone you can acquire by your own means. Hersher said, her smile widening as she spoke. Some may think it's too early for you all to be learning this, but they are also convenient for forming more casual relationships and requesting escorts for the graduation ceremony. I know of one fine young man who gifted the face stone he made here to his young sweetheart against his parents' approval. After all, it was a mere practice face stone and not one for a true proposal. Oh yeah, I think I remember a scene like that in the Royal Academy love stories, which Mother wrote. As I recalled the contents of the book, I saw the girls above me listening to the tale of romance with sparkling eyes and clasped hands. It was amusing to see that the boys barely reacting in comparison. Well, of course not. Seems like Mother's romance stories know their demographic well. Hello, future customers. The ingredients that Hersher had prepared were lined up in front of us, and we were told to collect our own from the gathering spot near our dormitory. We will be brewing a rejuvenation potion during our next lesson, Hersher said. Take care not to forget your ingredients. Okay, I'm going to have to end it off here, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, part 2. Library committee member Get. The next day's lessons were math, theology, and magecraft. All three were building upon topics we had discussed the year before. And the fact we had studied so far ahead meant that they were of no concern. The Ehrenfest second year seated in the auditorium all seemed bright and sunny. In math, we were tasked with using a calculator to solve problems involving numbers of many significant figures. I had learned to use calculators exclusively for this exam, although Ferdinand had explicitly instructed me to continue using my stone slate before the test and to use written math to double-check all of my answers. I had also studied things like duchy budget ledgers and tax percentages, but they weren't particularly difficult. The material covered was at a similar level to what children would learn between 3rd and 5th grade in elementary school. Anything more advanced was reserved for the scholar course. I learned a lot helping in the temple, so I actually feel really confident with my math, Feline said with a sparkle in her grass green eyes once the tests were prepared. That seemed to remind Wolfried of something, as he grimaced just a little in response. By helping in the temple, do you mean helping Uncle? He asked. Yes, Lord Wolfried, I've gotten much better over the past year. Well, you've been going to the temple, Feline? Roderick asked, his dark brown eyes widening in a mixture of disgust and bewilderment. I couldn't help but smile at how predictable his response was. Nobles really did look down on the temple. I am the High Bishop, I said. It is only natural that Feline would visit the temple as my retainer. Hartman and my apprentice guard knights do the same by day. You would do well to consider this if you wish to give your name to me. Even after receiving words of warning from Matthias, Roderick had resolved to give me his name. He was striving to socialize more with my retainers, Feline chief among them, and would sit as close to me as possible during classes. He had announced his intention to become my namesworn. My retainers made no attempt to push him away from me. Instead, they watched him with sharp eyes, evaluating his every move. As expected, we finished the math test without any problems. I had told everyone to double-check their answers by calculating them in reverse, so I doubted there would be any mistakes. This was much simpler than helping Lord Ferdinand, Feline said with a small smile. I was not scolded for my mistakes, nor was I made to redo any of my work. Yay! On her first day she spent helping in the temple, Feline had struggled with math since she wasn't used to it and wilted from her anxiety. Your math is wrong. Start over, Ferdinand would say, and she would mercilessly be told to redo her work again and again, but all these mistakes and the experience she had gained from them had made her far more competent than she once was, and she now understood that the emotionless looks she had received from Ferdinand were certainly not ones of anger. Theology next, huh? Wolfried muttered. This should be easy. I mean, it's freaking religion. This is what Rose's mind is known for, is her blessings and the prayers and stuff. Our first task was to learn the name of the primary god of whatever season we were born in, alongside their subordinate gods. We then picked another primary god and their subordinates alongside what they governed. It was probably a nightmare for those who were completely unfamiliar with the names of the gods, but my Carta and picture book Bibles meant that all the Ehrenfest second years were more than prepared. This test was another easy win. Rosamund, which will you be writing about? Wolfried asked. Those who had only one elemental affinity could pick any primary god in their subordinates, but those with multiple had to pick from the ones they had. This was because it was important to learn about the gods whose divine protection you were best able to call upon, which would be relevant in our third-year lessons. Since I was born in the summer, I needed to memorize the names of Laden Shaft, the god of fire, and his subordinates by default. Then I needed to pick one other. I had all affinities, so I could pick any one I wanted. My choice here is obvious. There's only one god I really want the divine protection of. Shitsaria? Yes, I knew it. And I plan to choose Wind and her subordinates, as she deals so intimately with libraries and books, I replied. The god I wish to offer the most prayers to is without a doubt Mestinora, the goddess of wisdom. That's pretty like you. I plan on going with water for my birth season and fire to pray for more growth. Wolfried said it seemed that he wanted to mature and grow stronger. What about you, Feline? I asked. I only have one affinity, which is earth. For my other one, I'm going to pick wind, the same as you, Lady Rosemine. I want Mestinora, the goddess of wisdom's divine protection as well. It certainly would be nice for scholars to receive divine protection from the goddess of wisdom, I mused. And you, Roderick? Roderick looked around enviously and then shook his head of tawny hair. I was born under wind, and my only other affinity is earth, so I have no choice in the matter. I envy you, Roderick, Feline said with a vexed sigh. Having the affinity will make it easier for you to get protection, even if you don't get to choose what to learn about. Roderick blinked a few times and then muttered, right, as though he was seeing his situation from a whole new perspective. It seemed that he had been so jealous about everyone else getting to pick that he hadn't realized the problems his classmates were facing. All passing grades for Ehrenfest came the professor's call. Much like our other subjects, theology was completed without incident. I ended up feeling nostalgic for the days when I first entered the temple as an apprentice shrine maiden and was brought to tears by the unbelievably long names of the gods that I was made to remember. This year's magecraft lessons were all about the basics of magic circles, and thanks to everything Ferdinand had already taught me, again, dang dude, he is preparing you for everything you could come in contact with, so it's a lot less harder for you. I had no issues. I simply needed to remember the symbols and warnings for drawing a magic circle. The warnings were about elements that were dangerous or had unique effects when combined. I just needed to remember that life will react violently to anything but earth. Okay, that makes sense. Actually, that does make sense in the context of Avaglabe, the god of life, versus Gadul, the goddess of earth. He'll react violently to anybody else because they try to keep him from her. So, of course. The magic circles we second years were going to be drawing in our practical lessons were generally simple ones of a single element. The few more complicated circles used several elements, but only ones that work well together. Things would get much harder in the scholar course. After concluding our morning written lessons and passing all of our tests without issue, we moved to our afternoon music practical lesson in the small hall. I looked around and saw that the crowd was now thin enough for me to recognize individuals, though I still struggled to remember their names. This is the song that you will be playing today, Professor Pauline said as she smacked some sheet music onto a large board. The sheet music began growing in size until I could see the notes even from far away. You will also need to perform one other song that you are particularly familiar with. During our first year, when our practical classes first began, everyone had stuck with the others from their duchies as they would during their written lessons. Soon after I passed my test, however, the students all started to socialize and get to know one another. They were now mingling with one another regardless of duchy. Once the professors had given us our work, a quick look around revealed that everyone was practicing with the friends they had made the year before. Wolfried picked up his harpspiel and headed straight for a growing throng of boys, among which was Ortwin, while Hannelore went to speak with a large group of girls. What should I do? It would be easy to pick up my harpspiel and head over to Hannelore's group, who would most likely welcome me, but there was a chance they would want us all to practice and pass together. That would make it harder for me to pass in one go, and then immediately stop attending. Since my aim was to unlock the library as soon as possible, I decided I was better off playing on my own. It's a little upsetting that everyone is going to view me as a loner, but I'll do what I must. The song we were required to play was one that Ferdinand had given me to learn almost half a year ago, so after just a little practice to refresh my memory, I was confident that I could pass. As for the one that was my choice, any of the songs I had learned around the same time would be sufficiently complex and well-known without boosting my reputation. While everyone else chatted and practiced, I swiftly warmed up and then approached the teacher. I wanted this over and done with as soon as possible. I didn't even want to think about how sad I would look if she made me return to practicing alone. Professor Pauline, may I perform the songs? I asked. She was the professor who had invited me to a tea party last year. She had started playing her own harpspiel after giving us our work, but she stopped to blink at me in surprise. Oh my, Lady Rosemine, are you truly ready to play so soon? I am. The test song is one that I've already studied, I said, taking the seat offered to me and running my harpspiel. I could feel the eyes of the others falling on me against my wishes, perhaps because I was the first person taking the test. The buzz that had filled the small hall quieted in an instant. Taken aback by the sudden tension, I took a few deep breaths to calm myself and then strummed the strings of my harpspiel. High notes from my right hand and low notes from my left danced through the air. Very good, Pauline said when I was finished. I had passed with ease thanks to having continued my daily practice in the temple and the castle. You have grown much more over the past year, she continued, but despite her praise, she was looking at me with narrowed and dissatisfied eyes. I must say, though, your choice of song was quite uninspired. I had been hoping that you would play one of your new songs, Lady Rosemine. Do you simply not have any more? There were plenty more original songs I had made at Rosina's request, but I had no intention of drawing any more attention to myself. Had it not been for Wilfried spilling the beans last year, nobody would have known about them in the first place. Debating another one of my own compositions here, or debuting another one of my compositions here, would only make me even more of a laughingstock, turning me from a loner into a loner who was trying much too hard to impress everyone. Instead, I wanted to finish class as soon as possible and disappear. If anything, my goal was for everyone to forget about me entirely. Unfortunately, I have no songs that I am willing to debut here. Then we shall have another tea party this year. I would like to hear your original music again, Lady Rosemine. Do bring that musician of yours. I am ever so glad that you enjoy my music, Professor Pauline. I, too, am proud of my musician. Now I have a tea party clogging up my schedule. I can only pray that it won't be a royal in attendance this year. Here's hoping not. In any case, I had successfully passed. I just needed to kill time somehow until the end of class. I looked at the others and noticed that Wilfried, who usually didn't care too much about instruments, was glaring at his sheet music with his mouth bent into a frown. The group of girls were chattering even more than before. Their hands barely moved at all. If only I had a book, then I wouldn't mind being a loner. A harpspiel just doesn't cut it for me. I had nothing to do but practice music, so I returned to my seat and started adjusting my harpspiel. That was when Hannelore came over, looking rather timid. I blinked at her and she smiled at me in turn. Maybe she was worried about me being all alone? Just a thought seemed to brighten my entire world. That's Hannelore for you, my truest friend. To think you had passed this quickly, she said. You must have a talent for the harpspiel as well, Lady Rosemine. Oh, no, I simply have a strict instructor. I would rather spend my time reading books than practicing the harpspiel, but for some reason things never seem to work out that way. If not for Rosina requesting that she be allowed to work as my personal musician, and Ferdinand frequently assigning me songs to learn and checking my progress, I would have trashed the harpspiel a long time ago to secure more reading time. I also need to pass quickly, otherwise I miss my opportunity to visit the library before the dedication ritual, I continued. I can't have that. Schwartz and Weiss are waiting for me. Are they the large shoemill-shaped magic tools assisting Professor Solange in the library? Hannelore asked, looking at me quizzically. I nodded in response. It had seemed pretty obvious to me, but perhaps their names were still unknown to most people. Hannelore put her hands on her cheeks and let out a dreamy sigh. Schwartz and Weiss are positively adorable, she said, unable to hide the sparkle in her red eyes. Last year, the very sight of them working in the library was enough to soothe my heart. All of a sudden, her eyes shot open as though she had snapped back to reality, and she began peering around us with a worried expression. Her light pink pigtails swayed with each turn, and as I watched their hypnotic movement, I thought back on our conversation. Had I said anything that Hannelore wouldn't want other people hearing? I was desperate for an opening to invite her to the library committee, sure, but I hadn't actually done it yet. And I haven't made any of the mistakes I used to make back on Earth, right? I didn't forget to zip my trousers up, and there weren't any price tags on my clothes. My attendants had taken great care in dressing me as they always did, so I couldn't imagine there was anything wrong with my clothes that someone might notice. I reached up to feel my hair, and my hairpin hadn't fallen out either. Hannelore stepped forward, still eyeing the crowd around us. I swallowed hard and waited to hear what she had to say next. Lady Rosemine, she eventually said, keeping her voice low, I've been meaning to apologize to you for quite some time now. Aside from my abrupt collapse at the tea party, I can't think of anything that you might feel the need to apologize for, I replied, unsure what she was referring to. Hannelore shook her head. Not for something I did, but for Dunkelfelger, she whispered. Her voice was so hushed that it was almost inaudible above the strum of the practicing students. But she explained the circumstances behind Lestalot demanding ownership of Schwartz and Weiss last year. When I saw how cute they were, I whispered that I wished to be their master instead. I now know that Lestalot troubled both you and Ehrenfest as a result. By the time I was made aware, the prince had already become involved, which truly surprised me. To summarize, upon hearing his cute little sister whisper her dream to be Lord of the Shoe Mills, Lestalot had started on his epic quest to steal Schwartz and Weiss from me. Would y'all be quiet? What a pain in the neck. Show your brotherly affection some other way, man. On top of that, I am told that Professor Roffin has been incessantly challenging Ehrenfest to games of Ditter. Hannelore continued, I am trying to stop him, but I fear he will continue to pester you. I am ever so worried that you might begin to hate me, Lady Rosemine. Why would I hate you? There were tears in her eyes, and she started to apologize for not having apologized to me sooner. Ah, my heart, Lady Hannelore is lethally cute. I should have known that my fellow bookworm friend would want to own Schwartz and Weiss too. This is my only opportunity to invite her to the library committee. It's do or die time. I could not fathom a reason to hate you, Lady Hannelore, I said, looking up at her from my seat. You said that you wished to be Schwartz and Weiss's master, correct? In that case, you may join me in the library committee. Hannelore tilted her head in confusion. What is the library committee? A group that assists Professor Solange and provides Schwartz and Weiss with mana. You love books too, do you not? We would love to have you. Hannelore received my straightforward request with wide eyes, and then rested a contemplative hand on her cheek. It certainly does sound enjoyable to spend time in the library with Schwartz and Weiss, she said with a smile. Heck yeah! Library committee member get! I had been wondering when I would get an opportunity to invite Hannelore into the library committee, and fate had dropped her right into my lap. I had suppressed my urge to leap into the air and strike a celebratory pose which would no doubt become a prayer to the gods, and instead just clenched my fist victoriously. Lady Rosemine, Hannelore said, I do have one shameful request. Yes, I replied. She was a fellow library committee member now. I was ready and willing to grant whatever her wish might be. I would, like to have my personal musician play the song that you are said to have composed, she muttered, fidgeting all the while. Would you permit this? It seemed that Pauline had performed my original song during music class last year, and Hannelore wanted her musician to learn it. Her request was for me to teach them Rosina's songs, as I had taught the music professors during our tea party. Hannelore's musician playing my song would serve as proof of our deep friendship, so I nodded with a smile. Shall I teach them at the planned tea party for sharing books, I asked. We can each bring our musician. I thank you ever so much, Lady Rosemine. I look forward to the next time we trade books, Hannelore replied. Working in the library with Lady Hannelore, having tea parties with Lady Hannelore, trading books with Lady Hannelore, I'm not alone anymore. Yay! She's got a friend! Thank God. Once our lesson was over, I exited the small hall to warm dreams of my promise made with a true friend. Riardo was waiting outside of my retainers, and Cornelius gave a small chuckle when he saw the look on my face. I suppose you were successful then, he asked. Yes, I replied. I passed music as well. I did too, Lady Rosemine, Feline reported as she walked up to me with a smile. Her chest was puffed out and she was so excited that her cheeks had turned rosy. The professor praised me and said that I had gotten much better since last year. It's all thanks to you practicing with me. Feline had been practicing with me in the temple under Rosina's guidance, so she had progressed unusually quickly for a lay noble. A new teacher would mean nothing if you did not take your studies seriously. Your skills are the result of your own hard work, I said to Feline. I then turned to my retainers to report on the fruits of my own labor. After giving me my passing mark, Professor Pauline invited me to a tea party. I also made various meaningful promises with Lady Hannelore. I am a star socialite, am I not? Oh no. Are they going to assume the worst here? My retainers all widened their eyes, shocked to hear that I had prioritized socializing over the library. Of course, this wasn't really the case. My socializing today had come under my duties as a member of the library committee. There was no need for me to point that out, though, so I simply remained quiet and smiled. We easily passed the next day's written lessons as well. There was nothing surprising about that since we had spent a year studying what students normally learned over a single season. From an outside perspective, however, it was entirely abnormal for every member of a duchy to pass their lessons on the first day, and with such consistency. Orden walked over, making sure to flourish his emerald green Jawanko cape. Wilfried, is Ehrenfest still passing everyone on the first day of each subject, he asked. Yep, Wilfried replied. We're expecting this trend to continue for the rest of our written lessons. We can't afford to lose and miss out. Miss out on what? Ortwin asked curiously with a noble-like smile. Wilfried seemed to realize then that he had said too much. Don't worry about it, he replied. It's an Ehrenfest secret. Indeed, we have no plans to bring tarts to the Royal Academy. Wilfried had replied so evasively because we had no intention of spreading my tart recipe, but to the students of Jawanko it must have seemed like we were hiding some grand secret. Their eyes began to gleam in an almost frightening degree. A secret in Ehrenfest that's boosting your grades, huh? Ortwin said. Don't think you can hide it from me forever. I'll get to the bottom of this. You're welcome to try, Wilfried shot back with a smirk. Okay. Have fun, you two. Registering for the library and supplying mana. During this lunch break, I was visiting the library for the first time in a long while. I was bringing the first years to be registered, and seeing them line up in the common room brought a smile to my face. It will cost you each 1 small gold to register in the Royal Academy's library, I said. I am willing to lend money to those who simply cannot afford this cost. You may then settle your debt to me by working hard on transcriptions. The common room's bookcase contained a copy of the book catalog from Ehrenfest and records of the books that senior students had transcribed the year before. I cautioned the first years to pay extra attention to what we had and what others were already working on, such that we did not end up with unnecessary duplicates, and they responded with eager nods. I finished my lunch in a hurry and then proceeded to leave. After visiting the library, I would need to go straight to my afternoon practical lessons. Does this mean you are accompanying them to the library after all, Lady Rosemine? Cornelius asked once I was ready. He was giving me a look that made it clear he had seen this coming, but still really didn't want to go. Would it not be strange for me to remain in the dorm while students from our duchy are going to get registered? I asked. I implore you to reconsider. You registered last year, Lady Rosemine, so this matter has absolutely nothing to do with you. She still has to give Schwartz and Weiss mana. And the first years are already going to have Lady Charlotte with them as nurse to Canada. I think it would only be both bothersome of you to bring so many of your retainers to Professor Solange's office. There we go. Perhaps, but I still need to supply Schwartz and Weiss with mana, I retorted with pursed lips. Cornelius shrugged. Professor Solange hasn't sent word that they were running low. He wasn't wrong about that. We had given Solange some face stones packed with mana, so there was no real need for me to visit her today in particular. But I wasn't going to surrender my one chance to get to the library before I finished my classes. Why are you being so spiteful when you know how much this means to me, Could it be that you were rejected by your sweetheart, I asked, fixing him with a stern glare. Cornelius's eyes shot wide open. No, he cried, rejecting the idea instantly. Have you chosen someone to escort, then? Both you and Hartmut are 6 years now, I said, noting that honor students would naturally be popular with the girls while looking between them. Upon hearing my words, Cornelius and Hartmut exchanged glances, then nodded at each other. They even went as far as to exchange a firm handshake, one signifying a bond that not even time could break. Hartmut looked down at me with a smile. We shall not tell you, Lady Rosemine. But why? I exclaimed, having not expected him to flatly refuse me. Because you would leak everything to Mother, who would then use it as material for her books, Cornelius replied as he looked over at the bookcase. I couldn't follow his eyes exactly, but I could guess that he was focusing on the collection of romance stories Elvira and her friends had written. Royal Academy love stories. In short, Cornelius was concerned that his personal experiences would be used as fodder for the 2nd or 3rd volume of Royal Academy love stories, and I could understand why. Elvira had written about Lamprecht and Morelia's romance with an excited smile on her face. She had swapped out the names, and the inserted songs entailing the gods made it hard to identify who was who, but those who knew it knew. It was pretty much guaranteed that Cornelius would receive the same treatment. Incidentally, Lamprecht's story had turned into one of 2 lovers ripped apart by social forces, only to end up together when the gods answered their prayers. It had undergone such liberal rewrites that it was mostly fiction by the time Elvira was finished with it. Her powers of delusion was truly a sight to behold. I understand your wish to not be used as material for a book, I said, but you will surely need to greet your partners sooner or later. This is especially true if said partners were from another duchy, since Cornelius and Hartmut would need to speak to their their parents before the interduchy tournament. They were just buying a little time before Elvira inevitably found out. Fear not, we will take care of that while you are away for the dedication ritual, Hartmut replied casually. Judging by how breezy he and Cornelius seemed, they had probably settled on partners already. I glanced over at Lenore, who had previously spoken about having feelings for Cornelius. She was looking down at the floor such that her grape-colored bangs obscured whatever face she was making. Why are we even talking about this, Cornelius sighed. I already wanted to prioritize finishing my classes so that I can accompany you on your soon-to-come daily visits. Then you may remain in the dorm, I said. I will go with Judith, Lenore, and Charlotte's retainers instead. Cornelius let out another heavy sigh, shook his head, and looked at me with careful eyes. No, I will accompany you, he said. I've been told not to let you out of my sight when possible. I wanted to ask by whom, but stopped myself. It was probably Ferdinand, or Sylvester, or Florencia Karstedt, or Elvira. As all of those names passed through my mind and inadvertently out my mouth, Hartmut's bright orange eyes grew distant. Ah, he said with an apparent realization, I received the same instruction, and from many others as well. There were your temple attendants, Daniel, Angelica, Lord Eckert, Lord Justice. Then upon my return to the castle, there was Mother and Lord Bonifacius. Okay, I understand your perspective. It seemed there were a lot of people who viewed me going to the library as an event requiring such observation. In that case, Lady Rosemine, Cornelius began, however, No matter what others may think, I will never give up on the library. Let us hurry there at once. It's been so long since I was last there. I can't wait. Woohoo! There's no reason to be concerned this time, Riarda said, sounding somewhat defeated as she opened the door. We have some empty face stones for my boy Ferdinand. Charlotte put the board we received from Professor Solange through the hole in the door. I instructed I could enter the library freely because I was already registered, but the first years needed Solange's permission. Yes, sister. Charlotte slid the board through what was essentially a mail slot, looking rather tense all the while. The doors creaked open a few moments later. We started down the brightly lit hallway. The first years were unable to contain their amazement, and then entered the room at the very end. Solange was waiting inside much like last year, wearing a peaceful smile. This time, however, Schwartz and Weiss were there with her. It's good to see you again, Professor Solange, I said. I'm glad to see you well, Lady Rosamine, she replied, her blue eyes crinkling as her smile deepened. She was the very image of a grandmother seeing her granddaughter for the first time in a while. I see you have grown since last year. Huh? Have I really grown so much that you noticed at a single glance, I said? My heart was overflowing with joy, but Schwartz and Weiss hopped over before she could answer. Milady is here. Welcome, Milady. They're large shoemills, one of the first years whispered. They can talk? Another asked in a hushed voice. It was their first time seeing Schwartz and Weiss, and their surprise was more than apparent. Charlotte stepped forward as the first year's representative. Sister, are these Schwartz and Weiss? She asked, her indigo eyes sparkling as she followed their movements with her eyes. I heard about them before, but they are even more adorable than I imagined. Indeed, I replied with a smile of my own. I could see Laisletta watching with a doting expression at the corner of my eye. You and the others must not make physical contact with them, though. They are protected by several magic circles meant to prevent them from being stolen. A simple touch could only result in sparks, but if you continue, things will surely escalate. It was to be expected that someone would eventually bump into Schwartz and Weiss as they walled around the library carrying out their duties. That was why such slight touches would give a light warning in the form of a sharp but very brief pain like an electric shock. Those who continued to touch them, however, would find the intensity increase more and more. Eventually, the warnings would stop and the magic circles would start to cause bruises and burns. I know I embroidered the magic circles alongside the others, Charlotte said proudly. Furthermore, no matter how cute they are, they remain the heirlooms of royalty. That I should never touch them without permission is obvious. The students just then, learning that Schwartz and Weiss were the heirlooms of royalty, stared at them with surprised expressions. There were clear looks of awe and submission in their faces. I see that you have already spoken to the others about Schwartz and Weiss, Lady Rosamine, so I will spare them another explanation, Solange said, raising a hand to her lips and giving a refined smile, as she looked between Schwartz and me. Might I ask you to supply Schwartz and Weiss with mana as I register the first years? They are both quite pleased to see you. Of course, I replied. We shall go to the reading room such that we are not in your way. Very well. If you wish to avoid prying eyes, there's nobody on the second floor at the moment, Solange noted with a bemused smile. It must have been clear on my face that I was just looking for an excuse to visit the reading room, and she was no doubt thinking of the time Dunkelfelger had come to complain. I similarly wanted to avoid any further conflict, so it was crucial that we remain largely unseen. And so we headed to the reading room's second floor as suggested. I see the first years getting registered really didn't matter to you at all, Cornelius remarked, as we made our way there, sounding exasperated. My duty is to supply Schwartz and Weiss with mana, I replied without even turning around. We entered the reading room with the two shoemills in tow, ascended the staircase to our left, and then confirmed that there really was nobody around. Cornelius, stand guard at the stairs to ensure that nobody intrudes. Am I right to assume that you can manage on your own? Judith and Lenore will want to see Schwartz and Weiss, I imagine. In truth, it was best to have them on guard duty as well, but most girls really love the two shoemills. Judith and Lenore had also helped with the embroidery, so it seemed much too sad to leave them behind. Lenore giggled at my suggestion. There is no need for that, Lady Rosamine. I, too, will guard the stairs. Are you certain? I asked. Quite. I will perform my duty as a guard today, but please do allow me to join you next time, she said, a hint of amusement in her indigo eyes. I signaled my understanding with a smile, and then continued on my way, leaving her and Cornelius behind. Ooh. Oh, I see what she was doing. She wanted to be alone with Cornelius. Just to talk, or just to be near him. We should be hidden from anyone who might climb the stairs here, Riarda noted. I nodded, extended my hand to the golden face stones on Schwartz and Weiss's heads, then stroked them gently while pouring in my mana. It seemed that they weren't too low on mana thanks to the face stones I had given Solange, but their golden eyes were closed as though they were pleased to be stroked. So I prioritized praising them without oversupplying them with mana. Schwartz, Weiss, you have done well working from spring until today. We worked hard. Solange was happy. Things will get even more difficult now that students are gathering for the winter, I said. Also, I made a friend who's going to be working with me as a library committee member. I will introduce you later. I removed my hands from Schwartz and Weiss's face stones, at which point they opened their golden eyes, blinked, and then walked further into the library. Milady, rub this too. This? I repeated confused. I followed the shoemills to a stone statue between two bookshelves. Ooh! This is going to be interesting. I followed the shoemills to a stone statue between two bookshelves. It was a statue of Mestinora, the goddess of wisdom, and she was holding the Grucheshite to her chest. Just as the statues in the temples held actual divine instruments, the pure white statue of Mestinora was holding a yellow leather-bound book. Impressive in size and intricately decorated, the face stones of various color dotting its cover were enough for me to determine it was a magic tool. Seeing the statue reminded me of something the Solange once said, that the library having Mestinora's protection would cause more students' transcribed material to gather here. Milady, rub here. Pray here, your job, milady. Schwartz and Weiss pointed to the Gurdeshite that Mestinora was holding. I had no objection, so I placed my hand upon it and prayed. May more books be brought to the library. As I prayed, I stroked the face stones embedded in the Gurdeshite. I could feel my mana starting to get sucked out, and then a great flood was drained from me all at once, far more than I had given to Schwartz and Weiss. I reflexively pulled my hand away. Did something happen, Milady? Briarda asked. Her brow was furrowed. Perhaps she was concerned about my sudden reaction. I gazed between my hand and the Gurdeshite, then looked around carefully to see if anything unusual was happening. Something strange usually followed whenever a bunch of my mana was sucked out in one go. Even I was able to piece that together. And yet, nothing happened. The statue depicting Mestinora didn't move, nor did a door to the Royalty's secret archive miraculously open. In truth, a small part of me had hoped there would be some kind of change, but alas. Still, this is strange. I see nothing's happening, I remarked. What did you do, Lady Rose? My retainers asked. Before I could even respond, however, Schwartz and Weiss answered for me. Milady's job. Gramps will be happy. Schwartz, Weiss. Who is this Gramps? I asked. It was a name I had never heard before, and to my knowledge, they called it the librarians they served Milady. But their answers only led to more confusion. Gramps is Gramps. He is old, powerful. Considering the title you've given him, he must be very old and very high in status, I ventured, probing for more information, but the response I received was a simple yes. I mean, sure, Schwartz and Weiss are cute, but they're so hard to understand at times. No amount of ruminating would answer my question, so I decided to stop thinking about the matter entirely. I would just ask Solange later, after all. As I reached this conclusion, I heard some clattering and odd exclamations from the first floor. The first years had likely been registered and taken to the reading room. Schwartz, Weiss, let us descend to the first floor, I said. You may guide the first years. I have something to discuss with Professor Solange. Understood, milady. We shall guide. And so when we headed down to the first floor, Schwartz and Weiss were somewhat limited with their language, as their explanation might not have been the clearest. But Charlotte's retainers were older students who could handle any questions that came up. Professor Solange, there is something I was hoping to discuss, I said. I went on to suggest that she keep the face stones I had received from Ferdinand with her, since I was once again forbidden from visiting the library until after I passed my classes. Please do not overexert yourself, dear, Solange said. Of course, I simply want to finish my classes as soon as possible so that I may properly establish the library committee. I very much enjoyed handling returns with Schwartz and Weiss last year. Your assistance then was of great help, Solange replied. We both smiled as we recalled the flood of panicked students, their arms filled with books. The return rate was so high, I would almost like for Lord Ferdinand to send more ordinances of encouragement this year as well. He will need something in return, I said. Perhaps this could be solved if we had a magic tool that could record his voice. The existence of magic tools that could record videos and magic tools like ordinances that carried voice messages had made me assume that a voice recorder would be commonplace. But apparently not. Solange blinked at me in confusion. A tool for recording voices, you say? Indeed. Are you unfamiliar with the idea? It would certainly be convenient to have one. I cannot see it being too useful outside of this one particular use, however, considering that making loud noises is improper here in the library, she explained. That reminded me, the magic tool that Ferdinand had provided to record the sword dance and dedication whirl hadn't captured any audio. I wonder whether I could ask Ferdinand or Professor Herscher to make one. That matter aside, though, will you be well, Lady Rosamine? Solange asked, her expression clouded. She cared more about the burden of supplying mana than any talk of magic tools that might not even exist. You will need much mana for your practical lessons. Is supplying Schwartz and Weiss with mana not a burden? There's nothing to worry about, I assured her. Lady Hannelore will now be working with me as a library committee member. Lady Hannelore, is that not the Archduke candidate from Dunkelfelder? Solange asked, once again looking confused. I recall that you fought with Dunkelfelder over Schwartz and Weiss. I explained that the feud between our duchies was entirely down to Lestalot acting on his own. Lady Hannelore is a sweet and kind girl who loves books and shoe mills, I concluded. Assuming there is no problem with her affinities, I even plan to share my position as Schwartz and Weiss's lady with her. Is that even possible? Oh my, in that case, I would like to have another tea party this... Oh yes, it is actually possible, because there was more than one arch-noble librarian that was giving Schwartz and Weiss mana before they died. In that case, I would like to have another tea party this year before the students begin to fill the library. There's much I wish to discuss. Please do invite Lady Hannelore if you can. In an instant, I could feel my world get a whole lot brighter. This was a tea party with Solange and Hannelore in the library we were talking about here. Just thinking about it made me want to skip and dance. A tea party of bookworms, then, I said. I shall contact Lady Hannelore without fail. Oh yes, Solange replied. I am looking forward to it. It was then that the library was bathed in light of all different colors, as though the sun were shining through a stained glass window. It was the alert that afternoon lessons were about to begin. I heard the first years farther inside the reading room let out noises of surprise. Then Schwartz and Weiss hurried over. Milady, the warning. We must go. Hurry. Ah, but I haven't asked about this Grams person yet. Even so, my slow walking speed meant that we had to leave as soon as possible. I would need to ask during the tea party instead, or whenever I could next visit the library. I'll come back soon, I said. Schwartz, Weiss, please continue your work. We exited the library with Schwartz and Weiss hurrying us along. The apprentice attendants and scholars headed to their specialty buildings, while the first year's apprentice nights now returned to the main building. Sister, our first years must now go to the auditorium, Charlotte said. May we meet again soon. The first years all went to the auditorium together for their written lessons, while we second years had practical lessons. Our classrooms were split according to status, so Feline excused herself and turned a corner. Let's get Lady Rosemine to the small hall, and then hurry along ourselves, Cornelia said to Lenore and Judith as they matched my slow but graceful walking speed. They would need to go to the course building to the north after seeing me off. I poured mana into my enhancement magic tools to increase my pace. I was not able to move without them, but I've been told to keep them on at all times for situations like this. I needed to go as quickly as possible while still preserving my elegance. You're going to be learning more stat transformation today, Riarda said. Pay attention, milady. You will need to know how to make these weapons and shields to protect yourselves. Ooh, I think this is what I'm thinking of. Because I remember that apparently things get nuts with what mind decides to create. Oh boy. I want to continue. Okay, I've only been doing this like 3 minutes. Okay. Stab transformation. I entered the small hall and saw that the usually pure white floor was covered with a large cloth. It was embroidered with a magic circle much like the one Ferdinand and the tax officials used for teleporting things. I examined it, wondering what it was going to be used for, when suddenly I made eye contact with Roffin. He was standing in front of the cloth with his hands on his waist and his feet planted firmly on the ground. Oh ho, Lady Rosemine, now I'm looking forward to class, he said with a grin wide enough to flash his pearly whites. I had no idea what he was so excited about, so I gave a polite smile in response and then began looking for Hannelore. I needed to invite her to the tea party for bookworms. I glanced around the hall excitedly and soon found Hannelore talking to Wilfried. It was usually best to avoid interrupting so that I wouldn't come across as rude, but that wouldn't be a problem in this case. Good day, Wilfried, Lady Hannelore. You're pretty late, Rosemine, Wilfried said. So it may seem, but I came here straight from the library, walking as fast as I could. Hannelore smiled. You were at the library, Lady Rosemine, she asked. Indeed, I supplied Schwartz and Weiss with mana while the first years were being registered. Schwartz and Weiss must be doing well, then. Now I wish to go to the library myself. As expected, Hannelore was invested in the library. My heart swelled with joy, and I moved right to talking about the tea party. I would bring it up today, then have my attendants send a formal invitation at a later date. I was speaking with Professor Solange about your wish to join the library committee, I said. Would you mind attending a tea party of bookworms, perhaps? A tea party of bookworms, she repeated. Yes, Professor Solange is the only librarian at the moment, and she cannot leave the library. She was hoping to hold a tea party while there were still few students visiting. How fares your schedule, Lady Hannelore? Let me think. Hannelore looked up toward the ceiling deep in thought. I am due to finish my written classes relatively soon, so a morning 10 or so days from now would seem feasible. In that case, I'll prepare for the tea party and invite the both of you. Of course, the tea party itself is going to be held in the library. I am looking forward to it, Hannelore said with a pleased smile. Now, a beat later, 4.5 bell rang, so we stopped our chattering and turned to face the teacher. Primavera was here too, but Roffin stood out due to the excitement shining in his eyes. All right, everyone's here, Roffin said in a loud voice after the final chime of the bell, his eyes sweeping over the gathered students. Today we're going to be morphing our staffs. Your goal for this year is to learn to make weapons and shields. Woo, boy, Professor Roffin now seems lively today. Protecting yourself and one's duchy requires power, the power to fight, and that doesn't just apply to knights. Roffin declared. He then went on to describe the role that Dunkelfelger had played in Jürgen Smith's history and extolled the importance of personal combat prowess. Members of an archducal family need to have the power to protect their own duchies, he continued, his fists passionately clenched. In the end, only the archduke can defend their foundation magic. Now, it's obvious that archknights serving in archducal families need to have their battle prowess honed to a fine edge. But students need to be able to protect their lords and ladies too. The same goes for scholars. Danger can strike at any moment, and you can hardly call yourself a retainer if you can't even buy time for the archduke to escape. Strength is more important than anything. The boys listened with sparkling eyes, while the girls seemed mostly disinterested. The contrast between the sexes was apparent in a glance. I did see some girls listening with enthusiasm, though. No doubt they were aiming to be apprentice knights. It's almost uncomfortable how intensely Professor Roffin feels about this, but he's not wrong. Everyone needs good offense and defense. Danger really can strike at any moment. A noble from another duchy could go on a rampage in your temple. Kidnappers could break into your duchy's castle. Of course, I was drawing from my own personal experiences, but the point remained. It was the duty of nobles with plentiful mana to protect themselves and others. It seemed the future apprentice scholars and attendants weren't quite getting it, though. They looked confused. Perhaps they hadn't experienced danger for themselves now that the Civil War was over. Primavera stepped in front of Roffin with a composed smile. She looked over the girls and said in a gentle voice, I imagine many of you believe that you need only leave fighting to the knights and men. Those of you who do are gravely mistaken. Women need the power to protect themselves more than anyone. We must not allow boorish men of ill intent to get near us. Yeah. You really don't want that. You really don't want people... Essentially, they're telling him you need to be able to protect yourself from people who might want to rape you. Several of the previously unenthused girls snapped their heads up, now with a more serious look in their eyes. Primavera gave one brisk nod upon seeing this, then returned to the stage to Roffin. Glad to see you're all so motivated now, Roffin said. All right, let's start with shields. Each kind of weapon had its own strength and weaknesses, and apprentice knights naturally took interest in different weapons than apprentice scholars and attendants. Shields, however, were equal. After explaining his intention to start with something that applied to us all, Roffin took out several shields from the magic circle with Primavera. They were long and rectangular with simple wind magic circles engraved into them. We made these out of metal to help you all form a consistent uniform shape, Roffin said. Envision the shield and chant Gatilt to transform your staff, like this. Roffin chanted Gatilt, and as expected, his staff morphed into a shield. The sight reminded me, during dinner last year, the apprentice knights from Dunkelfelger had used shields that were almost identical to the ones used by our own apprentice knights. I nodded to myself, realizing that this was because everyone learned to make them the same way in this class. Having the shields be a uniform size makes it easier to line them up side by side, which lets you block large-scale attacks together, Roffin continued. And since Gatilts are made from mana, they aren't heavy either. Even the frailest girl shouldn't have a problem holding one. I think it's talking about you, Rosemine. The shields were made with the expectation that knights would use them, but even so, they were comfortably light. As the frailest girl in all the room, I sure appreciated that. I moved to make one myself, at which point Roffin raised his shield high into the air to show the simple magic circle on it. Each shield should have this magic circle engraved on it, he said. This strengthens your defensive power by adding the protection of the goddess of wind. Get this circle right, and you'll have Shutsaria's shield. But then in that case, wouldn't I get better results by envisioning Shutsaria's divine instrument in the temple instead? Yeah, probably. Its magic circles were a lot more complexly woven than those on the simple shield, and it was dotted with face stones to boot. Wilma had drawn the shield for Carta and picture books, so when I made wind shields, I always envisioned the divine instrument. That said, I'm not too sure how I would turn Shutsaria's shield into a rectangle. Shutsaria's shield was, in my mind, circular, and when one wanted to protect oneself and others in a wide area, hemispherical shields were generally ideal. Making a standard rectangle shield was simple enough, but trying to overwrite what was already such a clear mental image for me was much more complicated. By trying to force things, I would probably end up making it harder for myself. to make proper wind shields from this point onward. I alone was frowning at my hands while Hannelore, Wolfried, and the others practiced Getild. Lady Rosemine, why are you wearing such a deep frown? Hannelore said. Is this lesson really that difficult? Wolfried added. They were both peering down at me as I continued to frown, having not even formed my staff yet. I'm struggling because Shutsaria's shield is round in my mind, I replied. We have to visualize it as a rectangle instead, but this is much too sudden of a request. Yes? Shutsaria's shield is circular. Have you seen it before, Lady Rosemine? Hannelore asked, looking at me quizzically. It seemed that the average noble didn't even know the shapes of divine instruments, since they would never visit their temples. The divine shields that decorate shrines are circular, I explained. I would simply feel much more familiar with that shape. Why not go ask Professor Roffin if you can use a circular shield instead, then, Wolfried suggested. At this rate, I will not be able to pass in one day. I suppose I cannot hurt to try, I mused. Roffin was looking over the students as I approached and made my request. May I use a circular shield instead? As one raised in the temple, I am much more familiar with the circular divine instrument than any other shield. I'm not a knight! I understand your problem, Lady Rosemine, but all apprentice knights need rectangular shields, he replied with a frown. You can't practice with everyone else otherwise. I struggled to understand. Perhaps it was important for apprentice knights to have uniform shields so that they could train alongside each other. But I was an Archduke candidate. I had no intention of fighting in any squadrons. Professor Roffin, I am an Archduke candidate, I said. I do not plan to fight in groups, so I am confident that a circular shield will serve me just fine. Roffin looked at me with folded arms and an even deeper frown, apparently as confused as me. You're Lord Ferdinand's disciple, and you're not going to take the knight course, he asked? Why not? Why not? Because I'm not interested, I replied plainly. Duh? She's not even built to be a knight anyway. Do you really think that this little girl is going to be able to be a knight? No! Roffin's jaw dropped so suddenly that I feared it might dislocate. He shook his head desperately and muttered, No, this can't be. Then, after a moment, his eyes widened in apparent realization. But what about dinner, he exclaimed. You can't participate in dinner without taking night courses. I do not understand why you are so surprised, Professor Roffin. I am not particularly interested in dinner to begin with. What? Hold on a second. Does he think I'm a dinner fan? The next thing I knew, Roffin was extolling the virtues of dinner. My eyes desperately flitted around the hall. I could guess that he wouldn't be willing to return to the topic of shields for quite some time. Someone, help! My pleading stare was met by none other than the Primavera. She placed a hand on her cheek, muttering, Oh dear, and then walked over with all the elegance of a calmly flowing stream. You mustn't speak of dinner so needlessly during class, Roffin. But Lady Rosemine said. Primavera raised a hand to interrupt him. Do show us your shield, dear, she said to me with a kind smile. She positively exuded strength and flexibility despite her soft demeanor. So I nodded and started pouring mana into my staff. I closed my eyes and visualized Shutsaria's shield. I didn't have anyone to protect, so I decided that something the size of a large pot lid should do. I chanted Getild, and a shield of Shutsaria, just like the ones I had made through prayer many times before, appeared in my hand. It was yellow to match her divine color, and purely translucent, and on its surface was a magic circle that looked on the nutshell like a complex decorative pattern. It was just as I had envisioned it. It's a divine instrument, Roffin said, surprised, staring closely at my shield. A buzz ran through the surrounding students as well. There was unfortunately no helping it, considering that I was the only person with a circular shield while everyone else focused on making rectangular ones. This is all for the sake of passing. I need to pass today. I had the professors with my shield in hand, wanting to know whether I could pass or fail. Primavera looked at the shield and then nodded with a smile. Let's see whether it functions, she said. Right. Ready your shield, Roffin declared, his expression betraying his determination. He pulled a face stone out from a little pouch at his side and pinched it between his thumb and index finger to show its size, about half as large as his thumb. Then he wound up his arm and threw the face stone at my shield. Eep! I knew that my shield would protect me, but the sight of what was essentially a rock closing in on me with such tremendous speed was terrifying nonetheless. I instinctively started pouring mana into my shield. The moment the face stone made contact, it shot back in the direction it had come from with this resounding bang. A gust of wind from my shield pushed Roffin away. At the same time, one of the bracelets on the wrist I was using to hold the shield started to glow. One of the protective charms on me had activated. It seemed to have registered the thrown face stone as a hostile attack on my person. Professor Roffin, defend yourself, I shouted. A counterattack is coming. Getold. Raffen must have been used to battle, as his expression changed the instant he saw my bracelet begin to glow. He leaped up and formed a shield at the same time I shot him my warning. A breath later, a attack magic shot out of my bracelet and threw straight at him. His quick reaction meant he was able to block it, which made me sigh in relief. What was that, Lady Rosemine? He asked. A charm that Ferdinand gave me for protection in case something happened. You're lucky that since you only threw a face stone and nothing else, the charm's counterattack was at minimum power. That was minimum power? Raffen yelped. He was looking at me in wide-eyed shock, but the charm had activated was the weakest of all the brutal and terrifying ones that Ferdinand was affording me. The attack wouldn't have proven fatal. It would have hurt to high heaven, but Raffen would have survived. Incidentally, Ferdinand had mentioned the most brutal of all the charms likewise wouldn't kill the attacker. I could still remember the twisted grin he had worn when telling me, "Oh, Ferdinand, why are you getting excited about that?" My reason for having these charms is a secret, I said. Now that aside, do I pass? You did manage to create a divine instrument. Very well, your shield passes, Lady Rosemine, Primavera said with a smile. Having completed my task, I challenged Rucken to return my staff to its original form, and decided to return to Wilfried and Hannelore. The moment I turned around, however, everyone stepped aside, opening a path for me. Oh no! The fear that tinged their expression was no doubt directed at Ferdinand's charms. Still, they had gone through the trouble of allowing me past, so I walked through them and over to Wilfried. I passed. It seems that while apprentice knights must have uniform shields, and archduke candidates such as I may use a circular design, I said to him informatively. Rosemine, is that really all you have to say about what just happened? Wilfried asked, cradling his head in his hands. I racked my brain for what else he might want me to explain. Let's see. Oh, right, the divine instrument shield uses more complex magic circles, which apparently boosts its defense. Since you will not be taking the night course either, Wilfried, you might want to make one as well. That's not what I meant. You sure have some deadly charms, huh? Couldn't you at least take them off during practical lessons? You're clearly putting everyone in danger, Wilfried clarified, his brow furrowed as he shook his head at me. He was right that these charms were dangerous, but they would only activate when I was attacked. More importantly, Ferdinand had deemed it necessary for me to wear them. I couldn't just remove them without consulting him. It's not my intention to bring danger to others, I said. I will allow you to remove them, but only if you can acquire permission from Ferdinand. Will you consult him? Wilfried immediately shook his head in response, wearing the fake smile of a noble all the while. That's enough focusing on shields, Raffen announced. If you want to practice more, do it on your own time. Hannelore exhaled. She could make a shield on the spot, but adding the magic circle was proving too much for her. Wilfried, meanwhile, was agonizing over whether he should go with the standard rectangular shield that everyone else was using, or the more powerful divine shield. It seemed that he was feeling quite pressured, since he needed to decide and start locking the image in his mind. He was having such a hard time precisely because he knew a shield so clearly from Carta and the Bible. I spent the whole lesson thinking about this, Wilfried groaned. You're not being denied your paradise until you finish your classes, Wilfried. So I would suggest you take your time and relax. That is how you came up with your crest and blazoned staff last year, correct? I asked. He had spent a lot of time agonizing over that too. With enough time, perhaps he would think of an impressive-looking shield as well. As we continued our conversation, Raffen and Primavera began taking weapon after weapon out of the teleportation circle. They lined up a sword, a spear, a scythe, an axe. I noted they were all melee weapons. No bows, I see. Strange, since Ferdinand used one, I muttered to myself. Bows are more complicated, I am told, since it requires so much practice to shoot them accurately. That's why they are not taught here in this basic class, Hannelore explained, evidently having overheard me. Archery is the first taught in the night course. Your knowledge is impressive, Lady Hannelore, I replied. Dunkelfogger has a greater proportion of knights than our duchies, so the apprentice knights always end up at the center of a conversation in our dorm. Hannelore said shyly, lowering her eyes. It seemed that the mood there was similar to a boy's locker room back on Earth. I hope the quiet, book-loving Hannelore didn't stick out too much. Next up are weapons, Raffen said. I'm sure that though some of the would-be scholars and attendants among us have never seen these up close before. Pick the one you like the most and form your staff into it. Apprentice knights will need to learn to wield a sword and one other weapon, understood? With that, everyone moved over to the weapons. Wilfried seemed to be walking in a particular hurry. He was probably fairly interested in them too. Chant Schwert for a sword, Lawns for a spear, Reichel for a scythe, Axe for an axe, and... As Raffen listed the chants for the various weapons, I thought about which I would prefer. In terms of actually creating the weapon, spears would most likely be the simplest. I could immediately visualize Leidenschaft's spear thanks to having seen it on a daily basis and even holding it in my hands before. The problem is whether I could actually use it. Lady Rosamond, will you not be looking at the weapons? Handler asked. I do not need to, I replied. I can already create one. You can? Is it perhaps another divine instrument? Her right eye sparkled as she leaned forward, gazing at me intently. She looked so hopeful, and I would never let a friend of mine down. Lady Handler, would you like to see Leidenschaft's spear? May I? I took out my staff and closed my eyes, visualizing Leidenschaft's spear. It was the same weapon I had used to slay the snake-storm, and it was so thoroughly engraved in my memory that I could even remember the number and size of the face stones embedded into it. Beneath thick ashen clouds prowled the snowstorm, the source of the pure white blizzard, buffeting the flurry of yellow capes fighting to end the winter. Above it all, I was gripping Leidenschaft's spear, pouring in my mana until it reached its limit and started to glow blue. The magic circles were clear in my mind. Lines. A spear just as I envisioned appeared in my hands. Perhaps because I had been visualizing the snowstorm battle, it was pulsating with blue light as though it were filled with mana, which made it look especially threatening. Is that Leidenschaft's spear? Handler whispered, awestruck. It looks so beautiful. Raffen grimaced at the glowing spear and ran over. Rosamund, what is that? He demanded, clearly on guard. Leidenschaft's spear. I was raised in the temple, so it's the weapon I'm most familiar with, I replied. It was a pre-prepared answer intended to explain my familiarity with the divine instruments. Do I need to test this as well, Professor Raffen? With that much mana in it, who knows what might happen, Raffen muttered. I'll give you a passing grade, just unmorph it, please. He went on to groan that he could have seen its destructive power within his own eyes had we only been in the night building, but that wasn't too bad. I chanted Ruckin and returned my staff to its usual form. Lady Rosamond, I thank you ever so much for showing me such a wondrous sight, Handler said. Leidenschaft's spear was a little too cumbersome for me to want as my primary weapon, but I have received a passing grade and my friend was happy. Everything worked out in the end. Do you not need to see the weapons either, Lady Handler? I asked. I am already familiar with them. The problem is deciding on which one to settle on, she replied. I am not proficient in any one weapon in particular, so I am struggling to envision what would serve me best in a defensive capacity. I suppose I am not particularly skilled with spears. Perhaps I will still need to think of something better to protect myself with. I started pondering the matter with Handler. Spears were out of the question for someone of my build, and swinging a sword around seemed impossible. I wanted something lighter and simpler. In terms of ranged weapons, I could probably manage better with a crossbow, even if they are on the weaker side. I could even copy Ferdinand and have my arrows split apart into a rain of death to cover up my bad aim a little. It seemed beyond obvious that I was less of a melee fighter and should specialize in long-range combat. That way I could attack both offensively and defensively. It was cowardly, sure, but it was exactly what I wanted. I cared more about my safety than my honor. The best weapon for me is one that's easy to use, and that I can use while riding Leslie. Unfortunately enough, during my Arano days, I hadn't really been one to use weapons. Maybe a butcher knife or a sculpting knife could double as a weapon, but I don't want to use either of them. They probably wouldn't be very useful during a Phoebus attack either. Not that I really know, though. I'm such a pacifist that I never considered using them for violence. Oh, but I have been on the receiving end of attack before. I recall the time Shu had taken a toy gun and shot at me when we were kids. The tip would flash with light and make a noise to simulate gunshots. We had demanded that we play dead, so I'd roll around on the ground and read. Once summer came, he often shot me in the back while I was focused on my books. Water gun? I whispered to myself. All of a sudden, oh no. The stab in my hand was replaced with a translucent, cheap-looking water gun perfect for kids. Wow, it looks like pathetically weak. Oh no! Here we go, guys. How did she do that? She didn't even chant a spell. Is the Japanese word for water gun going to be a spell? Dear Lord. Okay, do I want to continue? Yes, I do. Strengthening the weapon. I couldn't imagine the gun in my hand serving as a very competent weapon. A spurt of water was hardly dangerous enough to be effective. Lady Rosamond, whatever might you be holding, Handler asked, is a weapon? Before I could even respond, Raffen raced over and stared down at the water gun in my hand. Is this a new weapon you've invented? He exclaimed. It's such an immediate response that I started to suspect he had been listening in on our conversation. No, I shot back. It's nothing that's significant. In fact, it's merely a children's toy. No. Looks to me like this is some grand new creation that's going to change warfare as we know it. Could you demonstrate it for me? No! Don't do it! Don't do it! Raffin asked. His booming voice had caught the attention of all those in earshot, and their prying eyes seemed to ask what crazy thing I was about to do next. I wish they would just turn back around. They're staring at me like I'm waist-deep in dangerous weapons, and then there's the whole ordeal with my deadly charms. It's not fair. I'm not violent. This is just a toy. The whispers I was hearing were surely not positive ones. I had already received a passing grade for morphing my staff, so I wanted nothing more than to run away and take refuge in the library. Come on, Lady Rosemine, strike your enemies, Raffin declared. He pointed at some dummies wrapped in cloth, which he had apparently set up at some point. They must have been made for testing out the specs of transformed weapons. I could see a boy who was presumably an apprentice knight swinging a sword at one. He wants me to stand next to that cool, powerful-looking boy and squirt a target with a water gun? I'm gonna have so lame. Either it's gonna be powerful or it's gonna be weak, and they're gonna make her get it stronger. I tried to shake the embarrassing thought from my mind and looked up at Raffin. As I said, this is a mere toy. It's not usable as a weapon. So you want to hide your new weapon, huh? I'd expect nothing less from Ferdinand's disciple. I am not attempting to hide anything. There is simply nothing for me to show. I want to see it, Raffin said, his fist clenched in determination. The sparkle in his eyes made it unfortunately clear just how excited he was about my water gun. Well, I mean, when you shoot it, it's not going to shoot water. I imagine it would shoot your mana out. I imagine. That would make sense. At this point, I had no choice but to show it, to prove to him how ill-suited of a weapon it really was. I'll turn that look of hope into one of despair. The other students crowded around to watch as I stopped in front of the cloth-wrapped dummy. A heavy silence had fallen over the hall, so absolute that I could hear those swallowing nervously. All eyes were on me, and their stares burned. Observe, I said, pointing a gun at the dummy. My form was perfect, and with that I pulled a tiny trigger. Spurt! A spout of water shot from my gun, traveled a short distance to the air, and then struck the floor perhaps a few inches short of the dummy. The splash glimmered for a brief moment before disappearing entirely. Told you. It seems that the gun used my mana rather than actual water, and since the mana had disappeared on its own, there was nothing for me to clean up. How wonderful. I was personally quite impressed with the display, but everyone else looked somewhat baffled. Raffin shook his head as though he couldn't or simply didn't want to understand. Lady Rosemine, what in the world? He asked carefully. That didn't look like much of a weapon to me. I did tell you, this is only a children's toy. Can I ask what it actually used for? Surprising people, I suppose? I see. Well, you succeeded there, Raffin said, slumping his shoulders with a look of indescribable disappointment. As I chanted Ruckin to revert my stab, I hoped his despair was severe enough for him to stop inviting me to dinner games. Once my water gun was gone, the other students lost interest and returned to their own practice. I let out a sigh of relief, freed from the peanut gallery at last, and returned to Handler. She looked sick with worry. My sincerest apologies, Lady Rosemine, she said nervously. It was because of my own misunderstanding that Professor Raffin made such a scene. You said from the beginning that it was only a toy, but he refused to relent. Wilfrid shook his head. It's not your fault, Lady Handler, he noted, trying to console her. Please do not let it bother you, I added. Professor Raffin jumped to his own conclusions. The blame does not rest on you. But Professor Raffin overheard your comment and nothing more. It was just a bit of unfortunate timing. Oh, the unfortunate timing thing again. I suppose, Handler said with a nod. A weak smile formed on her face as I consoled her, but for some reason she seemed even more depressed than before. 6 bell rang before long, and our staff morphing class came to an end. After dinner, Wilfrid and I called over our retainers so that we could give our reports on the events of the day's practical lessons. We told them how I had surprised everyone by making shoot Saria's shield and Leidenschaft's spear, how one of Ferdinand's defensive charms had shot back at Raffin during class, and how I had made a water gun. You made Shutsaria's shield and Leidenschaft's spear? A defensive attack during a test. We are lucky Professor Raffin was the proctor. This could have become quite the incident had Professor Fraulein been the target. Oh, yeah, definitely. She would have milked that for all that it was worth. Everyone began commenting on the matter with wide eyes, but even then one thing was clear. Nobody was more surprised about Ferdinand's charm activating than me. Maybe I was a bit late in counting my blessings, but given how Fraulein viewed me as an enemy, I certainly was glad that it hadn't been her. Show some sympathy for us, Wilfrid groaned. Your retainers are 90 to mention all this in our reports back to Ehrenfest. Think about how we feel. Well, it's not her fault! I shot him a stern look, and then recalled how much our guardians had agonized over Wilfrid writing such unclear and incomplete reports. No doubt he and his apprentice scholars had gotten much better at composing reports since then. Shall I write them in your place, then, I suggested? So that you can leave out anything that reflects badly on you? Not at all, I gasped, fixing him with an offended glare. I would write only the truth, in brief and concise language. Cornelius gave a heavy sigh. And your brief, concise reports containing only the truth would probably be nothing more than... I practiced my practical lessons again. From the bottom of my heart, I am grateful that you and Lord Wolfried are in the same grade, Lady Rosemine. Your reports are much too lacking. Talk about rude. Our lesson had been about transforming one staff into a shield and then a weapon, and I had managed both successfully. Where else was there to report? I was a child raised in the temple, so my guardians would surely understand that I could only make Shutsari a shield, and the water gun was simply a toy that had ended up disappointing Roffin. Ferdinand would probably want to know how his charms had reacted to the face stone for research purposes, but that was about it. If you are dissatisfied with my methods, then you may write the report as you wish, I said. I have done nothing that I would not want them to hear. You've got it all mixed up, Rosemine. They asked you not to do anything that would demand reports like this in the first place, Wolfried said. It must have been a fair point, as Riarda gave a firm non-agreement. In contrast to everyone else, Hartmut seemed fascinated. He leaned forward with an unmistakable sparkle in his eyes. Splendid, Lady Rosemine. I believe that Shutsaria's shield and Leidenschaft's spear are perfect for the Saint of Irfest. As loath as I am to rave under parade, Hartmut, spears are unwieldy and not my weapon of choice. I do not have the strength to aim and throw them at my target, I said. It was only because Ferdinand had been there to help me that I had managed to strike the snake-sturm. If someone had told me to do that on my own, I could say with complete confidence that I would fail. This is what enhancements are for, Lady Rosemine. Hartmut, I am learning enhancement magic so that I can return some semblance of normalcy to my everyday life, not so I can throw massive spears. I could move around without my enhancement magic tools now, but only at a lumber. I still required them to have any chance of walking at the same speed as everyone else. I was already at a disadvantage due to my small stature, which meant I needed the help of others to achieve a lot of what I wanted to do. But you will need a weapon to use when the time comes, Hartmut said. If a spear is too unwieldy, then you must think of an effective alternative. What shall you do? I do understand my need for a weapon, I replied. If possible, I would prefer something that can be used from a distance while riding my high beast, perhaps something I could hold in one hand and use through the window. The apprentice knights exchanged conflicting glances. With one hand, Lady Rosemine, can you even hold a dagger with two? Are the charms you received from Lord Ferdinand not meant to be your weapons, Lady Rosemine? They weren't wrong. Ferdinand had determined that I needed those charms precisely because he couldn't count on my fighting capabilities. I'm done thinking about this, Wolfried interjected. She passed her classes, and Uncle's charms will serve her well enough. End of discussion. I'll write the report. And with that, our meeting came to an end. I returned to my room and rolled around in my bed, pondering the weapons that Wolfried had just told me not to bother thinking about. Ferdinand's charms were powerful, but I didn't want to be entirely reliant on them. It was easy to imagine scenarios where I was surrounded by threats and ended up running out of them. Leidenschaft's spear might not have been a good match for me, but I still needed a weapon, preferably one that wasn't a children's toy. If only I had a real gun instead of a toy water gun, I muttered deep in thought, and then a realization struck me. Wait a minute. All I did was say water gun, right? I didn't actually chant a spell. I seem to recall that chanting a spell was necessary to make other weapons. It was possible to recreate the shape with that one, but the spell was necessary to make the staff actually function as a sword or a spear. I took out my staff, confused, and whispered, water gun again. This time nothing happened. Why? Oh, because I wasn't visualizing it. I shut my eyes, visualized the water gun, and then said the words again. This time my staff transformed. Further experimentation was clearly needed. I reverted my staff to its usual form, pictured a sword, and then said sword in Japanese. That didn't work. My staff morphed when I visualized divine instruments and chanted the spell, but not when I spoke in Japanese. I couldn't figure out the pattern. Nothing in the vein of printer, photocopier, or scissors seemed to work either. The only thing that I could make by speaking in Japanese was a cheap-looking toy water gun. Perhaps there were other items that could work, but I had no way to figure out what they were. I took the translucent water gun and fired it a few times from where I was lying on the bed. The water inside disappeared almost immediately upon hitting something, and even when I shut my covers, they didn't become the slightest bit wet. Most curious of all, however, was that the amount of water inside never seemed to decrease. I could use it as much as I wanted until my mana ran out. I wonder whether I can power up the water gun somehow. I could grip the water gun comfortably in one hand, meaning I could steer my panda bus with the other, and using it was as easy as squeezing the trigger. No reloading was necessary either, since it automatically used my mana as ammunition. That's what I thought. I just needed to improve its range and power. Then it was likely to be the perfect weapon for me. When it comes to using water as a weapon, I suppose there are water jet cutters, but just how much pressure would it take to kill a person using one of those? I can't really imagine it. Maybe I could try using a fire hose or something to blast out a ton of water? Nah, I could just use washing in that case. No need to modify a water gun. I played with the weight of the water gun in my hand as I made, and then shot down my own suggestions. The mana inside, which looked entirely like water, sloshed around. Seeing as this is mana and not water, perhaps I could make it come out as the arrows that Ferdinand uses, like when he was fighting the Trombe. I could just shoot, and I pulled the trigger, thinking about how cool it would be if an arrow shot out, and then one actually did. That one arrow soon became several, presumably because I had been thinking about the time Ferdinand hunted the Trombe, and then tore through the canopy above my bed. The arrows disappeared once they reached the ceiling, but the damage was already done. Well, that happened. I was blinking in surprise at the torn canopy when Rayarda rushed over and threw aside my bed curtains. "Milady, what happened?" she cried. What do I do? Rayarda saw the water gun in my hand and the holes above my bed and immediately pieced together the situation. Her eyebrows shot up in anger, and she regarded me with a gaze so sharp it was like a razor. Moments later, lightning struck. "Milady, what are you thinking using your staff in bed? Put away that dangerous weapon and go straight to sleep." "Sorry, I'll go to sleep right away," I squeaked. I chanted Ruckin to put rid of my water gun and then immediately retreated underneath my covers. I'm so sorry. I don't think it would actually shoot out arrows." "Well, you didn't think that it would, but I mean, hello." We made our way to the dining hall for breakfast the next morning. Once all my retainers were gathered, Rayarda let out a sigh. "Last night, my lady experimented with her staff in bed and shot her canopy to pieces with a so-called water gun," she said. "Hartmut, add that to your reports in the castle." Lady Rosamund, it's dangerous to handle weapons in bed," Feline added, blinking at me incredulously. I averted my eyes. The events of yesterday's practical lesson was one thing, but I was absolutely going to be lectured for this. "Didn't you say the water gun was a toy and not a weapon just yesterday?" "It was!" Cornelius asked, making no attempt to hide his exasperation. "It truly was. It's supposed to be a toy," I replied. "But since it contained my mana rather than water, I wondered whether I could make it shoot arrows, and whether those arrows could then split apart. I gave it a try, and, well, my canopy ended up a sacrifice for scientific progress." "Lady Rosamund, may I see this water gun?" Hartmut asked, leaning closer. Me too, Judith added, her violet eyes sparkling with excitement. "You can fire arrows with a single hand, right? Do you think I could use one too?" "You could try." Despite their exhaustion, my other retainers seemed equally curious about my water gun. "Shall we go to the gathering spot before morning class?" Lenore suggested. "It would be too dangerous to use this new weapon in the dormitory, and although we could use it somewhere else outside, I worry that the snow might be bad for Lady Rosamund's health." Probably a good idea. Everyone agreed with her assessment, as it was decided that I would debut my water gun at the gathering spot. We headed there immediately after breakfast. The others in the common room asked where we were going as they studied, but Hartmut deftly evaded their questions. We flew through the air on our high beasts until we eventually reached the pillar of yellow light. It was still strange to see one spot without any snow, but either way, due to all the fey beasts that converged at the gathering spot, the knights would end up very busy once we were inside. "Once we get inside, I will use an attack whether there is a fey beast or not. Knights, stay by my side. Do not get in front of me under any circumstances," I said. "Right, here I go. Water gun." I focused my mind and morphed my staff into a water gun. Then with my left hand still on the wheel of my panda bus, I extended my right as far as I could out the window and aimed toward the gathering spot. Eep! My vision twisted for a moment as though I were passing by through a magic barrier, and an instant later, I saw several fey beasts in front of me. I eyed one and while visualizing Ferdinand slaying the Trombe, pulled the trigger of my water gun. Liquid mana shot out and turned into a glowing arrow, which split apart and started downward. It wasn't long before several of the arrows pierced one of the fey beasts. Nice! "Yes!" I cried. "Ooh!" echoed Hartmut. The fey beast wavered for a moment at the sudden attack, and then bared its teeth at us. Although my rain of arrows had struck their mark, none had managed a killing blow. Defeating a fey beast as one move is definitely not so easy. "Go!" Cornelius shouted as he sped up on his high beast and then plunged toward the fey beast. His sword was already in his hand, and he slew the fey beast in the blink of an eye. "We have seen the strength of Lady Rosamund's weapon," Lenore called. "Let us depart at once." And so we turned straight around to return to the dorm. We only had 3 apprentice knights with us, which wouldn't have been enough to deal with all the fey beasts if we attracted too many. "I couldn't kill the fey beasts even with my new weapon," I mumbled, unable to contain my sadness. I wanted to impress everyone by slaying several with a single blow, but reality was not so kind. "You just need to work on that." "No, but you did more than enough," Cornelius said, trying to console me. "I was surprised by how much damage you did to that fey beast. There's no doubt in my mind that your attack would have killed a weaker one." Apparently the fey beasts we had encountered were on the stronger side. "That was an amazing weapon, but not one I think I could use," Judith said, eyeing my water gun with regret. "I don't have enough mana to shoot out that many arrows at once." My water gun was small, light, and easy to grip in one hand, but its attack power was fiercely dependent on one's mana quantity. Truly, it was a weapon made for me. although it kind of stopped being a water gun the moment it fired out arrows. Even so, it was unexpectedly strong and convenient to use, so I decided to take it as my weapon of choice. I could slowly improve it over time. Oh, with Ferdinand's help, definitely. In which case, it doesn't even need to be a water gun anymore. I want to make it cooler, a more realistic black, maybe. Like the ones you get in hard-boiled fiction. We returned to the dorm, and while everyone else was busy with their studies, I alone struggled to change the appearance of my water gun. I didn't want one that was cheap-looking and translucent. Another failure. Unfortunately, I had never even touched a toy version of a black gun, so I wasn't properly visualizing one. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't get a clear image in my mind, and my staff didn't take the shape I wanted. The most I seemed to manage was giving my current water gun a black tinge, but it was still translucent, which was very uncool. No, at this rate I won't even be as hard-boiled as an egg. I'm just a soft, squishy, soft-boiled one. Now, milady, enough with that frown. Let's get to the auditorium, Riarda said, hurrying me along. Today is the day you've been waiting for, but everyone passes at once. Focus on the written lessons, not your staff. I returned my staff to its usual form, albeit regretfully. Getting everyone to pass came first. I could focus on improving my water gun once that was over and done with. One day, I'll have a super cool gun, then everyone will think I'm hard-boiled. Okay. Let us finish this, and I will see you all on the next one. Okay, let's do part 3. This time, I'm going to be able to premiere it this time. I hope. And if anybody is watching this far into the book series and has not subscribed, I'd recommend doing so, because then you get notified whenever I upload these. And you don't have to wait. Anyway, everyone passing on the first day. Today was the last day of our written lessons. I was going to make sure of that. From there, I would spend my morning free time studying for next year's classes, improving my water gun, and becoming the coolest, strongest version of myself possible. Oh boy, what are they going to say? What are you going to hear back from Ferdinand and the others about those reports that everybody's making about you? Surely they're either going to show up in person or they're going to call you back to Ehrenfest early like it did last year and, well, question you. Oh dear, Ferdinand's probably not going to want to wait. He's probably going to show up, wanting to hear about this little weapon of yours. He definitely will. I can see that happening. Brother, sister, I pray for your success. Not that you will need my prayers. You have already inspired the others in your grade to pass in their first days once before, Charlotte said with a sigh, her hand resting wistfully on her cheek. Yesterday afternoon, 3 lay nobles in Charlotte's class had failed their history and geography exams, which meant the first years had already missed their chance for everyone to pass on the first day. Oh. That sucks. Charlotte had assembled the first years for a strategy meeting after dinner while I was busy reporting on how the second year practical lessons had gone. I was not able to ensure the lay noble's success, even with preemptive education and the textbooks. I simply cannot understand how you were able to manage it with no preparation at all. Charlotte muttered, her bewilderment clear on her face. She had managed the winter playroom for years now, so she had expected guiding the first years to be relatively simple. But 10 days of cramming had ultimately not been enough. I wouldn't worry so much, Charlotte. No normal person can copy what this monster does, Wilfried said with the utmost seriousness. He's not wrong. Rosemont picked out everyone who wasn't yet good enough to pass, figured out their weakness, and then came up with a training regimen that ruthlessly whipped them into shape. It was time-consuming enough that she had to cut her sleeping time short, but not even that seemed to faze her. She also stuck with the lay nobles to force them to study, putting enormous pressure on them while she did her own studying. I felt so bad for the lay nobles, but there was nothing I could do to save them. I pursed my lips. He was making it sound as though I were as brutal of a teacher as Ferdinand, although I can't deny that I've taken a little inspiration from him. A little? I'd say a bit of a lot. Except you're not mean. You're nice. If you'll recall, dear brother, the blame lies with you, I interjected. If you had not forbidden me from entering the library until all the first years passed their written lessons, I would not have been so forceful with the education. Yeah, you got you there. You're exactly right. I was a fool. I was ignorant. And thanks to that disaster, I learned that any book-related restrictions I give you cannot involve other people. Charlotte, learn from my mistake. Be careful when trying to control Rosemont. She expects from others as much as she expects from herself. She'll want you to work as hard as you physically can, no matter what you usually do. Charlotte gave a solemn nod at this warning. I must agree, it is unbearably painful to be expected to perform at the same level as Rosemont, she muttered a little too sincerely. I know you must be disappointed that you cannot guide all the first years to pass right away, but I think this outcome is for the best, Wilfried said. It's better for them to study at their own pace than be beaten down by an Archduke candidate day after day to the point that they're studying even during meals and are too stressed to taste the food. He spoke with the gravity of someone who had endured war, and I could see many of the first years looking at the second year lay nobles sympathetically. One phrase was written clearly on their faces. I'm glad that wasn't me. Oh, the first year's got it easy this time. You are quite right, dear brother, Charlotte said. Last night we collectively decided to take our time and try instead for the highest grades possible. We have less to learn than the other students, so we can still succeed in this regard. Having everyone pass right away is going to be our goal for next year. We should have no issue when we have a full year to prepare. Isn't that right? That's right. The first years gave enthusiastic nods. I could see the bonds of trust that had formed between them. Charlotte had overseen the winter playroom for the 3 years following her baptism, and now she was completely leading the first years. Nice. She had encouraged them when they failed to all pass in one go, and given them a new goal to work toward. You first years may have an advantage in that you have less to learn, but the senior students are well prepared, I said. They may have even more honor students than last year, so be wary of complacency. Goodness, sister, please do not pressure them so, Charlotte said, shooting me a light glare as we advanced to the central building. We second years headed to the auditorium while the first years prepared to go to their respective classrooms. You are going to be doing high beast creation today, correct? I asked. Do your best, everyone. Indeed, I intend to make a drivable high beast just like yours, sister. I am very familiar with yours by now, so I may have an advantage, Charlotte replied with a smile, waving as we went our separate ways. Good luck with that, because you have Fraularm. She probably won't take too kindly to that. The other first years followed after her while we made our way to our final written lessons in the auditorium. May we second years succeed in passing all at once, I declared. We've been studying for an entire year. We're going to pass for sure, Wilfried said, looking over our classmates with a confident grin. The question is how high we can make our grades. That's a good question. Last year, after passing our classes, we had immediately started transcribing second year study guides and making new textbooks. We had shared the fruits of our labor with everyone, making a master copy for everyone to transcribe their own copies from, and overall spent a whole year studying. Assurance was written on everyone's faces. I'm feeling confident this year, Feline said. She and Roderick were puffing out their chests with pride. Although they had struggled with history and geography last year, they were now on top. Everything was going to be fine, I was certain. We took the seats labeled 10 and then readied our magic pens. Today would determine whether Ehrenfest second years could pass all their classes on the first day for the second year in a row. I could feel the eyes of the surrounding students on us. Hey, Wilfried, Ortwin was on his way to the seats labeled 3 when he spotted us and came over. If you all pass today, that'll make this your second year in a row. I can hardly believe it. Even we've had a few lay nobles fail. Wilfried gave a sympathetic smile to the gathering Drawonkel students. We are hardly comparable. We only need 8 people to pass compared to your 30-ish. We have it a lot easier. That's true, but it's still a fact that Ehrenfest grades have shot up lately. I'm actually looking forward to all of you passing today. Mark my words, though, we're going to be the ones getting the highest grades, Ortwin said with a breezy smile before heading to his seat. Wilfried grinned at the encouragement while taking out his textbook to look over. His dark green eyes burned with the fire of someone in a competition with their rival. We can't let Drawonkel win, eh? I said. Right, but I'm less concerned about us winning as a duchy than making sure our own grades are better than Ortwin's. Ah, friendships like this are so nice. Feeling a little jealous of the relationships Wilfried had forged over the past year, I completed my final bits of cramming. Today's subjects were poetry and literature and sociology, the latter of which covered ethics and economics. All were focused only on the fundamentals, so they weren't too hard. Oh, dear. The bell chimed and the professors came in. The test would normally have begun right away, but today there was an announcement. Tomorrow, on Fruit Day, the first years were going to be gathering their divine wills. They were going to have the written lessons in the morning as a result, which meant we second years would need to have ours in the afternoon instead. Our literature test was distributed shortly after. All passing marks for Drawonkel and Ehrenfest came the call. Wilfried looked at our classmate, nodded, and then began studying sociology with them at once. The professor in charge of sociology had changed following the Civil War, which meant the content covered in our sociology lessons had changed as well. Our classes were now so different from the ones covered in Ferdinand's study guides that we needed to go through the trouble of consolidating the old and new material into one book. It was a shame because, although the older syllabus was harder, it seemed more useful for the future. The exam will now begin, Fraularm said, standing at the front as our sociology professor. Oh, great. No! Once all the tests had passed out, she smiled and then began reading aloud the first problem. Huh? One of the students muttered, What the... We didn't learn any of this, another said. The questions had aroused a commotion from Jawanko and several nearby archnobles, that is, those who had been properly studied. As the noise grew louder still, Frau shot the students a harsh look. "Be silent," she shrieked. "I will only read the problem aloud 3 times. Save your questions for when I have finished. You are bothering the other students." Her high-pitched voice echoed through the auditorium, magnified by a magic tool. "Oh, I get it! I get what happened! Remember when she had to go get the study guides from her old professor? That's when she had to go meet with Professor Solange, and Solange had to go get the stuff? This is it! This is why! Because she wanted to make things harder for hopefully Ehrenfest and I don't know who else. What the heck does this lady have with Ehrenfest? What's wrong with her? Anyway, but yeah. If that's the old stuff, then that means that's Ferdinand's syllabus right there, essentially. Or his material, I mean. Magnified magic tool. It was so piercing that I wanted to cover my ears when she spoke. Fraulein began reading the problem for a second time, ignoring the lingering murmurs. Soon enough, silence fell. Everyone grabbed their pens and immediately began scribbling away, aware of the consequences for not doing so. Once the problem had been read 3 times, there came a cry from Jawanko. Professor Fraulein, as everyone else remained seated and worked on their answers, Ortwin alone abruptly stood up. "Yes, Jawanko?" Fraulein asked. "This test cannot be right. None of this was part of our syllabus last year." He was correct. The problem that Fraulein had just read aloud was based on an old syllabus from Ferdinand's generation. "Ha ha! Knew it!" The syllabus had changed once already when Fraulein officially became the sociology professor, which wasn't unusual in itself, but never before had it changed again during the tenure of the same professor. Fraulein listened for a moment as the other students voiced their disagreement, then her lips curled into a callous grin. "The syllabus differs from last year," she said. "Why, of course it does. This is what we shall be studying this year. It's not always the case that the syllabus remains the same. This problem was learned by students of the past. I simply adopted it into my lessons because I decided it would be best to learn from the wisdom of our forebears." If one took her at face value, it would seem as though she were a passionate teacher indeed. After all, she had studied past lessons and adopted into her own classes what she had determined was best for her students to learn. I would have been moved if she had done this a few years after her assignment and not for that grin. And if not for that grin, I would have thought she was working her hardest for our sake. Fraulein's snickering and the smug look she had given after announcing the change was directed not at Orwin, who has to ask the question, but at Ehrenfest. It was impossible not to realize that she had done this specifically to stop us from passing on the first day. "If you have no more questions, Jawanko, you may be seated." After a brief moment of stunned silence, Orwin, conceded with a quiet understood. Oh, they're in trouble. But I think Ehrenfest might still pass, because, they had Ferdinand's study guides, and then when they realized that the study guides had changed and everything, then they moved over to the new stuff, but they should still have the information, I hope. He had likewise deduced what was going on, and as he sat down again, he glanced back at us with worry. I could see others giving us sympathetic looks as well, but as Jawanko, a greater duchy, had achieved nothing through protest, nobody else could offer any further complaints. "We just need to do what we can," Wilfried whispered. I nodded in response, as did Feline and Broderick, who were carefully eyeing Fraulein. "Now, the next question," Fraulein said. Her voice carried through the otherwise silent auditorium as she read the next problem. During her momentary pauses, only the scratching of pens were audible. The test had resumed. "Is everyone finished, then?" By the time we had completed our test, most of the duchies had already turned in theirs. There was no way they had been able to properly complete an exam so heavily focused on material not taught for around a decade. Most duchies had given up early and turned in papers that were half answered. Ooh. The fact that most duchies remained seated despite having finished was no doubt because they were curious about our grades. "Roderick, turn them in," Wilfried said. Roderick nodded in response and then brought our duchy's test papers over to Fraulein. She took them with a broad grin as though she had been eagerly awaiting this moment. "Allow me to begin grading these tests," Fraulein said, but the moment she started looking over our papers, her eyes opened wide and her hands began to tremble. "Oh, there's another professor here! Thank God, because if she was there by herself, she'd probably say, y'all failed. And even though you did passed. Yeah. "What splendid answers these are!" exclaimed another professor, who was grading the tests alongside her. "Are you satisfied now, Professor Fraulein?" asked the third professor, looking between her and the test with amusement. "Ehrenfest is not cheating. Rather, they even pass tests on materials that has not been taught at all." "All passing grades from Ehrenfest," Fraulein said, vexation clear on her voice. "Ha ha! Booyah!" Dude, we have Ferdinand in our dang duchy. Don't you think we would have his study materials? Especially with his prized disciple there, too. He would have given her study materials. Hello? Don't you think that might have been a thing? It was an announcement that sent tremors of surprise throughout the auditorium. Those still scribbling down their answers looked up from the papers and stared at us in shock. Everyone passed? But how? Their shock inspired a proud grin, not just from Wilfred, who remained silent as he gazed across the onlookers, but from Feline and Roderick as well. I was presumably no exception. I could practically feel the smugness oozing from my every pore. Jawanko, who had finished their test first, stood up and flourished their emerald green case before approaching us. Wilfred, congratulations on everyone passing once again, Ortwin said. Can you tell me how you managed it? The test didn't even touch upon anything covered in the syllabus. Wilfred gave a nonchalant shrug. And simple. As Professor Sparlarm said, the test was based on a syllabus from the previous generation. All we did was study that too. The current syllabus was different enough that after graduating and securing a job, our youth would end up struggling to work properly alongside their superiors. And since the older syllabus was of a higher level, it was more effective for us to just learn everything. Ferdinand had warned us that apprentice knights were not the only ones being educated to a lower standard than before. Ehrenfest was retraining its apprentice knights, new knights, and new scholars based on old standards, so it made sense for us to simply begin learning such things during our time in the Royal Academy. Makes sense, yeah. We decided to rethink our duchy's study methods, and in the process we compared our current lessons to the old ones, Wilfred continued. Doing that just so happened to help us in the test. We second years weren't the only Airfest students looking beyond the current curriculum. We were comparing the old and new syllabi of all courses and writing up guides so that we would not be considered too uneducated when we became adults. Students across all years and courses were being brought up to shape. Now that's surprising. I think we'll start doing the same in Drawanko, Ortwin said, blinking his light brown eyes a few times in confusion before regarding us with a grin. It seemed that Drawanko was going to be a fairly tough opponent next year. I could already tell that its 32nd years were all going to pass. I wasn't particularly excited about this. I much preferred having as comfortable of a win as possible. But Wilfred was wearing a broad smile. He was probably the kind of person who wanted a rival to go all out against. I reckon we'll keep the picture book Bibles a secret for a bit longer. Probably a good idea. Oh, that's right, Lady Rosemine. Ortwin addressed me all of a sudden, taking me by surprise. I was pretty sure this was the first time he had ever spoken to me rather than Wilfred. I gazed at him quizzically, trying to look as graceful as possible, at which point he continued. A message from Adolphine. I instinctively froze, remembering the smirk on Adolphine's face as she had run her fingers through her glossy hair during the fellowship gathering. To quote, if you finish your written lessons today, I imagine you will have time in the morning before returning to Ehrenfest for the dedication ritual. If so, I would certainly like to have a tea party with you, Ortwin said. My sister was quite jealous when she heard you had a tea party with Lady Eglantine of Klassenberg before socializing season began. No, not a tea party. I don't want to go. Who knows what she's going to ask me about? Yeah, she's definitely going to ask you for all the recipes, everything that you're making and everything. She's definitely going to ask you about that. This was an invitation from Jawanko, the duchy that had immediately copied our Rensham. I smiled wider, trying to keep my worry from showing on my face. No matter how scared I was, an invitation from Jawanko was not one I could refuse. My only choice was to accept. Oh my, an invitation from Lady Adolphine, I said. How delightful. Tell her I am very much looking forward to it. Rest in peace, library time. I knew thee well. You don't look well, milady, especially considering that everyone passed, Riarda said once we had returned to the dorm, peering down at me with concern. Lady Adolphine of Jawanko has expressed interest in a tea party, I said with a sigh. An invitation will no doubt be arriving soon, so please be ready for it. In contrast to my evident depression, my apprentice attendant Brunhilde was meeting this new opportunity with eagerly clenched fists. Lady Rosemine, I studied for an entire year to keep up with your excessively fast socializing, she said, her amber eyes gleaming with motivation. I shall handle this challenge with aplomb. You certainly do make many promises, despite needing to leave for the dedication ritual so soon, Lazetta said. You had tea parties scheduled with the music professors, the library staff, Lady Handler of Drunkvogger, and now Lady Adolphine of Jawanko. Her small, troubled smile betrayed her true feelings on the matter. My circumstances were so far from Ehrenfest norms that they were struggling to keep up. Now, Lazetta, times like this should be celebrated as opportunities to display one's skills, Brunhilde said. It is much too early to begin socializing. I certainly realize this, but I am excited nonetheless. These are preparations worth doing. She seemed very determined indeed, but considering when socializing season was supposed to begin, I could see the problem on her hands. Could I perhaps refuse Jawanko on the grounds that only the second years have finished their classes and my retainers are still busy, I asked. It is one thing to refuse invitations from all, but it would be far from acceptable to refuse only Jawanko, Brunhilde said. I responded with a sigh, having expected that answer, but hoped not to hear it. The first years began to return at that same moment. Charlotte was wearing an especially bright smile, but the moment she noticed me, she came rushing over. On closer inspection, she was pale, and she seemed particularly stressed. Is something the matter, Charlotte? Sister, Jawanko invited me to a tea party for during class today. I was told that as it will no doubt be a nerve-wracking experience for me, I am permitted to attend with you. A pincer attack. I'm being assailed on both flanks. Jawanko had copied our Rinsham production method with ease, and with our hairpins being a little more than woven thread, it was only a matter of time before they copied those too. Mom had figured out how to weave the smallest flowers just by rolling a finished one around on her palm. If a skilled craftsperson managed to get their hands on one of our hairpins, they would probably need no more than a year to recreate even our most elaborate design. It wouldn't be quite so easy for them to figure out how Aramfest paper was produced, but they would need only investigate the fibers to learn that it was made from plants. For every question they asked me, any answer I gave would surely be picked apart and researched. I could feel a sense of regret swelling up inside of me. This tea party was the absolute last thing I wanted. Even falling sick and sleeping through the whole thing seemed like a more pleasant alternative. Sister, whatever shall we do? Charlotte asked, worried. But I can't end up bedridden, else Charlotte will need to attend on her own. And she's already so scared, backing out isn't an option. I couldn't make Charlotte go alone simply because I was feeling depressed. This was going to be her first big tea party, and as her big sister, I needed to guide her through it. Fear not, Charlotte. I am going to be there with you. Let us face Jawanko together with strong hearts, I said. She blinked at me several times as I smiled to reassure her. You can rely on me. I'm your big sister after all. My feelings must have been conveyed, as Charlotte's worried look soon turned into a strong smile. Indeed, she said, I will do the best I can as well. Send a message to Ferdinand and the others. Ask them, what do I do? I don't know if I need to keep what I need to keep secret. What do I need to not say? You need to find this out. Ask for Florencia's help in this. Because you do not need to mention anything involving your products, like how they're made or anything. You cannot. Because you know that you just said that Jawanko is going to be able to freaking recreate everything you're making. I think the one that would have the most trouble with is paper, but whatever. Brewing and recovery potions. You have brewing class this afternoon, milady. Let us hurry and get you changed into your brewing clothes, Riarda said. Just as riding gear was worn before mounting one's high beast, brewing clothes were worn prior to making a potion. This was my first time wearing them, since I would always brew in my priest robes in the temple. These somewhat resembled the work clothes of scholars, so that the sleeves weren't long and frilly, and there were barely any lace that might get in the way of one's duties. The biggest distinction, however, was the lack of a cape. Students instead wore scarves of this particular duchy's color and fastened them in place with a brooch. Once I was ready, I checked to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything, then headed over to Feline, who was going to be attending the same brewing class as me. Is everything all right? I asked. Yes, Lady Rosemine. Feline pinched up her skirt and gave me a gentle smile. Her brewing clothes were hand-me-downs that Riarda and Ottilie had managed to source from among their acquaintances, but they were so well made and so nicely embroidered that nobody would have guessed. I'm happy to have such pretty brewing clothes. Everyone taught me how to mend them. I think I'm a bit better at sewing thanks to my time in the castle. You certainly work hard at all that you do, Feline. You should work on your embroidery like Feline does, milady, Riarda noted. Indeed, on that fateful day when Jagoner, the goddess of time, weaves our threads, so I replied. It was a brazy response that essentially meant maybe one day. I cared more about transcribing books than embroidery, and I cared more about reading than transcribing. I made my way downstairs. Apologies for the wait, I said. To the small hall we go. This was going to be my first time brewing in class, but I already had some experience making rejuvenation potions, so I was largely familiar with the whole experience. For the most part, I was just amused to hear Wilfrid talking about how excited he was to brew for the first time. Brewing in the temple consisted of preparing ingredients at Ferdinand's instruction, cutting them up, throwing them into a pot, and stirring them all together with mana. I had not yet been allowed to make the high-quality rejuvenation potions that I use myself, so I've been making low-quality ones and selling them to Eckert and Angelica. This was basically work to me, so it was hardly something to be excited about. I have already been taught how to make rejuvenation potions by Ferdinand, so this is far from exciting to hear. I would at least like to brew something else, I said. My retainers nodded in response, already aware that Ferdinand was educating me, but Roderick widened his eyes. You're already brewing, Lady Rosemine? Ferdinand has been training me, since it is apparently an issue that I cannot brew my own rejuvenation potions. At the moment, I can brew 4 blends. In an instant, all my apprentice knights shot me strange looks. Wait a moment, Lady Rosemine. There are 4 blends of rejuvenation potion, they exclaimed. It seemed that only 2 blends were taught in the Royal Academy, the basic kind used by lay nobles and men nobles, and the higher quality kind used by arch nobles. Only a research-obsessed mad scientist like Ferdinand would go beyond these, which explained why Eckert and Angelica requested to guard me when I was making them, and purchased them for me on the spot. I have learned to make a potion that replenishes a small amount of my mana and stamina, a potion that replenishes a larger amount of my mana and stamina, a potion that replenishes much of my mana and almost none of my stamina, and a potion that replenishes almost none of my mana, but a great amount of my stamina, I explained. Although if we include the one that Ferdinand makes, there are 7 in total. There's the ultra nasty potion that sacrifices flavor for effectiveness, the kindness enriched potion that tastes better, and the divine potion made with blend roast from Haldensdale. I wasn't sure whether I could openly speak about those, however, so I kept them to myself. Seems like Uncle makes coming to the Royal Academy kind of pointless, Wolfried muttered. Kind of. Perhaps in regards to lessons, but one must still attend the academy to acquire one's staff and become a noble, I said. Plus, one can hardly socialize with other duchies outside of the Royal Academy. It is something of a shame, really, because the onus is quite exhausting, Charlotte added with a sigh as she made her way to her written lessons in the auditorium. It seems that the upcoming socializing lesson, or season, had made her really want to return to Ehrenfest. I understood how she felt. Socializing was a pain. It's not all bad, you know. I'm looking forward to meeting old friends and making new ones, Wolfried said, emphasizing the fun parts of socializing. His supportive words brought a smile back to Charlotte's face. I couldn't let him beat me here. As Charlotte's older sister, I needed to cheer her up, too. Wolfried is correct, I agreed. Coming to the Royal Academy is the only way to access its extensive library and make friends with fellow bookworms. Not attending would come at too great a cost. Rosemine, try to think about something other than books in the library, Wolfried said with a sigh. Charlotte nodded hard in agreement, but they were being unreasonable. What else would there be in the world if you took away books in the library? Everything else? Sylvester had told me to make this year as peaceful as possible. You do not want me putting my all into socializing. Everyone had endured chaos last year due to my forming too many connections with royalty and top-ranking duchies. It was better for me to focus this year on maintaining these connections while peacefully dedicating my efforts to the library committee. In that case, I shall do all I can to help you read your books, Charlotte said. What a lovely and adorable thing to say. But fear not, Charlotte. As your older sister, I will strive to work hard with socializing as well. Charlotte's eyes widened in surprise. But, sister, why? She asked. You can go to the library while here. I nodded and patted her arm comfortingly. Do not worry, Charlotte. I am the child of an archduke and your older sister. I shall fulfill the duties assigned to me. I could just hide away in the library and force all this painful work on my gallant little sister. That was why I would do my best to socialize as much as was necessary. It was a decision I had just come up to. We entered the small hall to find that things were set up differently than our previous lessons, no doubt so that we could brew properly. The frontmost wall was covered with a broad cloth, in front of which was a stand. Nothing was written on it yet. There were several tables, the frontmost of which had 6 modestly sized brewing pots set equidistant from one another. It seemed that we would be preparing our herbs in front of the professor, and given the limited number of pots, it seemed that whoever finished cutting first would win. The other tables were laid with boards, and at the center of each one was a measuring device reminiscent of balance scales. We would simply be measuring out our herbs for the rejuvenation potions, cutting them on the board, and then mixing them in the pot. There was absolutely nothing hard about it, and so I expected that everyone would pass right away. The brewing shall now begin, Herscher said. Herscher went on to explain how to use and clean the tools, among other things. I nodded along as she spoke, but Ferdinand had already drilled this information into my head. Of course he did. So my attention was instead focused on the cloth at the back of the room, the magic tool she was using. It was the one that Ferdinand had repaired. She touched it, and on its surface appeared the herbs we were going to use, how much of them we were going to need, and what we were going to do to make our potions. Judging by the shocked reactions from the other students, this magic tool was not especially common. I will only be using this magic tool for the first lesson, she said. Take care to write down the names of the herbs, their required quantities, and the brewing process. Those who finish may weigh the herbs and subsequently morph their staffs into knives to cut them. With that, the other students all started taking notes. Wilfred and I didn't need to write anything down since this information was already covered in our study guides and such. Just seeing the herbs and their quantities listed on the cloth was enough for me to realize we were making the simplest rejuvenation potion. I gestured toward the scales, prompting Wilfred to go first. He nervously measured out his herbs and then morphed his staff into a knife. I started measuring my own herbs while he was done, but when I glanced over to see how he was doing, my heart practically leaped into my throat. You're about to cut off your fingers! I cried, gasping when I saw his knife about to miss his herbs entirely. He was even worse than my male classmates back in my Arano days. He blinked at me several times and then grinned. Nah, it's fine. You're forgetting this knife is a staff, he said. Since staffs were made out of one's mana, a knife made from a more staff couldn't harm its owner. That is, unless they were cutting with the intent to harm themselves. I had been confused as to why we bothered to morph our staffs when we could save our mana using a regular knife, but now I understood. On second thought, it was fairly obvious. This class of archnobles and archduke candidates were basically a gathering of uber-rich boys and girls who had never sliced anything themselves before. It was easy to assume that most of them would stumble over something as simple as cutting herbs. It still makes me uneasy, even knowing that it won't actually hurt you, I commented. If you're that scared, how about you go first? You're an expert brewer, aren't you? Wilfred said, pursing his lips. At his words, all eyes gathered on me. I had drawn unwanted attention once again, but at least it wasn't for anything serious this time. I could just show him how to cut herbs properly. I am hardly an expert. I am simply used to brewing rejuvenation potions, I replied. Ferdinand was the true expert there. I pushed the scale for measuring herbs to the center of the table, took out my staff, and then chanted Messer to transform it. If you hold the knife like so, and use your other hand to hold down the herbs, you need not fear cutting into your fingers. After offering some advice on the claw grip, I provided a demonstration. The onlookers oohed and awed at my swift handwork, but it really wasn't impressive at all. Commoners did this basically every day while cooking. Cutting the herbs into similarly sized pieces makes them melt into the mana at a more even rate, I explained when I was done. I chanted Ruckin to revert my staff, and then brought my fresh-cut herbs over to the brewing pot. Wolfrey came along as did the other students at my table. They were presumably curious about the actual brewing stage of making a potion. Professor Herscher, may I use the brewing pot? I am a bit surprised at how exceedingly fast you were, but yes, you may. I imagine you know the washing method, Lady Rosemine. Yes, Professor. That will save me a bit of time, then. Attention, everyone. Lady Rosemine will now be providing a brewing demonstration. Those of you who have never seen brewing before or do not feel confident from just writing down the process, step forward and watch, she called, spurring the students to gather. I absolutely deserve praise for not shouting out, "You're a teacher! Don't try to save time by foisting work on me!" Knowing that everyone was watching made this especially difficult, but I was beyond the point of no return. I set my board on the table, took out my staff, and then chanted Washton to cleanse the pot. No longer did my spell flood the entire room with water. I was in perfect control of my mana. Perfectly done. Now the brewing, Herscher prompted. After dumping the herbs on my board into the pot, I turned my staff out again and chanted Stylo to create a pen. I drew a circle around the edge of the brewing pot and then started to add a variety of sigils. Despite their name, magic circles came in plenty of shapes, whether they be triangles, hexagons, or something more complex. What mattered was the unique sigils representing the gods within them. Rosemine, what is that magic circle? Wilfred asked. It helps speed up the process, I explained, as I reverted my staff to its original form, and then chanted Byman to turn it into a mixing stick. Or Bayman, whatever. I had already learned to match my stick to the size of the pot, so it was the perfect size. All I needed to do now was stir the concoction until its surface flashed, and the rejuvenation potion would be complete. Lady Rosemine, I don't believe time-cutting magic circles have been taught in class yet, Herscher noted. Oh, my apologies. It's simply a force of habit now, I explained. My arms always got tired from the endless stirring, so Ferdinand had taught me the secret trick of using time-cutting magic tools to speed up the process. Now that I thought about it, today's lesson hadn't actually involved such circles, but it was too late for me to erase it. The magic circles Lady Rosemine drew saves time by amplifying the mana pouring twofold, but those not accustomed to brewing will end up failing if they attempt the same. Everyone pour in your mana at their own pace, Herscher said. She then reduced her voice to a mutter. Good grief, are you not a bit too used to brewing potions, Lady Rosemine? It is abnormal to use magic circles to accelerate the process, especially during one's first brewing lesson. Ferdinand taught me so that I can make my own potions, I replied. That said, I'm still unable to make the ones I need. As always, I find it hard to tell whether Ferdinand has a heart of stone or gold. A normal noble would not teach others potion recipes of their own creation simply out of goodwill. I think he's got a heart of gold. He's just very good at hiding it. Herscher replied. She dripped a few drops of the rejuvenation potion I made onto a magic tool that would measure its quality. I knew this because Ferdinand had used the same kind of thing before. You pass in terms of both quality and effectiveness. All right! I spent the rest of class teaching Wilfred the trick to brewing while almost having a heart attack whenever I saw a nearby student cutting right through next to their fingers. Rosemine, what's the trick to spreading your mana out equally? Simply refrain from weakening the flow. It will decrease naturally as you tire, so either start with a weak flow or use magic circles to shorten the time as I do. I must warn you, though, using the time-cutting magic circle will drain your mana all at once, so I cannot recommend it to beginners. I could tell the nearby students were listening in on our conversation, but it would be improper for me to give them help unsolicited, and as I pondered the situation, the bell signifying the end of class rang. I was the only student to pass. Of course! Mixing while spreading mana equally was surprisingly hard, it seemed, and nobody had brewed a rejuvenation potion that met the expected standard. After dinner, we Archduke candidates met with our retainers and began forming a list of questions concerning Jawanko and socializing in general. Wilfred wrote to Sylvester, I wrote to Ferdinand and Elvira, and Charlotte wrote to Florencia. We were all covering the same things, more or less, but Charlotte had suggested we send them separately to get more perspectives. The knight guarding the teleportation hall was going to send our boards back to Ehrenfest. I gave them to our apprentice scholars, and as they went to deliver them, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. It's all over now, sister. How are you feeling? Charlotte asked. I'm more concerned about how you're feeling. Will you be well tomorrow? If you do not rest enough, you may collapse midway through the walk, I warned, recalling my own experience. Tomorrow, the first years will be traveling the farthest hall to obtain their divine wills. They were going to have their written lessons in the morning as a result, which meant our written lessons had been moved to the afternoon. We would instead spend our morning attending our practical lessons. Charlotte giggled. I would not lose consciousness over something as small as a bit of exhaustion. Still, Archduke candidates have to travel a lot further than lay nobles, Wilfred noted. You should get as much rest as you can, Charlotte. She readily nodded at his advice, despite having acted so tough with me. Somehow I feel as though I don't wield the dignity and authority expected of an older sister. This seems quite dire. As I paused to consider how I could acquire my lost glory, Charlotte peered down at me. Are you feeling unwell after all, sister? She asked. I'm still quite fine. Now, on a more important note, as your sister, I would very much like you to get some rest, Charlotte said, her indigo eyes practically dripping with concern. At once, if possible. Riardo put her weight behind Charlotte, stating that I should not be worrying about my little sister, and Saul was forced to retire for the night without any opportunity to resist. The holes in my canopy had evidently been sewn up while I was in class, so they were now nowhere to be seen. I must have fallen asleep while thinking about how to regain my sisterly dignity, as the next thing I knew it was morning. We were going to be spending today's practical lesson making armor from face stones. It was closer to a protective bodysuit like a bulletproof vest than the full suits of armor knights wore that covered their entire body. But it was crucial nonetheless. We would put ourselves at risk in times of danger without them, apparently. Rosemont, do you reckon I should think up some really cool armor like how I thought up cool staffs? Wilfred asked. The armor we make today is to be worn under one's clothes. I don't believe coolness will serve much of a purpose. Right, good point, he said, slumping over in almost excessive disappointment. His shoulders were drooping so much that I felt compelled to cheer him up. He must have been really invested in making cool armor, and while I didn't really understand the fixation, it was much too awkward to leave him so depressed. Fashion is about putting through even into the unseen, so I think there is some merit in considering the appearance, I said hastily. Putting through into the unseen, huh? Wilfred repeated. I like the sound of that. He cheered up in an instant and immediately started talking about cool armor. It seemed that he had come up with a few designs already, but none of them were able to be worn underneath clothes, so he needed to start from the ground up. For once, I wasn't the first person to finish our practical lesson. Handler was. Well, of course, she was apparently used to making bodysuits since the people of Dunkelfelger wore them all the time. The archnobles of her duchy received passing marks soon after. Getting the face stone to cover my body, and then harden was simple enough, considering that it was the same technique as when one makes a high beast. And since I wasn't too fixated on its appearance, I passed in no time. Wilfred was still trying to decide on the design, which was fair enough. As far as I was concerned, he was free to take as long as he needed. Oh. I'm thinking of doing more, but let me check the time. 37 minutes? Really? Only 37 minutes? Wow. Okay. I'll keep going. Roderick's wish. That afternoon, I had plenty of spare time on my hands, thanks to having already completed my written lessons. I saw the first years off to the farthest hall, and then began studying for the scholar course with Feline and Roderick, using the third-year study guides as a base. Judith was serving as my guard since she had also completed her written classes, while the other second years were studying for their respective courses, or working on their practical techniques with Wilfred. What will you two do once the second-year classes are over? I asked Feline and Roderick when we reached a natural pause in our work. My practical lessons will take much longer than yours, Lady Rosemont, but once I've finished them, I'm hoping to gather stories from other duchies, Feline said. She now had a better understanding of what questions to ask, and she had mostly overcome her fear of speaking to new people after spending so much time in the castle and the temple. Her grass-green eyes sparkled as she pictured getting even more stories than last year. That is nice to hear. I very much look forward to your efforts, I replied. And you, Roderick? Roderick slowly looked up from his studies, set down his pen, and then tightly clasped his hands on the table. There is something I must talk to you about, Lady Rosemont. May I have a moment of your time when you are next able? He asked. His dark brown eyes were drawn but resolved, much like when he declared that he would give me his name. Is this about that? I tensed up without thinking and swallowed hard. I had once thought of taking Roderick as a retainer, and my future would change dramatically based on whether I had the resolve to accept his name. "Milady, I ask that you first settle your heart well," Riarda said quietly. I turned and saw that she was wearing a gentle smile. "Giving one's name is of great importance, but accepting a name is equally consequential. Your feelings on the matter are vital." She must have come to the same conclusion as me upon seeing Roderick's resolved expression. I nodded to her sage advice, but Roderick shook his head. "I do not intend to give my name at the moment," he assured me. "I simply wish to talk." "About what, then?" I asked, unable to think of anything but the name swearing. Roderick must have seen my confusion as his eyes wandered about the room in apparent contemplation. "I wanted to speak of why I wished to give my name and my thoughts on various matters," he said after a pause. "One of your retainers told me that unless we have this conversation, you will not be able to decide whether to accept my name." I instinctively looked over at Judith and Feline, the former of which paused for a moment and then whispered that would be Hartmut. It seemed that he was acting in the shadows again, even the way he was still important for me to hear Roderick out. "Riarda, prepare a room," I said. "As you wish, milady. I would rather speak to you alone, Roderick, but I will need to bring my guards and attendants to do forgive me." "I understand that I warrant suspicion as a member of another faction," he replied. While Riarda was off securing a room, I glanced down and started organizing the papers I had been studying from. My nervousness must have transferred to Feline, as she likewise began tidying up while glancing between Roderick and me. I made my way to the room Riarda had prepared with Judith as my guard and Feline as my scholar. Upon our arrival, I took the seat opposite Roderick and looked at him head on. "What did you wish to speak of, Roderick?" I asked. He stared at the floor for a moment and then looked at Feline, Judith, and Riarda in turn. Eventually his eyes settled on me. "Lord Matthias implored me to think carefully, and after doing so, I still wish to give you my name," he said. "Naturally, that is only if you wish to accept it. I know that you presently do not wish to accept my name. I have been told that I will only be a burden to you as a name sworn." I nodded in response, now even more certain that it was Hartmut he had spoken to. "But I was also told that I should do my best to put my feelings into words," he continued. "This is my only opportunity to speak with you here in the Royal Academy, so I was hoping we could talk." He was now speaking quietly, and it seemed to be choosing his words carefully. It was a stark contrast to his attitude the first time we had met. Back then he had come across as especially rowdy, like a troublemaker. Roderick had clearly been friends with Wilfrid. I still remembered our first year in the winter playroom when they would run around and play together. He was one of the kids who had thrown snowballs at me, and that when borrowing teaching materials, I seemed to recall him picking cards and playing cards over picture books. I could imagine the Ivory Tower incident had dramatically changed his life. "I had such an incredible time during my first winter playroom," Roderick began. In the winter playroom there had been toys, the likes of which he had never seen before, and sweets that were given out as rewards, regardless of one's status. It was a study environment that allowed the children to compare themselves with their peers, and toys could be borrowed in exchange for new stories rather than money. "At first, I was only interested in cards," Roderick continued. "Winning a card or playing cards was the only way for me to taste those delicious sweets. So I started to tell a story to you in hopes that I might be able to borrow them to practice. More halfway through my story, however, I lost track of the plot entirely. I began searching for ways to conclude it and just continued making things up as I went along. I recall it was quite an amusing story, full of innocent ideas," I said with a giggle, thinking back on how his eyes had desperately wandered all over the room as he thought the plot up on the spot. "I was glad that you enjoyed the story and got carried away with making another, this time for the playing cards. I wanted to borrow them again the next year, so I asked my parents to tell me a number of stories over the spring. I truly look forward to the next winter playroom." Roderick had also been excited for the autumn hunting tournament when children would gather to play games before the winter playroom. It was then that, at the encouragement of some adults, they had started on their quest to find the Ivory Tower. We never got lost, thanks to the guiding marks on the trees, but my father said that only the Hutchdugel family was allowed to enter the tower itself. I had no idea that our little adventure would end the way it did. I was just thrilled to be exploring the forest. I wasn't usually allowed to enter. Wilfrid was charged with the crime for entering the Ivory Tower, as were the nobles who had prompted him. He had received only a light punishment in the end, so the nobles had received only a moderate punishment in turn, but Roderick's life had changed dramatically nonetheless. "I was the son of a second wife. I was not treated very highly to begin with," Roderick explained. "My age and sex afforded me a lot of chances to meet with Lord Wilfrid, and in my father's eyes, that was my only virtue. At times when I was close with Lord Wilfrid, my father would smile and treat me warmly, but his smile vanished when I was distanced. It was as though he had become an entirely different person. I started to despair as he criticized my every failure. After all, he was the one who had pushed me to go on the adventure to begin with." Roderick's father had wanted to have the option to enter either faction, but now he could no longer approach the Archducal family. His contempt only intensified once word of my mind and compression method started to spread. My days at home were spent in misery, and my heart sank deeper knowing that the winter playroom I was looking forward to was no longer somewhere I could freely spend time with friends. In the end, I spent my time reading books. Being alone was more bearable than trying to play games with others and enduring all the judgmental eyes on me. My only knowledge of what had happened in the winter playroom during my long slumber had come from Wilfred and Charlotte. Not that I had another perspective, it seemed that things had been quite harsh for the children of the former Veronica faction. That was when one of your guard knights handed me a book newly made for the winter playroom when Roderick went on. I was informed that you would have shown it to me yourself had you not been attacked and forced into your slumber, and inside was the story I told you. His eyes suddenly grew distant and teary. At the time he had felt as though he no longer had a place in the playroom. My book had given him somewhere to retreat to. I was so happy, he said firmly, his fist clenched. I read it over and over and over again, and soon enough I realized that my ramblings had been edited to properly function as a story. From that point onward, I started to focus more on the language of everything I read. I am now much better at constructing sentences, though I am still far from perfect. Rather than focusing on playing games in the winter playroom, Roderick had read the night stories and picture book Bibles, come up with new tales based on the ones Feline had gathered, and rewritten his own collected stories. It must have proven quite difficult for him, considering the lack of reading material available to him. I believe your efforts bore the most bountiful fruit, I said. The stories you brought to the Royal Academy last year were extremely well written. You praised the efforts of all, no matter their faction, Roderick noted. You also purchased the stories I wrote last year. On that day, I realized just how much I wished to serve you. But I was instead met with suspicion. As it stands, I am a member of the former Veronica faction who committed an unforgivable error. One that harmed the person to whom you are now engaged. I could leave my faction immediately upon coming of age, and I still would not be trusted. Securing a position in your service was an unattainable dream. Roderick looked away from us and down his clasped hands before forcing himself to continue. I could not become a retainer, but Feline could. She was doing the same thing as me, but she still achieved what I could not, despite only being a lay noble. I was overcome with envy and resented that I was not in your faction. Upon hearing this, Feline apologetically looked down at the floor. Her expression was clouded with empathy. I had come to accept that I would never be your retainer, Lady Rosemine, but then Ob Ehrenfest restored my hopes. He told me that I could earn the trust I require by giving my name to you, Roderick explained. He then looked at me in the eyes and said in complete earnest, if giving my name to you will make me trustworthy, then I shall do it. Feline swore her loyalty after gathering stories, and I too wish to do the same. Roderick was now squeezing his hands so ferociously that his fingers had gone white. Please, he said, his scorched brown eyes revealing his determination. If I write a story so wonderful that you begin to want me as a retainer, will you accept my name then? I enjoyed reading the stories Roderick brought me. As far as I was concerned, he was already my vassal. My request to take him as a retainer had been refused, but if allowing him to swear his name to me would change that, I was willing to oblige. I mean, it was Sylvester who said we can trust those who give us their names, right? I would like to accept your name, Roderick, I said. Lady Rosemine, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You have already been giving me that which I desire most. I will accept your name alongside your stories. It seems to me that his name hardly even matters to you, Milady, Riarda commented, unable to hide her exasperation. In truth, she had a point. Gathering stories was my main concern, and I trusted Roderick regardless of whether he gave his name to me. But if he wants to do this to gain the trust of others, I will accept your name, but we must make our own preparations before we can accept you, I said. Please discuss this carefully with your family. There will be no need for that, Roderick replied with a pained expression. My life and my choices mean nothing to my family anymore. Would your parents not warm up to you once you are connected to me? I assumed you would use that as an opportunity to repair bridges once burned. Roderick shut his eyes tight and rejected the idea. My father is the reason Lord Wilfrid cannot trust me. He cost me my happiness in the playroom and my chance to become your retainer. I am giving my name to earn your trust, not for the sake of my father or family. I could never forgive my father if something he said or did ever brought you misfortune. Lady Rosemont, I ask that you allow me to leave my home upon receiving my name. Roderick asking to leave his family reminded me of when Letts had wanted to run away from home in the past. At the time, Ferdinand had said that we needed to learn all sides of the story before making a decision. It was possible that everyone involved was concerned for each other, but failing to properly express their thoughts and feelings. It was a factor of reality that Roderick's father had hurt him through his actions, but that alone wasn't enough for me to draw a conclusion. Unlike with Feline, I do not have enough information to decide whether it's best for you to leave your family, I said. I shall need to learn more during winter socializing. Roderick seemed to deflate as though all the tension had suddenly escaped his body. He gave a careful nod, then smiled at me, his eyes set on the future. I will make preparations for when I give my name in the meantime. I must first learn how to make a face stone and grave of my name. By the time we finished our discussion, the first years had started trickling back into the dormitory, keeping their distance from one another to avoid any collisions. I could tell they were cradling something invisible in their arms. Return to your rooms at once, Riarda called to the first years. Take care not to bump into anyone. Charlotte nodded with a proud smile and then climbed the stairs. The first years would be spending the rest of their day in their rooms until their divine wills were absorbed into their bodies. It made me nostalgic for last year. After dinner, which was much quieter with the first years absent, I started deciding what I was going to do on my day off tomorrow. My plans would impact the plans of my retainers. I would like to go to the library if possible, I said. Lysletta and I were hoping to leave the dormitory to prepare for the tea party and future socializing events, Brunhilde noted. Cornelius and Lenore asked to hunt babies. We need to prepare ingredients for the arch scholars, he said. The duchies with few apprentice knights would apparently come together to get the ingredients that everyone needed. We shall trust Judith to guard you. My retainer's collective message was clear. We have our own plans, so please sit quietly in the dormitory while we're gone. As I frowned, unwilling to give up on the library, Hartmut gave me a smile. Lady Rosamund, might I suggest reading one of Lord Ferdinand's books? He asked. Books. I believe you will be able to do well to study in your room alongside Feline, of course. One of Ferdinand's books? I spun around at once to see Hartmut wearing an expression that essentially said, that settles it then. I hated to play into his hands like this, but I couldn't resist the allure of new books. I decided to spend tomorrow doing exactly as he had suggested. The next day after breakfast, my retainers immediately went about their business. Brunhilde and Lysletta had finished their preparations and were already on their way out. Lady Rosamund, Lysletta and I are off to socialize, Brunhilde said as they headed to the door. Indeed, I replied, may fortune favor you. Lenore and I will be hunting babies for ingredients, Cornelia said. They weren't the only ones, though several other apprentice knights were preparing to head off as well. Only the bare minimum necessary to protect Wolfried, Charlotte, and me were going to be staying at the dormitory. Make sure to stand guard, Judith. After my attendants and the apprentice knights had departed, Hartmut came over to instruct me. I will give the book to Riarda, he said. Please return to your room, Lady Rosamund. I waited for a bit, and soon enough Riarda returned with the book that Hartmut had given her. Feline and I examined it closely. It's so thin, I thought it would be at least as thick as the book from Dunkelfelder, Feline said. I was hardly surprised to hear her using that as a yardstick, considering she had spent forever transcribing it. The new book was indeed rather thin, but it seemed lengthy enough that it would take me more than a day to finish. This here is the magic circle. I wonder if this book is about making magic tools, I mused aloud. It took only a moment to confirm my suspicion, as the book went into great detail about the ingredients needed for certain tools and the quality those ingredients needed to be. It was even complete with illustrations of magic circles. This is written in Lord Ferdinand's hand, so perhaps it is a compilation of his research results, Feline suggested. She saw his handwriting often enough while helping at the temple. I nodded in agreement while continuing to thumb through the book. One section detailed the research of professors we had read about on the second floor of the Royal Academy library. Ferdinand must have made this for his own benefit. Lady Rosamund, there's something between the pages, Feline said, pointing to a slip of plant paper that had been inserted into the book. It was easy to spot since it was a different color than the parchment. A quick glance revealed it was a note from Ferdinand. In a shocking twist, he had written down what I needed to know to make the magic tools that would serve as the foundation of the ideal library I had spoken to him about. Really? Dude! He only told her no because he didn't want her going on a rampage. He's slowly giving her the information she needs that won't make her go cuckoo. Let's see here. I made this magic tool for an indolent professor. It returns things you do not wish to lose back to you. If you add a time limit to the circle, it may be used to automatically return books following their due date. Study well and learn to add one circle to another. Wow, Ferdinand really is something else, I concluded. He had shot down my dream library as entirely unrealistic, but here he was searching for ways to make the most practical ideas possible. The fact he had already designed the proper magic circle but was making me figure it out for myself was very much like him. I'll do my best. I skimmed the book several times over with Feline, fiddling and experimenting all the while in an attempt to make the proper magic circle. We need to put wind here if we want the book to move, right? Feline asked. Look more closely. If you insert wind there, it won't activate due to the life over here. But if we add earth there, perhaps it will do something else entirely. What exactly should we do? It was difficult to make a new magic circle by combining the functions of two others. As second years, we simply do not stand a chance. Do you understand this, Judith? I asked. Third years don't learn about magic circles that complex, so I'm basically in the same situation as you, she replied, shaking her head and then taking a step back. She had given up so quickly that she almost reminded me of Angelica. It was a worrying development. Judith, you should use your head more, I said. Let's think about this together. A magic circle that makes things travel automatically to specified places could prove useful during dinner. I don't think knights are supposed to be doing things like this, Judith grumbled. Still, 3 heads were better than 2, so we brought her into our struggle. Unfortunately, it wasn't the magic spell to make things easier than I had hoped it would be. I would like to hear Hartmut's thoughts on this, I finally conceded. He had been selected as my retainer for being a skilled apprentice scholar, so perhaps he would know. I had Riar to go call for him, but when she returned, Hartmut is absent, milady. Really? He didn't mention having any plans today, I muttered. Feline nodded in mutual uncertainty, but Judith gave an amused smile. There was a knowing sparkle in her violet eyes. Maybe he's going to meet his lover, she said. If she's from another duchy, this would be their first meeting in almost a year. So romantic. Come again? Are you saying that he tricked me? That he got me to hole up in my room with a book so that he could go meet his girlfriend, I asked? Oh, no, Judith replied, waving her hand as he hurriedly backpedaled. That was just what came to mind. I don't know whether it's actually the case. I just thought it'd be funny. Now that you mention it, though, I recall that Hartmut refused to tell me who he plans to escort. Do you know, Judith? Sadly not. Hartmut is nice, has many friends, and speaks with the students of our duchies all the time in his search for information. It really could be anyone. And today, he's on a secret date. I decided to lurk in the entrance hall, hoping to ambush Hartmut when he returned. But the apprentice knights soon came back from their gathering. They balked upon seeing me as soon as they entered the dormitory. Lady Rosemine, has something happened? Lenore asked. Hartmut left in secret, I said, keeping my eyes glued to the door. I imagine he's in the middle of a romantic meeting with his partner, so I'm waiting for him to return. I shall make him tell me who she is. It gets really cold past the door, or near the door, so you're going to get sick if you keep standing around here. Could you at least wait in the common room, Cornelius asked with an exasperated look as he tried to gesture me inside. I want to surprise him, so I'll continue waiting here. I see. I'll go get changed then. With that, Cornelius headed to the stairway. Lenore followed behind him, although she glanced back at me several times before she eventually disappeared from sight. I'm going to find out his secrets, no matter what. I stood in wait with my hand firmly on my hips, and soon enough, Hartmut returned. He saw me, blinked in what seemed to be faux surprise, and then raised an eyebrow. Why, Lady Rosemine, what are you doing here? He asked. Have you finished Lord Ferdinand's book already? Thought you could distract me to have a secret meeting with your sweetheart, did you? Who is she? Is it someone you dare not introduce me to? You sound entirely like a jealous wife, replied with a chuckle. He then took out a bundle of paper, and the enticing aroma of parchment and ink caught me in a trance. He removed the papers to the right, and my eyes followed. He moved them left, and my entire body was moved. Dude, he got you beat! He's got you in a tranquilizer hold right there. He moved them left, and my entire body was pulled with them. I was meeting a scholar from another duchy, he exclaimed. They had promised to transcribe something for me. Night stories, to be precise, from my one and only liege. Does that cheer you up? Night stories? For me? Oh, Hartmut truly is my most loyal vassal. It does, I exclaimed. Show them to me, please. I urged him to hurry, and in response, he handed the bundle to Feline. You must be cold if you've been waiting here, he said. I suggest you read them in your room. Naturally, Judith, Feline, let us return at once, I said. As I excitedly headed to my room, I saw Cornelius climbing down the stairs, freshly changed. I shall be reading night stories in my room, I informed him. Wait until you're warmed up, he replied. All right. When Cornelius reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard him call out to Hartmut. I glanced over, wondering what was going on, and saw a glimpse of Cornelius catching a face stone or something that Hartmut had tossed to him. And so I started reading the night stories from our duchies, having completely forgotten to ask Hartmut whom he had visited. Wait, he threw Cornelius a face stone. What was that about? I want to know. I gotta wait. Anyway, I'll get to work on everything, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay, let's continue. Dedication whirling and ordnance brewing. We have returned, Lady Rosemine, Brunhilde announced. She and Laisletta had come back from the gathering of attendants while I was reading the night stories Hartmut had brought me. It was a highly important meeting during which attendants shared information on events between spring and summer and discussed their plans moving forward. This is for you, a letter of invitation from the music professors. The music professor's attendant had evidently been there as well. They had given Brunhilde the letter she was now handing to me. It informed me that our tea party was going to be held 3 days from now. At first I was a little confused that the date had been settled without my input, but Brunhilde explained with a troubled smile. It is already known to the professors that all of the Ehrenfest second years had passed, so they assume you have no plans. It seems they grasp our own grades and studies as well. I must develop my skills further so that you may have an opportunity to refuse even professors next time. She said, her lips pursed in slight vexation. Ehrenfest had only started receiving invitations from professors last year, so there was no way we could turn them down. Even so, Brunhilde was determined to learn the dance that was Royal Academy politics, so it seemed safe to leave things to her. Lady Rosamund, no other duchy had all of its second years passed on the first day, so tales of Ehrenfest had become quite popular among the professors in other duchies. Lady said with a gentle smile, we have garnered much attention for a variety of reasons. It has become common knowledge that all of our second years have passed their written lessons, so I expect there to be even more opportunities for you to socialize. Brunhilde rested a hand on her cheek. Will it not be Lady Charlotte who will be socializing more, she asked. Invitations will truly start to arrive once socializing season begins, by which point Lady Rosamund will have returned to Ehrenfest for the dedication ritual. In that case, I will need to socialize as much as I can before my departure, for Charlotte's sake. Such is my duty as her older sister, I declared. Lisletta giggled at my fiery determination. Lady Rose, my little sisters enjoy their older sisters relying on them and recognizing their growth. Please do entrust at least some of the socializing to Lady Charlotte. She's going to have to, considering the dedication ritual, because not even Wilfred and Charlotte can help her on this one. But yes, so Charlotte is going to get some socializing in. Just not all of it like Wilfred had last year. Which actually, that helps him out too. Because last year, he had nobody to help him as an Archduke candidate, and he had to do all the socializing by himself. So now he has Charlotte there to help him. Her words reminded me of all the times when Tully would praise me, and when she had relied on me when she wanted to meet Karina. So an older sister must also praise their little sister and rely on them to encourage their growth, I muttered. Becoming a wonderful older sister is quite the challenge. I just want to be someone she can rely on. Oh my, well I am sure you can prove how reliable you are by successfully finishing the tea parties with the professors, who need your presence in particular, and the book-sharing tea party with Dunkelfelger. Ehrenfest has almost never received invitations from professors and top-ranking duchies before. I resolved to pour my all into my upcoming tea parties, eager to help Charlotte however I could, and then gather my attendants and my personal musician, Rosina, to discuss meetings with the music professors. 6 bell rang as we were deciding what to bring as gifts and which new songs to choose. Only one late noble first year showed up for dinner, the rest were still unable to leave their rooms. Lord Wilfrid, Lady Rosamund, we have received replies from Ehrenfest, Ignaz revealed. He had with him the letters he had received from the knights guarding the teleportation hall. Uh-oh. Hartmut took them all, skimmed them, and gave me only one. This one is addressed to you, Lady Rosamund, he said. This one is for you, Cornelius. It is from your mother. Uh-oh. Cornelius grimaced as he accepted the letter and started reading it. Soon enough, he was staring at the ceiling with his head in his hands. Something headache-inducing had clearly occurred. Judging by his expression, Elvira was either instructing him to reveal who he was escorting, or she had already worked it out through some devilish means. I imagine it's the latter on this one. This lady is not to be trifled with. You do not want to get on her sleuthing target, or else you will be in deep duty. After a moment, I gazed down at my own letter. It was from Ferdinand, a scathing response to everything contained within our reports, no doubt. But when I read its contents, it seems you do not even know what the word peaceful means. Learning it should be your greatest priority. I found there was hardly any berating whatsoever. Instead, there was simply a short list of instructions telling me to keep my water gun under wraps until the time came when I could show him, and to entrust all non-essential socializing matters to Charlotte. What? There's no scolding. He didn't lecture me at all. I reread the letter over and over, checking repeatedly for a continuation. I had come to expect at least several pages criticizing my behavior. I know, that's what I thought too. I figured he would be demanding that you come back home so you could show him the water gun thing at least. I figured that would be something he'd want to see. And yet there wasn't so much as a single harsh line. It made things even scarier. Hartmut, did you truly include everything in my report, I asked. Did you mention that I tore the canopy of my bed to pieces with my water gun? Did you receive a scolding? He replied. Just a small one, I said, hugging the letter to my chest so that he couldn't read it. I was getting more and more concerned. Have I gone beyond the point of no return? Does he consider me not even worth scolding anymore? Oh. That would mean he gave up on you. Oh, that's not good. Ferdinand was the type of person to ignore those he didn't care about unless they were actively getting in his way. And when they were, he would mercilessly eradicate them. Oh no. Oh no. This is way scarier than him getting mad at me. No! Was the letter that severe? Hartmut ventured. You appear quite unwell. I'm fine, I replied. I'm going to do exactly as Ferdinand instructs me. I'm going to behave. So please, yell at me, Ferdinand. Just so she know that you're not giving up on her. That night, my dreams were all about Ferdinand scolding me to death. Jesus, dude, you had more of an impact on her than you think. It must have somewhat relieved my anxieties, so I woke up the next morning feeling refreshed. Oh, okay. Okay. Kind of. As I made my way to the dining hall for breakfast, I saw some of the first years coming out of their rooms with their divine wills absorbed. Charlotte was still nowhere to be seen, but that made sense. Arch nobles generally needed more time than lay nobles. Earth Day alone wasn't enough for me either, Wolfried noted. I needed to wait until noon on Water Day, so I expect she'll come down at lunchtime. I nodded and then glanced at the staircase leading up to Charlotte's room. We have whirling practice this afternoon. Is she going to be okay? Of course, he assured me. The most important thing for first years is to watch the seniors practice, remember? Practice isn't that long anyway. He had a point. Archduke candidates of all years practiced their dedication whirling together, and since the senior students were prioritized, those in their first year spent very little time actually whirling themselves. During my first year, I had spent the entirety of my whirling classes watching Eglantine. Could anyone graduating this year, even compared to her wondrous talent? I was a little excited to find out. Of course, only Archduke candidates participated in dedication whirling. Others would focus on things like sword dancing or music. Charlotte had safely absorbed her divine will in time to have lunch with us, and now she, Wilfried, and I were headed to the small hall. Several Archduke candidates had already gathered when we arrived. Everyone was so used to the ways of the Royal Academy by now they promptly separated into years and started practicing. Now then, the older students will demonstrate the fundamentals, the professor said. First and second years, watch carefully. I watched as the fifth and sixth years began to whirl, but nobody caught my attention like Eglantine did. The other Archduke candidates I could recognize at a glance were Adolphine of Drwanko and Rüdiger of Frembeltag. Adolphine was performing as the goddess of wind. It was a very appropriate role for Drwanko, but when I saw Adolphine whirl, I started to wonder whether she should have been playing the goddess of light instead. She was certainly more talented than the girl who currently had the part. Meanwhile, Rüdiger was performing as the god of life. It seemed an odd decision to me since the two weren't at all similar in appearance, but it was probably because Rüdiger wasn't skilled enough to overcome the duchy ranking barrier and whirl as the god of darkness or the god of fire instead. The fifth years were whirling a short distance away from the sixth years, and with very serious expressions. It was during one's fifth year that the roles for the graduation ceremony were finalized, so they were all working their hardest. Among them were Lestalot of Dunkelfelger and Detlinde of Arensbach, who were aiming for the roles of the god of darkness and the goddess of light, respectively, as expected of Archduke candidates from greater duchies. Lestalot is a surprisingly good whirler. His center axis was kept firm and straight. Maybe he had trained a lot in Dunkelfelger. Detlinde, on the other hand, seemed pretty average. Then again, maybe it was wrong of me to compare everyone to Eglantine. Yeah, a little bit, considering not everybody is that talented. She's probably just a natural prodigy at it. After observing the older students for a bit, the third and fourth years began to practice as well. The first and second years continued to watch the older students practice until space opened up for them, much like last year. Good day to you, Lady Rosamine, Lady Charlotte. Good day, Lady Adolphine. When it came time for us to take a break, Adolphine approached us with a smile. It was a move that attracted an unmistakable amount of attention. A sixth year from a greater duchy had willingly addressed younger students of a mere 10th ranked duchy. I was frozen to the spot, but Charlotte stepped forward and returned the warm expression. You sixth years certainly are excellent whirlers, she said. I found myself enraptured by your dancing. Oh, you haven't seen Lady Eglantine dance. If you had, you wouldn't be saying that. My, if you continue to work your hardest, Lady Charlotte, this will all seem easy to you come your final year, Adolphine replied, regarding Charlotte with her amber eyes. The key is to practice every day. It was then that I remembered Charlotte had also been singled out by Adolphine during the fellowship gathering. I stepped forward in an attempt to block her from sight as her older sister I needed to protect her. Lady Adolphine, I see you are to perform as the goddess of wind, I said. It occurs to me that this is the perfect role for an Archduke candidate of Drwanko, but given your talent, would you not also be suited to perform as the goddess of light? I appreciate your kind words, Lady Rosamund, but in my heart the Goddess of Light may be performed only by Lady Eglantine. I would not wish to besmirch that honor with my own whirling. So you agree that her whirling is on another level completely. Good. At least you both agree on that one. That was an opinion I can understand completely. Eglantine really was perfect for the role. I nodded my agreement, which elicited a refined chuckle from Adolphine. How are your plans, Lady Rosamund? Ehrenfest has displayed such an academic excellence, I suppose you will soon be starting to socialize. We have finished our written lessons early, but our practical ones will take us some time, and with Charlotte having been invited as well, I believe it will take a bit longer still, I replied. The first years were now working at a more reasonable pace, hoping to achieve and secure the reward for the highest grades, and Charlotte was doing her best to ensure that no unnecessary mistakes were made. Practical lessons certainly do take time, no matter how well one might prepare, Adolphine said. I similarly intend to finish mine as soon as I am able, but we can hardly work as the younger students do. Classes became more difficult with each year one advanced in the Royal Academy, and one received more tasks to complete as older students began socializing later. Even so, Adolphine assured me that she would still manage to meet with me before I returned to Ehrenfest. I don't know. I am looking forward to our meeting ever so much. There is much we must discuss, Adolphine concluded with a smile and then departed. Detlinde, Wilfried, and Rudiger came over barely a moment later. It seemed as though they had been waiting for an opportunity. Hello, Lady Rosamund, Detlinde said with an exceptionally kind smile. I don't like that. I intend to hold another party among cousins this year. If all stays well, I was hoping to welcome Lady Charlotte into our family here. I would be delighted, Charlotte responded with an equally radiant smile. I have not yet had an opportunity to meet with my extended family. And so, the tea party among cousins was arranged. Much like last year, it was planned to be held once socializing began, which meant I would be unable to attend once again. Of course! Of course! Detlinde wants to keep Rosamund away from all this. My apologies, Lady Detlinde. I am expected to be away from the Royal Academy at that time, I said. I considered suggesting that the tea party be held a little earlier as a result, but before I could, Detlinde brought her eyebrows together in a show of disappointment and gave a heavy, regretful sigh. Oh dear, you're going to be absent once again? My disappointment is immeasurable, but your duties at home are quite important. Fear not, I will not force myself upon you. You can still attend, Lady Charlotte, can you not? Indeed, Charlotte replied. Then she gave me a questioning look. My role in the temple meant that I was going to be absent during socializing season. Everyone knew that, and it was obvious that Detlinde had no intention of changing the date. I was a little worried for Charlotte, considering that Detlinde was kind of annoying, and the sort of person who did spiteful things for seemingly no reason. But apparently, Detlinde was just like Veronica in how she cared for her family. She seemed to perceive Charlotte as kin, and with Wilfried in attendance too, there was presumably nothing to worry about. Considering Wilfried's not good when it comes to euphemism-laden insults, Charlotte will have to be the one to figure that out, because Wilfried does not. At least last time we did all this, anyway. Lady Rosamund, came a quiet voice. Break time is now over. Students return to your places. The professor shouted. Hannelore was drowned out entirely, and she gave a quiet "aww" as we were urged to return to our practice. We exchanged waves and smiles, but that was it. I wish I could have spoken with Hannelore about the library committee instead of talking to Detlinde. I agree. Hannelore's really a lot nicer than Detlinde. And a lot more genuine, too. It was time for the younger students to practice whirling. I was already somewhat experienced from my lessons in the temple, so in my case, the biggest challenge was trying not to give a serious prayer to the gods. Thankfully enough, I managed to avoid causing a massive scene and ended up passing. The professor praised my techniques, but it was all really thanks to Ferdinand and Rosina teaming up to train me on a daily basis. Dang! Ferdinand and Rosina are tough tutors. Ferdinand especially! Excuse me. I spent the next morning studying for my classes next year and working on the item returning magic circle, with a hint from Hartmut. After lunch, I changed into my brewing clothes and made my way to brewing class. Today you will be learning to brew in ordinance, Herscher announced. Nobles use this magic tool more than any other, no matter their status, so you'll be wise to prepare many. Yeah. Herscher displayed the steps necessary to brew in ordinance on the white cloth on the wall. Everyone simply copied them down. Nobody was surprised this time since she had used the same magic tool and we were making our rejuvenation potions. I had never brewed in ordinance before, but I personally didn't need to write out the instructions. They were the same as in Ferdinand's study guides, which meant I had already transcribed them when organizing our textbooks. Just as Wilfried and I started preparing to brew then, there came an unexpected request from Herscher. Lady Rosamund, demonstrate the process if you would. Professor Herscher, I've never brewed an ordnance before. Oh, I am sure you will be fine, Herscher replied, snatching up my ingredients in one swift motion and taking them to the front. Oh, great. I couldn't brew without them, so I conceded and followed after her. Now you may proceed. Oh, great. I could feel the other students watching me as I attempted to brew an ordnance according to the displayed instructions. First, I turned my snap into a pen, then drew the required magic circle on some parchment, and then had Herscher check it for any mistakes. I then cleaned the pot I was going to be using with wash-in, added a face stone taken from a Phoebus bird of the wind element, and started stirring it with my stick. Ah, it melted, one student uttered as they stared into my pot. The face stone was breaking down and turning into a yellow gel-like substance. Once it has completely melted, Herscher said, add this magic circle. I held up my parchment for all to see, as if on cue, and then dropped it into the pot. The parchment melted in an instant, and the circle was burned into the yellow gel. I continued stirring and pouring in my mana. The key was to endure even as your arms grew tired. Soon enough, the gel started to harden. The clumps stuck to the pot were gradually drawn together until my stirring created a lone, clicking sound, and a bright flash signified that the process was complete. Odd noises came from the gathered crowd. Would you like to see? I asked as I took the ordnance, which looked entirely like a yellow face stone, out from the pot and placed it where everyone could observe. It was funny to see the students edging closer and closer for a better look. There are 3 key factors for success: ensuring the magic circle is correct, adding the magic circle only once the face stone's fully melted, and continuing to pour in one's mana at a steady pace until the ordnance is done, Herscher said, speaking very much like a professor. I returned my snap to normal and swiftly cleaned the pot. Only once the students had returned to their seats to try the process for themselves did Herscher address me again. Lady Rosemine, let me see if your ordnance can be properly used. Send it to me. I tapped the ordnance with my staff and said, success, and sent it on its way. Everything worked as intended. The yellow face stone turned into a white bird, went over to Herscher, and then repeated my message 3 times before returning to its original shape. Very good, Herscher said. Do recall I am not your assistant, I replied. What would you have done had my brewing failed? I was experienced enough when it came to making rejuvenation potions, but never before had I brewed an ordnance. I was fortunate to have succeeded, but if my attempt had ended up being in vain, it would have been a complete waste of time. She could have just done the demonstration herself. Herscher raised an eyebrow. What chance was there of you failing such a beginner brew when you are so skilled in maintaining a steady flow of mana? Furthermore, if you are Ferdinand's disciple, that more or less makes you my disciple as well, does it not? I do not believe so, I replied. An outcome like that was far from what I wanted. I certainly had no intention of spending entire nights debating magic tools, nor did I have the stamina for it. Not to mention, she continued, creating my own ordinances for every class would leave me with far too many. Is it not most logical for my skilled disciple to perform the demonstration? As I said, I am not, in case you were not aware, I am intending to compile the results of my research into a book, which I shall then give to the library. She interrupted with a smile. What, a new book? Oh, this got your attention. She knows how you work now. Herscher's red lips curled into a grin as my words failed me. It was something of a villainous grin, hardly one you would expect to see on a teacher. I have decided that I will show the book to my disciples first, she added innocuously. This is like a deal with the devil. I need to think this through carefully. I certainly do want to read this book, but I do need to read it before anyone else. Do I need to read it before anyone else? I mean, it can't be easy being Professor Herscher's disciple. Okay, I can resist. I can prove my patience. Stay strong. I need to stay strong. I am not your disciple, I protested, turning down Herscher no matter what, how much it broke my heart doing so. I did it. I refused the devil herself. Someone praise me. But the devil would not give up so easily. She looked down at me with surprise and rested a hand on her cheek. Lady Rosemine, if you serve as my assistant for the rest of the class, I will lend you the book first as a special gift. If you need an assistant that much, bring one to begin with, was what I wanted to say, but what actually escaped me was the complete opposite. I am not your disciple, so I will serve as your assistant only during class. And so, I spent the rest of class checking magic circles with Herscher. It was strange. Despite not having wanted this in the slightest, something had compelled me to agree. Huh? You're Professor Herscher's assistant now? Brotherhood asked me. Only for today, I retorted, pursing my lips with annoyance as I checked the magic circle he had done. Or drawn. This particular sigil is backwards. Redraw it. Ugh, she gotcha. She gotcha. She knows your love of books. The music tea party at the end of classes. It was the day of my tea party with the music professors. Most students were still working toward finishing their classes, and the shenanigans with Eglantine and Anastasius last year were still fresh in people's minds. So I was going to be the only one attending this time. It was technically a show of much appreciated consideration on the professors' part, as they simply wanted to hear my new songs before they were debuted at other tea parties, and did not want to burden me. We were going to be debuting songs that Rosina had arranged, and we were bringing some pound cake with us, much like last year. Charlotte had even taught me how to bring up certain topics of conversation. You were the only one in Ehrenfest who can ask things to the professor, she had said. We are counting on you. I would not make her regret it. I'm a big sister she can rely on, after all. Welcome, Lady Rosemary, Pauline said upon our arrival. My attendants lined up our gifts as we exchanged greetings while Rosina began preparing her harpspiel. Once our greetings were complete, Pauline offered me a seat, then she took a sip of tea and demonstratively bit into a sweet. I did the same with my pound cake, proving it was safe to eat. And thus began our tea party. I glanced over at Rosina to indicate that she would soon need to start playing, and introduced the new song. This is a song dedicated to the goddess of water, I said. Your songs are all dedicated to the gods, Pauline remarked casually. Do you make no others? As I was raised in the temple, the gods are what I'm most familiar with, I replied with a smile. In truth, this applied more to Rosina, who had actually been raised in the temple, and was the one arranging the music and composing the lyrics. Rosina began playing on cue. It was a song I had based on a classical composition, and it was so relaxing that I started to wonder whether it might have some kind of healing effect. In a few years' time, do you think you might transition into making love songs? Oh, no! No. Not a good idea. She's not good when it comes to noble euphemisms when it comes to romance. She doesn't... Her story of Cinderella... Or no, maybe it was not Cinderella. It was, No, not Cinderella. It was another one that she made herself involving, like a romance involved in their era. But the way she wrote it, it was essentially considered pornography. But in our world, it would have been fine. But no, don't let her do it. If you're going to do that, have Rosina do the lyrics. Seriously. Pauline ventured. Or no, not have Rosina do the lyrics. Ferdinand. Have Ferdinand do the lyrics, because he knows more about this than Rosina, and Rosina probably wouldn't be good with... I don't know how good she'd be with romance. Have either of them do the lyrics. If you're going to have to do something like that, because you would get it wrong, and you would make people uncomfortable. Pauline ventured. You were engaged to Lord Wolfried in the spring, correct? The engagement was settled, but how does that lead to me producing love songs, I wonder? It is hard for me to imagine the future, I replied, which earned giggles from the professors. I allowed their amusement to wash over me. Rosina could possibly write love songs if she one day fell in love, but with how dedicated she was to her instrument and the amount of time she spent in the temple with me, I could see her easily passing her prime without any romantic happenings whatsoever. Still, I can't make the love songs myself. I could always attempt to make my own love songs, but I thought it was best to avoid such a risk. Ferdinand had described what I thought to be a heartwarming love story as perverted. Exactly! See? This is what I'm talking about. So I could see myself unknowingly debuting a bawdy tavern song during what was supposed to be a refined tea party. Such a blunder would impact the reputation of not just me, but also Ehrenfest on the whole. Well, I mean, dude, if you're gonna end up doing something like it, at least run it by Ferdinand first. Like you did with the story. Because at least then you would know whether it's okay or not. In any case, Ehrenfest's grades are certainly on the rise, Pauline said. Your grades last year surprised us all, and once again, those in your year have passed all their tests on the first day. I hear that Ehrenfest was the only duchy to have any students pass the sociology exam, another professor remarked. Even the lay nobles of the lower years are performing admirably with their instruments, Pauline noted. Lay nobles tended to receive poor marks in music due to the varying qualities of their tutors and instruments, but it seemed that Ehrenfest had raised the skill floor among its lower years. Your duchy's lay nobles say it's all thanks to you, Lady Rosemary. Whatever did you do? I gave a slight smile. It simply suggested that we prioritize bringing all of our students to a certain level of competency, which we achieved by having Archducal music instructors teach the children in the winter playroom and the dormitory. The achievement is not purely my own, however. It was Ob Ehrenfest who approved it, and my siblings Wilfred and Charlotte who made it a reality while I was asleep. From there, in order to avoid any further interrogations, I guided the discussion elsewhere. I used a line that Charlotte had given me and asked whether my songs would be spreading through the sovereignty. The professor's eyes gleamed with excitement as they explained the circumstances of the music scene. Oh, indeed. They have spread at a shockingly fast pace, Pauline replied. It must be because they are focused on Prince Anastasius and Lady Eglantine. They can be heard at tea parties of all natures, and we have been invited to several just to play them, another professor added. Your song dedicated to the goddess of light is especially popular. Many adore that it tells of Prince Anastasius winning Lady Eglantine's heart, and it spreads readily alongside stories of their romance. Anastasius has shocked the sovereignty and the top-ranking duchies by desiring Eglantine more than becoming king, and again when he declared that they would support Stitcheswald as royals rather than seek the throne for themselves. Those who were supporting Prince Anastasius had only managed to spread words of confusion upon witnessing him choosing Lady Eglantine over all else. Pauline said, as for Prince Stitcheswald, it has apparently been decided that Lady Adolphine will become his first wife. Stitcheswald had escorted a Middle Duchy's Archduke candidate during his graduation, and then married her as his second wife to begin with, meaning he has yet to take a first wife. Now that Eglantine was marrying Anastasius, he needed an Archduke candidate from a greater duchy in order to become king. Adolphine had apparently been selected for the role. After all, most women the prince's age are already married, another professor intoned. Many were surprised to see Prince Anastasius surrender the throne, but even more were simply relieved that conflict has been avoided, a third added. Yeah, we don't need another purge. Definitely. Stitcheswald and Anastasius were both sons of the king's first wife, with similar mana quantities and but generally similar ages. Both had previously been seeking the throne, so most had feared a great war when it came time for succession. Prince Hildebrand is the son of the third wife and is much younger than the other two princes, so he was raised to be a vassal to begin with, one professor noted. I do hope the succession continues smoothly with that incident, Pauline said, sounding rather worried. The other professors made small interjections of agreement. In my opinion, it was hard to imagine there being any problems when Anastasius had willingly stepped down and Hildebrand was never even considered for the throne. Are there any other matters you are concerned about, I asked. The biblical fundamentalists in the Sovereign Temple have been a little... One professor began before trailing off mid-sentence, but, well, that is only the temple. Their protests are of no consequence. Indeed, the words of the temple hold very little weight, Pauline said with a refined sympathy as if washing away their needless concerns. We nobles need only listen to other nobles. Splendid results, Lady Rosamund, Hartmut said with a joyous expression when I returned to the dorm and listened to her report from Feline and my attendants. The information I had learned was apparently of enormous value to Ehrenfest, as our lack of connections with sovereign nobles had made acquiring sovereign intelligence near impossible. Given that you were raised in the temple, Professor Pauline was likely probing to see if you were a biblical fundamentalist, Brunhilde noted. It seemed to me that she was relieved you did not respond whatsoever. What's a biblical fundamentalist? I asked, confused. I don't think I've heard the term before. It seemed like I wasn't alone in my bewilderment. There was an uncomfortable silence until Riarda gazed up as if digging through her memories. I do not know the precise details, but I believe they are part of an organization that proclaims the Bible to be the ultimate authority in all matters, and that the king should similarly obey its teaching, she said. It had apparently come into existence while royalty was preoccupied with the Civil War, and its aim was for the temple to have a great deal more authority. If you do not know about it, despite being raised in the temple, Lady Rosamund, then it surely has nothing to do with Ehrenfest. You need not pay these fundamentalists any mind. They are not even nobles after all. And thus ended our discussion about the matter. In any case, I will gather the information collected tonight and report it to Ehrenfest, Hartmut announced. Lazletta turned to me. If you pass your practical lessons tomorrow, then you can finally start going to the library again, Lady Rosamund. Indeed, I replied. Failure is not an option. This afternoon we had more brewing lessons, and these would decide whether I would go to the library. I changed to my brewing clothes and went to the small hall. It appeared that Hersher once again intended to use her magic tool as a white cloth was spread across the wall. Uh-oh. Now then, today we are learning how to make a proposal face stone, Hartmut said while projecting the method onto the cloth. These are going to be necessary both when proposing and upon receiving a proposal. You will all need to know how to do this for the future, so take care when making these. The quality didn't matter this time, since it was only for practice, but a proper proposal face stone had to be the best possible face stone that one could make. It would need to have as many elements and as large a mana capacity as one could manage, and the quality needed to be as high as was possible for a face stone with the divine color of one's birth season. Once it was ready, the face stone was dyed with one's own mana, and the elements of one's partner were added. This process was largely unnecessary when a person shared all the same affinities as their partner, but in cases when your partner had an affinity that you did not, it was necessary to use face stones of that element in your brewing. The goal today is to learn, Hersher said, so add one element that you lack, no matter your plans for the future. But I don't lack any elements. Uh-oh. What do you do then? What do you do if you have all the elements? You ought to ask Hersher that. The final step was to add the words of your proposal such that they would appear on the face stone. It was similar to the engraved wedding ring my mama had worn back in my Irano days. I had plenty of experience dyeing face stones with my mana, so I completed that step in a snap and moved to the front table with the brewing pots. Compared to dyeing a face stone for my Derive, dyeing one for class was simple. You finished dyeing it already? Hersher asked with surprise, her purple eyes sparkling. She received the blue face stone dyed with my mana, brought it close to her face to check, and then whispered, "It truly is dyed." "The face stone is small and not of a particularly high quality. I don't see why it would have taken me very long," I said. "Oh, it should have taken you quite a while under normal circumstances." "Well, she's not normal." I set up a yellow face stone for elemental purposes and a parchment with words on it beside the pot. Given that I had all the elements for the purpose of the class, I prepared a wind face stone. "What words will you be putting in, Lady Rosemine?" Hersher asked and excitedly reached for the parchment. "I'm sorry to disappoint, but they are nothing that special," I replied. It was just a common phrase. So common, in fact, it was pretty much a standard go-to. As a woman, it was generally safe to go with something like, "To my god of darkness," or "I wish to be your goddess of light." Hersher scrunched up her nose with disappointment upon seeing my trite choice. "Lady Rosemine, if you do not choose words that will move a man's heart, I cannot give you a passing grade," she said. "What?" I exclaimed, "but this is just practice. Finishing the face stone should be enough for me to pass, shouldn't it?" "No. You have plenty of time, and since you are already engaged, I would suggest thinking of a proposal that you might give to Lord Wilfrid." "Excuse me? She wants me to come up with sweet nothings right here and now?" "I wish to witness your skill with the pen," Hersher continued. "A task such as this must be easy for someone as well-read as you. Lady Elvira's book was filled with many wondrous turns of phrases." No way can I admit that I skimmed over all the love scenes and proposals because I couldn't understand all the divine euphemisms being thrown around. Someone please give me a wondrous proposal to use. For the first time in a practical, I was completely frozen, unable to even move my hands. This task was a lot harder than any of the brews Ferdinand had forced me to learn. What should I do? "I love you," or "My heart is yours" seem like reasonable alternatives, but I can't confirm they're actually okay in this world without speaking to Ferdinand first. Why don't you ask Hersher? Surely she can tell you if that's okay or not. As long as she doesn't go cuckoo about it, you should be fine. Such phrases may have been orthodox back on Earth, but in this world I had no idea how they might be interpreted. I was aware that lengthy euphemisms and poetic allusions were all the rage here, but that wasn't much help when I needed to come up with something on the spot. That is quite a deep frown, Lady Rosemine. I don't think you should be asking a student like me to think of a proposal. Might I suggest you consider what kind of proposal you yourself would wish to receive? Perhaps it might prove useful, Hersher said, more or less, cackling at my predicament. I decided to follow her advice. Maybe... I want to make you miso soup every morning, or I want to make a library just for you. I ran my ideas by Hersher, who rejected them on the spot with a look of complete bafflement. Lady Rosemine, what is this miso soup of which you speak? That could be another recipe you can make, she asked. Is it a common breakfast found in Ehrenfest? Not in Ehrenfest, but I wish to eat it someday. Hersher gave a heavy sigh and shook her head. I'll never understand where your interests lie, Lady Rosemine. But do you think such things would move Lord Wilfrid? I suspect he doesn't know what miso soup is, and it seems unlikely he would get excited about receiving a library, so no. Did you not suggest I come up with proposals to suit me, Professor Hersher? Ones that suit you, and that might at the same time move Lord Wilfrid. Show some effort in learning to please men. As someone who had never even had a boyfriend, that was a very big ask. Having been one of those teens with immense girl power who made boys go gaga with every other word, I probably would have gotten more dates back on Earth, and that shoe wouldn't have made fun of me all the time. People always said the same things to me. Boys like girls who can change to suit their tastes, and you don't do that at all. You got too much pride. You charge down your own path way too much. Nobody can keep up. Honestly, the most me-like proposal out there would probably be, I'll make you like me. Get ready to be corrupted. No! Too much pride, huh? Yeah, I agree. Don't use that one. Would men like a proposal that sounds more humble, I asked? Perhaps something like, No! No, not that one! No! Hell no! Dear Lord, girl, do you not... She just said one of the raunchiest euphemisms out there. Oh my god. Overlord. Please dive in. Hersh's eyes sparkled with what seemed to be pure amusement. She looked a lot like Elvira when she was latching on to a romance story. You are quite the precocious child, aren't you, Lady Rosemary? I can understand. You are of an age where you wish to act like an adult. No! Somebody, Elvira, please, somebody tell her what the noble euphemisms are for romance. Please. Because, I mean, she knows what the whole climbing the towering stairway does. She knows what that one is. But she needs the romance ones. Now. But you should save such words for when you have come of age. For now, go with the phrase you proposed earlier. For when I come of age? Don't tell me it means something obscene. It does! Dude! Should I file this under the list of things Ferdinand would get mad at me about? Yes! Professor Herscher, would this be a phrase that Ferdinand would scold me for were he to learn about it? I asked timidly. Herscher paused and thought for a moment and then smirked. Oh, worry not. Ferdinand will never see these words, he said. Proposals are given only to one's partner, after all. So I'm only safe because he'll never see it. Which means he absolutely would get mad at me. Yes, he would. You're almost out of time, Lady Rosemary, Herscher cautioned. Do you not wish to pass today? I snapped back to reality and quickly returned to brewing. I wanted her to accuse her of wasting my time with this proposal business, but I swallowed my complaints and took out my staff. I had mixed elements when making my Jarif, so I completed the brewing itself without issue. Golden words appeared within the dark blue bead-shaped face stone. You passed, Lady Rosemine. Which one did she go with? My heart is yours, I guess? Yes, library, here I come. Wilfried, I passed, I announced upon returning to my table. I can go to the library now. That was fast. I'm still struggling to dye this thing, Wilfried said while glaring at his face stone. That may be because you're approaching it as you would brewing. For a face stone, it's more efficient to add as much mana as you can all at once. When it came to dyeing face stones, the amount of mana used was crucial. Beating down the face stone's resistance was a lot easier when you overwhelmed it with a ton of mana, and then this ended up being a lot more efficient than a slower approach. Lay nobles without much mana had essentially no choice in which method they used, but the archnoble and archduke candidates here could probably handle going faster. You could have told me that earlier, Rosebud. I already used a lot of my mana. In that case, you may have to spend a day doing nothing but dyeing the face stone, I said. If you do not dye it completely, then it will gradually start pushing out your mana, so take care to not waste your mana entirely. Mana gets pushed out? Came a surprised question from the nearby students. They had only ever used magic tools to dye face stones, which were of such poor quality they deterred the dust just from sitting in the palm of one hand. So this information was completely new to them. In truth, I hadn't known either before Daniel told me. After all, I was told to dye stones right where I gathered them. All at once, Wilfried muttered. He was focusing on the face stone in a way that made it clear he was pouring mana into it. Hannelore and Ortwin, who were sitting with him for this class, likewise wore serious expressions as they re-gripped their face stones. Done, Hannelore announced excitedly. She was the first to finish. She no doubt had as much mana as you would expect from an archduke candidate of a greater duchy. And she showed me a face stone that was as red as her eyes. It's all thanks to your advice, Lady Rosemine. Your own skill and mana capacity is what all allowed you to succeed, I replied. Oh no, I am not particularly skilled when it comes to using my mana, so without your advice, I would most likely not have finished any time soon. I was glad to have helped my friend, and I gave her some tips for brewing while I was at it. I wanted her to pass as soon as possible so that we could work together in the library committee. I ended up talking with Hannelore and giving her advice until our brewing class came to an end, which made Wilfried pout. Don't you have any tips for me, he asked. I do have one. You should join the library committee as well. Just what kind of tip is that? Incidentally, I sent a letter asking Ferdinand what please dye me in your colors meant. His reply was 3 pages long and tightly bound in packaging that I marked it as confidential. I see, so it's a rather direct way of inviting someone to your bedroom for you-know-what. Lewd indeed. Herscher told me to use it for my actual proposal, but I don't think I will. Now! Why did it have to be 3 pages? Why couldn't you just say what it meant? Dude! Talk about over-explaining. 40 minutes. Okay. I'll end this off here. I'll see y'all next time. Okay. Oh, also, if you hadn't already subscribed at this point, go on ahead and do so, and you'll get notified whenever I upload these. and any other videos I upload, essentially. And apparently the note that Ferdinand sent her, the 3-page thing when she asked, what that phrase meant, that was apparently the noble's equivalent of the birds and the bees. I want to read that! I want to read that so much! Just because, what the freak would he have said to her? Seriously. That's what I want to know. But anyway, I want to do library committee work. Library, oh library, I'm finally free! On this most glorious of mornings, Brunhilde helped me put on my library committee armband, all while groaning about how poorly it suited my outfit. And then I made my way to the dining hall. Let us go to the library at once, I said. Unfortunately, you must wait until tomorrow when you have retainers available to accompany you, Cornelius replied, refusing me instantly. It seemed that today was dinner practice, and all apprentice knights were going to be participating as part of their practical lessons. Please spend today in your room with Feline. You will not have any guards this morning, so do not leave until we return for lunch. Lenore will return in the afternoon, but even then, one person is not enough for you to go to the library. You may venture only as far as the common room. Is that understood? I responded with an obedient nod. Cornelius's dark eyes left no room for disagreement. I understood that my selfishness simply wouldn't fly when it came to apprentice knights attending an important class, but still, it kinda sucked. And after I worked so hard to pass all my classes, Lady Rosamond, it was for times like this that Lord Ferdinand gave you books, Hartman noted. Might I suggest reading them today and studying magic circles and tools? You will need to learn both in order to construct your perfect library. You're as wise as ever, Hartmut. There was no helping that I couldn't leave the dorm, but I could at least read the book that Hartmut received from Ferdinand. Excitement coursed through me, and my heart throbbed at the thought of laying the groundwork for my dream library. You managed to complete Lord Ferdinand's task flawlessly before, Lady Rosamond, so I'm confident you will succeed again, Hartmut said. Indeed, I had technically completed the task of combining the 2 magic circles into one, using the book as guidance. If everything was correct, books that weren't handed in by their due date would return to the library automatically. And I worked extra hard to make sure they returned to their proper place on the shelves too, although I did need Hartmut to walk me through about 70% of the process. Wow! Hartmut had said that I was expecting a little too much out of a single circle, but this was supposed to be my perfect library. I couldn't just quit when things got tough. Plus, combining several circles into one had been my task in the first place. I was just pushing that a little further than expected. Now, milady, it is time for your new book. I waited in my room after breakfast, and soon enough Riarda came over with the book from Hartmut. She set it on my desk in front of both Feline and me. What book are we reading today, I wonder? Feline mused aloud. Oh, look, Lady Rosamond, there's another note wedged between the pages. Okay. It was from Ferdinand. Apparently by embroidering a slightly modified version of the tools used to quiet voices in the temple onto some carpet, one could give it sound dampening qualities. So this task involves embroidery too. Ha ha. You can't avoid it forever. Feline must have noticed my frown as she gave a few words of encouragement, saying we should work hard since it will be lovely to read in a quiet environment. She had continued transcribing books and gathering stories in the Royal Academy while I was away for the dedication ritual, and she had been surprised by how loud and busy the library became once final exams approached. The library is generally occupied by those of the lower-ranking duchies, but though there were constant battles for the chorales and study guides, Feline recalled, it made it quite difficult for me to be there. As a lay noble, Feline was at the bottom of the totem pole, so she would instead take the books to the dormitory and transcribe them there while I was absent. I had the deposit money that you gave me, and even brought Judith so that I would not be in danger carrying the books back to the dormitory, she continued. The lay nobles of the bottom-ranking duchies were not so fortunate, however. They had no choice but to study in the chorales, which put them in a terribly rough situation. The library Feline spoke of sounded entirely different from the one I knew. I was aware that things got busy there, but not that it was chaotic enough to warrant having a guard night. There would be less fighting over chorales if one could take out books for free, but my voice trailed away. All the disorder that Feline had described was because the students were too poor to borrow the books they needed. We could remedy that by removing the deposit, but this would result in there being fewer books available on the shelves. Resolving the problem seemed difficult, if not impossible, without producing enough books that people could always get the ones they wanted. I wonder when I can start spreading the printing industry. It's hard to say without observing Dronko and the sovereignty first. No matter how much I thought about it, there wasn't much I could do for the Royal Academy Library. Supplying Monitor Schwartz and Weiss was about it. Lady Rosamund, is something wrong? No, not at all. Let us read. This magic circle wasn't particularly hard to make. I simply needed to change the area of effect for the sound dampening, and that was that. Hartman had definitely given us the books in the wrong order, and it was as I contemplated this that Judith came to get me for lunch. Her morning classes had ended. Oh, it's not that he messed up the order. He gives me the books based on how long he thinks it'll take me to read them. Which means Ferdinand must be the one pulling the strings here, not Hartman. I had a feeling that the books were divided into 3 groups. Those that would take me half a day, those that would take an entire day, and those that would take several days. It was the same way he had divided up the documents for Herscher. He's treating me the same as Professor Herscher. I'm actually kind of shocked. I spent my afternoon practicing the Hirschspiel and studying for next year, and then excitedly headed to the library the next day. While wearing my armband, of course. Judith and Lenore were coming along as my guard knights, Hartman and Feline as my scholars, and Riarda and Lazletta as my attendants. "Milady returned! Reading books, milady!" Schwartz and Weiss walked over to greet me, and I stroked the facestones on their foreheads to resupply them with mana. Solange's blue eyes widened when she saw us, and she approached as well a moment later. "My, you certainly are early," she said. "You truly never fail to surprise, Lady Rosamund. Professor Solange, Schwartz, Weiss, I have finished my second-year classes, and will try to come to the library as many times as I can before the dedication ritual." "This is even earlier than last year, is it not?" Solange asked. I nodded in response. Last year, circumstances had prevented me from passing High Beast Creation right away. But there had been no such issues with my practical lessons this time. Next year, however, I was going to be taking both the Scholar course and the Archduke Candidate course. I expected that it would take me a lot longer to gain access to the library as a result. I wanted to come to the library as soon as possible, I said. I have Schwartz and Weiss's clothes to deliver. When shall we change them? During the Archduke conference, the sovereignty had apparently expressed some concern over whether Ehrenfest would be able to handle making the shoemills close. Ferdinand was satisfied with our results, though, so I trusted they would suffice. "Milady, amazing! New clothes!" Getting clothes from the new master was apparently very important to Schwartz and Weiss. I could somehow sense that they were excited. Wow. These are magic tools, guys! These are magic tools! They are not alive! Wow! This much emotion. Huh. I wish to borrow a room in the library so that I may change Schwartz and Weiss's clothes. I understand that it is proper for their master to do this in their own quarters, but I fear that taking them outside will result in another incident like the one last year, I said. It was better to prevent problems before they occurred. Solange looked around and then smiled. "I can lend you my office if we schedule for before the students begin to arrive," she said. It warmed my heart. She had refused my request last year, so it seemed that our bond was deeper now. "When would be a good time?" I asked. "Lazletta, do you have a preference?" "Me?" Lazletta asked, taken aback. "Indeed, you worked immensely hard on embroidering their outfits. Is it not natural that you should be there when we changed our clothes?" Lazletta began contemplating the matter. Seeing her dark green eyes pierce the empty air as she frowned made her look very much like an Angelica when she was thinking of ways to grow stronger. "Your other retainers and I are most likely to be free in the afternoon 3 days from now," she eventually replied. "Professor Herscher does not have a class then either." I was amazed not only because she knew Herscher's schedule, but also because she had the forethought to know that Herscher would simply abandon whatever lesson she was teaching otherwise. "That day will do," Solange said. "I will also be free then." Yeah, Herscher would abandon her class if it meant she got to be around for Schwartz and Weiss's outfit changes. And so the matter was settled. "Professor Solange, regarding our plans for a tea party in the library, Lady Hannelore has said that she will be free in the morning starting next week," I said. "Would that work for you?" "That is soon enough to not be a problem. As you can see, we have barely any visitors," she replied, laughing as she looked over the empty reading room. "In that case, we may do it early next week. I suppose it would be best for us to meet after Schwartz and Weiss are changed. I wish for Lady Hannelore to see the new clothes as well," I said. "I'm just so excited. I can't wait for the two of us to serve on the library committee. Behold, my armband." I showed off the band on my arm, which Solange regarded with a curious expression. "You said a library committee member is someone who assists with library work, correct?" she asked. "Yes, we will assist you when things get busy here, as they did toward the end of last year." My time spent helping at the library and prompting Ferdinand to send out all those reminder ordinances had been more fun than I could ever describe. I was looking forward to doing it again this year, but Solange met my swelling excitement with a look of concern. I'm truly grateful for your enthusiasm, Lady Rosemine, but the time you are here is when we have the fewest students. There will be nothing for you to do. What a nightmare. She's pretty much saying she doesn't need the library committee. Still, I understand what she was saying. The library only started to get busy after I returned to Ehrenfest for the dedication ritual. There really wouldn't be much for me to do right now when there are so few students around. You are doing more than enough by supplying Schwartz and Weiss of mana, Solange said. I could not bother an Archduke candidate to do any more. I slumped my shoulders. As much as I wanted to help out as a member of the library committee, Solange had turned me down. Persisting any further was equivalent to threatening her with my status, and that was the last thing I wanted to do. Upon seeing my disappointment, Hartman knelt down to whisper to me, "Were you not going to ask what manner of magic tools are used in the library? Perhaps improving them could serve as one of your duties in the library committee." "Hartman, I thank you ever so much," I said, looking up with newfound enthusiasm the moment I heard that. There were still ways for me to do committee work fit for an Archduke candidate without getting in Solange's way. "Professor Solange, are there any magic tools in the library that you feel need to be renewed or changed?" "Why do you ask?" Solange replied, resting a hand on her cheek. I puffed out my chest because I intend to make a library of my own one day, and to that end I want to know how this one is managed. "Oh my, your own library? That's such a grand and wonderful dream," Solange chuckled, and then told me all about the library's magic tools. There were several in addition to the lights that pulled students from their reading hypnosis when it was time for class. In fact, there were even magic circles carved into the building itself to make it the perfect environment for books. What the heck? That's amazing! According to a book I had read during my Arano days, preservation was a massive issue in stone monasteries and churches. Papyrus was cheaper than parchment but would rot or go moldy within a number of years, so those overseeing their collections would need to either rewrite the texts received from afar on new papyrus every few years or have them transcribed onto parchment. Storing books was also an issue because they couldn't be placed against the building's stone walls, otherwise moisture that gathered on the stone would damage the books. Lining the walls with wood paneling had consequently become a necessity. In this world, however, all those problems were solved in an instant using a single magic circle. I regret that I cannot show you the building's magic circles directly, but there is a book about magic circles in the Royal Palace's library, Solange continued. Furthermore, I seem to recall the Sovereignty's treasure vault similarly using magic circles to control the humidity and temperature. Sounds like sovereign magic circles are super high-tech. Ehrenfest could learn a thing or two from them. Then again, considering that those magic circles all required mana to maintain, I understood why Ehrenfest would struggle to copy them. Simply losing a few nobles would be enough to make them entirely unsustainable. Running the library is far more manageable with Schwartz and Weiss, Solange said. They've already taken charge of corral usage and the lending out of our reading materials, which was simply too much for one person to oversee with everything being done by hand. It seemed that there were a lot of things she hadn't been able to do when she was running the library on her own. Hearing that made me really want a Schwartz and Weiss of my own for the Rosemine Library. I am in the middle of researching a magic circle to make books return automatically on their due dates, I explained. I simply need to decide where on the book it's best to place it. That is quite a convenient idea, but putting a magic circle onto every book would require an exorbitant amount of mana. I am wholly confident you can maintain that many, but I do not believe I could. It would take a sizable quantity of mana to attach a magic circle to each book, and then ensure it ran properly. They would need to be improved. In that case, are there any other magic tools you would suggest, Professor Solange? Perhaps the tool we spoke of previously, the one that would speak in Lord Ferdinand's voice. He played such a key role in getting students to return their books last year. I understand that he will not always be free to help, but so a magic tool with his voice would prove quite useful. Magic tools for recording voices already existed, but Solange would never normally have the chance to request a recording from Ferdinand. Still, seeing how her regretful expression confused me a little. I agreed that it was impressive how many students have responded to his message, but surely she could use somebody else's voice instead. Would a professor of the Royal Academy not suffice, I asked? I am sure Professor Roffin's voice would achieve the same effect. The students are already familiar with the voices of all the professors, so it is hard to imagine anyone being nearly as effective as Lord Ferdinand. Everyone certainly did come running. Very well, I shall ask him. There's a chance he might refuse, but then maybe I could ask Angelica for a recording from Stenlook. Nah, that'd be a good idea, actually. With that settled, we headed to Solange's office so that I could retrieve the face stones Ferdinand had given me. Solange no longer needed them now that I was able to come to the library. These face stones were a great help, Solange said. Please do thank Lord Ferdinand for me. Yes, I will. And speaking of which, are you familiar with the Gramps figure? Gramps? She repeated. No, I am not aware of anyone who is addressed as such. I had figured she would know, considering that this was a matter related to the library, but apparently not. Well, when I supplied mana to the Grucheshite in the hands of the Mestinora statue on the second floor, Schwartz and Weiss said that it would please this Gramps person, whoever they are. It absorbed quite a bit of my mana, I explained. Solange looked down and thought, a magic tool even older than Schwartz and Weiss, perhaps? This library has many magic tools, more than half of which are no longer kept running. One of them may be the Gramps they speak of, Solange muttered. She gazed toward the back of her office before sighing and shaking her head. Unfortunately, there is much I do not know about this library and its history. As a med noble, my role here was simply to assist the archnobles, and their abrupt disappearances meant I never properly succeeded them. There are many things that I know only in part, that I may be mistaken about, and that I do not know at all. Archnobles carried out very different duties than med nobles, and their execution had occurred with little warning that they had not properly trained any successor. Or so little warning that they had not properly trained any successors. A single med noble didn't have the mana required to supply the magic tools that had previously been supported by several archnobles at once, so at the moment only the bare minimum was being kept running. I may learn more when the sovereignty thrives again, and we are sent archnobles who will allow me to enter their rooms, Solange said, her eyes lowered sadly. She then looked at me and forced a smile. Now then, enough of that. You may enjoy reading at your leisure, Lady Rosemine. That is why you are here, no? I gave the face stones to Riarda and then returned to the reading room with Solange. The moment I opened the door, my eyes widened in surprise. The previously empty reading room now had around 10 people inside. They had just arrived, it seemed, and they were just as surprised to see us. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, dear. At the center of the group was none other than Prince Hildebrand, whom I had assumed would be staying in his room at all times. He blinked his bright purple eyes at us several times, and then looked around, making his blue-tinged silver hair sway to and fro. I came because I was told there are no students in the library at this time of year. What are you doing here? He asked. Hildebrand had apparently sneaked here under the impression that nobody would notice him, which made him the best prince ever, as far as I was concerned. I could only hope that he would continue growing into a bookworm. Bookworm. Do you not need to be attending your classes? Hildebrand asked. You are an Archduke candidate from Ehrenfest, correct? He remembers me? Even though we've only met once? Wow. Not only was Hildebrand a bookworm, he was exceptionally smart as well. I couldn't believe he remembered me after seeing me just once at the Royal Fellowship gathering. I mean, you are looking his age, so, I mean, of course he's going to remember that. This was my second year at the Royal Academy, yet I didn't know the names and faces of all the Archduke candidates. I could remember the ones among my classmates at most, but even then I was sure to forget a few during my absence for the dedication ritual. I passed my lessons early, specifically so that I could read in the library, I said. I intend to come here to read on a daily basis, but I shan't interfere with your business, Prince Hildebrand. I would ask that you pay me no mind and enjoy your reading. We had met by coincidence, and the last thing I wanted to do was interfere with this young prince's reading. I wanted him to go and read more. More. And in the future, when he grew up to be a bookworm, I would want him to increase the library's funding and purchase more books to fill its shelves. After greeting the prince, I swiftly turned away from him. Schwartz, where might be the documents for improving magic circles and producing magic tools? I asked. Weiss, please guide Prince Hildebrand. Milady's book's over here. Understood, Milady, guiding Hildebrand. I followed Schwartz and my attendants up to the second floor, where I then began reading. I was focusing on the documents on magic tools, and it was then that I realized that the majority of the new research papers had Hersher's name on them. Of course. She's something of a problematic professor, but I could see precisely why Ferdinand embraces her as his teacher. Maybe I should ask her about the magic tools, too. That'd probably be a good idea. I mean, she probably knows something. Professor Hersher's laboratory. After spending my morning looking over several documents, I decided that I should consult Hersher. They were pretty complicated, and I couldn't understand a lot of what was written. Laisletta, when might we have an opportunity to visit Professor Hersher? I asked, remembering that she had committed Hersher's schedule to memory for the sake of planning out Schwartz and Weiss's changing time. You wish to go to her laboratory, Lady Rosemine? She asked, with a troubled and somewhat resistant look. For what purpose? I wish to discuss the library magic tools that I am considering with her. Laisletta looked down at the floor for a moment, deep in thought, and then looked up at me again. In that case, it would indeed be best to go to her laboratory. However, I suggest we do this before Schwartz and Weiss are changed. Once her attention is focused on research, Professor Hersher will pay no mind to accommodating our wishes. I responded with a grave nod. Hersher had a history of getting so absorbed in her research that she abandoned her classes, so I could easily see her abandoning us too. I asked Lady to schedule things so that we could see her as soon as possible. I wanted to see whether my improved magic tools and circles were correct, and while I was there, I wanted to ask Hersher if she had any convenient magic tools that would assist me in running the library. You met with royalty again, Rosemine? What did you do? I didn't do anything! All I did was walk into the reading room and boom, he was there! Wilfred exclaimed out of nowhere at dinner. My mind was so preoccupied with magic tools that it took me a moment to even process what he had said. The royalty's magic tools, I asked? You mean Schwartz and Weiss? Lady Rosemine, he means Professor Hildebrand. You met him at the library this morning, remember? Feline prompted. Oh, right. I smacked a fist against my palm in realization. We exchanged greetings. Cornelius peered down at me with an exceedingly concerned expression. Rosemine, don't tell me you forgot, he groaned. Fear not, it had merely fallen into the corner of my mind when things I do not wish to remember end up. Isn't that what people call forgetting? Cornelius muttered. I really hadn't forgotten, though. The information had just taken a short while to come back to me since I didn't really care about it. I did nothing but greet him, I assured everyone. He was there in secret, so I did not wish to bother him. He had aimed for a time when no students were present, and I made it clear that I intended to visit every day from now on, so I did not expect to see him again. There was no way a prince who wanted to remain in the shadow would come to the library when he knew I was going to be there. I seem to remember you saying something similar last year, and yet... Wilfrid mumbled, his brow furrowed. I know. Flutrain and Halschmere heal in their own ways, I replied. We were comparing last year to this year, even though Anastasius and Hildebrand were entirely different people. You somehow managed to see the prince who said that he wouldn't be leaving his room at all. I have no idea what might happen next. We may meet again or we may not. It all depends on the prince, I said with a shrug. As far as I was concerned, it was a waste of time to consider the matter any further. No matter how much I tried to avoid trouble, it always seemed to find me eventually. Yeah, it does. More importantly, we have made plans. It has been decided that we will change Schwartz and Weiss's clothes 3 days from now during the afternoon. This time we need not take them outside the library. I wish to bring some helpers, prioritizing the girls who assisted with the embroidery. Sister, may I come as well? Charlotte asked, her indigo eyes beginning to sparkle. She had assisted with the embroidery in the castle too. I have finished all my written lessons, so I will have time in the afternoon. Of course, Charlotte. We naturally couldn't bring too many people, so we centered the group around Charlotte, me, and our retainers, then chose the other girls while making adjustments based on their schedules. Lady Charlotte, I embroidered as well. I wish to come as well, Lady Brunhilde. As I watched everyone eagerly form the group, Lisletta quickly came to my side and reported that she arranged a meeting with Hersher. It seems she has time tomorrow morning. She would like to introduce you to another student there as well, her disciple. Understood, I replied. Let us go to Professor Hersher's laboratory tomorrow morning. And remember, please refrain from speaking of the clothing matter for the time being, Lisletta warned. I nodded in response. The next day came, and I headed to Hersher's lab in the Scholar Building. I had with me the books from Ferdinand and the magic circles I had created since I wanted to ask her how to improve them. Feline and Hartmut were carrying the documents, Brunhilde was bringing a simple tea set, and Lisletta had a cleaning magic tool for some reason. Cornelius and Lenore were following as guards. Once we reached the door, Lisletta announced our arrival as my apprentice attended. Professor Hersher, Lady Rosemont of Ehrenfest has arrived. Professor, came a male voice from inside. They're calling for you. Well, you're closer, aren't you? Came Hersher's reply. Open the door. It seemed the two of them were arguing. Soon enough, the door creaked open, and a boy stuck his head out. He had disheveled black hair, and his brewing clothes were covered in dust. A look on his face exuded a sense of profound sleepiness, and he just appeared to be kind of dirty overall. I reflexively grimaced, but it all made sense once I saw Professor Hersher's laboratory. There were rather large tables lined up against the walls, each of which was fully covered with tools and mountains of documents. There were papers mixed with food scraps on the floor, which gave me the impression that a particularly tall mountain of paperwork had fallen over at some point in the past. Only the table square in the middle of the room was clear, and I could guess that was because they were brewing there. It was mostly organized so that nothing was mixed unnecessarily. Do come in, Hersher called from inside, but Lisletta stopped me before I could even take my first step. Professor Hersher, she said, this room is not fit for visitors. Did you not say yesterday that you would clean it such that Lady Rosemont could enter without shame? You are right, Hersher replied without an ounce of guilt. That is because this is not a room for visitors. It is a laboratory. Lisletta gave a sigh of disappointment, muttered that this was why she hadn't wanted to bring me here, and then turned her attention back to Hersher. I ask that you put any documents you need on the tables. As Lady Rosemont's attendant, I cannot allow her to enter a room like this, she said, taking out an egg-shaped magic tool with a smile. The expressions on both Herscher's and her disciples' faces changed in an instant, and they immediately rushed to gather all the scattered papers on the floor. Laisletta, what magic tool is that? I asked. She answered with a smile that it swallowed up everything in a specified area to clean it. One could normally dump all the dust that gathered on furniture onto the floor and then suck it up all at once, since everything on the floor was seen as garbage. This is the first tool we used for preparing long-abandoned rooms for use, Laisletta continued. She then used it, and the entire floor was cleaned in an instant. Of course, the tables were now an even bigger mess than before, owing to Herscher and her disciples' hurried attempt at cleaning up, but that wasn't Laisletta's concern. Trying to organize the now precariously tall stacks of documents would take an immense amount of time, so she was turning a blind eye to them. I asked that the two of you at least make yourselves presentable, Laisletta said as she and Brunhilde brought in the sweets and tea set. Herscher's stomach growled when she saw the food. She apparently took all her meals in her laboratory when she ate it all. I would rather not use my mana for anything but research, but very well, Herscher conceded. She used washing to clean herself and her assistant in an instant, almost as if to distract from her stomach rumbling. Then she offered us our seats while reaching for a rejuvenation potion. I would appreciate an introduction, I said, shooting a glance at Herscher's assistant as I sat down. His eyes were locked on the food. Oh my, forgive me, Herscher said with an amused smile. She then introduced me to her new disciple, Raymond, whatever. He was second only to Ferdinand in skill and had gained Herscher's attention during brewing classes last year when he had been putting his all into brewing with as little mana as possible. Ferdinand was a genius when it came to ideas, inventions. Meanwhile, Raymond is only a third year, but he is a genius when it comes to modifications. If you wish to make improvements to your magic tools, Lady Rosemine, I believe conversing with him will be most productive. The disciple knelt before me. May I pray for a blessing and appreciation of this serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Abiglade, the god of life, he asked, using the standard greeting for meeting someone for the first time. I gave my permission and the light of a blessing flew. I am Raymond, an apprentice med-noble from Arensbach. Oh! Nice to meet you. Arensbach. Oh, dear. In an instant, the expressions of my retainers changed. Everyone took defensive positions, with Cornelius moving between Herscher and me protectively. Professor, your praised disciple is an Arensbach student, he asked. Yes, he is. Do you have a problem with that? Are you unaware of what has been happening between Arensbach and Ehrenfest in recent years? Yet no, I am fully aware. What is your point? Herscher asked, narrowing her eyes and urging Raymond behind her in an equally defensive gesture. Cornelius glared at Herscher, his fist tightly clenched. Are you not ashamed to call yourself Ehrenfest's dormitory supervisor? I may be from Ehrenfest, and I may have been assigned to be the duchy's dormitory supervisor, but I am a Royal Academy professor whose citizenship rests in the sovereignty. All professors move to the sovereignty so that we may raise skilled students for the sake of not one particular duchy, but Jurgensmith as a whole. Herscher said, her face stony and her purple eyes gleaming. That is why it does not matter where my disciple hails from, Cornelius. But Arensbach tried to kidnap Lady Rosemine. Good grief. I cannot tell whether you are stubborn for your age or simply short-sighted due to your youth. It is the duty of a teacher to nurture the remarkably talented among our students. We truly do not have much time in our short, transient lives to grow, and refusing the now for a more convenient later is the same as crushing one's potential. Herscher looked over my still on-guard retainers and then gave a dramatic sigh. You speak so confidently and proudly about the political situation, but politics are ever shifting and unreliable. They can change over a matter of years. It is more important to focus on those with talent, which can actually be relied on. She laced her fingers together on the table and stared directly at me. The clearest example is Ferdinand. When I took him as my prized disciple, the Ehrenfest students moaned to no end about what a terrible mistake it was. Lady Veronica even sent venomous replies to each of my weekly reports, and yet, a mere 10 years later, what remains of those politics? Herscher had raised Ferdinand as her disciple while defending him from Veronica's hatred. He should have become a once-in-a-generation scientist, but instead, following his graduation and around the time of his father's death, he was sent to the temple. Herscher had worried that his talents would waste away there, but Ferdinand eventually returned to noble society and even began raising his own disciple. No one can truly predict how politics will change in their lifetime. Lady Rosemine, had I bowed to the wisdom of the times and shunned Ferdinand, it is likely that you would not even exist as you are right now, Herscher continued flatly. She's not wrong. She raised those with talent based on their results and her own gut feelings, paying no mind to political drama, and she had spent her life living according to that idea. I will repeat to you all the same words I gave to Lady Veronica. I am a sovereign noble and a professor of the Royal Academy. Ehrenfest does not have the authority to decide whom I raise as my disciple and how I raise them. Moved by the thought that Herscher had protected Ferdinand back in the day, I reached out and tugged on Cornelius' sleeve. Professor Herscher is right, Cornelius. Professors may choose whomever they please as their disciple. And at the same time, we may choose to be on guard against Ahrensbach students. We all have our reasons for doing things. Cornelius gave a curt nod and stepped back, although he refused to lower his guard for even a moment. Oh my, it seems my tea has started to cool down. Hoping to lighten the mood, I sipped my tea and ate one of the sweets we had brought, then gestured for Herscher to help herself. She popped a cookie in her mouth and then passed one to Raymond before reaching for the plate of crepes. Raymond wasted no time in devouring his cookie. He then picked up and ate another, and another, and another, his blue eyes sparkling all the while. His movements were graceful since he was a noble, but he was going through them as ravenously as a starving orphan. Still, to think he would come to speak with me, Lady Rosamond, Herscher said, mentally preparing for our conversation as she ate a ham and vegetable crepe. Almost like a hamburger. I continued sipping my tea as I watched them chow down. This laboratory really wasn't good for one's health. I could see exactly how Ferdinand had ended up as he was now. I would like for you to teach me everything about magic tools, I said. I am in the process of making some to be used in libraries. Could you perhaps be referring to the magic tools for playing voices that Solange had spoken to me about? Herscher asked. It seemed that Solange had already sent out ordinances to various researchers in the hopes of getting the magic tools she wanted. My goals are broader than just recording magic tools, I replied. I also like to improve existing magic tools so that they are more convenient to use. Furthermore, I created a magic circle of my own after reading books from Lord Ferdinand. Could you check it for me to make sure it works? Raymond gazed up from the crepe he had been given with wide eyes and exclaimed, Books from Lord Ferdinand? He then clapped a hand over his mouth. He had made such an outburst despite how on guard my retainers were. It was only natural that he had drawn everyone's attention. Herscher shook her head with a bemused grin. Raymond has been dedicating himself to improving the magic circles and tools that Lord Ferdinand left behind, she said, explaining for him. It was he who modified the voice recording magic tool that Solange wanted so that even a men noble could use it. Wow! Smart man! Raymond was keeping silent because we were already on guard against him, but he was staring at the books in Hartmut's arms, practically begging to read them. His eyes were shouting, Please, please, please! And who was I to ignore the cries of a fellow bookworm? Hartmut? No, he cut me off with a smile. These are Lord Ferdinand's research results. We cannot show them to someone from another duchy without his permission. I slumped my shoulders as though I were the one being rejected and held out the paper containing my magic circle to Herscher. She paused eating, which was very noticeable, considering that her hands had been moving almost non-stop as she reached for this and that, and skimmed my work. After a moment of careful observation, she rubbed her temples with her fingertips. Lady Rosamond, what in the world is this? A magic circle to make books return to the library automatically after their due date. It's unusable, she said with an exasperated expression. I had thought it was sound in theory, but it appeared to be headache-inducing. Well, what's wrong with it, I said. Nothing, it's just unusable. You are truly our Ferdinand's disciple. Nobody would be able to use magic circles designed with Archduke candidates' level of mana in mind. That this is neither practical nor realistic. It's not for Solange's library, but it's for her library. So I think it would work. This is neither practical nor realistic, Herscher concluded, making it clear that my design had too many unnecessary components. Why did you cram this all into one circle? If you put in life, then you will inevitably need earth, which just makes a whole mess of things. The task Ferdinand gave me was to fit everything into a single circle. I suppose learning the theory for that would prove useful, but Herscher trailed off and started tapping her temple as she handed the circle to her disciple. Raymond, modify Lady Rosamond's circle such that you can use it. You may use this opportunity to show her the basics of circle modification. Raymond glared at the circle for a bit and then muttered, I'm impressed you jammed so much into it before beginning his modifications. I made sure to watch his hands carefully as he worked. The fundamental principle behind improving circles is to simplify. Thus, we want to divide this particular circle into two circles, one to return the books to the library when its return date has passed, and another to move it to its place on the shelves. Why two? Because mana is wasted otherwise, he explained. As long as the book is returned to the library, Professor Solange can handle the rest. If she has mana to spare, she may use the circle for returning the book to its shelf, but if not, she can simply choose not to. Think of this as separating the essential function from the quality of life ones, because this circle is based on your exceptionally large mana capacity, Lady Rosemine. It will end up useless for someone like Professor Solange. That is certainly true. The reason so many tools fall into disuse following the Civil War is because many of them require so much mana that only royals or archnobles have the capacity to use them. That is why I believe functions should be divided, such that when necessary, even mid-levels and lay nobles can use the tools. Raymond continued. He then isolated the theft blocking circle. Making this a separate magic circle will mean we don't need earth and wind here. He was simplifying the circle piece by piece. For a beginner like me, it seemed that keeping my magic circles as simple as possible would help minimize errors. True. You can reduce the mana requirement by making the circles less complicated and selecting the brewing ingredients more carefully, Raymond said. For example, I think you could save on mana for the magic circle that returns books to the library if you write it on the moving paper you invented in Ehrenfest. Why do you know about that, Raymond? I thought we only shared the verification paper with the Sovereignty and Klassenberg, I said, blinking. Everybody knows about that, he replied, looking at me with confusion. Professor Gundolf was raving about it during class. He wants to research it himself, he said. Who is Professor Gundolf? I asked cautiously, unsure how this information was flowing through the academy. Of course! Drowonkle's dormitory supervisor, Herscher answered for him. He's a scientist friend of mine and a good rival. Given that Gundolf was showing interest, using Ehrenfest paper and verification paper as a mixed brew might result in something interesting. Her gaze shifted to me, then her lips curled into the smile of a mad scientist. Lady Rosemine, please just sell me some Ehrenfest paper and some verification paper. As you are a sovereign noble, I cannot sell you any verification paper, I replied. Herscher's expression froze in what I could only assume was shock. She recovered a beat later, however, and immediately began pleading on the grounds that we were from the same hometown. I sensed that she was going to drag us out, so I glared at her. If you continue to be so insistent, Professor Herscher, I will not invite you to participate in changing Schwartz and Weiss's clothes. That was enough to make Herscher shut up her mouth. Thank God. I mean, you could also ask Ferdinand, or send a message to Ferdinand and Sylvester and ask if you could. I doubt you'd be able to, but you could ask. Professor Herscher's disciple. Immediately after Raymond taught me how to improve the magic circle, I was hurried out of the room. Hartman and Cornelius didn't seem to want me staying any longer than was necessary. Raymond had proven himself so capable with his explanations that I wanted to ask about the tools Ferdinand had left behind and how to improve them, but I couldn't sit around when my retainers were all being so prickly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Cornelius and Hartman instructed me to send a letter. It would be best to write to Lord Ferdinand, Cornelius said. He'll know better than anyone how Ehrenfest should deal with Professor Herscher's disciple. I shall gather intelligence on Raymond, Hartman added. I cannot imagine many will know of a random third-year apprentice med scholar, but I will see what I can do. We had ended up returning much sooner than fourth bell, and so my retainers busily got to work. Wilfred stared at me in confusion. What happened this time, she asked. Professor Herscher's new disciple is an apprentice scholar from Arensbach, I explained. His eyes shot open, and the most he managed in response was a startled, "What?" Assuming he has free access to Professor Herscher's laboratory, it's possible that all of our intelligence is flowing directly to Arensbach. Professor Herscher is already quite limited in what she knows, since she spends so little time in our dorm, but we must see just how severe the information leak is. It was safe to say that Raymond knew everything Professor Herscher did about the magic tools and circles she was researching. Given the absolute state the lab was in, it was likely impossible to hide anything from him. Would that mean they know everything of the magic circles we embroidered onto Schwartz and Weiss's clothes? Lysetta asked, looking worried. The magic circles existed to protect the shoe mills, but if our enemies know what activated them, and what they did when activated, it was more likely for their defenses to be penetrated. It will depend on how much Ferdinand has told Professor Herscher, but yes. Raymond will know most of what we brought back in documents, I said with a sigh, and then began writing an emergency letter to Ferdinand. It was sent to Ehrenfest the moment I was done. All we could do now was wait for a response. The common room was mostly populated with first-years who had finished their afternoon classes. Most of the second-years were attending their practical lessons, and while there were some third-years present, they were certainly in the minority. Cornelius and Riardo were my only retainers presently with me, since Hartmut and had swiftly left the dormitory after lunch to gather intelligence. I observed the magic circles that Raymond had corrected, and tried to learn his methods. His circles were entirely different from my own. Raymond is a third year, I muttered to myself. He was just beginning his third-year classes, while I had already completed all of my second-year ones. In theory, we should have known about as much as each other. Judith had even mentioned that the third-years hadn't learned any complicated circles yet. But Raymond was immersed in research with Herscher and attending Gundalf's lectures. So he knew far more about magecraft than I did. All the hard work he was putting into learning this stuff was clear from his suggested improvements, and I felt terrible about the way things had ended. He's clearly dedicated so much time to studying magecraft, I said. It's no wonder he was dying to read Lord Ferdinand's book. He's from Arensbach, Cornelius replied, plainly, fixing me with a tight look. I could understand why his feelings toward the duchy were so harsh. He had no doubt spent the 2 years after that fateful night dwelling on what he viewed as his failure as a guard knight. But continuing one's desire to read is an important, possible task, would you not agree? Or containing one's desire to read is an impossible task. Raymond has a book he wishes to read within his reach, and yet he cannot even touch it. My heart aches for him. I don't think you need to worry about that, Cornelius said with a sigh, slumping his shoulders. He came down onto his knees, and such that his head was right before my eyes. You are too tense, I said, and patted his light green eyes. Or light green hair, I'm sorry. What the fuck? What the fuck am I saying? His light green hair. It was almost on instinct, most likely from the days when I would do the same for Gil. I understand that being on guard is natural for a knight, but if you do not relax, at least while you are here in the dormitory, I fear that you will one day fall apart. Cornelius' expression softened, betraying his exasperation. He had gone from exuding the aura of a knight to that of an older brother. If you were more on guard, Rosamund, I wouldn't need to be. How else am I meant to act when the person I'm supposed to protect is getting all empathetic for the enemy? How do you know he's an enemy? Just because he's from Arensbach does not mean a gosh darn thing. He might not even be associated with Georgina and the others. Hello? You won't know until you get the information, of course. So I can understand being on guard until then, just in case, but still. Being unable to read a book is one of the greatest misfortunes you can experience, so yes, I do sympathize. Or empathize, but I am not careless. I do not want to be hurt, nor do I intend to put myself in harm's way time and time again. Cornelius met my words with a dubious look, but before he could respond, the knights guarding the teleportation hall came rushing into the common room. An emergency reply from Lord Ferdinand, he announced. Upon hearing this, Cornelius returned to his feet, his expression hardening once again. I could guess that he wanted to retrieve the letter, but Riarda moved first. She took the paper with one swift movement, then handed it to me. I opened the letter, and as I started reading through it, my eyes widened. Ah. It seems Ferdinand is coming here tomorrow afternoon. I said, what? Uh-oh. Oh, dear. What's going to happen with that? I want to know. I want to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. I realize adults shouldn't visit the Royal Academy under normal circumstances, but it seems that he needs to speak with Professor Herscher about how his magic tools are being handled and treated. He has asked us to invite her to dinner tomorrow. He also wishes to know about the circumstances before they meet, and in that regard, he has asked us to compile what we discussed in the laboratory and the information available to us regarding Raymond. Ferdinand wanted us to find out a great deal about Raymond, such as what faction he belonged to in Arensbach, whether he was connected to Count Bindelwald, how much skill and knowledge he had when it came to magic tools, and how he viewed Ehrenfest. There's no time to gather that much information by tomorrow afternoon, my retainers wailed, but Ferdinand being unreasonable was nothing new. Ferdinand will decide whether Professor Herscher may attend the changing of Schwartz and Weiss's clothes, so we have no choice but to do whatever we can, I said. There was a chance he would move to restrain his teacher, so we need to provide him with as much ammunition as we could. Charlotte gave a firm nod of agreement. Sister, I will send my retainers to gather intelligence as well. In fact, all members of the Ehrenfest dormitory should use this opportunity to find out what they can. I shall rouse the troops. Uncle has found it necessary to break traditions for this visit, and we must prepare for his arrival as much as we can. Over dinner that night, we revealed that Professor Herscher's disciple was an apprentice scholar from Arensbach, and that Ferdinand would be coming to determine how we handle things moving forward. Then, once everyone was on the same page, we asked him to gather information. Yet more problems, I see, Ferdinand said as soon as he arrived with Justice and Eckert. He took a seat in the common room, extended a hand, and said, papers. Hartman was used to helping Ferdinand in the temple, so he wasted no time in presenting the prepared documents. Raymond is an apprentice med scholar not viewed all that favorably in Arensbach, he stated, beginning his explanation. His mother was born in Workstock and served the executed second wife. At the moment, he is being raised in a house that has fallen out of the times. He is on the lower end when it comes to mana, and nobody in his family has particularly high hopes for him. That seems to be why he is quite dedicated to Professor Herscher, who actually recognizes his talents. I see, and his connection to Count Bindelwald? We could not find one. He has so little mana that he has been struggling even with his research. He initially attempted to recreate the magic tools and circles you left behind on his own, but this shortcoming means he has to settle on simply improving them. It seems he admires you greatly as well. I am even told that he envies Lady Rosamine, who is both rich in mana and in a position to request your teachings directly. He has said that he wishes you could teach him and that he fervently wishes to discuss your research with you. As it turned out, Raymond had wanted to join the all-nighter that Herstra and Ferdinand had pulled after last year's introductory tournament. He also envied Hartmut, who had the opportunity to work with Ferdinand and look after his books. He sounds very much like Heidemarie, Justice said with an expression like he was holding back laughter. Eckert responded with a pained expression while Ferdinand nodded in agreement. I can only blink in confusion, unsure who they were talking about. Riarda must have noticed this as she whispered in my ear that Heidemarie was Hector's late first wife. She had apparently served Ferdinand as a scholar and had assisted him with his brewing. Wait, so both people in that relationship love Ferdinand to death? Wow! Wow, okay. I was positively stunned by these revelations, but it seemed the conversation had moved on without me. Are there any documents showing what Raymond has discovered through his research? Ferdinand asked. He modified one of my magic circles yesterday, I noted. I showed the circle in question, which elicited a slight bemused smile from Ferdinand. I am impressed you packed so much into it, he said, and then started carefully analyzing Raymond's improvements. After some time, he muttered, interesting, and shut his eyes in contemplation. It was a short while before Ferdinand opened his eyes again. My conclusion is that I wish to maintain relations with Raymond, and if possible, use him as a tool to gain information about Arensbach, he said. Our situation is not like before, when we can manage by cutting ties with our adversaries. We are now the 10th, meaning other duchies will want to gather intelligence on us. We are also doing business with Klassenburg and the Sovereignty, which brings us to the attention of the other top duchies. If they have someone who might be drawn in with innocuous research documents, it would be best to remain on guard, but nonetheless bait them into revealing their secrets. I will determine what documents Raymond may see, while all of you gather experience here in the World Academy. This will not be easy by any means, and we cannot expect help from adults who are already so set in their ways. The surrounding students nodded while I topped things off with enthusiastic understood. Ferdinand must have heard that, and after shooting me a look, he began to lightly tap his temple. However, I am forbidding Rosamine from speaking with Raymond. She will spill every secret she knows based on emotion and inertia. Let her communicate only through an apprentice scholar. Wait, just me, I exclaimed, protesting with wide eyes. I would rather not receive this kind of special treatment. He's got a point, though. You definitely need to be reined in, girl. Ferdinand glared at me. You have a strong tendency to be even softer on those who pull on your heartstrings. As someone raised in the temple, the ways that you think and act are fundamentally different from the rest of us. I cannot determine when or where you might suddenly consider someone an ally or even family, and that is why I cannot risk letting you speak to Raymond directly. It is much too dangerous. There was nothing I could say in response, especially when I was indeed prepared to accept Raymond as a fellow bookworm. Ferdinand knew me far too well. Yes, he does. He knows you the best out of everybody, probably besides Lutz. Or maybe even Benno. You are closer to the libraries and my magic tools than anyone, and you know much about trends and technologies that need to be remain concealed at all costs, Ferdinand said. Your lack of secrecy is deeply problematic, and if you cannot protect knowledge that must remain unknown, I will have you return to Ehrenfest at once. Yes, it is important that you gain more socializing experience, but your socializing impacts the future of our entire duchy. You have already finished your second-year classes, so it would be safest to call you back before you can make a cataclysmic error. Again, I was unable to argue. My scheduled tea parties were all professors or greater duchies, but even then I didn't want to be sent back. I had things to look forward to this year other than just reading after all. I would not like to be sent back to Ehrenfest before I could work in the library committee with Hannelore, I said. I do not wish to forbid you from spending time with your friends, but you have already contacted the third prince. Not by choice! That was just a coincidence that they met up! And are being targeted by Jawanko. Yeah, I have to agree on that one. Take care not to worsen the situation such that I have no choice but to call you back, Ferdinand replied. I could do nothing but agree since I really was in a precarious situation. Those around you will need to take care as well, Ferdinand continued, turning his gaze to Wilfried and Charlotte. Raymond is attending Professor Gundolf's lessons, so I believe it will be wise to spread only some knowledge of my research, and then leave dealing with Jawanko to Raymond and Professor Herschel. Tell them that only I know the details they seek. We can better control the information reaching Jawanko through limiting what Raymond knows, rather than allowing Rosamine to attend a Jawanko tea party and potentially leak everything. Ferdinand then turned to Hartmut. Raymond is but the first of many researchers who will soon open communications with Ehrenfest. You and the other apprentice scholars serving the Archducal family must handle them. Understood, Hartmut replied. The long-term prospects of our relationships with Raymond and our duchies mattered, but what was happening tomorrow mattered more. I've noticed, voiced what I was most concerned about. Ferdinand, what about changing Schwartz and Weiss? What is planned on happening tomorrow? Neither Raymond nor Professor Hirscher will attend. I have already allowed her a number of my documents, but just tell her that as a scientist, she should be able to figure out the rest on her own. They concern magic circles that I devised, but since their circles also belong to the sovereignty, the tools should not be shown to an apprentice scholar. From Ahrensbach, Ferdinand extended a hand to me. Rosamund, where are the documents I gave you to manipulate Professor Hirscher? Feline, I called, and she brought them out at once for Ferdinand to flip through. He took out several particular sheets and returned the rest. These may be leaked without issue, Ferdinand said. Use them when necessary. I thank you ever so much. And with that, it was dinner time. Our discussion had proven quite long indeed, and Ferdinand had needed a chance to read over the prepared documents. Hirscher arrived soon enough and greeted Ferdinand. It was with a perfectly calm expression that she mentioned what a surprise it was to have received a letter of invitation, but I could tell that she was feeling tense. To think you would come all this way, Ferdinand, she said. Adults were generally forbidden from meddling in Royal Academy affairs since it was believed that the children needed an opportunity to grow and accumulate experience. And although the children would at times send questions back home, it was highly unusual for an adult to arrive and call for a professor. This matter concerns magic tools of my own creation, and so my direct involvement was necessary, Ferdinand replied. Our current situation was his own mess, and there was nobody he could entrust to clean it up for him, and such was his excuse for getting involved personally. Ferdinand and Hirscher's conversation continued all throughout dinner and showed no signs of stopping even when the last person had finished. During this time, they touched upon various matters such as how to deal with Raymond, how to handle the magic tools, and for future information sharing. There is a broader chasm between our duchies than your gathered intelligence will lead you to believe, Professor Hirscher, Ferdinand went on. I was saved by your teaching philosophy myself, and I have no intention of rejecting it, but I must do what is expected of an Ehrenfest noble. Shall we treat Raymond as your disciple then, Ferdinand? Hirscher asked. I am sure he would adore that. I will select the most innocuous magic circles and tools that I have made and give them to him as homework assignments. Should he manage to improve them, he may return them to me via an Ehrenfest scholar. I will evaluate them, then send new documents in return for information on Ahrensbach. I can already see him spilling all of Ahrensbach's secrets for those documents, Hirscher said. That would actually be a good thing! That would be a great thing! She was wearing a bemused smile, but it seemed she had no intention of getting involved or interfering. Apparently, just as it was natural for knowledge to flow from teacher to student, it was not natural for knowledge to flow from student to teacher. Ferdinand would train Raymond as his disciple through long-distance communication and then invite him to Ehrenfest as a retainer once he came of age. Oh, I see. Is it possible that Ahrensbach will not permit him to leave, I asked. Of course, Ferdinand replied. They will not wish to lose a skilled researcher so easily. And if they wish to keep Raymond, they will need to grant him a lofty position, bringing him into the upper folds of the duchy. Such an outcome will allow me to attain even more meaningful information. He may either climb the social ranks in Ahrensbach or come to Ehrenfest as my retainer. So his only future now is to be your pawn. I guess that's fine, assuming he wants that, but As I debated the issue in my head, Hirscher put on a soft smile. You certainly have changed, Ferdinand, she said. In the past, no matter how wonderful of a magic tool you made, you would lose interest upon completing it and set it aside forever. You showed so little investment that you would simply allow me to have any that took my fancy. To think that you would raise a disciple from afar, selecting which magic tools to give them, and carefully evaluating the results. It was a move in pursuit of gathering intelligence, but even then Hirscher had not expected Ferdinand to work so hard for Ehrenfest. Throughout his time in the Royal Academy, he had presumably had to endure persistent interference from Veronica, all while receiving no credit for the works he actually completed. Politics change over the years, as do those shaken to and fro by its currents. Ferdinand said with a calm expression. He then headed to Hirscher's laboratory with Eckert and Justice. It seemed that he would be taking back any magic tools that he did not want to risk Raymond modifying, such that even men nobles could use them. Some things were too dangerous to be allowed to spread far and wide. Soon enough, a magic circle spread out near the teleportation hall started producing one magic tool after another. They would pose a serious threat if activated accidentally, so lay nobles within the dormitory were tasked with carrying them one by one to the luggage carrier. There are this many dangerous magic tools? If the safe ones aren't even here, then just how many did Ferdinand make in total while he was in the academy? A lot. I asked with exasperation as I watched a small mountain form on the carrier. Hartman smiled. Will you not do the same, Lady Rosamine? I do not plan to. Is that so? I see a clear future in which you produce one bizarre magic tool after another, all while claiming that each is essential for the library. You can't argue with that! As I pursed my lips, Hartman crouched down so that only I could hear him. Lady Rosamine, when do you intend to accept Roderick's name? Hartman, I'm going to be graduating this year, so for next year onward, I will need to train a scholar who can stand between Raymond and you. Given that he is a med scholar, you will want a med scholar or arch scholar of your own for this, he explained, his orange eyes carrying a sense of real urgency. Feline was doing her best, but status was something that no amount of hard work can overcome. Yeah, you do need to accept Roderick's name post-haste. The sooner he gets out of that situation, the better. Anyway, I will see everybody next time. Alright, let us continue. Changing Schwartz and Weiss. I believe it is about time to leave, I said. Afternoon lessons have begun, so remember to walk quietly and not bother anyone. Today we were going to the library to dress Schwartz and Weiss in their new clothes. We had decided to wait until afternoon lessons started so that we were less likely to be seen, and the girls who were accompanying us were now eagerly standing with boxes containing the outfits and accessories. Since the retainers Charlotte had chosen to join us were also girls, the only boys coming along were those who had been directly ordered to by Ferdinand, so that they could give reports afterward, Hartmut and Cornelius. I'll grant you all temporary permission to touch the shoe mills, I said, so please put your all into getting them changed. The girls all wore broad smiles, except for Laisletta, who was clearly trying to maintain a stern expression. Unbeknownst to her, however, the stony facade kept giving way to a huge grin, making her seem the happiest of all. You sure love shoe mills, don't you, Laisletta? Judith teased. Laisletta presumably took this as a jab about her being unprofessional, considering how self-conscious she was about keeping work separate from her private life. She gave me a concerned look to see how I was reacting, and then muttered, "Are they not adorable?" while blushing a little with embarrassment. I am grateful for your love of shoe mills, Laisletta. Without it, the clothes likely would not have been completed in time, I said. We continued our conversation as we walked to the library. Upon our arrival, Schwartz and Weiss opened the reading room door and poked their heads out. "My lady's here! Changing clothes today!" Solange arrived a moment after, walking slowly behind the two shoe mills whose heads bobbed from side to side as they moved. When she saw just how many of us there were, what with Charlotte and her retainers too, she gave her a fine laugh. "Oh my, so many people are here with you." "With you today," she said. "Do follow me." Solange guided us to the back of her office. There was the parlor space for registering students and hosting tea parties. Then behind that was her work desk, a locked bookshelf, and a door to the reading room. Even further behind that was a partition screen, and today she'll be leading us beyond it. I thought this would be her personal space with a bed, but apparently not. Her room was basically like mine, and when I had first seen Schwartz and Weiss sitting next to each other, I had assumed this was a private space with a bed. In reality, however, it was an empty room with little more than a table. Solange certainly did not live here. I'm assuming she's got a bed somewhere else. I doubt she lives in the library. Or in that part of the library, anyway. "Please do the changing here," Solange said. "I finished my registration work at noon, and I cleaned up the area so that several of you can work at once." Cornelius and Lenore stood by the screen as guards, while Charlotte's guard knights and Judith would watch the changing space itself. Laisletta took command of the girls, having the boxes lined up while Brunhilde and the others opened them one after another to make sure everything was there. Charlotte and I could not participate in this preparatory work given our status, so we simply watched. "By the way, Professor Solange, where exactly do you live?" I asked. "Dormitory supervisors have rooms in their dormitories, and teachers have rooms in specialty buildings according to the topic they teach, correct?" I was already aware that professors had rooms in their particular specialty buildings. Those who were dormitory supervisors also had rooms in their respective dorms, although the ones in ours saw very little use, considering that Herscher almost always slept in her lab. Solange pointed at a door that was completely hidden by the screen when looking from the entrance to the room. "I live in one of the rooms within the library dormitory beyond that room," she explained. "Much like in the student dormitories, there is a dining hall on the first floor, rooms for men on the second, and rooms for women on the third." So the librarians did have rooms in the library. I could hardly express how envious I was of Solange. I wish that I could live here as well. "I will return to the reading room now," Solange said, once she had seen that our preparations were complete. "I entrust the changing to all of you." After seeing her off, I turned to look at the girls, who were all ready to go. and then looked at the two shoe mills. Schwartz, Weiss, we will now be changing you into your new clothes, I said. The girls here are going to be helping out. Until the changing is done, I hereby permit all those present to touch you. Schwartz and Weiss slowly turned their head as if registering every individual present. The girls here, permission granted. Now then, everyone, I continued, let us begin the changing. You may touch Schwartz and Weiss as well, Charlotte. Yes, sister. Charlotte's indigo eyes sparkled as she entered the ring of girls. I was the only one of the girls not on guard duty who wasn't going to be changing Schwartz and Weiss, not because I was slacking off, but because it was unideal for me to touch them. Namely because the circles will start glowing. No matter how well the embroidery hid our magic circles, making them glow will spill the beans entirely. Charlotte and my retainers knew where they were and what they looked like since they had embroidered them, but it was best to keep all that a secret from the other students. Schwartz, I'm going to remove these buttons now, one girl said. Weiss, raise this arm, please, requested another. The girls touched Schwartz and Weiss all over, chattering excitedly as they removed the shoe mill's clothes. It was very heartwarming to see Charlotte break into such a happy smile after reaching out and touching Schwartz. Lenore, who had been standing by the partition, walked over and whispered into my ear. Lady Rosemine, it seems that Professor Solange has urgent business. I went with her to the partition, and indeed there was Solange with an exceedingly troubled expression. Professor Solange, I asked. Prince Hildebrand is here to see Schwartz and Weiss, she explained. I immediately sensed that I was about to walk into another chance encounter with the royalty, and recalled Ferdinand's threats from the night before about forcing me back to Ehrenfest. Prince? We came here specifically so that students wouldn't see what we were doing. Don't just wander around everywhere. I explained that their clothes are currently being changed, but it seemed that while Hildebrand had offered to wait until we were done, his retainers all expressed interest in the affair. They wanted to see the clothes we were keeping for ourselves, particularly for their face stones, and refusing them was no trivial matter. The prince's retainers were sovereigns, such arch nobles, and on top of them being Solange's bosses, arch nobles close to royalty were even higher in status than the archduke candidates such as myself. We could have avoided sovereign influence if we had stealthily changed Schwartz and Weiss in our dormitory, but here in the Royal Academy library, it was hard to refuse sovereign scholars from viewing the changing of royal magic tools. Our decision to do things here had evidently backfired. Oh, yes, it has. They may enter, I conceded. I thank you, Solange said with a sigh of relief, and promptly returned to the reading room. Lenore and Cornelius tightened their expressions as she went. I don't have a choice here. Prince Hildebrand and his retainers are here. They wish to see Schwartz and Weiss, I told the girls. The cheery atmosphere disappeared at an instant, and everyone knelt where they were. It was only natural for the mood to change so dramatically. None of us had expected royalty to appear. Solange guided the prince and his retainers into the room. Hildebrand seemed to be examining the office with very frequent glances. I got the impression that he wanted to look all over the place, but was containing his curiosity. It was rather good manners for a boy who had just recently been baptized, and when compared to how Wilfrid had acted at that age, I couldn't help but silently whistle. Now this is a bona fide rich boy educated from birth. Upon noticing that everyone had paused their work to kneel, Hildebrand waved a hand and said, Please continue. As the girls returned to changing the shoe mills, he came over to me, presumably because I was the only one not getting involved. His eyes were about level with mine, which meant we were a similar height. I stood up as straight as I could, craned up my neck, and got on tiptoe, trying to maintain my pride as an older student, but my legs soon began to tremble. It didn't seem like I would be able to keep up the front for much longer, so I returned to standing normally, feeling a little disappointed. I'm just barely taller than a newly baptized kid. Oh well. At least I'm not shorter than him. That would have been a big punch to the gut right there. I thought Weiss was very cute when I visited the library the other day, so I came to see them again, Hildebrand said. I was surprised when I found they weren't in the reading room, but I see their clothes are being changed. It seems they must be given new clothes each time they change masters, which is why Ehrenfest prepared new outfits, I explained. And they are not just cute, they are exceptionally skilled workers. I went on to extol the virtues of Schwartz and Weiss as Hildebrand continued watching the changing process with curious eyes. Not only did the two shoe mills manage the lending of corrals and reading materials, they also remembered who had which book and who hadn't paid. They were essential to the smooth running of the library. I must kneel before the wondrous power of the royal family, I said. I am told that ancient royalty made Schwartz and Weiss, but the Royal Academy professors do not seem to know how. Are there any records in the palace of the time when they were made by chance? I was bursting with excitement at the very idea, but Hildebrand seemed unsure of what to say. He gazed quizzically at one of his retainers, prompting them to answer in his place. My sincerest apologies, the man said, but I have come across no such records in the palace library. The palace library? Oh, such glorious words! Oh no. I could feel my entire world brighten in his answer. A new library meant countless opportunities to come across new books. It seemed only natural that I should ask for more details, but as I opened my mouth, something tugged on my sleeve. I turned to saw Lenore with quite an intense smile on her face. Okay, I understand. Shut up and don't say anything else. Got it. I closed my mouth and remembered the warning I had received, that I always spun out of control when it came to talking about libraries. This was a rare opportunity to get valuable intel in the palace library, but displeasing royalty here could end with me being forever barred from entering. I need to be careful. As Charlotte had suggested to me, I needed to start with something that Hildebrand and I found mutually interesting, and then gradually shift the topic to libraries from there. But what common ground was there between the two of us? I fell into thought, at which point Hildebrand appeared to take the initiative, speaking in a manner that came across as both hesitant and timid. I told that Rosemine of Ehrenfest is engaged, but what of... He had trailed off, although it was obvious whom he meant. Our common ground is... Charlotte? I widened my eyes at the sudden question, blinked for a bit, and then shook my head calmly. No plans have been made as of yet, but I expect there to be discussions during the Interduchy tournament the Archduke Conference, sometime soon at least. Adolphine of Jawanko had been sizing up Charlotte during the fellowship gathering. It wasn't hard to imagine she was calculating the benefit of marrying her to Ortwin. Given how many people had probed for engagements with me at the Introductory Tournament and Archduke Conference, I could guess that Charlotte would soon be receiving some as well. Hildebrand seemed somewhat taken aback by my response. He allowed his bright purple eyes to wander downward until his gaze settled on the floor, and then said, I suppose I am too young then? One must be old to be seen as reliable. Wait. What? Does he have the hots for Charlotte? Oh no, I don't have a clue what kind of boy she likes. This is not the kind of topic I was equipped to speak about at the moment, so I frantically searched for an innocuous answer. I do not believe that one's age determines how reliable they are, so there is nothing more I can say. It was my best attempt, but even then Hildebrand seemed devastated. There was only one other solution I could think of. If you are that curious, shall I ask Charlotte for you? What? Hildebrand gave me a look of sheer confusion, and then repeatedly glanced between Charlotte and me in something resembling alarm. No, that isn't necessary. I was just curious. Do keep this talk a secret. I would not want my curiosity to cause any problems. I see. Understood, then. It was certainly true that marriage-related problems from royalty would cause chaos, and given that Hildebrand had merely been a little curious, there was no need to throw everyone into a panic. I'll just wait for our little prince here to settle his feelings. My apologies for the wait, Prince Hildebrand. Rosemine. Charlotte interjected as she brought Schwartz and Weiss over to us. How do they look? Surely this should be his, understanding that this is Rosemine he's been talking to. Charlotte is the other one. The two Shumo's clothes were primary black, as expected, since this was the Royal Academy. I had suggested making one look like a butler and the other a maid, but almost none of my original designs had ended up being used. All that seemed to remain of my suggestion were the matching hair ornaments on their chests. Schwartz was wearing a white shirt, although since they were wearing a vest over it, the only parts I could actually see were the sleeves. The vest itself was decorated with complex embroidery, which marked the similarly complex magic circles beneath it. I masked them. Schwartz also had a cute ribbon tie made with dyed cloth, and there was many colorful flowers and leaves embroidered onto their pants, making Lacelotta's enthusiastic involvement more than clear. Weiss was wearing a dress, the sleeves of which were generally embroidered with flowers and leaves like those on Schwartz. Their apron was also covered in complex embroidery, and the only white of their clothing still visible were the frills in their shoulders. By their neck was a tie-dyed ribbon and a flower ornament. The girls had also wanted to put ornaments on Weiss's ears, but ultimately decided against it since the ornaments had proven too heavy and were therefore too much of a hindrance. Looks good, milady. Milady, praise us. You both look adorable. Everyone's efforts have produced such wonderful outfits for the two of you to wear. The embroidery is excellent as well, I said, praising not just the shoe mills, but also everyone involved in making the clothes. Hildebrand gave a peaceful smile. I'm glad to have seen such a wonderful sight. I took Schwartz and Weiss's old outfits and presented them to Hildebrand. These are what they were wearing before, I said. Do remember that once you button them up, it will complete the magic circles, and the defensive charms will activate when filled with mana. Hildebrand's retainers accepted the clothes with a nod and then looked them over. Was Ehrenfest using these magic circles directly, one asked. No, I replied. Lord Ferdinand modified them. I am still not an expert on magic circles, and so I will ask that you direct any questions to his teacher, Professor Herscher. Understood. I wasn't about to attempt an answer when I didn't understand the subject matter myself. I had also been told to direct any questions about magic tools and circles to Hersher and Raymond, whatever. So I just gave the response that Ferdinand had given me. Now, I shall replenish your mana, I said, beckoning Schwartz and Weiss. I touched the faces on their foreheads and started pouring in mana while stroking them. In turn, they closed their eyes as though enjoying the experience. Ah, how cute, Hildebrand exclaimed, reaching out to them himself. Don't touch them! No, don't touch them, I shouted in a panic, but it was too late. The instant his fingertips brushed against one of the shoe mills, a cracking sound was heard, and there came a momentary flash like a small spark of electricity. Hildebrand gasped and started nursing his hand while his guard knights immediately readied their staffs. Hey, told you guys, I told y'all not to touch them. None can touch Schwartz and Weiss except those registered as their master and those with their master's permission, I explained. Prince Hildebrand, do you have no such magic tools in the palace? As far as I knew, there were plentiful magic tools in the palace, all of which could only be used by those registered with them. One of the prince's retainers sighed. All magic tools in the palace may be used by royalty. This is the first one that Prince Hildebrand has been unable to touch. Oh, so I can't touch Schwartz and Weiss, Hildebrand said, slumping his shoulders. It was then that one of his retainers turned to me. These magic tools are the heirlooms of royalty. In which case, do you not think that Prince Hildebrand should be their master rather than you? He asked. He was telling me to concede ownership to the prince, and unlike last year, I nodded at the suggestion. It would be ideal for royalty to have control of Schwartz and Weiss so that they continue functioning even when I am absent, I said. Prince Hildebrand could come to replenish their mana even during the seasons when I am away from the Royal Academy. I would not need to prepare mana or face stones for them, which will ease the weight on me significantly. I was only supplying mana to Schwartz and Weiss because Solange needed them for the library. If royalty could do that in my place, I would absolutely prefer it. The retainer met my ready agreement with surprise, but the scholars who were looking at the clothes furrowed their brows. You framed supplying these tools of mana as though it were trivial, but such a task would place too much of a strain on Prince Hildebrand, who was only recently baptized, one said. If they were worried about his mana quantity and health, then there was a lot of other things they needed to consider, too. I decided to list them all out so that his scholars could make a more informed decision. There are other concerns as well, I said. Will the prince be able to supply Schwartz and Weiss of mana on a regular enough basis when he must wait for the library to empty before visiting? Furthermore, were he to become their master in full, they would need new clothes yet again. Do you have the staff and resources for that? Ferdinand mentioned that he had used some fairly rare materials that he had been saving for quite some time on those clothes. Perhaps the sovereignty was overflowing with such resources, but the embroidery was still a massive job that would take a long time. This was only confirmed when one of the scholars who had been tracing the embroidery with his fingers averted his gaze. It seemed that he was not particularly eager to take on this kind of task, and most importantly of all, I turned to face the prince, who was looking a bit stunned. You need an iron resolve, Prince Hildebrand, an iron resolve. I nodded and continued in a mysterious tone. All those registered as Schwartz and Weiss's master are called milady, even the men. The male librarians of the past were called as such, and you will be no exception. Is that acceptable? Most boys the prince's age looked rather effeminate, and this was especially true for the prince himself. He had such a pretty face, and came across as so peaceful that he would very easily be mistaken for a girl in the right clothes. Becoming Schwartz and Weiss's master would result in him being called milady on top of this, which ran the risk of wounding his masculine pride. Prince Hildebrand, you have the iron resolve to be called milady forevermore, I reiterated. The prince shook his head firmly. I'm a boy. I don't want to be called a lady. I told you. I got the impression that he had once been mistaken for a girl or some such and was traumatized by the memory. Oh. In that case, I would suggest that you be registered as a mana supplier, I said. By doing this, you will get to touch them, and they will continue to call you by your name. You also will not need to visit the library on a regular basis. That, I want to do that, Hildebrand declared, his eyes sparkling. His retainers concurred, likely because it was a much lighter burden on him. However, I noted, you will need both dark and light affinities to supply them with mana. Will that be a problem? Not at all. And so Hildebrand registered as a mana supplier. Just like that, the library committee had recruited a new member. He was in a good mood as we saw him off, since he could now stroke Schwartz and Weiss all over. I gave a relieved sigh, having successfully survived the situation without displeasing royalty. One truly cannot predict what events will suddenly befall you, nor can one stop them once they begin, Charlotte muttered to herself. As it turned out, Charlotte had wanted to ensure that I didn't cross paths with royalty again, but things had progressed so suddenly that she could only stand and watch. Even by the time the prince was saying his farewell, she had not found an opportunity to step in. It was too bad, in all honesty. I was pretty sure that Hildebrand would have loved for her to join the conversation. Let us hurry back to the dormitory, Charlotte said, hurrying us along. I fear that something else is bound to happen if we do not. All the girls who we had brought with us for help seemed exhausted just from having met with royalty. As I returned to the dorms with everyone, I suddenly remembered something and turned to Charlotte. Out of curiosity, what do you think of younger men? I asked. Would you find one hard to rely on? Charlotte returned a look as though she sensed my intentions, then she placed a hand on her cheek and closed her eyes in contemplation. It would depend on the person, but I tend to find older men more reliable. Wilfrey does have my love despite everything. Oh my. Too bad, Prince, you're out of the race. Shoot. Poor Hildebrand. Though I think he likes Rosamund and not Charlotte. I made a mental note that Charlotte preferred older boys, but as I did, she looked down at me with concern. Do you not agree that our brother is more worthy of relying on than Prince Hildebrand? She asked. It seemed that she was pushing the whole reliability metaphor, but far be it from me to commit the faux pas of pointing that out. Well, as always, what I want most in a partner is their willingness to let me do anything I want with our library. I have not forgotten Wilfred's promise that I may do as I wish with the dormitory bookshelf. For some reason, this answer made Charlotte look exceptionally uneasy. Ooh, gathering facestones. What's this about? Classes are truly important, so please prioritize planning around Lady Hannelor's classes, Solange had said to me. I had sent a letter of invitation to Hannelore since once Brunhilde had my schedule in order, but she had responded that she was unable to attend on the first suggested date, since it overlapped with her sociology lessons. Another date was soon chosen, however, and now the Bookworm tea party was charging full steam ahead. We will need to send an invitation to Professor Solange as well, Brunhilde noticed, so I speedily wrote the letter and then half skipped to the library. Woohoo! A tea party with Professor Solange and Lady Hannelore. The Bookworm tea party was being held in the library's office, and I can already feel my excitement steadily rising. I needed to be careful as to not get too emotional. Milady's here. Milady, book time. Oh, Rosamund really is here. That last voice was Hildebrand, who was with Schwartz and Weiss when I entered the library. He had come to see them time and time again over the past few days. Apparently he would stroke them until he was satisfied and then be on his way. Even the shoemills had noted that he was exceedingly bored. He was borrowing study guides for first years, but had apparently said there were a few books he could read in general. It was simply too sad that he had wanted to read but had just so few options, so I had sent a letter to Ehrenfest asking whether I could lend him the children's books I had made. Good day, Prince Hildebrand. I formed the customary greetings before heading over to where Solange was. She had said with a chuckle that her job was a lot more stressful now that she was hosting royalty each and every day, although she had gotten a bit more used to it since she knew that he was only visiting for Schwartz and Weiss. Professor Solange, we have settled on a date for the tea party, I said, presenting the letter of invitation. Solange accepted it with a joyful smile. Oh my, how exciting. 4 days from now, I see. She rarely seemed to venture outside the library, and since she socialized with the other professors less during the winter when the students were around, she said that she really enjoyed our tea party last year. I will be putting enthusiasm into those preparations myself. As we smiled at each other, a young voice interjected. There's a tea party 4 days from now? Hildebrand asked. It seemed that he had wandered over with Schwartz and Weiss. Should I refrain from visiting the library then? Schwartz and Weiss would be doing work in the reading room like always, so I assumed there was no issue with Hildebrand coming to see them. But apparently it was socially unacceptable to have a relaxing tea party in the office while there was royalty attending. Maybe I should ask him to stay back here, I wondered, turning to Solange for her to give the final answer. She rested a hand on her cheek and looked down at me. Lady Rosamund, what would you say about inviting Prince Hildebrand to our tea party? He has been registered as an assistant mana supplier, and we will need to tell that to Lady Hannelore. Oh, huh? I was under the impression that we were having an all-girls tea party, but if we consider it a library committee gathering instead, we definitely want the prince there too. Oh, Sylvester and Ferdinand are gonna have heart attacks. Oh, boy. What the fuck? She can't avoid trouble! She seriously cannot avoid trouble no matter what happens. Jesus. Hannelore would presumably find the situation easier to handle if we gave her an advance warning that Hildebrand was attending the tea party, and then mentioned that he joined the committee on the day of, rather than having her find out at the very last minute that she was going to be in the presence of royalty. Yeah, that might be a good idea to let her know ahead of time. As I nodded to myself, Hildebrand looked between Solange and me, his bright purple eyes brimming with hope. I returned to smile, internally thankful that I had just told him to go away before consulting Solange. Prince Hildebrand, I wish to send you a letter of invitation as well, I said. I am aware that this is quite an abrupt request. I hope it will not disturb you. Not at all, the prince replied. In fact, I would love one. There are not too many places I can go. He was positively beaming at the thought, but what about his retainers? I glanced over to see that they were all wore plastered on smiles, and one gestured with his eyes to Brunhilde. I would like to hear the details from one of your attendants, Lady Rosamine, Brunhilde, if you would. Understood. Despite being tense with anxiety, Brunhilde put on a calm smile and headed over to the prince's retainer. I felt a little bad for her, having to suddenly work with retainers of royalty. But there was no time for pity. I turned my attention back to Hildebrand. I can't wait, he said. Almost all the tea parties I've attended here have just been my mother and me. Hildebrand had only recently been baptized and was still rather new to socializing. Aside from a member of tea parties with his mother's family, he had pretty much no experience whatsoever. Hopefully, our gathering would help him to stave off that boredom. Will you be reading again today, Lady Rosamine? The prince asked. I will stay with Weiss so you may go to the second floor without fear. In other words, it was reading time. Hildebrand was a good boy who knew just how passionate I was about books. It was for this reason that he would always suggest I go and read after only a short discussion. I thanked him and then went up to the second floor, as I was now so used to doing. Light of all different colors painted my hands, pulling me from my book and informing me that the bell would soon ring. It was time to leave for lunch, so I asked Feline to return my book for me and then started toward the exit. Hildebrand was already nowhere to be seen, meaning the library was quiet and devoid of other students. I said my farewells to Schwartz and Weiss, and the bell chimed just as I stepped outside the library. My destination now was the central building, but as I made my way there, I saw a familiar face walking brusquely in my direction. It was Raymond, Herscher's and now also Ferdinand's disciple. Lady Rosamine, he said upon noticing me, putting on a truly happy smile. He sought my permission to continue, and then openly began to express his thanks. Lord Hartmut told me it was you who asked Lord Ferdinand to take me under his wing. It's thanks to you that he accepted me as an apprentice disciple. Such was the made-up cover story we were using so that I could more easily serve as a go-between for Ferdinand and Raymond. Raymond, whatever you call him. Good Lord. I had been chosen because it was more believable for me to have made the suggestion than Wilfrid or Charlotte, who had never even met Raymond. After I answer my list of questions from Lord Ferdinand, he'll give me new research problems to work on, and when I'm done, he'll grade my results, Raymond said, sounding quite genuinely pleased as he showed me the problems he had received, and said that he would be spending all afternoon locked away in Herscher's lab. He wore a dazzling smile that made it clear that he was pouring his all into something he loved. Raymond, when you finish the problems, please do contact me through Professor Herscher, I said. I am going to be sending them to Lord Ferdinand for you. Right. I want to get them done as soon as possible. I believe the answers to his first batch of questions. I have the answers to his first batch of questions here. Please to send them right away. Raymond eagerly held out some documents and gave them to Hartmut. It seemed that someone had given him plant paper to use. Consider it done. Now, if you'll excuse me. I continued on my way to the central building. Behind me, I could hear the patter of excited footsteps as Raymond ran to the scholar building. As soon as we were back in the dormitory, Hartmut began reading the answers he had received from Raymond. He let me see the paper as well, and on it was a list of questions about Ahrensbach, styled entirely like a geography test. Raymond had essentially finished his real exams, and then accepted this additional one in his free time. I could easily imagine him running around, desperately collecting information to answer these questions and get his next research problem. I have much to learn from this situation, Hartmut muttered, bewitching a valuable informant with just enough bait, then exploiting the mindset of a student desperate to pass exams, but providing them with an exam-like list of questions. I have never seen such rational and coldly efficient intelligence gathering before. He was stunned at how swiftly information on Ahrensbach's internals had fallen into our hands. Raymond is a gold mine! Do not lose it! Do not lose him! We will be hunting Fabies today, Roderick announced that Earth Day after breakfast. He was going to be heading out with some apprentice knights, mainly those belonging to the former Veronica faction. It seemed that Hartmut was hurrying him on, saying that if giving me his name was truly his intention, he would need to act soon. The other children felt similarly, wanting to gather the face stones just in case, even though they hadn't yet settled on what they would be doing. Be careful, Roderick, I said. Do not forget that you are just a scholar. Of course, Lady Rosamine. After seeing Roderick and the others off, my retainers gathered in a private room to formulate our response to Ehrenfest. Yesterday we had reported my inviting Hildebrand to a tea party, and we had received in turn a flurry of questions along the lines of why and how. I could already tell that our morning was going to be expended entirely on writing our answers, much like when Hildebrand had joined the library committee. But this time it was Professor Solange who suggested that we have him join us, so we were surely right to send the invitation. It would have been more rude of us not to, right? I asked. Brunhilde, seeing as she had been there, I was so poor at socializing that I needed to get a second opinion on even my most basic reactions. She gave an uncomfortable expression and said, "It would have been better for us if you had taken a step back after agreeing with Professor Solange's assessment, rather than addressing the prince then and there. In the future, even during urgent situations, please leave any invitations to your attendants rather than taking matters into your own hands. Understood, I shall do that next time." Brunhilde's answer was made even stronger by the fact that one of the prince's retainers had indeed called her over to handle the necessary arrangements for the tea party then and there. It was the retainers who suffered when thrown into situations like that, and when advising me on what to do instead, their language had shifted from a lighter, "You may wish to do X at times," to a far more exhausted, "In these cases, please just do X." The tea party itself will not be an issue, though, right? I asked. We had experience attending a tea party with royalty last year with Prince Anastasius. "We have received an invitation before, but this is our first time doing the inviting ourselves, milady. We are now the 10th, but this is entirely different," Riarda said. It seemed that Ehrenfest inviting royalty to any tea party was more or less unthinkable. "We can't take it back, can we?" I asked. "Of course not. What are we That said, Prince Hildebrand was clearly seeking an invitation then and there, so regardless of how you handled it, I believe the end result would have been the same," Brunhilde said. "Thank you!" Adding in a mutter that the prince's retainer had been very apologetic. Driven by our inexperience, Hildebrand and I had brought suffering to our attendants by acting without the proper groundwork. It was unfortunate, to say the least. Hartman and Feline were summarizing our conversations to send to Ehrenfest, and while the scholars were writing my response, my attendants and I settled the details of the tea party. It was then that Cornelius, who had been standing guard outside the door, rushed in. "Lady Rosamine, Roderick has returned with wounds," he explained. I stood up abruptly and went straight to the common room. There I found Charlotte and the others surrounding Roderick, who was covered in cuts and bruises. "Roderick, I heard that you were injured," I said. "A strong fey-beast appeared while we hunted," he explained. It seemed that he had avoided the attack, but ended up slammed into an apprentice knight in the process. They sent me back so I could call for reinforcements. I returned to Cornelius just as Wilfrid and his guard knights entered the room fully armed. "Don't worry," Wilfrid said. "We'll handle this." "Wilfrid?" Apparently he had gone off to get ready as soon as Roderick returned. I saw apprentice arch-knights and some of Charlotte's apprentice guard knights among his group. "The Archducal guard knights who know your method and were trained by Lord Bonifacius are the stronger ones here," Wilfrid explained. He had also been growing his mana, and he had a lot of mana for a member of the Archducal family to begin with. Since he was a boy, he was required to participate in training with the apprentice knights, so he had decided to lead the reinforcements. "You and Charlotte should guard the dorm. Your guard knights can protect Charlotte, and now we have to go." "Understood. Be safe, dear brother," Charlotte said, her indigo eyes wavering as she saw everyone off. I saw them off as well, and then turned to Roderick. His wounds looked painful, so I immediately took out my staff. "May Hellsmear's hailing be granted to Roderick," I said, causing a green light to envelop him and recover his wounds. He widened his eyes a little and then looked down at his limbs. It must have been his first time being healed. "You should drink a rejuvenation potion, both for your mana and stamina." My words must have reminded Roderick that rejuvenation potions existed at all, as he hurriedly plucked a bottle from among those lining his belt and chugged its contents. He then sighed and said, "I thank you, Lady Rosamine. The pain has faded." "What in the world happened?" I asked. "Do tell which fey-beast appeared." Roderick nodded and said they had come across a massive, black, dog-like fey-beast. It was taller than an adult, even when running on all fours, he said. And when it moved, the area around it morphed. I saw trees wilt and rot away, turning black right before us. It had many eyes as well, large red ones where a normal dog's eyes would be, and several tiny black ones on its forehead, which changed colors when it was attacked. "Is that not a Turnus Befallen? Lenore cried in a sharp voice, her indigo eyes widening. Among my guard knights, she was the quietest and most scholar-like of them all. It was rare of her to shout in such a panic. "What's a Turnus Befallen?" Cornelius asked, frowning in confusion. "Is it serious?" Lenore nodded repeatedly, her expression as hard as stone. "It's a fey-beast that grows with mana," she said. "They're similar to our local Trombe, and I've read they live in the south of Jurgensmith. If we attack it carelessly, it will only grow stronger." "What?" Everyone present gasped at this revelation. Attempting to kill the Turnus Befallen ran the risk of making it larger instead. I recalled the Trombe that had used my mana to grow at an astonishing rate, and felt a shiver run down my spine. I rubbed my arms to comfort myself. "But surely they will notice that their attacks are strengthening it. Plus weapons with a darkness blessing can hurt them. As so Ehrenfest apprentice knights should be fine, right?" I asked, remembering the knights at the Trombe extermination hunt. Cornelius and Lenore took a turn to look at me. "Where are these weapons with a darkness blessing?" Cornelius explained. "We must get them and follow Lord Wilfrid at once." "What do you mean, where?" I asked. "You simply say the prayer to give your staff-turned weapon the blessing." "Wait, Neither of you know about this? I could feel the blood draining from my face. I had assumed that the darkness blessing was common knowledge, but Cornelius and Lenore, Judith, and everyone else shook their heads collectively. The apprentice knights who went off to battle were in far too much danger. They could launch or supportive attacks in an attempt to repel the beast, entirely unaware they were only feeding its strength. My apologies, Lady Rosemine. This is all because I wanted a face stone, Roderick said, forcing the words from his throat. I gritted my teeth. He was holding back frustrated tears, convinced that his desire to give me his name had caused this. But he hadn't done anything wrong. I shall go, I declared. Lady Rosemine, sister! The moment I stood up, there came a clamor of voices. It's too dangerous, Lady Rosemine. You must lead this to the apprentice knights, Roderick exclaimed. But no matter the danger, I couldn't entrust the situation to apprentice guard knights who didn't even know the God of Darkness prayer. I am the High Bishop, I said. Everyone is going to be in danger unless I teach them the prayer to obtain this blessing. Attendants, contact the professors. I lead the dormitory to you, Charlotte. I turned on the dime, pumped mana into my enhancement tails, and started running toward the dormitory's rear exit. Lady Rosemine, please allow me to join you, Hartman said as he power walked next to me. I have trained alongside the apprentice knights so that I may protect you as well. Perhaps I may be able to buy some time while those already in battle say the prayer. I looked up at him and he gave me a reassuring nod. Feline, who was similarly running beside me, began to say the same, but I shut her down before she could even finish her sentence. You're staying here, Feline. You do not have much mana, so even if you can say the prayer, you will not be of much help. Cornelius spoke next with a highly troubled expression. Please just teach us the prayer and stay in the dorm as well, Lady Rosemine. The prayer is not short enough to be memorized so easily. And we do not have enough time for me to teach everyone. If you continue to complain, I will order you to stay here too. But that would defeat the purpose of us going. Then be quiet and hurry. I glanced over at the apprentice knights who were power walking alongside me. Can everyone produce their high base without maintaining their staffs? Of course, then do so and form your weapons. After seeing everyone take out their staffs and morph them into their weapons, I similarly turned my staff into a weapon, opting for a water gun, and then ordered them to repeat a prayer after me. Almighty and supreme God of darkness who rules the endless skies, Almighty Father who created the world and all things, please hear my prayer and lend your divine strength. Bless my weapon with the power to steal mana from the evil. All the mana which is yours by right, grant me your divine protection to purge the unnatural fae. We arrived at the back door, and Roderick, who had come with Feline, began pulling it open. I eyed them while continuing the prayer, and once outside I used my free hand to touch my face stone and bring out my high beast. Everyone else did the same and jumped on their own high beasts. Grant ephemeral peace to the beings of the land. As I finished my prayer, our weapons flashed for a moment and then were engulfed in clouds of darkness. I climbed into my high beast and turned around. There was Feline looking on with worry and Roderick biting into his lip, trying to keep the tears from streaming down his face. Roderick, get in, I shouted. I would not want you to lose your face stones after all this has happened. I have resolved to accept your name, but he was slow to answer, so Feline grabbed his hand and pulled him into my panabus. She forced him to sit down and then smiled. Lady Rosemine will never lose now that she has the darkness blessing. Did you not say that you will obtain the face stones and serve by her side? Go and get your face stones, Roderick. I silently applauded Feline's expert work in getting Roderick inside. Now we could leave as soon as she got out. I turned away to get my seatbelt on, and while I was distracted, I heard Roderick speak in an uneasy, pleading voice. Feline. Roderick, Feline replied, if you do not let go, I cannot get out. I glanced in the rearview mirror to see that Roderick was still gripping Feline's hand. She looked between him, the one keeping her in place, and me, the one who had ordered her to stay behind. It seemed that Roderick would feel more comfortable with company, and there was no harm in Feline riding with us. Feline, I said, could you show Roderick how to put on a seatbelt? May I come as well, then? Feline asked, widening her eyes. I responded with a brisk nod. I didn't want Roderick sitting alone in the back, worried. It was better that there be someone with him. Roderick is not yet formally my retainer. You are not a knight, Feline, but you must keep an eye on him. Do not allow him to leave my high beast no matter what. Understood, Feline repeated. I could see in the rearview mirror that she was wearing a pleased smile as I started pouring mana into the steering wheel. This was going to be some dangerous one-handed driving since I had a water gun in my other hand. Lady Rosemine, we're off, Roderick. I interrupted Roderick, who was probably about to insist on getting out, and then took to the sky to catch up to Cornelius. Here we go. Hunting a Turnus befallen. I accelerated toward the glow of the gathering spot. It was relatively close to the dorm, and amid the snow, the pillar of yellow light was easy to identify. I could see a black trail leading toward the magic mirror-esque barrier, tracing where the Turnus befallen had traveled, but the knights were nowhere to be seen. They must have been inside the gathering area as well. Going in, Cornelius shouted as he plunged into the pillar of light. I did the same in Leslie, following after his fluttering dark yellow cape. It took only a moment for us to get through, and in an instant the world around us went from one with snow to one without. However, the gathering spot was far from how I remembered it. About a quarter of the previously thriving plant life of the rich brown tree and beautiful green grass had been corrupted by the Turnus befallen. Even the very earth beneath us was now a swamp of black mud. This is awful. Where is everybody? Knights, respond, Cornelius called out, the panic in his voice bringing me back to my senses. The Turnus Befallen wasn't here, nor were the apprentice knights who had come to hunt it. They must have lured the Turnus Befallen elsewhere, Cornelia Lenore said calmly, maintaining her cool. Let us leave and investigate. Cornelius nodded and leaped back through the surrounding light. I did the same, still pained by the state of the land. This is going to need Flu Train's healing later, for sure. If we leave it like this, there won't be very much for our students to gather. As soon as we left the gathering spot, we felt great tremors coming from elsewhere in the forest. It was so deafening that a small shriek escaped me, and I instinctively shrank back into the seat of my panda bus. I could feel the air trembling against my skin. Where? Cornelius shouted. We flew up high and eventually spotted a trail leading to a spot deeper in the forest where several trees had just fallen. Hybe started in and out of sight, rising and then flying closer to the ground. The dark yellow capes of their riders were clear to see. There! I hurried over to the newly made clearing and finally saw the enlarged Turnus Befallen. It looked like a massive dog or wolf, just as Roderick had described it, but while he had said it was a little taller than an adult while on 4 legs, it was now 2 or 3 times the size. It wasn't this large before because there'd been using mana on it! Duh! Roderick cried. I nodded while eyeing it over. It must have grown after being attacked with mana, and quite a lot of mana indeed, it seems. I wanted to shout that the apprentice really should have noticed what was happening before things reached this point, but I swallowed the urge. They hadn't participated in a Tromba hunt before, let alone encountered a Fabius that stole mana. There was no avoiding this kind of mistake. Although the situation was now quite dire, it seemed the apprentice knights had at least learned that attacking the beast was dangerous. They were now flying around it, trying to keep it from causing too much more damage to the forest. Their dark yellow capes left no room for doubt that they were Air-infest apprentice knights, but their numbers paled in comparison to how many had departed with Wilfried. This is all of them, I muttered to myself. What about the apprentices who had gone gathering with Roderick? The Turnus Befallen opened its mouth wide in an attempt to eat an apprentice that was flying in front of its face, and just a moment later, its bared yellow teeth made a loud clinking sound. Watch out! The apprentice knight flourished their cape and suddenly changed direction, avoiding the danger as though they had predicted the Turnus Befallen's movements. I was relieved, but only for the slightest moment, as from the enlarged Turnus Befallen's mouth dribbled an excess of saliva. It dripped onto the ground, morphing the earth into black sludge, causing trees to lose their foundation, and collapse as the terrain distorted. The forest was wounded with each move the Turnus Befallen made. It was somewhat similar to a Trombe in that regard, but at least Trombe were lodged in place with their roots. The 4 swift legs of a Turnus Befallen yielded to no such restrictions. Lady Rose mindfully cried, the Turnus Befallen. Oh, and then did I realize that in my contemplation I had lost sight of the Turnus Befallen. I scanned my surroundings at once, but by the time I spotted it again, its massive bright eyes were already locked on me. Oh, shit! Roderick had said that the eyes on its forehead were black, but that was no longer the case. They were now red, blue, green, and more, as if reflecting the mana the beast had consumed, and they were all looking at me. A shiver ran down my spine, and with cold sweat seeped from my every pore, I knew these eyes well. They were the eyes of a Fabius that viewed me as nothing but prey. The Turnus Befallen snorted, no longer paying any mind to the apprentice knights floating around it, and rushed straight at me. Whether this was because it could tell who had the most mana, or because it had realized the knights were going to attack it again, I had no idea. Lady Rosemine, go up, Lenore shouted. Soar into the air, higher than the Turnus Befallen can leap. Kinda hard to judge that. I pulled my steering wheel back and launched into the air, but the Turnus Befallen refused to give up so easily. It stood on its 2 hind legs, and then bounded upward, trying to catch me in its mouth. The blood drained from my face. I could see its thick front legs through the window of my high beast, and smell the stench from its wide-open mouth. Ah! Crap! As my 2 passengers screamed, I slammed my foot down on the accelerator and started aimlessly firing my water gun through the open window. My shots all missed their target, and the Turnus Befallen hadn't lost any momentum. Its yellow teeth were clearly visible. I had never become so well acquainted with the inside of a Fabi's mouth before, and its raw breath was more terrifying than I ever could have imagined. I'm gonna get eaten! I was so stricken with fear that my skin had gone pallid, but I still had continued pouring mana into the steering wheel, and then... snap. I heard the beast clamp its teeth. It must have missed us, because its front legs suddenly flipped back, and a beat later, it let out a loud yelp. Got it, Judith cried energetically. Nice! I turned around, and only did I realize that what had happened. Judith had struck the Turnus Befallen in the face, then Cornelius had assailed it with a full power blow from the side. Lady Rosemine Hartman shouted as he flew over in a hurry. I had been gripping the steering wheel so desperately that I could no longer move my hands from it. It's okay, I croaked. I'm fine. Wilfried rushed over as well with his guard knights in tow. Rosemine, he shouted, you can't just leap into danger like this. I only came to teach the apprentices a prayer. All we need to do is distract the beast until the professors arrive, and your being here only makes that harder for us. The last thing we need is you getting eaten or collapsing out of nowhere. He was correct, so I apologized without hesitation. At least let me bless everyone's weapon. Once I've done that, I'll return to the dorm. All right. Cornelius and the others had gathered up in the air as well, and as I looked around, I realized that my initial suspicion was correct. There weren't enough people here. And there were no children of the former Veronica faction, nor were there the other apprentices who had departed with Wilfrid. Wilfrid, what happened to the rest of the apprentice knights, I asked. They're resting. We figured this was going to be a long fight, so we're operating on rotation, Wilfrid said, before shooting a rot into the direction of the forest. As the red light stretched out, apprentice knights who had apparently been scattered among the trees resting came flying over. I turned to my retainers, Cornelius, Lenore, Judith, Hartmut. The beast is dangerous now that it has grown so large. Please distract it, as Wilfrid and the others did, until I have finished the prayers. I will teach the apprentices here. Understood. Cornelius' group swooped down to the Turnisperfawn. I watched them go for a second, and then gazed across the gathered apprentice knights. Those who had been resting were divided into two groups. The students belonging to the former Veronica faction were centered around Matthias, while the rest were with Traugott. The situation seems to have changed greatly from when Roderick was last year, I said. I would like an explanation. All those gathered around Traugott turned to look at him, and now with particularly friendly eyes. Oh, I'm guessing that he rushed in with nobody and didn't listen to anybody. He had become rather meek late last year, while Justice was serving as his attendant, but he had regained his confidence after learning my mana compression method and increasing his capacity. Now he was hanging his head in silence. It was enough for me to realize that he was responsible for the Turnisperfawn becoming so large. Traugott, Wilfrid said, explained herself. Traugott froze and then nodded. It would have destroyed our entire gathering spot if we had let it continue to rampage here. Its rampage there, he said, which is why we've been guiding it deeper into the forest, and as for its size, it grew so large because I attacked it at full power. It seemed that, upon racing to the gathering spot with Wilfrid, Traugott had discovered the apprentice knights flying around the Turnisperfawn, leading it further into the forest without engaging it. Matthias had been quick to note that the beast was stealing mana and ordered all those in his group to not attack it under any circumstances, but Traugott had not been so perceptive. Unsure of the reason for their pacifism, why didn't you ask? You should have asked, why are we not attacking it? Then you could have been fine. They would have known what was going on and you wouldn't have done this. He had decided to save the other knights by killing the Turnisperfawn in one mighty blow. Matthias had of course realized that there was nothing he or the other reinforcements could do to help and shouted for Traugott to wait. But Traugott didn't hear and launched his full power attack nonetheless. It was then that the Turnisperfawn, which had only been a little bigger than an adult, had swelled even further in size. For a moment it looked as though it might explode from the pressure of the mana, but its shape soon stabilized and it ended up over twice as large as before. As I reeled in confusion, an ordinance arrived from Lady Charlotte's apprentice guard knight, Traugott continued. It explained what the Fey Beast was and that we needed weapons blessed by darkness to attack it. Around the same time, Wilfrid had received an ordinance from Riarda saying I had flown off to teach the blessing and that the professors had been summoned. From there, Lord Wilfrid took command, Matthias added, looking at the Turnisperfawn. We lured the beast away from our gathering spot, taking care not to attack it, and started to buy time. We therefore had enough leeway to drink rejuvenation potions and recover in rotation. I examined the gathered knights as he spoke, and noticed that some were still exhausted and wounded. We should be fine if we continue to buy time for the professors to arrive, I said. Now, I shall reward you all for your efforts with Hellschmier's healing. My staff was already transformed, so I used my ring to heal the apprentice knights instead. I tended to them one by one, each time allowing the green light of a blessing to shoot through my ring's face stone and rain down upon them. We thank you, Lady Rosemine. The pain must have faded as even the slouched-over knights straightened their backs. Now then, please take out your weapons, I said, and once the blessing is dispelled, you cannot receive it again that day, so make sure to wait until the Turnisperfawn is truly beaten. We don't even know how to dispel it, Wilfrid said, which made me smile as I repeated the prayer from before. Almighty and supreme God of darkness who rules the endless skies. Almighty Father who created the world and all things. The apprentice knights repeated my words while staring at their weapons. I could see Cornelius and the others reach straining the Turnisperfawn far beneath us. Please hear my prayer and lend her divine strength. Bless my weapon with the power to steal mana from the evil. All the mana which is yours by right. Grant me your divine protection to purge the unnatural fey. I closed my eyes, holding back my urge to speed up the prayer even a little. I couldn't allow my focus to falter even for the slightest moment. Grant ephemeral peace to the beings of the land. When I opened my eyes, I saw that everyone's weapons were black with the power of darkness. Some were balking at the very sight. Your attack will now steal mana from the Turnisperfawn, I explained. You said that your aim is simply to buy time, but if possible, I would like its face stone. To that end, I would appreciate it if you used wide attacks to sever its limbs. Rosemine, do you really think we're in a position to do that? Wilfrid asked with a sigh and shook his head. Now, as I'm sure you've gathered from the fact that we've been up here uninterrupted, the Turnisperfawn can only reach so high. Stay up here where we can see you, and don't get close enough for fire's attacks to reach you. Right. Cornelius and the others rejoined us, perhaps having noticed the flashes everyone's weapons were imbued with darkness. The Trinispher Fallen below turned its attention to us and jumped again, as if detecting how much high-quality mana was now gathered in one place, but we were high up enough that not even its front legs could reach us. Still, the sight of a beast with glowing eyes leaping toward us with its mouth wide open was terrifying. Lenore is the only one among us to have read about Trinispher Fallens and their attributes, I said. All of you follow her instructions, especially you, Traga. Is that understood? Yes, Traga muttered, hanging his head. Wolfried gave a sympathetic exhale. Don't be too hard on Traga. He just didn't know how Trinispher Fallens work. The problem isn't that he didn't know, is that he doesn't follow orders. Yeah, I have to agree with Rosemont on this one. If he would just have seen that the others were not attacking, and then asked them, why are you not attacking? He would have known what they knew, and he wouldn't have made it so big. Jeez. As much as I wanted to voice my thoughts on the matter, I decided to keep my mouth shut. Now that I had blessed the Apprentice Knights' weapons, they could handle the rest of the fight themselves. And my work here was halfway done. I still needed to heal the earth, though given what was lurking below us, that didn't have time to be done right now. As I was lost in thought, Lenore was taking command, and she turned to give me my orders next. Now, Lady Rosemine, you want me to fight too, I asked? I thought I was told to stay here in the sky. You have more mana than any of us, and can attack from the greatest distance. Is there a reason you should not fight? It seemed that she wanted us to use all of the manpower available to her. It was a logical decision, and although I was a little surprised to see her so focused on defeating the enemy as efficiently as possible, I was glad to actually be given a job. That means I'm being of use to everyone. Lady Rosemine, please use your water gun to shoot the Trinispher Fallen from outside its reach, Lenore said. Judith Hartman stayed by her side no matter what. Understood, I replied enthusiastically as I readied my water gun. Lenore gave a small smile in response and then looked at Traga. Traga, work with Cornelius to detach the Trinispher Fallen's limbs. You know the attack that he and Angelica often use, correct? Traga was about to respond, but then fell silent. His failure from earlier must have been weighing on his mind. He shut his eyes tight and shook his head, but Lenore had no intention of permitting him to flee. She continued in a quiet voice. You and Lord Wolfried are the only ones here with enough mana to match Cornelius. If you believe that you have failed, then now is your chance to make up for it and try again. Traga seemed to shrink back with each word, and all eyes were on him. That is until Wolfried stepped forward protectively. I can only copy what I've seen, but I will join you, Cornelius, he said. Lenore gave Traga another look, this time seeming more expectant, but he said nothing. Instead, he just lowered his gaze. Cornelius, who had been watching this exchange in silence, let out a sigh and smiled at Wolfried. You may put out your all into your attacks, Lord Wolfried. I will match your manpower. Our game plan was going to be similar to the one used during the Trombe extermination. I would target the Trinispher Fallen with long-range attacks, and once it was weakened, the Apprentice Knights would attack all at once. Everyone would then back off, which was my cue to rain arrows down upon the beast. I just need to be careful not to hit any of the Apprentice Knights in the process. I've been given the position that Ferdinand was in before, so it must be pretty important, right? Like, super important? It certainly didn't seem like the kind of position to give someone who had never been through proper training before. Before I even had an opportunity to consider backing out, however, Lenore threw her fist up and the Apprentice Knights scattered. The Trinispher Fallen's eyes circled all over the place as though it was debating which high beast to chase after. Ew, talk about gross. I aimed my gun at the Trinispher Fallen far below, feeling goosebumps rise all over my skin, and pictured Ferdinand obliterating the Tromba as clearly as I could. This is my chance. I'm going to show everyone just how hard-boiled I really am. Lady Rosemine, Feline called. Lenore just gave the signal. She had been keeping an eye out for me. I turned to Judith and Hartman, who were guarding Lenore from either side, and then fired my water gun at the Trinispher Fallen with a loud, yeah! Because I'd been visualizing the attack that Ferdinand had used, the mana being shot out of my black gun turned into equally black arrows, which split apart and rained down on the beast in a massive flurry. Ah! Judith cried, launching her own attack right after mine. Her black stone flew through the air, but it seemed as though she had made a mistake of some sort. Rather than going through the Trinispher Fallen, which I had assumed was an easy target considering its size, the stone looked as though it would miss entirely. All of a sudden, the Fabies dodged my attacks and moved straight into the path of the stone that Judith had launched. It struck the beast, which yelped in pain. But why, I asked. I need to be the best when it comes to long-range attacks, Lady Rosemine. Gotta predict where the enemy will go, Judith said proudly before landing a second hit with another black stone. Of course my attack had missed again. Senselessly, annoyed that none of my attacks were hitting the Trinispher Fallen, I started firing shot for shot with the best aim I could muster. It dodged each one as if gloating that it had a perfect read on my technique, while Judith's attacks continued to land. I hate this! Of course, I wasn't the only one whose attacks were missing. All the eyes on the Trinispher Fallen's forehead allowed it to take in information from every direction, and it was extremely agile. The problem was that everyone else seemed to hit the beast at least one on occasion. I was the only person missing every shot. Lady Rosemont, you don't appear to have landed a single attack, Feline observed. Her words stuck into my heart like daggers, and while I wanted to shout at her not to remind me, I continued focusing on the Turnusper Fawn. It seems to be because the Turnusper Fawn is trying to dodge your attacks in particular, Roderick added quietly. I nodded in agreement. Its large red eyes were locked on me, and absolutely refused to stray elsewhere. It almost seemed as though the beast believed it would be fine as long as it dodged my attacks. I'm the only one who keeps missing because it's focused on me. Look at someone else already. If only we could obscure its vision, then my attacks would land too, I exclaimed furious. Obscure its vision, Roderick asked calmly. How would we do that? Well, It was such a mass of babies that no idea immediately came to mind. Something to block its eyes. Something to block its eyes. If only we had, like, a big piece of cloth with us. It would only be a temporary solution. There was no way we could wrap the cloth around the Turnusper Fawn's eyes and then fasten it behind its head. But a temporary solution was all we needed. Simply dropping the cloth from above would serve that purpose nicely. A distraction like that would blind the beast for at least a second, which is plenty of time for me to get an attack in. I just needed some cloth big enough to cover its entire body. Oh, I exclaimed, I know a divine instrument that will do just the trick. Rucked. A divine instrument, Feline repeated, stunned. I nodded response as my water gun returned to being a snap. Much to my surprise, this didn't dispel the blessing, as the knights during the Trombi hunt had said it would. Instead, my snap returned black. I closed my eyes. There was a spell that Ferdinand had taught me to use for defensive purposes. Vinsambang, I said, and my snap turned into black cloth decorated with flecks of gold that sparkled like the night sky. Roderick pointed at it dazed. Lady Rosemont, what's that? The God of Darkness's cape, I replied. With this, we can block the Turnusper Fawn's vision. This was a cape that had the power to absorb and seize control of mana. It was very likely that the Darkness blessing would result in the mana being sent to the gods instead of me. But that was fine in my eyes. The only thing I cared about was reducing how much mana the Turnusper Fawn had. I spread out the cape as if creating a miniature night sky and dropped it above the Turnusper Fawn's head. My arrows would only ever shoot where I had initially aimed them, but I could spread and move the cape at will, which is apparently more than the Turnusper Fawn could dodge. It froze in place once the black cloth had covered its many eyes and started pawing at its face in an attempt to restore its vision. Yes, now we won't be able to avoid my attacks, I declared, clenching my fist in enthusiasm. Feline placed a hand on her cheek and gave me an inquisitive look. But, Lady Rosemont, how will you attack when you just turned your staff into a cape and threw it at the beast? Ah, my water gun! As I cradled my head trying to ease the failure-induced agony, Wilfred and Cornelia shouted words of approval. Great job, Rosemont, you've stunned it. Now everyone attack at once, aim for its hind legs. 20-some high beasts soared freely through the sky, and their riders launched a barrage of attacks on the Turnusper Fawn as it struggled to remove the cape from its head. They focused on its hind legs with their darkness-imbued weapons, and the beast shrieked as blood poured from its wounds and ate into the earth. The Turnusper Fawn became more and more injured as the fight went on, and as I watched everyone continue their assault, I could barely hold back the urge to cry. Everyone looks so cool but me! This is wrong! Give me back my chance to show off! Wilfred had filled his sword with mana so that he could attack whenever he was ready, and now its black blade was engulfed in a black cloud. As he raised it high into the air, I noticed the lion crest on the hilt. I could only assume that he had fashioned it to match his staff. Everyone fall back, Cornelius called, having already raised his own black mana-filled sword. The attack looked a little smaller than the one he had launched last year, presumably because he was matching Wilfred's strength. The apprentices flew into the air, moved into formation between the Turnusper Fawn and me, and then readied their shields to protect me from the oncoming shockwave. I turned Leslie around and gripped the steering wheel tight. Here we go! Wilfred pumped himself up with a battle cry as they started toward the ground, building up momentum, and then swung his sword down hard. A bandit-packed wave of darkness shot from his blade and closed in on the Turnusper Fawn's back right leg. Ha! Cornelius yelled in unison as he launched a similar wave attack at the beast's other hind leg. The two waves collided with a resounding boom, sending a rippling shockwave of energy through the air. Some of it reached me and my panda bus, but because we were so far away, and the apprentice knights had absorbed so much of the blow, it wasn't anything special. It probably helped that I had already experienced far more powerful shockwaves from the all-out attacks of Ferdinand and the others. So, did they get it? Once the shockwave had passed, I squinted down at the Turnusper Fawn. It seemed that the waves had struck their target as the beast was screeching in pain, its back right leg having been blown right off. Yes, I cried, just as the Turnusper Fawn leaped back. It was moving like a feral animal, as was probably expected, but it seemed as though it didn't feel the pain of having its legs so suddenly removed or the blood that was now gushing from the stump. The cape on the beast's face had seemingly been knocked away by the blast. Its now exposed eyes were overwhelmed with anger, and they locked on Wilfred, who just happened to be in its sights. The blood drained from my face again. There was the eyes of a predator that had found its prey. "Wilfried, fly up!" I cried. Having most likely heard my shout, Wilfried shot up into the air. However, perhaps because he had used too much mana in the attack moments prior, his high beast moved much too slowly. The apprentice knights moved at once to protect him, but the furious Turnishpawn, hungry for mana to heal itself, was faster than them all. Even with its back leg severed, it was mere moments away from catching up to him. Troggot, Cornelius barked. His blade was glowing once again, indicating he had refueled it with mana. Meanwhile, Troggot responded to the call and plunged toward the ground, his sword in hand. I could see him filling his own blade of mana during the descent. A sudden flash came from Cornelius' darkness-imbued sword, and the resulting wave burst against the Turnishpawn's throat. The beast lost its balance, and that was when Troggot swept past Wilfried and unleashed his own swing at the stomach. Ah! Troggot roared. His mana hit the shockwave that Cornelius' attack had caused, and an explosion soon followed. The resulting shockwave was significantly dampened by the time it reached us, but I could tell from the trees fluttering in a circle around Cornelius and the massive dust cloud just how strong the attack had been. Wilfried was knocked further up in the air when the shockwave hit him, and the knights who had canceled their shields to help him were likewise blown every which way. I squeezed my eyes shut, stomped on Leslie's brakes as hard as I could, and poured my mana at maximum speed so I tried to endure it. Once the shockwave had faded entirely, I finally opened my eyes. There was a massive crater in the ground, and inside it, the Turnishpawn was lying on its side. Its legs were twitching, but it appeared that it couldn't stand up. "We did it! Stay on guard," Lenore barked, silencing the cheering apprentice knights. Cornelius and Troggot stabbed the Turnishpawn all over with practice of movements until it stopped moving entirely. "Come get your ingredients," Troggot eventually called, waving everyone over. The apprentice knights flew down to join him by the Turnishpawn as I did the same in my panda bus. "Ingredients are distributed according to participation," Cornelius said to me, Wilfried and me, explaining how the apprentice knights were rewarded after helping to slay a Fey Beast. This time, Cornelius was the MVP, followed by Wilfried and then Troggot. I received a fair few points too for blocking its vision and halting its movement with the cape. "Cornelius, don't forget how much Matthias and the others contributed by guiding the Turnishpawn away from the gathering spot while waiting for reinforcements," Wilfried noted. "And don't forget about Lenore," I added. "She's the one who had studied documents on the Fey Beast not relevant to the Eternity Tournament." Cornelius nodded with a smile. "I would like ingredients for a Fey Stone that Roderick can use to swear his name to me," I said. "I don't need anything else in particular, so I will take whatever is of high quality." "Might I suggest eyes from his forehead, then?" Lenore suggested. "The mana that the beast absorbed from attacks is divided between them, so I believe they will serve as excellent ingredients." At her advice, I set up for the Turnishpawn's wind and earth eyes. "There you go, then, Roderick. Go acquire the eyes and make a name-swearing face stone worthy of giving to me." "Lady Rosemine," Roderick looked at me, clearly moved, then nodded firmly and walked Klein out of my panda bus. I watched him go over to the Turnishpawn and sign him with leave. I could pluck the feathers from a bird and skin an animal after being forced to help my family in the lower city, but I wasn't good at it, nor did I enjoy doing it. And gorging got eyes? Yeah, no thanks. "Lady Rosemine, how does one dispel the blessing?" Cornelius asked. "We can't collect the ingredients otherwise, as the darkness will steal away the mana from them while we're gathering." I snapped back to reality and looked over everyone's weapons. "You do know that once dispelled, you can't regain the God of Darkness's blessing for the rest of the day, right?" "I don't think we'll need the blessing any more times today," Wilfried replied, and the apprentice knights nodded in agreement. "Repeat after me, then." Indwafnung. Whatever. Whatever. I don't even think I pronounced that right. Whatever. Everyone said the word to dispel their blessings, and as I watched the darkness fade from their weapons, I remembered that I hadn't yet received the cape I had thrown. Or retrieved the cape I had thrown. I looked over at everyone harvesting from the Turnishpawn and said that I would only be a moment. "Hold on," Cornelius said. "Allow me to fetch it for you." I waved a hand dismissively. "You have your own work to do here. No, I can manage with Judith and Hartmut." And as he had contributed the most, he also needed to gather the most ingredients himself. Lenore had been helping Cornelius harvest his ingredients, but when she heard my intentions, she stood up. "I should go with Lady Rosemine," she said. "Cornelius, please gather our share of the materials as well." "Right, look after Lady Rosemine for me." I climbed back into Leslie and went to retrieve the God of Darkness's cape that I had thrown onto the Turnishpawn. Judith, Hartmut, and now Lenore were accompanying me. "So you truly can form the divine weapons, Lady Rosemine. I was aware from your reports that you had done so in your practical lessons, but I am truly moved to have seen it with my own eyes," Hartmut said, nodding with satisfaction. As far as he was now concerned, it had made coming all this way worthwhile, although I found it strange considering how often he visited the temple these days. "Have you not grown used to seeing them at the temple, Hartmut?" I asked. "I may go to the temple for work, but I rarely have an opportunity to see the divine instruments." "I saw and even now even touch the divine instruments all the time when offering up my mana, but I usually did this early in the morning or right before bed, since Fran had encouraged me not to give Hartmut and the others waiting." This meant that neither Hartman nor Feline had seen the divine instruments all that much, despite them visiting the temple so often. Maybe I should make some opportunities for them to see the instruments. I picked up the black cape, but what I saw beneath it made me gasp. The spot on the ground where I had landed was drained of mana, and although it wasn't black mud anymore, the earth was hard and dried out. Sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I hurriedly dispelled the blessing and unmorphed my staff, and it was then that I remembered that I still needed to perform the healing ritual. It was probably wiser for me to heal the gathering spot before this random area in the forest, though despite missing every shot, I had spent a hefty amount of mana blasting away at the Turnish Fallen. Healing the gathering spot should probably come first. Right. I turned to consult Cornelius and then froze in place. The sight alone was too much for me, and I was forced to avert my eyes. Lady Rosemond, is something wrong? Lenore asked. I would like to heal the gathering spot. It will be some time before the ingredients have all been harvested, correct? I asked with an innocent grin, not wanting to admit that I was simply too scared to go near the half-dismembered Turnish Fallen. Gruesome didn't even begin to describe it. What exactly do you mean by heal? Lenore asked, looking confused. I was just copying what had been done after the Trombe extermination, but it seemed that she didn't know this since she hadn't been there. There's a ritual to refill the earth that was the Turnish Fallen ravaged with mana. Is such a thing possible? The question came not from Lenore, but from Hartman, who spoke in wide surprise. As it turned out, he often needed brewing ingredients as a scholar, and seeing the gathering spot in such a state had made him quite worried. It is a task that the temple carries out following a Trombe hunt, I said, and I am the High Bishop. It's not that I'm trying to get away from the harvesting, I'm just the only one who can perform the healing ritual. And what do you want to bet this is when the professors are going to show up? Too little, too late! An hour and 5 minutes. Oh! I want to continue. I want to at least get this one done. Healing and reinforcements. After a brief discussion, it was decided that I would go to heal the gathering spot. 3 guards wouldn't be enough for such a task, so we opted to bring with us the idling apprentice knights who had barely helped defeat the beast, and quickly obtained their minor share of the ingredients. We entered the yellow glow of the gathering spot and saw the clear line between the lush granary and the black sludge where the Turnish Fallen had rampaged. In total, about a quarter of the clearing was entirely destroyed. It was a serious amount of damage. This is nightmarish, one of the apprentices said. We need to remedy this havoc, else our studies are going to suffer. I nodded in agreement while pondering whether I could even handle performing this healing ritual. Unlike the one after the Trombe attack, I actually needed to grow plants to some degree. Otherwise, the students would immediately face problems in class. I will heal enough that Ehrenfest does not fall behind in its classes, I said. I trust that you will all step in if any babies appear. Right. Upon landing in the gathering spot, I turned to look at Feline in the back seat. Feline, you must not leave, I said. Wait here until my return. Understood. And so I climbed out of my panda bus alone. I didn't want to step into the swamp of black sludge, so I had stopped right before it. We retainers shall stay by Lady Rosemond. Everyone, secure the perimeter, Lenore instructed, having the high beast riding apprentice knights disperse and stand guard. She and Hartman were standing to my left and right, respectfully, while Judith guarded my back. We couldn't see any babies around at present. They had all fled while the Turnish Fallen was rampaging and flinging black sludge everywhere, but we were better safe than sorry. I formed my staff, closed my eyes to concentrate, and then visualized Flutrain's staff. It had a long, slender grip dotted with small face stones, and at the very tip was a large green face stone about the size of an adult's fist, surrounded by a frame of gold. It was the first divine instrument I had used. Straight Colvin. No sooner had I spoken the word than Flutrain's staff appeared in my grip. I stuck it into the ground, took it firmly in both hands, and slowly began pouring mana into it. O goddess of water, Flutrain, bringer of healing and change, O 12 goddesses who serve by her side, please hear my prayer and lend me your divine strength. Grant me the power to heal your sister, the goddess of earth, Gaduld, who has been wounded by those who serve evil. I shall offer this divine note to thee, casting ripples of the highest order. May you fill the world with your royal color to mine own heart's content. The large face stone embedded in the staff emitted a bright flash. I was familiar with this feeling of a storm growing around me as my mana stirred. My hair was blown by the wind, and as my clothes rustled, I knew that the healing ritual would succeed. A moment later, there came a second flash from the ground beneath me, and light the same color as the staff's face stone began running across the earth in lines. They were all of uniform thickness, and they flowed from the base of the staff like water running through canals. And Hartman's taking note. Either he's taking note or he's drawing. Huh? What? Surprised cries came from all around me, and I stared at the green light, debating whether to cancel the ritual. This was different from the one I had performed after the Trombe experience. Heck, then my mana had spread across the black earth at once and caused tiny sprouts to pop up. These green lines were completely new to me. What should I do? The green light continued flowing as I agonized, and soon enough the lines had formed a complete magic circle. It must have been here to begin with, as it was exactly as large as the gathering spot. Lady Rosemine, I will record the pattern of this magic circle. Details of it are going to be necessary for my report, Hartman said. As the only scholar here who can move freely, he soared up into the air on his high beast. There was another flash, this time from this magic circle, and the black sludge left behind by the Turnish Befallen vanished in a rush of steam, as though it had suddenly evaporated. Auburn clay covered the land underneath, but only for a few seconds. Mana soon filled the ground and replaced it with dark earth. This is a bit weird, but at least it seems like the healing is working. Small sprouts began to bloom atop the dark earth. It seemed the healing ritual was working as expected, and with much relief, I started pouring in more mana. The plants needed to grow to form the herbs and such needed for classes. Grow, grow, grow! The sprouts, Lenore whispered in shock. As the sprouts bloomed one after another, the magic circle on the ground seemed to rise up into the air ever so slightly. I doubted my eyes at first, but a closer look revealed that it was indeed floating the width of 2 fingers above the ground. It continued to rise. I could tell from the way it was moving up the staff, and my sprouts appeared to be growing up to match its pace. Oh, one of the apprentices cried in awe. This is amazing. I've never seen a ritual like this before, added another. You're not the only one. I gritted my teeth and swallowed back the urge to yell. The staff was sucking out more of my mana than I expected, so much that I wondered whether I would even have any left by the time the sprouts had grown enough to provide herbs. That could prove dangerous. I need to do something before it reaches that point. I removed one hand from the staff and reached for the face stones and bottles hanging from my hip. There was the ultra-nasty potion I had in reserve, but I couldn't quite get it. I probably wouldn't have been able to open it with one hand either. Lenore, hand me a potion from my belt, I said. Lenore, who had been watching the sprouts grow with wide eyes, looked over at me with a start and then frowned upon seeing my face. Lady Rosemine, you're pushing yourself quite hard, are you not? I need the bottle with the green face stone. Hurry, I dare not stop in the middle of this. Lenore opened her mouth to say something, only to close it again and simply pursed her lips at me. She retrieved the bottle I had requested, opened it, and then placed it into my free hand. I chugged its contents at once. The taste was as awful as ever. It burned my nose, numbed my tongue, and made tears well up in my eyes. I wanted nothing more than to wash it away, but I had nothing on hand that could serve my purpose. The vile potion is going to kill me before it even kicks in. I knew that the terrible flavor reflected just how effective its rejuvenation properties were, but even as my mana started to regenerate, the staff sucked it right out of me again. I managed to keep the flow steady nonetheless, and the plants and trees grew back before our eyes. Oh, the Judith exclaimed from behind me. The trees and such were growing as fast as the Trombe. The magic circle passed my calves, my knees, and then came up all the way to my thighs. Once it reached my hips, some of the plants stopped growing any further. I assumed this meant they were tall enough already, and since the magic circle no longer needed to pour mana into them, its ascent began to accelerate. Once the magic circle reached the top of Flutrain's staff, I saw a stream of mana flowing directly from the green face stone. The stream pushed the massive glowing magic circle of green lines higher and higher, and the trees grew along with it. Branches formed and diverged, leaves grew into abundance, and some even sprouted flowers. Lady Rosemine, this is amazing! By the time all the plant life in the gathering spot was back to normal, the magic circle had risen to the highest point of the cylindrical area. It flashed one final time, emitting a bright green light, and then vanished. I no longer needed to provide any mana, so as I slumped over, leaning up for the train staff to support myself. Healing's done, I said, exhausted. I truly cannot believe this, Lenore said. Have you been doing this for the temple all this time? In the temple, I stopped with the sprouts, but this is Ehrenfest's gathering spot, an important place for classes, so I devoted even more mana to it. I'm glad everything is back to normal. The scholar course required ingredients for their classes, but they weren't the only ones. Knights depended on the gathering spot too, since they needed rejuvenation potions. Amazing. This is all thanks to you, Lady Rosemine, Judith chirped. She looked around with a broad smile across her lips, but her expression dropped the instant she saw me. Lady Rosemine, you look so sick. The healing consumed more mana than I expected, I replied. I needed to drink a rejuvenation potion, and I may have overexerted myself a little. In fact, my head is kind of spinning. It certainly didn't help that I had so little experience being with that mana. My body couldn't keep up with the unusual flow. Let's hurry back to the dormitory, okay? But I need to fly Roderick back. We should go back to the Turnish Befallen, and don't worry about that. I'll explain the circumstances via ordinance. Your health is more important than Roderick's convenience, Lady Rosemine. They can get him back, don't worry. Lenore gave a brisk nod of agreement and raised a fist to gather the apprentice knights. Lady Rosemine is feeling unwell, so we shall return to the dormitory post haste, she said. Half of you will accompany her as guard knights, while the others will return to assist with the gathering. Feline, produce your own high beast. Lady Rosemine, please put your high beast and the divine instrument away. I will fly you to the dormitory. It was much too risky for me to use my own high beast. There was a good chance that I would pass out on our way back to the dorm and end up in a fatal freefall. Lenore must have realized this, and she was now shouting out orders in preparation for our return trip. Once everything was ready, Lenore picked me up and climbed into her high beast. Before we could depart, however, something burst into the gathering spot. Lenore tightened her arms around me, and the surrounding apprentices produced their wet straps as more and more black-clothed individuals came into view. Lady Rosemine. From amid the apparent strangers, a familiar voice called out to me. It was Roffin, and his blue cape caught the wind as he rushed over on his high beast. Accompanying him was a squadron from the Sovereign Knights Order. I could tell this from their black capes, and several professors among them was Hersher. I came with the Sovereign Knights Order to deal with the Turnish Befallen, Roffin said, not even dismounting his high beast. Where is it? Dead. I glanced up at Lenore, then turned back to Roffin and said, we killed it. They had come all this way for us, but the hunt was already over. Our students were busy harvesting ingredients as we speak. I see. May I return to my laboratory then, Hersher asked. Hold on, Hersher. Ehrenfest may not be in danger anymore, but we need to figure out how a Turnish Befallen ended up in the Academy's grounds in the first place, Roffin replied, not even sparing a glance for the professors who were now holding Hersher in place. And you, he fixed me with a grimace and shook his head. You're being far too casual about this. How did any of you manage to kill a Turnish Befallen? Students shouldn't know how to use black weapons. Dude, did you not remember that she was raised in the temple, so of course she might know about this. He must have been referring to the God of Darkness's blessing. Cornelius and the others hadn't known about it, and I hadn't seen it mentioned in Eckert's or Ferdinand's notes, so it seemed safe to conclude that one did not learn about it during Royal Academy classes. Roffin's confusion was understandable, but there was a perfectly reasonable explanation. I am the High Bishop of Ehrenfest, I explained. And? Roffin replied, I am good at saying prayers. Prayers? Roffin and the other professors furrowed their brows, confused. Maybe the knights used spells for their black weapons instead of prayers, but such a detail was the least of my concerns. I was feeling sick. I just wanted to go back to the dormitory and sleep. I used a prayer to obtain the God of Darkness's blessing, which our apprentice knights then used to kill the Turnish Befallen, I said. If you find that hard to believe, I would recommend that you meet with our other students who are currently retrieving ingredients from its body. Now, if you'll excuse me, I wish to hurry back to my dormitory. I was about to leave when Roffin said, wait a moment, Lady Rosemine. Turnish Befallens drain the earth wherever they go, and we followed its black trail into here. Why, then, is this gathering spot untouched? The gods helped. I am the High Bishop of Ehrenfest, I repeated, now holding out my one hand to my head as an attempt to stop the world from spinning around me. Roffin must have interpreted my response as an attempt to evade the question as he narrowed his eyes into a glare. You keep leaning back on your status as Ehrenfest's High Bishop, but the temple doesn't have power like that. What did you do, Lady Rosemine? Dude! What do you mean the temple doesn't have power like that? What do you think they do during Trombe extermination? Well, I guess they probably don't have Trombe in the sovereignty, but still. I performed a healing ritual. Ehrenfest needs this gathering spot, so I put my all into restoring it. Of course, I dared not overstep and touch the land outside of the barrier, since that is all under sovereign management. Such was my way of saying they could handle the rest themselves. My only concern was ensuring that the Ehrenfest students wouldn't struggle with their classes. In truth, I also wanted to heal this patch of earth that I had accidentally drained with the God of Darkness's cape, but now that the professors were involved, doing that secretly was out of the question. They would just need to heal it, along with the rest of the land the Turnish Befallen had rampaged. Or ravaged. Those of the temple are responsible for healing the earth. That much is true, said an elderly professor who had come to my high beast creation class. He stroked his chin and peered down at me, but how did you perform the ritual when there is no divine instrument here? I simply made one. Is that not the obvious solution when one needs something one does not have? I replied lazily, feeling too sick and desperate to leave to muster anything else. I would understand their surprise if we were blue priests without staffs, but nobles would just make the instrument themselves. You can make Flutrane's staff too, Roffin exclaimed, not just Leidenschaft's spear and Schutzaria's shield. The process is the same for them all. Simply imagine the instrument and say the relevant chant. The important thing was to thoroughly visualize what kind of tool the divine instrument you wanted to create was. Having a clear mental image was just as necessary when forming a weapon, so it was all the same to me. I know the temple performs healing rituals, but why is all the plant life back to normal too? A sovereign knight asked. I don't know what to say. Is that not what a healing ritual normally does? It seemed that even sovereign priests were unable to regrow plants. It made some sense now that I think about it. Back when the former blue priest Chikikoza had attempted to do the ritual, simply attempting to grow some grass had proven too much for him, but there was no need for me to mention that here. And why do you know the spell for morphing staffs into staves? Roffin asked. Specialty weapons are not taught in the night course. Not second-year classes. Hello! Do you not remember who her teacher is? Don't you think he would have taught her that? This guy is... so prepared for anything, like overly prepared for any kind of situation. Don't you think he would have taught her that? Hello? He was correct in that regard. Morphing my staff into a staff wasn't something that I had learned from Ferdinand either, since he had only ever taught me defensive spells. Indeed, the source of my knowledge was far more peculiar. I served a tour of duty in the Res Angelica grade squadron, so I know more or less everything that is taught in the Knight's course for written lessons, I explained. I had read over the documents we received from Eckert and Ferdinand countless times, and paid close attention while Damiel, Cornelius, and the others desperately tried to teach Angelica. All things considered, I probably knew the syllabus better than she did. Hearing my response, Roffin's eyes began to sparkle with joy. Does that mean you plan to do the night course alongside your other courses next year? He exclaimed. I look forward to our dinner rematch from the bottom of my heart. No! I replied without missing a beat and shook my head. As I said previously, I will not be taking the night course. Do you really think she'd be able to handle the night course, dude? Really? Do you think she'd be able to handle the night course with her body the way it is, even when it has been fixed a little bit? Roffin's eyes opened wide, but why? He leaned toward me and shouted, so worked up the spit flew from his mouth. I could never handle the course's practical lessons, I explained. The written lessons were straightforward enough, but it was blatantly obvious at this point, I struggled enough just trying to move around. Motivation's all you need, Roffin shot back, persisting nonetheless. You'll get through it with guts and more guts. It was such an appropriate response for someone from Dunkelfelder, a duchy that was all about tackling their problems head-on and fighting until they won. But it wasn't a culture that I wanted anything to do with. I was fundamentally incompatible with it. I do not have the necessary motivation, I said, nor do I have guts and more guts. But above all else, I do not have the stamina. Simply coming here to give a blessing and perform the healing ritual has brought me to my limit, so please, I let my body go slack. Let me return to the dormitory. Lenore, who was still carrying me, shot Roffin a glare. Professor Roffin, any further questioning will put Lady Rosamund at great risk, so please stand down, she said. I ask that you speak to her another day. Furthermore, although we slew the Turnishperphone, we still do not know how it got here. Such beasts are of course not native to the Royal Academy, so I ask that you investigate its appearance. It's possible that there are more lurking about, so you must warn the other duchies to be on guard. Roffin straightened up and nodded. Yes, we can discuss Lady Rosamund's attending the night course later. As you say, the Turnishperphone business comes first. Professor Roffin, I said, there's not a single thing for us to discuss. You there, apprentice, take me to the Turnishperphone. Yes, sir. My words were drowned out by the commotion, and the knights who had set to return to the beast did so with the professors and Sovereignty Knights Order in tow. After seeing them go, Lenore motioned for us to start toward the dormitory. Upon our return, we were surrounded by those who had stayed behind and bombarded with questions. Answering them was a job for my retainers and the apprentice knights, so I allowed Riarda to carry me to my room. Have you had a potion? Riarda asked. But that case, get ready to bed. You're burning up all over. Riarda started changing my clothes for me with assistance from Brunhilde and Laisletta. I started muttering about reporting the events of the day back to Ehrenfest and the importance of communication, but she shook her head at me with a look of exasperation. Lord Wilfred and Lady Charlotte are here and perfectly capable, Riarda said, and since Hartman was with you, he can write a report for you. You need only focus on your rest, my lady. At this rate, you'll miss the tea party in the library you were so looking forward to. And don't forget, the prince is going to be there. If you do not attend after personally inviting him, the repercussions will harm Ehrenfest in its entirety. Riarda was right. Now that I had invited Hildebrand, I couldn't risk getting bedridden and missing the tea party. I had no choice but to shut up, crawl into bed, and close my eyes. The letters were apparently sent to Ehrenfest while I slept. Wilfred was brimming with excitement over his first time participating in a hunt. Hartman extolled the virtues of the Saint of Ehrenfest and her masterful control over the divine instruments, and Charlotte's was crisp and businesslike, covering my discussion with the Sovereignty and a report from Roffin in addition to everything else. Apparently, each report was so different that Ob Ehrenfest assumed they were referring to a series of events rather than just the one, and became quite panicked, Feline said. To summarize the responses we received, we did well in how we reacted to such an abrupt situation. It was all very favorable, except for their order that you return home, Lady Rosamund. Oh, no! Not again! Feline gave me a sympathetic look as I sat in bed and started reading the responses from Ehrenfest. I couldn't detect any anger from them, nor was I being chastised, but they did stress that I was to return home as soon as my tea party with royalty was over. Something gave me the impression that they were waiting to give me the scolding of a lifetime, but maybe it was just my imagination. It's that time already, I muttered. Please inform Lady Handler of Dunkelfelder that I will return the book I am borrowing from her when we meet for our tea party, and that I will be bringing a new book for her. I had wanted to invite Hannelore to a personal tea party and discuss the book at length before returning it, but that would be no time for that now. I believe this order to return is so that Ehrenfest does not socialize with the prince alone, while students of all the other duchies are here, Feline said. Perhaps you will be allowed back as soon as the dedication ritual is over, and then you will be able to socialize with people other than the prince. All I want is to hole up in the library for the rest of my days. Sadly, that dream was going to be a lot more difficult by the time I returned. No longer would my days be blissful and spent buried in books from dawn till dusk. There was only one word for what I felt: despair. As I slumped my shoulders, Feline consoled me, saying that she would gather stories from the many duchies while I was away. Then she told me what the sovereignty's reports had covered. As Lenore had read, Turnishper are native to Workstock. They do not dwell near the Royal Academy, so it is suspected that someone connected to the duchy brought one here. It was supposed to take many years for Turnishper to grow as large as the one we had encountered, and if one were to work backward from the assumption that someone had brought it to the Academy when they were a movable puppy, it would have arrived around the time of the Purge, when the Workstock dormitory became sealed off. However, Feline continued, this hypothesis seemed unlikely. Had the Turnishper truly been on the Academy grounds for such a long time, one would expect it to have wreaked havoc near the Workstock dormitory. This was not the case. A black trail also revealed that the Turnishper had come to the Ehrenfest dormitory from the general direction of the Workstock dormitory, and that it had done so in a suspiciously straight line. The path that the Turnishper took led it past both the Ahrensbach and the Frembeltag dormitory, and yet it showed no sign of approaching either of the gathering spots, Feline said. She then went on to note that the sovereignty had warned all the other duchies about the Turnishper and told them what its most recognizable traits were in case another appeared. The official instructions, if another is spotted, are to contact the Knight's Order from the dormitory and then buy time for them to arrive. Students have been warned not to hunt it without permission, as we did. It seemed that crude tactics performed without experience were the root cause of many serious injuries. Robin's approach made sense to me, but I didn't really understand why they had refrained from teaching everyone how to imbue their weapons with darkness. Instead, they had forbidden Ehrenfest from using the blessing at all, despite the potential of there being more mana-draining Fabies about. Is there a reason they're aren't just teaching everyone the spell, I asked? By doing that, the apprentice knights could fight too. Probably because they do not wish to encourage those who would attempt to fight it. By ensuring the students have no means of combating such a beast, the sovereignty can ensure they have no choice but to move carefully and wait for help should they encounter one. I nodded my understanding. That certainly was one way to keep the students under control. No matter how doubtful or dissatisfied one was, they had to do as the sovereignty ordered. I see. And how is Roderick, I asked. Did he retrieve his ingredients? Roderick? He is currently striving to make his name-swearing face stone, although he was quite glum to learn just how much mana is required to create one. He'll need to make a few rejuvenation potions first, he replied, giggling. His innocuous trip to gather the face stone had certainly escalated into something massive, but overall it had ended without issue. I sighed, relieving that things were back to normal, including the fact that I was bedridden. Okay, that's going to have to wait, and I will see everybody in the next one. Okay, I'm going to try and get this started early instead of going back to sleep after the kids get on the bus. So, yeah, part 7. A tea party of bookworms. Good morning, milady. How are you feeling today, Riard asked. Better than I've ever been. After chugging the ultra-nasty potion and staying in bed so obediently that even Riarda was surprised, my fever had completely vanished. It was a good thing, too, since my health was more important than anything for making this bookworm tea party a success. I got out of my bed and allowed Brunhilde to dress me. I am glad to see that you have recovered, Brunhilde said with a smile as she started doing my hair. We shall go with 2 hairpins today. I wish to use flower ornaments that match the ones added to Schwartz and Weiss's clothes. Meanwhile, Lazleta was preparing my clothes with a quiet smile. These, too, seemed to match what Schwartz and Weiss were now wearing. It appeared that she had added embroidery along the hem of my skirt, which was similar to that on the shoemail's clothes. Not the magic circle embroidery, of course, but rather the floral embroidery along the hem of their skirts and pants. Her dedication was clear to see. Of course, I don't really care how much our outfits match, as long as we're all wearing our library committee armbands. My armband was fastened in place once again. I would give one to Hannelore as well, and then we would all be matching. Lady Rosamund, please raise your chin so that I may put on your scarf, Lazleta said. I shall tie it into a bow for you. From a distance, she seemed fairly composed, but she was speaking faster than usual, and one could tell when she came nearer that her cheeks were flushed red with excitement. Lazleta, I see that you embroidered my clothes as well as those of Schwartz and Weiss, I said. That must have been quite the endeavor. My greatest fear was that you might not approve, she replied. The embroidery itself was trivial, but no matter how I looked at it, trivial was a grave understatement. I certainly wouldn't want to attempt what she had accomplished myself. I wouldn't. Letta's love for shoe mills sure has been explosive. As I examined the embroidered skirt, Brunhilde went through the final checks for today's tea party. We're going to be bringing 2 kinds of sweets with us, pound cake with honey and apple sage varieties to choose from, and cookies with tea and walnut varieties. She had also asked the kitchen for jam, cream, and runtoff as condiments. As previously promised, Rosina will be playing more music of your composition, Brunhilde continued. This way, Dunkelfelger's musician may learn them as well. Have we confirmed that Lady Hannelore is bringing her musician, I asked. Of course. Because I was going to be leaving for the Royal Academy sooner than anticipated, we had made several last-minute requests of Hannelore, including that we exchange books and that she receive my songs during our tea party rather than at some later date. She had agreed to them all without any problems. Do we have the book to return to Dunkelfelger and the new book to give her, I asked. Our plan is to lend her Royal Academy love stories. They are ready, milady. Take care not to forget the manuscript of the book we borrowed from them, rewritten in modern vernacular. I will need to consult Lady Hannelore on whether I may print it. Oh, and her committee armband, too. All prepared, Riarda said with a chuckle. We also intend to let Prince Hildebrand borrow our collection of night stories, correct? I had consulted Ehrenfest over whether I could lend an Ehrenfest book to Hildebrand, and their response had been that I could choose anything except the picture book Bibles, since they were too relevant to our classwork. In fact, they had even ordered me to pay attention to the prince, to avoid speaking exclusively to my bookworm friend for the entire duration of our tea party. They actually wanted me to speak with Hildebrand, even if that meant recommending him a book. Well, I mean, you don't want to ignore a prince, hello. Ferdinand was right. I need to do my best to convert the prince into a bookworm who loves reading too. No, you just need to avoid offending him. Dude, not everything is about books. Even I know that. Our tea party was scheduled for 3rd bell, so at 2nd and a half bell, when morning classes began, it was time for us to go. I headed for the library with my luggage, bird, and retainers. My lady's here. Tea party today. As per usual, the 2 shoe mills were there to greet me. Please use the table in my office. My attendants are getting everything ready as we speak, Solange said, leading the way for us. We were having today's tea party in her office, and additional chairs were already being brought in. Let us hurry and complete our own preparations, Riarda said. There is not much time before 3rd bell. And so my attendants got right to work. We had to be more disciplined this year since we knew there was going to be royalty in attendance. The apprentice scholars secured space to take notes, while Rosina began preparing her instruments and practicing before the guests arrived. Solange left us to our preparations and opened the door such that we could now see the rest of the office and the reading room from where we were seated. In contrast to last year, however, there were no students here today. It certainly is rare for there to be no students at all, I remarked. There was a report of a Turnusbefallen being encountered the other day, so most dormitories are standing guard in shifts to ensure their gathering spots are safe, Solange replied. Since only the sovereign knights could deal with such beasts, detecting them as early as possible was key. Are the students of your duchy not doing the same? We were told that the Turnusbefallen was defeated and that there were no signs of any others nearby. We have not made a particular effort to protect our gathering spot, and those among our students who need to gather are doing so. If by chance another Turnusbefallen appears, we will discover it then. The public story was that the sovereign knights had defused the Turnusbefallen, since if news spread that we from Ehrenfest had slain it on our own, other duchies will most likely get fired up and try to do the same themselves. Yeah, to try and not get outdone by y'all again. It was definitely for the best, considering that the professors were refusing to teach the spell for making black weapons. When unusual fey beasts appear on the academy grounds, most apprentice knights remain on guard, even when the threat is said to have passed, Solange said with a refined giggle. I see Ehrenfest as a far calmer demeanor. Behind us, Cornelius muttered, We have our hands full enough trying to keep Rosamund under control. Solange didn't appear to have heard him, but that didn't make it any more excusable. Oh, come on. I haven't done any rampaging lately. Well, I haven't done much, at least. I mean, that's part of it wasn't your fault. The stuff involving the prince was definitely just coincidence. Before I could turn around and pout at Cornelius, Solange smiled at me and continued, I am especially pleased that Prince Hildebrand has offered his assistance, she said. Keeping Schwartz and Weiss supplied with mana is not something that a single girl should need to handle alone. Also, Lady Hannelore is an archduke candidate from Dunkelfelger, is she not? Given the incident last year, I had worried that problems might arise, even if she has no ill intent herself. I noticed that Solange's blue eyes were tinged with sympathy. She had feared that Dunkelfelder would make some unreasonable demands, no matter how Handler felt about the matter. But with Hildebrand now in the picture, she could finally rest easy. Perhaps if the sovereignty learns of the state of the library through Prince Hildebrand, they will send archnobles of their own to serve as librarians. Manpower is scarce all over, but they may prioritize sending support to locations that have earned the favor of royalty, Solange continued. Even with Schwartz and Weiss providing their assistance, managing the library was a difficult task for a single single med noble like her. If there is anything I could do to help, you need only say so. I tapped my armband demonstratively. I am a member of the library committee, after all. Solange gave a small, happy smile. Oh, you are already helping more than enough, she said. It seemed that although I wanted to do more traditional committee work, she was fine with me just supplying Schwartz and Weiss with mana. Riarda and the others finished their preparations while Solange and I talked, and soon enough their bell started to ring. Rosina stopped practicing, and a quiet calm returned to the office just as Handler and her retainers arrived. I welcomed her, as little taken aback that she had arrived almost immediately after the bell chimed. Welcome, Lady Handler. I thank you ever so much for inviting me, Lady Rosemine and Professor Solange. I have been very much looking forward to this tea party, Handler said with a smile as we exchanged greetings. Lady Rosemine, I thank you ever so much for striving to keep your promise despite being busy with your upcoming return. I apologize for any shock that Prince Hildebrand's abrupt participation might have brought you, I replied. Last year when I saw Anastasius at the tea party with the music professors, I was so shocked that it took me a moment to regain my ability to speak. Hannelore had no doubt been just as shocked when she learned that royalty was going to be attending today, and she was probably battling with all kinds of anxious feelings. Or so I thought. Hannelore smiled and elegantly shook her head. It did catch me off guard, but you are not to blame, Lady Rosemine. Requests from royalty simply cannot be refused. It was just a small case of unfortunate timing. She gets the unfortunate timing now. Golly, Hannelore sure is kind. I called royalty over without her permission, and she doesn't mind at all. As I stood there, allowing Hannelore's radiant smile to heal my soul, she instructed the musicians she had brought to prepare seats next to Rosina. She could see that Hartman and Feline were seated and ready to take notes, so she directed her scholar to join them, making her own preparations in short order. Well, she may be quiet and fluffy, but there's no mistaking that she's an Archduke candidate from the Greater Duchy. It was then that I noticed she was occasionally glancing toward the wide-open door to the reading room where Schwartz and Weiss could be seen. I waited for her to finish giving her instructions, and then said to Lady Hannelore, "Shall we register you as a member of the library committee before the tea party? That will allow you to touch Schwartz and Weiss." Hannelore blushed as if embarrassed that I had seen through her, and then nodded. "Yes, please," she said quietly. "Schwartz, Weiss," I called to the two shoemills in the reading room, "register my friend as an assistant." "Milady's friend? Register." Schwartz and Weiss walked over, their heads characteristically swaying from side to side. Hannelor's eyes sparkled when she saw them closer, and she said with a smile, "Their clothes match yours, Lady Rosemine." I mentioned that Laisletta had put her all into the embroidery, and by the time I was done, the registration was complete. "Lady Hannelore, now you need only put on this library committee armband and touch the shoemill's face stones." I explained as I passed an armband of one of her attendants who helped Hannelore to fasten it around her arm. He was perfect. She made a perfect library committee member, and now you are matching as well, I said, tapping my own armband. Schwartz mimicked me tapping their armband as well, Hannelore matching. "Oh my," Hannelore exclaimed. She placed a hand over her mouth and giggled with amusement. "How cute." Once our surrounding attendants were looking at Schwartz with warm eyes. Meanwhile, Hannelore reached out to touch the shoe mills, since she was now able to without consequence. She stroked their foreheads with her eyes closed, basking in delight. "So am I now a library committee member?" Hannelore mused aloud. "I truly look forward to working with you, Schwartz, Weiss." "One of us, Hannelore," the shoe mills replied. Seeing them standing on either side of the now beaming Hannelore made them look like one big happy family, which was indescribably heartwarming. "I'm so glad that I invited Lady Hannelore to join our committee." "Lady Rosemine, what do library committee members do?" Hannelore asked. "I have no such duties except supplying Schwartz and Weiss of mana." "That is their most important duty. This can wait until you are done with their classes, Lady Hannelore, but please visit the library when I'm absent and stroke their face stones." "So it is our job to dote upon Schwartz and Weiss?" Hannelore asked, her eyes widening as she looked between Solange and me. Solange nodded with a smile. "One requires both light and darkness affinities to activate Schwartz and Weiss. I cannot do this myself, so what I appreciate most is your assistance doting on them and providing them with your mana. The shoemills will certainly appreciate visitors while their master, Lady Rosemine, is absent, so please feel welcome to visit." "Understood," Hannelore replied, returning a smile that was brimming with excitement. It was at this point that Hildebrand arrived. His attendants handed some sweets that they had brought with them to Brunhilde, who was standing in front of everyone. Well, Hildebrand trotted over to where we were doting on Schwartz and Weiss. I have much looked forward to this blessed day. Thank you ever so much for inviting me, the prince said, albeit rather stiffly, as though he were simply reciting lines he had been taught to say. Yeah, he is. He looked between Schwartz, Weiss, and me several times, then smiled brightly. I see you are all wearing matching clothes today. One of my attendants embroidered them to be similar, I replied, pinching my skirt up a little to show off the embroidery. Wonderful, isn't it? Hildebrand broke into a wide smile. Yes, it's very cute. Oh, and I see Handler is wearing the same armband. Indeed, it is the armband of the library committee. Hildebrand seemed to compare Handler's arm to his own for a moment, and then gazed down at the floor. He looked so sad that I wanted to offer him my own armband, but I swallowed the urge. It would be exceedingly rude for me to give him a possession of my own without his asking for it. At the very least, it would need to be a new one. If you would not find it rude of me, Prince Hildebrand, I would request to have an identical armband made for you, I noted. What do you say? You could do that, the prince replied. Indeed. Unfortunately, I cannot offer you the one I am using myself, and it would not be rude of me to provide you with a new one, would it? I recalled my lectures from Brunhilde about not making decisions without first consulting my attendants, so this time I turned my attention to those accompanying Hildebrand. The prince noticed my gaze and turned, gazing up at his retainers with hopeful eyes. If the prince wishes, one finally said. I do. Then I will have one prepared, I said. My personal seamstress is quite talented. I believe it will be ready by the time I return to the Royal Academy. Now, shall we begin the tea party? Once everyone had been guided to their seats, I signaled Rosina with a glance. She gave a brisk nod in response and started to play the Harpspiel. I could tell that Dunkelfelger's musicians were staring at her hands, focusing their minds on every note. When our attendants began pouring tea, while I described the sweets we had brought with us. Today I prepared sweets that are currently popular in Ehrenfest, I said. This is pound cake, of which we have brought 2 flavors, honey and appletage. You may eat them with jam and cream of your choosing. These over here are called cookies. Again, we have 2 flavors, tea and walnut. Once my explanation was complete, I took demonstrative bites of the sweets to indicate the lack of poison. Hildebrand was a child who had only recently been baptized, so I prepared pound cake on the sweeter side for him. Hannelore had eaten these sweets during our tea party last year, and swiftly ordered her attendant to pile her plate with apple sage pound cake and jam. Meanwhile, Solange had her attendant fetch her some honey pound cake and rum toff. Riarda started putting apple sage pound cake and cream on my plate, moving carefully so that Hildebrand's attendant could observe and emulate the process. That, as well as a demonstration from Hannelore and Solange's attendants, seemed to have been enough. Hildebrand's attendant successfully plated some honey pound cake and jam, as per the prince's request. Once everyone had enjoyed their tea and tasted the sweets, we could finally enter a real discussion. Of course, the first item on the agenda was committee work. I can now relax during my absence, knowing that the both of you will be assisting me as fellow library committee members, I said. Prince Hildebrand is receiving not only an armband, but also a position in the library committee, Hannelore asked, her red eyes widening in surprise. Will that be possible? It seemed that she had interpreted my earlier offer of an armband as a kind gesture and nothing more. She hadn't realized that the prince was already registered as a library committee member. She seemed worried about whether he could carry out the accompanying duties while needing to hide away in his room to minimize contact with students. As you know, I can't keep coming to the library for much longer, the prince said. It won't be long before too many students start coming here. But let's work together until then, Hannelore. I would be honored to work alongside you, Prince Hildebrand, Hannelore replied. I presume we will only have a few opportunities to meet in the library, unlike Lady Rosamund, who came first in class last year. I am not so quick to finish my lessons, but I am glad to be here with you nonetheless. Solange listened to their conversation with a smile, no doubt relieved that she wouldn't need to worry so much about the shoe mill's mana supply. I am truly glad that both of you joined the library committee, she said. This library quickly falls apart without Schwartz and Weiss. In what way? Hildebrand asked, a serious expression on his face. Solange gave an even broader smile. The books of this library all belong to royalty, so we ask that students return them by their due dates. However, when Schwartz and Weiss are not functioning, many are not returned, and many students remove books without going through the required procedures. Oh my, so they do not return the books despite the fact they belong to royalty, Hannelore asked, blinking several times as though the very idea was foreign to her. The archnobles of the bottom-ranking duchies know that Professor Solange cannot approach them too harshly, no matter what they do, I explained. Their behavior is highly improper as a result. Something must be done about that, Hildebrand declared, exuding a masculine sense of righteousness. They're making a mockery of the royal family. I clapped my hands together in realization. What if Prince Hildebrand were to send the Reminder ordinances this year? The students will surely be tripping over themselves to return their books if a member of royalty personally orders it. Ah. As everyone stared at me in astonishment, Hildebrand alone clapped in response. That's an amazing idea, he said, his purple eyes sparkling. That way I can be like a proper royal even when I can't stay in the library for long. Prince Hildebrand has made his support clear. What do you think, Professor Solange? You charged ahead without thinking, I think. And excitedly, thinking this will work even better than having Ferdinand send the message. Solange placed a hand on her cheek and gave a troubled smile. I imagine it would prove very effective, but would it really be acceptable for Prince Hildebrand to take such public action? That's what I'm saying. She charged ahead without thinking. Oh, Handler's face. Oh, these two. They are so cute. Alright, I've seen him in the library so many times that I forget he's supposed to be keeping out of the public eye. I will ask Father whether his can be considered a royal duty, Hildebrand said. It seemed that he could do things that were expected of the royal family, although I doubted that prompting students to return books would count. Still, he was excited to have found something to do, so I decided to keep quiet about it. Having a prince and send out those messages would have a huge impact, and I can't bring myself to dash his hopes, so, yeah. Lady Rosemary, would you like more tea? Brunhilde asked. She elegantly poured me another cup and added to my plate a few cookies, one of which she flipped upside down in front of me. She's telling me to change the subject at once, I see. Seems like I really shouldn't have said that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, yes, it would be a good idea, but if it not for the fact that he's supposed to be staying at a site. So, yeah. Although I wasn't entirely sure what the issue was, I decided to bring our current discussion to a natural conclusion. I will entrust this prompting to you if you are granted permission, Prince Hildebrand, but there's no pressure, however. We may simply repeat what we did last year if you are not. Now I just need to think of another topic, appropriate for our tea party. I wanted something that would interest Hildebrand as well, although that was easier said than done. He wasn't officially attending the Royal Academy yet, so talking about classes or people whom only Hannelore and I knew would most likely make him feel excluded. No matter how much I racked my brain, I couldn't think of anything that was appropriate to us at all. What would a prince love to talk about? Dealing with Anastasius had been easy since he had only ever wanted to talk about Eglantine. Pretty much nobody knew what Hildebrand cared about, though. He had just been baptized and generally spent his time hidden away in his room, so I couldn't figure out what to say. Okay, something that everyone here would enjoy talking about then, the only shared thing between us and the Royal Academy. Oh, I've been meaning to ask this, Professor Solange, but do you know of the Royal Academy's 20 mysteries, I asked? I know of many strange tales passed down in the Royal Academy, Solange replied, leaping at this new topic of conversation. I did not think there was 20, however. I too am familiar with them, Hannelore said, added similarly eager for us to move on. That said, I did not think there was 20 either. This seemed to catch the prince's attention. He leaned closer, his bright purple eyes sparkling. The 20 mysteries of the Royal Academy? What are those? Tall tales woven by bored students to amuse themselves, I explained. They morphed over time and fused with the other similar stories, such as their origins are as mysterious as their veracity. A scholar whom I know taught me the ones he remembered from when our mothers and fathers were in the Royal Academy. Tell me some of them, Rosemine. My choice of subject was evidently a success. Everyone was looking at me curiously. Unfortunately for Hildebrand, there wasn't much more I could say. I intended to let Solange and Hannelore take the wheel, such that I didn't overstep my boundaries by mistake, although there were a few stories I could touch upon. Well, I know of a statue of the gods that dances on the night of the graduation ceremony, I said. I also know of a gazebo where the goddess of time plays pranks, and a Gwynin set that plays ditter. There is also the Forbidden Archive. I do not know the details of any of those, but perhaps Professor Solange and Lady Hannelore do? I would love to hear more about them as well. Hildebrand gazed up at his attendant. Do you know anything about them, Arthur? Arthur, who looked to be about 20 years old, gave a troubled smile and rested a hand on the prince's shoulder. I believe we should let Professor Solange speak. Attendants were not allowed to lead discussions at tea parties. They need only to stand knowingly in the background. Hildebrand inhaled sharply, having asked purely out of habit. Solange watched the prince's youthful inexperience with a warm expression. Well, where shall I begin, she said. Perhaps the shrine of the two supreme gods. There are shrines to the gods throughout the Royal Academy, but there was once a mischievous student who pulled pranks at this shrine in particular. He received only warnings for his actions since he was not affecting students or professors directly, and so he continued to make them more and more elaborate. One day, however, an especially bright beam of light fell upon him, and he vanished. The student was never seen again. Oh, but where did he go then? Well, if he's never seen again, then how do you even know where he went? Hello? Hildebrand asked. He and Hannelore looked particularly shaken, but Solange merely smiled and shook her head. Unfortunately, nobody knows. I can say only that the gods see all, even when you think you are acting out of their sight. If you three aren't good boys and girls, then the shrine to the supreme gods at the farthest hall will take you away to the distant heights. It sounds like a moral you tell small children, but the fact that it sounds like it actually happened makes it kind of scary. Ah, yes, and there was a story I recognized among those Lady Rosemary mentioned, Solange continued. There certainly is a gazebo where the goddess of time plays her tricks. It may be some time before this applies to the three of you, but you will want to visit the gazebo with the boy or girl you are romantically interested in. It exists such that Archduke candidates can speak in privacy, since retainers are not allowed under it. Perhaps a day will come when you visit the gazebo for yourself, she giggled and gave us all teasing looks. The gazebo didn't have any walls, which meant the retainers waiting outside could still see what their lords and ladies were doing. If the two romantically brought sound-blocking magic tools, however, they could speak to one another as they liked. Apparently, the gazebo has ended up being associated with the goddess of time because time flew when you were alone with the one you loved. Those inside had no eyes for anything but each other. However, you must not accept invitations to this gazebo lightly. Onlookers will view you and your companion as being romantically involved, Solange explained. It reminded me of Royal Academy love stories. Ah, so this is the gazebo that Sylvester tried so hard to invite Florencia to. Ah, okay, I get it. And that's cute. That is so cute. I was never too sure why he was so obsessed with it, but now I see it's a place where lovers go. When she had said, I will accompany you elsewhere but not there, I had mostly wondered why he didn't just take her up on the offer. I hadn't really understood why Sylvester had pleaded to the gods with unending lines of poetry following Florencia's rejection, but now it all made sense. And as I was nodding to myself, Hannelore went on to talk about another mystery. I am familiar with the Gwenin set that plays Ditter, she said. A Gwenin set the size of a baptized child will begin a game in the middle of the night. I am told many have seen it with their own eyes, but I do not know the details. For some reason, whenever I hear the word Ditter now, I immediately think of Dunkelfelger. It's all Professor Roffin's fault. I thanked Hannelore for her contribution and then looked at Solange. Professor Solange, do you know anything about the Forbidden Archive? If you're referring to any book storage rooms that cannot be opened, then I know of at least 3, she replied. What? 3? I exclaimed, surprised not only by her answer, but also in part by how smoothly she had delivered it. Solange looked at Hildebrand and his retainers, then carefully nodded. There were previously 3 librarians who worked here. Each had a key, and there is an archive that can be opened only when all 3 are used at once. For security purposes, the location of each key was kept secret to all except the respective librarian. Now that they are gone, these locations are known to none, and there are 3 archives that can no longer be entered. This is not a problem at the moment, as they contain ancient documents that are seldom used. I imagine the keys are in the late librarian's bedroom, so I am awaiting the day when new Archnoble librarians are assigned to us and the archives might be reopened. The temple had a Bible that required a key to open, and it could only be used by those with the High Bishop's express permission. The 3 keys that Solange had mentioned were presumably of a similar design. Just thinking about there being 3 forbidden archives filled me with excitement. Hildebrand and his retainers could serve as a required sovereign archnoble, so perhaps the archives could reopen sometime soon. But wait, is the archive that requires these keys to access the same as the one Justice mentioned that only royalty can enter? Do you know of a forbidden archive that can be entered only by royalty, I asked. I do not know of any such archive, Solange replied. Do you know where it might be? I was very disappointed to learn she couldn't provide any more information, but Hildebrand appeared to be surprised. If only royalty can enter that means I can go inside, he said. It's only a rumor, I noted, so I cannot say whether it truly exists. Especially in a generation such as ours where few remember the old tales. I will ask Mother and Father. They may know some other interesting stories, Hildebrand replied with an amused smile. I instinctively leaned forward at the prospect of receiving stories from royalty. Prince Hildebrand, I would love to hear any interesting stories you might have. By noting them down and asking Justice for more details back in Ehrenfest, it was possible that I could make a book on the Royal Academy's 20 mysteries, which would presumably go in the boys' section alongside the night stories. Oh right, books. I need to return mine. It was better to do that now than to cause a fuss when it was time for the tea party to end. I glanced to the corner of the table where Hartmut and Feline were recording the conversation. When our eyes met, Hartmut stood up and reached for the book. I nodded. Lady Hannelore, as mentioned, I will soon be returning to Ehrenfest. May I return the book that I borrowed from you now, before it is time for me to leave? Certainly, I will return your book as well, Hannelore turned to her apprentice scholar, who then carried out the exchange of mine. She watched for a moment as both parties examined their books, then turned back to me and smiled. Lady Rosemine, the book you lent me was very easy to read, thanks to it being written in modern vernacular. I had quite a good time with it. In fact, I believe that I may even love Ehrenfest books. Oh my, I'm so overjoyed I can't even speak. The joy is simply too much. The book that Hannelore had read existed only because of the paper that Lutz and the others had made, the printing presses from Johann and his colleagues, and all the hard work of those in the Roy the Cat and the Rosemine workshop. I was pleased beyond words that a noble outside of Ehrenfest can enjoy the fruits of our labor as well. And the very thought that I had a friend who loved books and wanted to read them made me want to pray to the gods in appreciation. A blessing's about to come out. Keep it together, me. As I trembled with emotion, Riarda stealthily handed me an empty face stone. I gripped it and started pouring in my mana with a noticeable sigh of relief. Hannelore blinked several times. Is something the matter, Lady Rosemine? Not at all. I was just recalling how much effort went into the creation of that book, and your words of confirmation that it was indeed worth it. I have always wanted a friend to read and discuss books with as we do now. Surely you exaggerate, Hannelore said, regarding me with a modest smile. I will lend you Royal Academy love stories next, I said. It is a collection based on real events that happened during our mother's generations. I do not know who stars in which stories, but Professor Herscher seemed to recognize quite a few of them. Feline brought the book over and handed it to Hannelore's apprentice scholar, who flipped through the pages before passing it to Hannelore. Are there Dunkelfelder stories within? Hannelore asked. There are several stories featuring apprentice knights, some of which may be from Dunkelfelder, I replied. There were, for example, tales about female apprentice knights promising their hands to men who could win dinner games for them. In some cases, the men won, while in others he lost. I personally thought that the stories ending in the former were a lot more likely to be from Dunkelfelder than those ending in the latter, considering the culture there. I cannot wait. If you know of any Dunkelfelder romances, Lady Hannelore, do tell. They make for a good book. If your apprentice scholars were to write manuscripts, I could purchase them with glee. My suggestion was met with sparkling eyes, not from Lady Hannelore, but from her retainers. I wanted them to gather as many stories as they could, so hopefully they would put their backs into it. Lady Rosemine, please allow me to read your duchy's books as well, Solange said. My line of work has given me quite a universal admiration of new books. I understand exactly how you feel, I replied. Hartmut handed the book of romance-focused night stories he had just taken from Hannelore to Solange. She stroked its cover with a curious look and then carefully opened it. Ehrenfest books are light, convenient to hold, and very easy to read. They even contain the most wonderful illustrations, Hannelore remarked, her cheeks flushing red with enthusiasm as she shilled the heck out of our books to Solange. Solange looked up and gave Hannelore a smile. Indeed, Lady Hannelore, and the fact that Ehrenfest books make a fine young lady such as yourself into a book lover shows me just how wonderful they must be. The conversation filled me with joy, so much so that I was even a little glad to be returning home. I wanted to get back to Ehrenfest right away to praise my Gutenbergs. I'm going to tell them that a Greater Duchy's Archduke loved their work. Lutz will definitely be pleased to hear that. Benno might even jump for joy at how rich he's going to get. Everyone in the orphanage needs rewards too. There wasn't much I could do right now. The food prepared for winter was generally simple and inexpensive due to how much was needed. But I resolved to provide the orphanage with more expensive food come spring. As I made the decision, I noticed that Hildebrand was looking between Solange and Hannelore. He timidly opened his mouth and said, Rosemine, I would like to read an Ehrenfest book too. So it shall be done, Prince Hildebrand. I gave a silent cheer on the inside. Given my slip-up at the start, I wouldn't have been able to recommend a book without Hildebrand's explicitly requesting it. I turned to Hartmut, who gave a copy of the night stories to the prince's attendant, Arthur. The book I lent to Lady Hannelore was centered around romantic night stories, but I believe this one focused on battles will be more to your liking. I made it hoping that it could be enjoyed by children just learning to read. So I imagine that adults will consider it light reading as most. Arthur nodded curtly while looking through the pages and then handed the book to Hildebrand. As Lady Rosemine suggests, I believe this book is of an ideal difficulty for you, Prince Hildebrand. It was hard enough that he wouldn't be able to breeze through it, but not as hard that he would toss it aside in frustration. The prince nodded and said that he would do his best to read the book. I could tell from his expression that he was just pleased to have received a book like Hannelore and Solange. Now then, I will lend a book to you as well, Lady Rosemine, Hannelore said, presumably having been waiting for me to finish distributing mine. Clarissa, she looked over at one of her apprentice scholars, who handed a thick Dunkelfelder book to Hartmut. Oh, Clarissa! They have no clue! I thank you ever so much. Now I have something to look forward to at home, I said. With a new book in hand, the pain of having to leave the Royal Academy library was significantly reduced. Hannelore was my savior. How is it, Lady Rosemine? Hannelore asked. I know the Dunkelfelder books are, thick and hard to read, with all the old language they use. She seemed worried that I wouldn't be able to read the book she was giving me, considering how simple Ehrenfest books are written, but I shook my head. Because of the Bible, I am already used to ancient turns of phrase, I said. If anything, I am in awe of Dunkelfelger's long and rich history. I enjoyed the last book quite a bit. So you did enjoy it then, Hilda replied, her expression betraying her relief, and with that I had an important request to make. Excuse me, Lady Handler, there is something I must ask. I rewrote your duchy's history book in modern vernacular, but could I ask you to check it for errors, I asked, holding up the thick manuscript while Handler and Clarissa blinked at me in surprise. Clarissa accepted it, then balked while flipping through its pages. There are quite a lot of pages, Clarissa said. I do not believe we could check the entire thing today. Of course, I am not asking what the manuscript to be checked right now, though. I was hoping that you might borrow it. Then it shall be done later, Handler said, accepting my request without protest. Furthermore, since I have put so much time into this endeavor, I was hoping to make a book based on the manuscript. May I have your permission to do this? You would produce a book on Dunkelfelger history in Ehrenfest, Handler asked, her confusion clear on her face as she looked at her attendant. I thought it was great fun to read a book on the history of another duchy, but perhaps I was an exception, or maybe it was just for reference, the kind of material that was never meant to be taken outside of a library. This is somewhat beyond me to settle on my own, Handler eventually replied. May I take the manuscript home with me and consult the Ob? You certainly may. I pray that Ob Dunkelfelger allows it. In that case, I shall lend you documents of my own, Lady Rosemine. Perhaps it will allow you to feel more like a librarian, Solange said, as she handed me some reports. They were apparently very important, and Solange had relied on them to carry out her work when the archnoble librarians disappeared so suddenly. Some of these cover magic tools that previously operated in the library. Perhaps they will assist you in making your own. These documents weren't to be put on shelves for students to borrow. They were reports that the previous librarians had written as part of their work. Perhaps they would be the most detailed sources on library magic tools out there. I love you, Professor Solange. Oh my. Oh. Well, I mean, she is like a grandmother type figure, so I mean, of course she's going to say it. Hartman took the documents from the laughing Solange and set them atop the book we had just received from Dunkelfelger. I followed the rising stack of my eyes. I wanted to start tearing through it right away, but I knew that I would end up completely distracted for the rest of the tea party. My retainers appeared to know this too. Cornelius moved ever so subtly so that he blocked my view of the documents. Ah ha ha ha! They know you too well. Arthur, I would like to lend Rosemine something as well, Hildebrand said, turning to his attendant. Do we have any good books? I can only assume that royalty were used to receiving offerings without ever giving anything back, but he was so insincere that he immediately thought about lending me a book in return. Wow, he sure is a good prince. I can't believe I'll get to read the Sovereign book. Maybe. As I sat there, moved that I would be able to read books from a new territory, Arthur lowered his eyes and thought. It would be possible to prepare a book for next time, he said. Then he glanced over at me, but I imagine she would be better appreciate being invited to the palace library, no? Oh no! I was so overwhelmed with glee that I fainted on the spot. No! Oh shit. You just traumatized Handler and Hildebrand. Maybe not Handler, but whatever. The next thing I knew, I was lying in my bed. I had fallen asleep without realizing, apparently. I sat up wondering why I couldn't remember the previous night, and reached for the bell sitting beside me. No sooner had I rung it than Riarda pushed through the curtains around my bed with an anxious expression. How are you feeling, milady? I had the most wonderful dream, I replied. I was invited to the palace library. That was not a dream. But we will need to wait and see whether the king grants us permission. I am just glad to see you well, Riarda said, but worry swiftly turned to exasperation. At that moment, my memory suddenly came flooding back to me. I had collapsed midway through the tea party after failing to control my mana due to overflowing elation. No! This is the second time I've collapsed at a tea party I was hosting. The second time I passed out in front of royalty. The blood drained from my face. This wasn't good. In fact, it was pretty bad. Riarda, the tea party. How did the tea party go? I asked, looking up at her fearfully. Naturally, it was suspended. We cannot continue in that state, she replied. It seemed that our comfy bookworm tea party had turned into a suspense-laden horror story when I abruptly passed out. The prince's retainers fell into a bit of a panic when you initially noisily collapsed on the floor the moment they suggested inviting you to the palace library. And sovereign archnobles are supposed to be better at containing their feelings than anyone, milady. Arthur, the evident cause of my collapse, had sputtered, "What?" and stood frozen in place with his mouth open wide. It wasn't exactly normal for someone to collapse out of sheer excitement at the mere suggestion of receiving permission for something. Oh, sorry, Arthur. Hildebrand had seen my corpse-like state and tearfully asked the frozen Arthur, "What happened to Rosemine?" His retainers tried to calm him down, but their cracking voices had given way how anxious they were themselves. "I'm sorry, everyone, I really am. I didn't mean to traumatize." "I knew it, you traumatized the poor kid." You needed face stones from the moment the discussion turned to books, Riarda said. It's understandable that nothing could contain your excitement when it came to an invitation to the palace library. However, you've once again collapsed in front of royalty, milady. I can't help that. She can't control that. She tried. She failed. Lady Hannelore got teary-eyed as well, no doubt remembering last year. Solange had apparently been just as terrified. What happened next, I asked. Riarda explained that she sent an ordinance to Wilfred and Charlotte requesting their help. Upon their arrival, they had consoled the prince's group, explained the circumstances, and settled what issues they could. Meanwhile, Riarda had carried me out with my guard knights while my attendants and scholars cleaned things up. You will need to thank them both later, milady. I know. I sure am a nuisance, aren't I? As I hung my head, I realized there was one important question that I hadn't yet asked. I nervously looked up at Riarda. When was the tea party exactly? Yesterday or just a moment ago? 2 days ago. We have received countless get-well presents and worried ordinances from Prince Hildebrand, Lady Hannelore, and Professor Solange. I cradled my aching head, and that was when I heard voices from the other side of the curtain, confirming I was awake. It seemed that my female retainers had started to gather in my room after being informed that I was conscious again. If your mana has calmed and you feel well again, milady, then let us go eat. Lady Charlotte will soon be returning for lunch. Please do show her how much you have recovered, Riarda said. It was only then that I realized I had been dumping mana into face stones while I slept, which explained why I had woken up feeling so refreshed. I climbed out of bed, and when I passed through the surrounding curtains, my retainers all gave collective side looks of relief. I am sorry to have worried you all, I said. There is nothing for you to apologize for, Lady Rosamund, Brunhilde replied. To think I would allow you to collapse during a tea party with royalty. I am a failure of an attendant. You are not. Brunhilde promptly started washing my face and then dressed me, her lips pursed in frustration all the while, but what she had said wasn't true in the slightest. My attendants had worked so hard to ensure that my tea party was a success, thinking up ways to communicate with me through how they served cookies and tea, and memorizing the best times to hand me face stones. There was no way they were failures. You are not the failure here, Brunhilde. I am, for having fallen unconscious in the presence of royalty on a second occasion, I said, slumping my shoulders, but Lenore quietly shook her head. This incident can hardly be described as your fault, Lady Rosamund, she noted. The prince's attendant was simply too good at honing in on your weakest points. As I would expect from someone serving royalty. Furthermore, Lord Ferdinand mentioned in his letters that he might actually have been a boon. How was it a boon? I asked, blinking. Flene's eyes wavered for a moment before she spoke, because, had you not fallen unconscious, you would have agreed to the proposition on the spot without consulting anyone first. He's right. I really would have. The idea of consulting someone didn't even cross my mind. Talk about lucky. Because you were unconscious, you missed the date you were supposed to leave the Royal Academy, Riarda said, but as you cannot leave before apologizing to royalty and the Greater Duchy, Ehrenfest has granted you special permission to extend your stay. I needed to apologize to the participants of the tea party and inform Adolphine of Dronkel that I would soon be leaving. I suppose I should supply mana to the library while visiting to apologize. Maybe I should bring a face stone. It feels like something else I'm forgetting, but what? What could it be? As I made my way down to the dining hall, I counted up everything I needed to do before heading home on my fingers. Cornelius was waiting by the stairs and stroked my cheek when I reached him, saying that he was glad I had woken. Apparently, I had almost given him a heart attack. By the time I entered the dining hall, it was already filled with students eating lunch. Charlotte cried, "Sister!" upon seeing me, and all eyes fell on me at once. Everyone had evidently been informed about my collapse during the tea party. Charlotte peered down at my face, her indigo eyes stirring with worry. Should you not still be resting? Being awake does not mean you are well. I feel excellent right now, I said, smiling for her sake as she touched my forehead and cheeks all over. I'm sorry that I worried you, Charlotte. After performing her checks, Charlotte's expression relaxed as though her anxiety had finally dissipated. I turned to Wilfred, who paused in the middle of eating. I'm sorry for causing more problems, Wilfred. I'm just glad that you woke up, he replied. Feeling better then? I nodded, at which point Wilfred returned to his food, describing what had happened at the tea party following Riarda and my departure. He and Charlotte had explained everything to Hildebrand and the others, with Wilfred recounting how he had accidentally knocked me unconscious in the past by dragging me around in my baptism and pelting me with snowballs. Rather than calming Hildebrand down, however, this just made him exclaim, "How could you do that to her?" Whoops. He didn't know. Dude, at the time he didn't know. At the time he didn't know that mine was that frail. The prince was probably in such a panic that he spoke without thinking, but now I can say I've had the rare and valuable experience of rushing to help you only to be yelled at by royalty. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, dear brother. The prince had subsequently been chastised by his retainers, and when they eventually departed, Wilfred had tried his best to cheer up Hannelore. She kept saying she was fine since she had experienced you passing out before, but I could guess from the way she was very obviously crying that she wasn't fine at all. I thought she was going to pass out too. In the end, Wilfred had seen Handler off to her door much like the year before. I handled Professor Solon, Charlotte said. It was my first time being at the location of one of your collapses, sister, and in truth it was quite disturbing for me as well. Now that I thought about it, Charlotte was right. I had never collapsed in front of her before, and I was pretty sure she had never been there for the aftermath either. She had copied Wilfred and emphasized that this happened often, but she had apparently kept thinking about my unconscious form in the Dereve, and was so afraid that she had wanted to cry herself, and yet despite her fear she had put on a brave face and consoled Professor Solange while giving instructions to Brunhilde and the others as they cleaned up the tea party. It was hard to believe that it was her first time having to deal with such an accident. Geez, Charlotte is way too mature for her age. You're going back to Ehrenfest as soon as you have apologized to everyone, Wilfred said, all right? Hartman returned to the dorm around when I had finished eating and started to deliver his report before even sitting down to have lunch himself. He had gone to his brewing lesson in the morning and stayed after class to speak with Herscher. Lady Rosamond, Raymond is requesting a meeting so that he can deliver his research results, Hartman said. Same for Professor Herscher. What will you do? Oh yeah, the thing I forgot was Herscher's disciple. He was the other person I needed to speak with before leaving for Ehrenfest, and finally remembering him took a weight off my shoulders that I hadn't even realized was there. I must go to the library tomorrow morning to deliver my mana and some face stones, I said. Tell them that they can meet up with me there. Understood, Hartman replied. I will send an ordonnance. With that, Hartman swiftly exited the dining hall. I went ahead and asked Lady to prepare some light meals for Herscher and Raymond in preparation for when we saw them at the library. Something told me that these research-obsessed loons hadn't been eating well. After lunch, I sent out ordonnances explaining my recovery. I also apologized for what had happened during the tea party and for leaving the academy in such a hurry. They were all near identical speeches bemoaning my rudeness, with the only variation being in the one I sent to Solange, where I mentioned that I would be coming to supply Schwartz and Weiss with mana tomorrow morning. I similarly told the Dolphin that I was being called back to Ehrenfest due to collapsing at a tea party, and from there I spent the afternoon finishing my preparations to leave. Lady Rosamond, I am very relieved to see you well. My sincerest apologies, Professor Solange. This happens often when my emotions stir, so please do not think too much of it. I apologized to Solange again, which she received with a thankful sigh, and then handed over a face stone for her to use in my absence. Riarda had used face stones to drain my overflowing mana when I was excited for the palace library, so we had several that were completely full. Prince Hildebrand and Lady Hannelore are going to be here, so I cannot see you wanting for mana, but I thought I would deliver this just in case, I said. I thank you ever so much, although I am more concerned for your health, Solange replied. Please rest well on Ehrenfest. I'm pretty sure I'll end up even busier than I am here. Probably. We were in the middle of winter socializing, and there was a dedication ritual too. Plus, before I started on any of that, I was sure to receive a massive lecture from my guardians. Oh, I bet that. Not that I would say that out loud when Solange was already so worried about me. Hildebrand is here, came Weiss's voice. I turned to the door and saw that the prince really had arrived with his retainers in tow. It seemed that Schwartz and Weiss could tell the instant their master or any assistant stepped into the library. Or more precisely, they could tell where in the library these people were at all times. Rosamond, are you truly well? Hildebrand asked. We were the same height, so when he looked at me directly like this, I could see the worry clouding his purple eyes all too clearly. Yeah, I can imagine why this whole thing surprised him so much. I doubt anyone as sickly as me usually spends time with the prince. Hildebrand may have ended up bedridden on occasion, but I suspected he would never seen anyone else in such a state, or seen them suddenly fall unconscious for that matter. It must have been real shock. I apologize for the disturbance, I said. I am prone to falling unconscious when emotionally moved. It surprises those who are unprepared as we strive to prevent it from happening by any means possible. It seems that our efforts did not suffice this time. I cannot apologize enough. I also added that the palace library was something of a risky topic for me, but only in my head, of course. I didn't want to give them a reason to take back their invitation. Hildebrand frantically shook his head from side to side. It was surprising, but I'm fine now. As a member of the library committee, I can't let something like that get in my way. I need to be strong enough to help you. Oh, it's so cute seeing him try to act so manly. The prince's eyes seemed to burn with resolve as he clenched his fist and swore to never be so panicked again. It was especially cute that this was his idea of getting stronger. Please take care of Schwartz and Weiss in my absence, I said. I can rest assured knowing that you were here for them. Hildebrand accepted my words with a genuine smile, and at that moment the library was bathed in lights of various colors. Classes were over, which meant Raymond would soon be arriving. Prince Hildebrand, I regret having to say this, but I am due to meet some people here soon. Prince Hildebrand, we must not allow too many people to see you. Now that we have confirmed that Lady Rosamine is well, let us return at once, Arthur said, prompting the regretful-looking prince to leave. He then looked over at me and said, we are relieved to see that you have recovered. The bell rang a short while after Hildebrand disappeared from sight, and not too long after that, Hersher arrived with Raymond. They were both well-groomed, perhaps because they were actually having to leave the laboratory today. These two kind of seem like mother and son. They both have really similar auras, as people that are dedicating their lives to science. You are leaving especially early this year, Lady Rosamine, Hersher said with a displeased expression. I have not gotten as much work done as I had hoped. My guardians back in Ehrenfest are worried about me, considering that I collapsed twice in such quick succession, I replied, of course referring to the Turnish Reform incident and the tea party that had followed soon after my recovery. I didn't say much more, since it was being kept secret that Ehrenfest students had been involved, but Hersher understood nonetheless. Ferdinand must be at his wit's end with you, she cackled. Rofford has been talking about holding an inquiry once you have recovered, but that won't be possible if you are no longer here. Leave thanks to me. You have my thanks. The order for my return had come with Broffin, and the other professors were getting ready to hold an inquiry about the Turnish Reform incident. To be honest, I appreciated getting the opportunity to discuss things with my guardians first. With all that out of the way, Hersher took several of the documents she was having Raymond carry. These are the results of my research. Please give them to Ferdinand. We also have with us the assignments that Raymond completed for him. Raymond took a hesitant step forward, having been more or less pushed by Hersher, and proffered a bundle of plant paper. I have made improved versions of the given circles, he said. Please give these to Lord Ferdinand as well. I would very much appreciate it if you could tell me his thoughts on them. Hartman accepted the papers with a nod. He and Raymond seemed to have been speaking behind the scenes quite regularly, and I could see the tension drain from the latter's shoulders. Raymond, I'm going to be returning to Ehrenfest, but Hartman will remain here in the Royal Academy to give you your new tasks once they are confirmed, I said. Please use the time until then to finish your classes as well. Eat well and rest, to live a proper life as you would. Oh my, have you become his mother, Lady Rosamine? Hersher asked, exasperated. I glared at him. She was presumably the reason that Ferdinand was so prone to locking himself away in his workshops. Yeah, we were the ones suffering for it. Hersher had gotten away scot-free. If you do not raise Raymond properly, Professor Hersher, then there will be very real consequences, I warned. A person's upbringing has a great impact on their future. So I refuse to remain silent while your disciple's life falls apart. At this rate, he will end up becoming another Ferdinand. Really? Raymond exclaimed, positively delighted. No! Not good! Not good at all. I would now sound so pleased. That was not meant positively. I shook my head and then presented the light meals that Lazelight had prepared. I imagine you were focused on your research until the last moment before this meeting, and therefore had no time for lunch. Please eat this and spend the rest of the day resting. You truly are a saint, Lady Rosamine. I'm touched, said not Raymond, but Hersher, her hands trembling with emotion as she accepted the basket of food. She really was a no-good teacher. Professor Hersher, do not forget about your classes, I said. And remember, Raymond, ensuring that your teacher does her job is an important part of being a disciple. With that, our meeting came to an end. Okay, that's that. All she has to do now is apologize to Hannelore, I think, and I think then she can leave. Or maybe she already... Whatever. I believe that's everything I said after finishing my last checks on the way to the dormitory's teleportation room. Okay, so we don't even get to see that. Okay. Wilfried, Charlotte, and my retainers were going to be seeing me off. Shouldn't be anything to worry about if you've checked everything on the list, Wilfried said. Now head on home and get ready for the scolding of a lifetime. They ordered you to stay away from the prince, you know, and what did you do? You collapsed at a tea party, guaranteeing that he'll never forget you. Everyone back in Ehrenfest is pretty much banging their head against a wall at this point. Cornelius was on the teleportation circle with me, but he wasn't going to be staying in Ehrenfest. He intended to enjoy his last term at the Royal Academy to the fullest, meaning he would return to the dormitory as soon as he had ensured my safe arrival. I was heading home so early this year that Judith and Lenore hadn't even finished all their classes yet. Daniel and Angelica are in Ehrenfest, so I won't have any problems with guards, but going back home by myself makes me feel a little bit lonely, I admitted. Please try to return to us as soon after the dedication ritual as possible, Charlotte said with a smile. I was entrusting Rosina to her in my absence, and it was heartwarming to know that a fellow female Archduke candidate was going to be here to take my place while I was gone. You don't need to worry about us, Rosamine. Now that we've got Charlotte, things won't be as bad as last year, Wilfried assured me. At the very least, I won't have to go to any of those girl-only tea parties. Both Charlotte and I giggled at his remark. Riarda, Cornelius, let us go, I said. I stepped into the teleportation circle with Riarda and Cornelius, and after a sudden flash of black and gold, my vision began to twist. The epilogue! Ew, is this going to be Rosamine's point of view, or... Oh no, this is probably Sylvester. And yeah, this is Sylvester and the others. Everyday reports came from the Royal Academy. Sylvester cleared his office of retainers to read them all alone with Karstedt and Ferdinand. The reports up until classes began were peaceful. Rosamund rejoiced over the dormitory's new bookcase and was more grateful to Wilfrid than ever before. And although Charlotte expressed some concern over Rosamund's bizarre style of greeting that prioritized books above all else, such things warranted little more than a chuckle. Students of the former Veronica faction had requested to offer their names to Rosamund, but Rosamund was exceedingly reluctant to carry such a heavy burden. So that was on hold for now. Even after the fellowship gatherings, the reports that arrived were still relatively peaceful. It was a surprise that Jawanko had already managed to emulate Rinsham, but that had been expected to happen eventually. There was also a report about how Bettina from Arensbach was leaking information, but that too was expected. It was the very reason she had married into Ehrenfest in the first place. The only point of worry was that the third prince had attended the fellowship gathering despite having not yet been debuted, but the actual risk was minimal since he was going to be staying in his room. Oh, dude, you have no idea. If we do find ourselves with another problem on our hands, it will no doubt be due to Rosamund somehow getting involved with him, Ferdinand mused. Don't say that, Ferdinand, Sylvester barked. The prince is staying in his room. They'll never meet. It's just not going to happen. Ever. Wrong. Wrong. Or rather, that's wishful thinking, I should say. Naturally, Sylvester shared the same fears as Ferdinand. Given how Rosamund had ended up interacting with royalty the year before, it was impossible to imagine her finishing her second year at the Royal Academy without incident. Oh, you're right. Of course, once lessons began, the reports that arrived in Ehrenfest became anything but peaceful. Rosamund dragged a Dunkelfelger Archduke candidate into her so-called library committee, supplied Mana to several magic tools within the library, formed divine instruments in her snap forming class, attacked a teacher with one of the charms that Ferdinand had. That's not her fault. She didn't do that on purpose. Had given her, and tore apart the canopy of her bed with a toy she had powered up. Sylvester, Ferdinand, and Karstedt all sighed wearily as they read the incoming reports one after another. There were so many that simply reading them was exhausting. Sylvester put a hand on his forehead and started massaging his temples. Ferdinand, why is Rosamund always so extreme? Do not ask me. It seems that Rosamund's understanding of the word peaceful differs considerably from our own. We will need to correct this, Ferdinand replied, heaving another sigh as he scratched his head. He seemed to be extremely drained. Karstedt was similarly spent from the daily reports. To think she'd caused this many problems in less than a week, he muttered. I think it's safe to say she has a talent for troublemaking at this point, which is the last thing we need. Sylvester realized something terrible indeed. Despite them having received so many reports, not even a week had passed. That explained why they hadn't yet heard from Herscher. Reports continued to flood in. The second years had all passed their written lessons on the first day. There was a request for advice on dealing with the tea party invitation from Jawanko. Rosamund had resolved to accept Roderick's name, and much was learned from the music professors during their tea party. The questions regarding tea parties and socializing was sent not just to Sylvester, but to Ferdinand, Florencia, and Elvira as well. Men and women tended to have different perspectives on such matters, and Sylvester believed that having a variety of answers would prove useful. Ehrenfest's rise to the Royal Academy's ranks and its association with new people had made the Archduke Conference a struggle for the adults. So it naturally followed that the children in the Royal Academy would struggle as well. It seemed as though they were better at managing Rosamund's words and behavior than they had been the year before, but the troubling reports continued to flood in. They were received with the usual concerning smiles. But everything changed when Rosamund encountered the third prince again. Rosamund went to the library to arrange when to change Schwarzenweiss's clothes, and while she was there, she seemed to have met with Prince Hildebrand. Is this normal? From Charlotte. Rosamund isn't worried and says they'll never see each other again since the prince is avoiding other students. Even so, somehow, I've got a bad feeling about this. From Wilfrid. Your dad does too, Wilfrid, and I've got a real bad feeling about this. So it finally happened, Ferdinand said. Why are you so calm about this? So far, they have met with one another, but nothing has happened. The problems are yet to come, and that's why you must calm down, Sylvester. If we panic now, we will not survive the upcoming reports, Ferdinand replied, waving his hand dismissively. Ferdinand, you're much better at this than Sylvester is. You really should have been the Archduke, but whatever. How could Sylvester remain composed when Rosamund was somehow meeting with a prince who wasn't even supposed to be attending the Royal Academy? How can I stay calm when you're saying the bad times have only just begun, Sylvester exclaimed. Now I'm even more worried. Problems will now be occurring at a highly accelerated rate, Ferdinand continued. After what we've experienced last year, this much should be obvious. Just look at this report from Hartmut if you wish to be terrified even further. He held out a report with a thin smile. It seemed that he was equally disturbed on the inside. He was just exceptionally good at hiding his emotions. Lady Rosemine began reading immediately after greeting the prince, but he appears to have taken an interest in her, no doubt because she looks as young as he does. He went out of his way to climb up the second floor to watch her read. Really? Oh, it's so cute! From Hartmut. Sylvester wanted to scream, "Please, can't you leave my kids alone?" But he somehow contained the urge. Ferdinand, do you know a way to keep Rosemine from ever meeting with the prince again? He asked. As I'm sure you know, we cannot just prevent her from going to the library. Gaining access to it was the very reason that she passed all her classes on the first day. Trying to contain her would have too great of an impact on other things. You do not want to make the same mistake that Wilfrid made last year, do you? Sylvester fell silent, recalling how disastrous it had been for everyone when Rosemine had been kept away from her precious library. Carset shrugged. There's no stopping her from visiting the library, and we can't do anything about the prince's actions. All we can do is pray to the gods that he contains himself and stays in his room like he should. Praise be to the gods. Prayers be to the gods. Oh, it's going to be prayers fall on deaf ears here. Ehrenfest, we have an urgent message from the Royal Academy. Rosemine wasn't the only one causing unnecessary chaos. Herscher, the Ehrenfest dormitory supervisor, was raising an Ahrensbach student as her primary disciple. We were planning to invite Professor Herscher to the changing of Schwartz and Weiss' clothes the day after tomorrow, but what should we do? From Marianne. This is a very dangerous situation, as Ehrenfest secrets could be leaking to Ahrensbach through Professor Herscher's disciple. Are there any problems with the documents we have already given her? From Ignace. Is there any way we can turn her disciple Raymond into an information source for ourselves? He associates with Professor Gundolf, so I believe he may be leaking our research to Drunkel as well, from Hartmut. Raymond is very skilled when it comes to modifying magic circles. He improved one of mine and even taught me how to do it myself. Also, he really wants to read Ferdinand's book. Can I lend it to him? From Rosemine. Sylvester was dumbfounded. Rosemine, why are you the only one not worried about this? Aren't you the one Ahrensbach ambushed? At once he was struck with the overwhelming urge to scream and poke her cheek. Rosemine, you better be ready. He's gonna do it. Oh, so that's what he does to punish her. He pokes her cheek. And it's gonna bug her. To infinity. I understand that she's moved to the sovereignty, but I'd rather Herscher showed our duchy a little more consideration, Karstedt said. It was an extremely normal reaction for an Ehrenfest noble, but Ferdinand met the remark with a harsh glare. Why should she when Ehrenfest shows her no consideration, he replied. Do not be so self-centered. What do you mean? That's his teacher you're talking about here. Ferdinand grimaced and then explained. It seemed that back when Herscher had taken Ferdinand as a disciple, she had ended up being exposed to Veronica's cruelty as well. She had no longer been able to rest peacefully in the Ehrenfest dormitory, and it was for this reason that she had started sleeping in her laboratory even more regularly than before. Oh, that's why she sleeps in the laboratory, because it's a habit now because of Veronica. Great. Veronica's reach still happens. Ferdinand dryly noted that the financial support usually given to the dormitory supervisor had promptly been stolen away by those serving Veronica, such that Herscher received no help whatsoever. These events had taken place after Sylvester had graduated from the Royal Academy, so he knew very little about Ferdinand and Herscher's past. He struggled to believe that Ferdinand had endured so much considering the man's achievements, but he had come first in class in every single year, received direct praise from the king himself, formed personal connections with greater duchies, and made an extraordinary amount of wealth for a student by selling magic tools and materials. My mother took away the dormitory's help, Sylvester asked. If you knew this, why didn't you say anything when we imprisoned her? How many years has it been now? How can you be so passive about this when your own teacher is struggling? Herscher made it clear that she neither wants nor needs help, so it would only obstruct the raising of her apprentices. It was how she protected me while I was in the Royal Academy, Ferdinand said. That was why, out of respect, he had supported Herscher with some of the earnings he made from his magic tools. Oh. Sylvester finally understood why Ferdinand was so close with Herscher, even after his graduation, but at the same time he felt helpless. Ferdinand, please. You need to tell me these things sooner, he said. I may be the Archduke, but I can't act on a problem I don't know about. It makes me feel pathetic. The things your mother did are nothing but unpleasant, and I have no wish to remember them. Forgive me. Ferdinand replied, his voice cracking slightly as he spoke. Oh. Ferdinand doing that is not a good thing. Yeah, those had to have been very unpleasant memories. His eyes were downcast and his brow was slightly furrowed. Sylvester could hardly press him any further after that. You're forgiven. Ferdinand exhaled and then stood. I will go to the Royal Academy. Wait, Ferdinand. Adults can't just go and get involved. You know this. That's why these reports are so painful. Sylvester was limited to venting his frustrations through replies, as they all presumably were, but Ferdinand waved a hand to dismiss the idea. It will not be an issue, he said. It is understood that magic tools must be dealt with by those who created them. I will simply exchange a few words with my teacher while I'm there. Herrscher will not listen to anyone else. You know this to be true. In short, Ferdinand intended to go to the Royal Academy under the guise of retrieving some magic tools he had left with Herrscher. Fear not, Ferdinand reiterated. We will not bring harm to Ehrenfest. That's not what I'm worried about, Sylvester replied. I thought that speaking with Herrscher might bring back some memories that you'd rather not remember, but all right, I'm leaving this to you. A wise choice. That same day, Ferdinand sent word that he would soon be coming to the Royal Academy, and the next afternoon he departed with Eckert and Justice. He returned at night looking extremely refreshed, and there was a great number of magic tools with him. The next day, Sylvester learned that his prayers had not reached the gods. Such as he feared, a report arrived to say that Rosemite had met with the prince again. Today we changed Schwartz and Weiss's clothes. I was able to touch them for the very first time since Lady Rosemite granted me her permission. The new outfits suit them very well. Prince Hildebrand came to watch midway through, and the next thing we knew, he had agreed to become an assistant for supplying the shoe mills of mana for Marianne. The prince had arrived midway through the changing and ended up an assistant? Wait a moment, Sylvester exclaimed. Rosemine's their master, and the prince is her assistant? It's supposed to be the other way around. It was just yesterday that I went to the Royal Academy to settle problems. How are there new ones already? Ferdinand muttered. If you had stayed a day later, you would have seen all those go down. Because you would have been there to help change the shoe mills. You would have. There was a distant look in his eyes that Sylvester could fully understand. Karlstead, read these. The situation is beyond headache-inducing. Karlstead accepted the stack of reports, then he pressed a hand to his forehead and groaned. Sylvester took the reports from the man's weary free hand and after pumping himself up, started reading them in turn. Rosemine and Prince Hildebrand were being quite friendly with one another. It seemed to me that the prince thinks highly of Rosemine. His expression when speaking with her was entirely different from when he spoke with Wilfried. She seems to like him in turn, in fact. She was staring at him as intensely as she would stare at a book. Oh. She ended up asking me what I thought of younger men. I attempted to guide her back to Wilfried, but he will need the courage to agree that she can do whatever she likes with her own library. From Charlotte. The prince appears to like shoe mills, but it seems to me that he is more interested in Lady Rosemine. She in turn became enamored by the prospect of the palace library. We must be careful. It seemed that the prince mistook Lady Rosemine for Lady Charlotte, and now Lady Rosemine has mistakenly concluded that he is romantically interested in her sister. Afterward, Lady Rosemine was asked to relinquish her position as the magic tools master. She avoided this by pointing out that Prince Hildebrand would struggle to provide the shoe mills with mana while he is still unable to act publicly, and that he will end up being called Milady despite being male. The prince ultimately settled on helping with the provision of mana as an assistant from Hartmut. We changed Schwartz and Weiss's clothes today. It turns out that Professor Solange lives in the library. I'm very jealous. I want to live in a library too one day. Oh, also, Prince Hildebrand came when we were changing their clothes. He wanted to know how Charlotte feels about younger men, so I ended up asking her, but it turns out she's all about her big bro. I wish she was all about her big sis. She actually wrote that. From Rosemine. Is it just me, or does Rosemine live in an entirely different world from everyone else? Kind of. She did, at one point. Sylvester mused aloud. Her report has seemed to be mostly about Solange's living conditions, which nobody else had even mentioned, and her own plans for the future. The prince's arrival came across as an afterthought more than anything. Rosemine simply cannot socialize, Ferdinand said, rubbing his temples. And she's going to be interacting with royalty like this? Karlstead asked, his hand similarly on his head. Give me a break, please. Ferdinand, can you bring Rosemine back? Sylvester asked. At the very least, we need to wait things out until the prince stops visiting the library. She has only recently been allowed to start visiting the library herself, so no. I suggest we threaten her by saying that we will order her home the next time she does something. The three cradled their heads, but this was only the beginning of the chaos. Rosemine sent me these questions, Ferdinand said. I ended up inviting Prince Hildebrand to a tea party in the library. Would it be safe for me to let him borrow some Ehrenfest night stories? Is there anything I should watch out for? From Rosemine. How and why did she end up inviting a royal to a tea party? Sylvester cried. Is she just being cocky or what? Ehrenfest only ever invited royalty to tea parties during the Archduke Conference. Inviting someone to a tea party was more draining and required a lot more effort than simply being invited. So doing everything to the appropriate standard was going to be impossible for someone like Rosamund, who couldn't even manage regular socializing. I can't imagine her being so focused on her bookworm friend that she ignores the prince entirely. I can't imagine she doing that. Ferdinand said, evoking an image that Sylvester could see all too easily. It would be unimaginably rude, but Rosamund would do it without fail. Have her decide on discreet signals with her attendants to be used when she is neglecting the prince too much. The topic needs to be changed, and the like. It would also be wise to bring an abundance of face stones since her emotions are sure to flare out of control. The instant the conversation turns to the exchange of books. Together they wrote up all the plans they could and sent them to Rosamund's retainers, making sure to explain in no uncertain terms that Rosamund was not to neglect the prince in conversation. Soon after they had all sent their replies, however, they received an emergency letter from Charlotte. This year, it felt as though they were receiving nothing but emergency letters. The children of the former Veronica faction left to hunt Fabies, but Roderick returned injured. Wilfrid departed to help the apprentice knights, while sister tended to Roderick, and when she asked Roderick what had happened, we learned that a Turnishper Fallen was responsible. Sister has since left with her guard knights to grant the apprentices blessings of darkness. We've contacted the professors, but is there anything else I should do? From Charlotte. A Turnishper Fallen? What even is that? Sylvester asked, having never heard the name before. This is problematic, Ferdinand muttered, and promptly started on his response. He warned the apprentice knights not to attack the Turnishper Fallen, to take turns provoking it, and to buy time until the Sovereign Knight's order arrived. They are Trombe-like Fabies that appear around workstock. Only black weapons work on them. Come again? Karstead explained. That's terrible. We must go at once. Ferdinand shook his head. No, Karstead. We cannot send our own knights. All we can do is rely on the sovereignty. A duchy could only send its knight order to the Royal Academy at the request of the sovereignty. Doing so under any other circumstances was tantamount to invading sovereign territory. Karstead could only watch with gritted teeth as Ferdinand wrote his reply. As soon as Ferdinand was done, he briskly walked to the teleportation hall and instructed the knight standing guard to deliver his letter. Charlotte's reply came immediately, likely on indication that she had been waiting by the teleportation room. We have already informed them. The Turnishper Fallen was attacked when it was first encountered and grew as a result. But the apprentices have split into groups and are now stalling for time, from Charlotte. So someone there knows the Turnishper Fallens, They must be quite the academic, Ferdinand remarked, exhaling in relief. The three guardians agonized as they waited the next update, and after what felt like an age, another report arrived. They defeated the Turnishper Fallen, but Sister collapsed. Nobody else was hurt, from Charlotte. As long as the Turnishper Fallen was defeated, we must be satisfied. As worried as I am about Rosamund, her collapsing is nothing new, Karstead said. He had waited on tenterhooks, itching to leap up and rush over with reinforcements, but now the tension drained from his shoulders. Sylvester, too, was relieved. A new day brought with it new reports. I made the necessary preparations and headed out as soon as Roderick told us what happened. Matthias said we needed to buy time until the professors arrived, so I suggested we take turns dealing with the Turnishper Fallen. Rosamund arrived while we were doing that, and she blessed our weapons with darkness, enabling us to start attacking. The beast was hard to hit since it moved so fast, but Rosamund managed to block its vision with the black cloth midway through the fight, allowing us to launch a massive attack all at once. It was my first battle, but my contribution came in second place, from Wilfrid. Lady Rosamund truly is a saint. Her expression was impeccably heroic as she blessed the weapons with darkness, and the words of her prayer were as fluid and majestic as if she had been playing an instrument. The Turnishper Fallen was clearly more on guard against Lady Rosamund than anyone else. It carelessly took blows from the other knights, but was fixated on avoiding her water gun. Upon deducing that her attacks would continue to be evaded, Lady Rosamund restrained the Turnishper Fallen with the God of Darkness's divine instrument. If not for her contribution, we would not have been able to defeat the beast. And that is not all. Lady Rosamund also produced Flue-Train's staff, and through a ritual, completely repaired the gathering spot. I saw a divine miracle with my own eyes, and it was extraordinary. Praise be to the gods from from Hartman. By the time the professors and the Sovereign Knights arrived, the fight was already over. They sent out inquiries regarding the details of the hunt and Ehrenfest temple affairs, and it seems that the Turnishper Fallen came from the direction of the Workstock dormitory. Students should not be able to use the Darkness Blessing, so publicly the story is that the Sovereign Knight's order defeated the Turnishper Fallen. From Charlotte. Are you sure these reports are all about the same thing? Sylvester asked. There was no doubting it, considering that the Turnishper Fallen is mentioned in each one, Ferdinand replied, but even then it was hard to believe. Well, they did a good job, Karstead said. That much is for sure. Yep, that's not a Fabi students should normally come across. Surely, it seems like they make good Trombe hunters when they grow up, Sylvester agreed with a nod. Ferdinand was rubbing his temples and grumbling. Sylvester, call Rosamund back as soon as she recovers, he said. We must discuss things at once. The blessing. I expect that Rosamund used the prayer directly from the Bible, which differs somewhat from the spell taught to knights. I wish to speak with her regarding this before she is questioned. And so, as per the suggestion, Sylvester ordered Rosamund to return. Despite Rosamund having been ordered to return as soon as her tea party with the prince was complete, what came through the teleportation circle was instead a stack of papers. Ferdinand thumbed through them, then squeezed his eyes shut and said, "Let us return to your office, Ab Ehrenfest," with a smile that did not reach his eyes. It seemed that more problems had occurred. Once they were in Sylvester's office, Ferdinand started reading a report from Hartman aloud. Dunkelfelger's Archduke candidate was registered as an assistant before the tea party began. The prince wanted a library committee armband, and Rosamund had promised to get him one. What is Rosamund thinking? Last year there was the whole thing with the hairpins, and now she's taking business orders from royalty again? God, of course she isn't thinking. Sylvester vigorously massaged his forehead as he read the reports, but it seemed that Ferdinand wasn't content to let their suffering end there. As they were peacefully discussing books, Rosamund suddenly suggested that the prince send out ordinances telling students to return their overdue books. What? Karstad shouted on instinct. She dumped work on royalty? Sylvester cried out, and in almost the same time, what was she thinking? She wasn't thinking. She wasn't thinking about this as possibly a bad thing. This is why I said she overstepped. She charged ahead without thinking again. Everyone else there no doubt thought the same, Ferdinand said. I shall continue reading the report. I don't want to hear it, but Sylvester took a moment to brace himself. Alright, go ahead. A member of royalty would normally be enraged to receive such a brazen request, but the prince had rejoiced over Rosamund's non-standard suggestion and said that he would consult the king. It was all so sudden and so bizarre that nobody on either side had been able to comprehend what was going on, let alone stop them. Even the prince's retainers were dazed. It seems. We are lucky that Rosamund avoided a rebuke here, Ferdinand said. Lucky, sure. But am I the only one who's starting to think this Rosamund-Prince combo is dangerous, Sylvester replied. Maybe because Prince Hildebrand was raised as a vassal to begin with, he didn't have much of the dignity or pride that one expected from royalty. Otherwise, he never would have rejoiced over Rosamund's insulting proposition. The more dangerous we believe the situation is, and the more we try to pull them apart, the closer Rosamund will end up becoming with him, Ferdinand warned. At the moment, I'm just grateful that I'm not one of the retainers having to attend these tea parties, Karstad said, though in an ideal world, I wouldn't even have read these reports. We would not allow you alone to escape this burden. Give up and endure. This is your daughter, Ferdinand replied with a scoff. What Sylvester wanted to say, yeah, and you're her guardian, but he stayed quiet and simply listened as Ferdinand continued to summarize the report. It seemed that Rosamund needed to use a face stone while exchanging books with Dunkelfelger, as Lady Handler praised the quality of our duchy's books. She needed a face stone after just a little praise, Sylvester asked. Good thing we made sure she had them on hand. I recall that simply becoming friends with Lady Handler was enough to make her pass out last year. Sylvester grimaced. She passed out because of that? I gotta say, this Lady Handler must have a pretty strong spirit. I wouldn't want a friend who would collapse at the drop of a hat. She is from Dunkelfelger. Her fearlessness should come as no surprise. Karstad's expression turned contemplative. It's hard to tell whether Rosamund is maturing or regressing. She's passing out more often than she used to before the Jarreefs, he said. Her body is stronger, but she has more mana as well. She is not collapsing any more or less frequently than before, Ferdinand said with a slightly bitter expression, and then returned his attention to the report. It seems that when Rosamund and Lady Handler were exchanging books, Prince Hildebrand grew somewhat envious and mentioned that he wished to be involved as well. One of the prince's retainers suggested that Rosamund be invited to the palace library, and in that instant, Rosamund fell unconscious. She collapsed in front of royalty again? She collapsed while hosting a tea party again? Sylvester and Karstad shouted at the same time while Ferdinand frowned and glared at the report. It's not her fault? Yeah. How on earth did the tea party continue from there, Sylvester asked, impatiently snatching the report from Ferdinand. How was it suspended, and what happened during the aftermath? The sovereign's retainers were in disarray. The prince wept, and Lady Handler repeated that she was fine as she attempted to stifle a sob. We sought assistance from Lord Wolfried and Lady Charlotte, who swiftly arrived to handle the matter. From Hartman. Wolfried and Charlotte, huh? I get the feeling that they aged a few years just from dealing with Rosamund. Yeah, probably. That was one heck of a tea party, Sylvester muttered. So what's our plan? We must demand a mountain of answers from Rosamund before we can decide what actions to take, Ferdinand replied. For now, having her apologize to those involved and order her to return. If we do this immediately, we can use her collapsing as an excuse. My intention was to send her back to the Royal Academy after hearing the circumstances, but that idea is now dead in the water. We will keep her in Ehrenfest until the dedication ritual concludes. His tone made it clear that he had almost given up and was throwing things at the wall to see what stuck. Sylvester wanted to give up too. His head ached worse than last year. Karstedt seemed afraid to speak at all, which Sylvester likewise sympathized with. How does Rosemine cause so many problems like this? Peaceful, if a word existed that was antonym to Rosemine, it was peaceful. Oh my god, she didn't do this on purpose! The stuff with the prince initially was coincidental. It was just a coincidence. She didn't see that coming. None of them did. But, I mean, you can't really have the tea party with Solange while Hildebrand is there and him ask and you refuse. You know, that's rude. So, I mean, that was not her fault. Hold on, let me see. How long have I been recording for? 1 hour and 17 minutes. How long do I have left on this? 35 minutes. Or 35 pages. I think I might end this off here. I might make the other one a shorter one. I'm not sure. But I will see everybody in the next one. Okay, part 8. This will be the last part for this book, and the next one will be, I guess, when she arrives. And I can't wait for that one because we're going to get the scolding of a lifetime. I want to see what happens. Unshakable resolve. You have already been giving me that which I desire most, Lady Rosamond said to me. I will accept your name alongside your stories. Her words enter my ears and diffuse through my very being. Back when I had first voiced my desire to give Lady Rosamond my name, her golden eyes had clouded over with concern and reluctance, but now they were brimming with compassion and resolve. They crinkled softly as she regarded me with a warm smile. She accepted me not just my stories, but me as well. Ever since the Ivory Tower incident, I had spent years in isolation. My father beat me, and even those of my own faction ostracized me. My only respite was the book that Lady Rosamond had made of my stories. It gave me greater joy than of absolutely anything else. How should I express this happiness? I wanted to put my feelings into words, but none came to mind. Perhaps that was to be expected. Surely no one else could understand the relief and sheer depth of emotion that was coursing through me. I simply wanted to relish the joy. But whatever Lady Rosamond asked me about my family, I remember my father. I remember the way he had so suddenly turned his back on me and resorted to physical abuse. A sense of panic crawled up my spine and seized me by the heart. Please stop. I could tell that father and the others were trying to exploit me to get closer to the Archducal family now that they had lost their places in the former Veronica faction. It was disgusting and an affront to the compassion that Lady Rosamond had shown me. I ask that you allow me to leave my home upon receiving my name, I said. Lady Rosamond accepted my request, and for a moment I could feel at peace. I wouldn't let father do as he pleased again. I would ensure that Lady Rosamond didn't get wrapped up in his putrid schemes. Isn't this great, Roderick? Feline asked. I'm so happy for you. Thanks, Feline. I replied, genuinely appreciative. I had spent so long selfishly envying her, such that even when she had worried about me, I hadn't been able to accept how she felt. But now I could accept her congratulations without any hard feelings. I was more surprised at this change of heart than anyone. I no longer viewed things through the bitter lens of cynicism. I simply felt happy. However, to my regret, it seemed that Feline was the only one who was pleased for me. Most of Lady Rosamond's retainers were associated with Elias gangs, who were so untrusting of the former Veronica faction that they suspected even those who gave up their names. I was summoned to a conference room during Lady Rosamond's bath when she would not notice their absence, or what they were doing. 4 archnobles, Lord Cornelius, Lord Hartmut, Lady Brunhilde, and Lady Lenore, looked upon me with harsh expressions. There wasn't a single men noble in the world who wouldn't come at least somewhat before this lineup. I swallowed hard, and the joy that had filled my heart soon gave way to worry. Would it even be possible for me to get along with Lady Rosamond's retainers after giving her my name? There is still time, Roderick, Cornelius said. He was the first to break the silence and watched me with hard, dark eyes. Won't you rethink this decision to give Lady Rosamond your name? There are a lot of people who won't take kindly to that idea of you doing this to become her retainer. It seems to me that you aren't just thinking straight. His attempt at intimidation was presumably because he didn't like me, but I wasn't going to surrender so easily. Others had said the same thing to me countless times before. Lady Rosamond has agreed to accept my name, I replied, and I have no intention of changing my mind. If you would rather this not happen, speak to Lady Rosamond. Lady Brunhilde drew her eyebrows together in a look of displeasure. I can see nothing but problems arising from this, she said. I don't oppose this openly, for Lady Rosamond has made her decision, but I would very much like to. Oh my, Lady Lenore added, I personally consider him preferable to someone like Traga, as he will at least be name-sworn. However, even without this faction business, I imagine that Lord Wolford will not appreciate his being here. I can only hope it will not sow seeds of conflict in his engagement with Lady Rosamund. Hartman, what are your thoughts? I glanced up with a start. I was the one who had guided Lord Wolfrey to the Ivory Tower, albeit at my father's orders, so I had been made to take full responsibility for his fall from grace. In other words, there would be no better source of discord between him and his fiancée. I hadn't thought about this from that perspective, so concern suddenly flared in my mind. Although I didn't intend to stop the name-swearing, I had no idea how my relationship with Lord Wolfrey would develop. I peered at Lord Hartman, whom Lady Lenore had asked for an opinion. In truth, I was more worried about Lord Hartman than anyone. He was a skilled art scholar and would act as my boss, assuming that I became Lady Rosamund's apprentice med scholar. Out of all her retainers, my relationship with him was the most important. He would often narrow his orange eyes at me whenever I spoke with Feline, and seeing how sharp they were right now reminded me of that. The other day, Hartman had advised me to voice my true thoughts and feelings to Lady Rosamund, so only then would she accept me. It was a kind gesture, but I suspected that his motivations weren't wholly altruistic. A breath later, he had said, "You'll only get in our way if you continue to drag your feet. Make your choice now and get it over with. Will this be okay?" I was perfectly aware that I wouldn't be welcomed with open arms, but I didn't want to be blatantly ostracized or bullied. I was in an overwhelming disadvantage here in terms of status. Upon noticing my gaze, Lord Hartman smiled. Lady Rosamund does not consider factions. She sees only individuals, he said. For that reason, why would I ever oppose someone who else has decided to accept? Or someone she has decided to accept. My, how surprising to think you would offer so little resistance, Lady Brunhilde said, widening her eyes and placing a hand over her mouth in shock. I was just as taken aback. I had assumed that he would be more annoyed than anyone. Lord Hartman raised an eyebrow and turned to Lady Brunhilde, offended. You find this surprising? He asked. Once I graduate, Lady Rosamund will only have Feline, a lay noble, as an apprentice scholar. I would rather she have an apprentice art scholar here, but there is nobody who would suit the role. So what choice do I have but to raise Roderick before next year? His mana quality may be closer to that of a lay noble, but he is a med noble all the same. The lack of apprentice scholars certainly isn't an epidemic. If you wish to raise him, Hartmut, I will accept that, especially as it seems that his resolve has not shattered even in the presence of so many art scholars. Or archnobles, Lady Brunhilde said with resignation. Lady Lenore giggled, and with that the girls became a lot more welcoming. I wondered if they had been testing me to see whether my resolve was strong enough, and as I considered the likelihood of that being the case, Lord Hartman and Lord Cornelius stepped forward. Lord Hartman was holding out a small slip of paper. Roderick, you said that you didn't know how to make a name-swearing stone, right? Lord Hartman asked. I'll teach you later, so gather everything that is listed on this paper as soon as possible. The Royal Academy has a lot of good ingredients, that Ehrenfest does not. Thank you, Lord Hartman. I accepted the paper with trembling hands. It was like a test that I needed to pass in order to become Lady Rosamund's retainer. Listen well, Roderick, Cornelius said. We retainers won't help you with your gathering because we don't want others to wish to offer their names asking for our help too. Hire some apprentice knights to accompany you to the gathering spot and gather the ingredients you will need on your own. Understood. It will be done, Lord Cornelius. I had spent an entire year writing new stories to give to Lady Rosamund, and she had said that she would accept my name. They would teach me how to make the stone as long as I gathered the ingredients. Just a little more to do. Although the finish line was in sight, the final stretch wasn't easy. Collecting the ingredients that Lord Hartman had told me to fetch was too hard for me to do alone as an apprentice scholar. Some of the fae stones described needed to be taken from hunted fae beasts, which meant I would need to hire some apprentice knights to kill the fae beasts and then give me the stones. But I didn't have the money to pay them. My earnings from transcribing books had already been spent on basic necessities, and with my focus having been on writing stories for Lady Rosamund rather than doing much transcribing work, I hadn't earned all that much in the first place. This isn't good. Not knowing what else to do, I spent the following days working to transcribe books so I could earn as much money as possible. On one day in particular, the dormitory was abuzz with news that Professor Herscher had taken an Ehrenbach apprentice scholar as a disciple. Lord Ferdinand would apparently be coming from Ehrenfest and Professor Herscher from her laboratory in the Scholar Building to have a discussion. Even we regular students could tell how big of a deal this was. Those two were never in the dormitory, and now they were both going to be here at once. Seems like the Archducal family is a long way from trusting Ehrenbach again. I don't blame them. The nobles of the former Veronica faction were hoping the two brides from Ehrenbach being wed into the duchy would renew our relationship with Ehrenbach. But judging by how the Archducal family, their retainers, and Lord Ferdinand remained so cautious, that future would not be coming anytime soon. It would take a lot more for them to lower their guard. I viewed the impromptu meeting as something that wasn't my problem, and it wasn't until Lord Hartman called me over. Roderick, have you gathered the ingredients yet? No, not yet. I wanted to gather all the ingredients I needed in one go, since paying for guards was so expensive. To achieve this, I had to spend my time thus far researching the ingredients. I had yet to even step foot in the gathering spot. In order to minimize contact between Raymond and Lady Rosemine, we scholars are going to be acting as a bridge between them. There's now a lot more that you need to learn before next year, including how to gather information on Ahrensbach and how to watch out for what information Professor Herscher might be leaking. We can't just sit back and wait until next year to begin anymore. Get your ingredients gathered fast. That's much easier said than done. Archnobles may have a great deal of money on hand, but I cannot afford to hire guard knights to protect me or hunt babies. I will not be able to gather my ingredients until after I've earned enough money for my transcribing. You must be dull on the head, Hartman said, fixing me with a scornful gaze. Or scornful glare. Status has nothing to do with it. If you don't learn to use all of your knowledge and connections to make money, you will never survive as Lady Rosemine's scholar. I'll teach you what to do this time, but learn to use your brain from then onward. Following Lord Hartman's instructions, I gathered the apprentice knights of the former Veronica faction who were looking for a means to speak with Lady Rosemine's retainers and deliver a letter to the Archduke by the end of summer. Lord Matthias and Lord Lorenz were among them. Lady Rosemine has elected to accept my name, I said. I must now gather ingredients for my name-swearing face stone, and to that end I wish to hire you as guards and as hunters. However, I will not be paying with money. Instead, I will instruct you on how to make your own name-swearing face stones, and vow to serve as your liaison with Lady Rosemine upon becoming her retainer. As expected, the apprentice knights grimaced in response. I continued to speak, straightening my back to look more imposing, and taking care not to let my voice shake. Is it not in your best interest to prepare your ingredients sooner rather than later? Did we not write our letter to the Ab with resolve in our hearts, knowing that we were contradicting our parents? Roderick, are you blackmailing us? Lord Lorenz exclaimed. Calm yourself, Lord Lorenz. I am merely offering some advice, I replied, almost disgusted at my own sophistry. From the perspective, I was obviously threatening to tell their parents what they had done unless they come gathering with me. Lord Matthias, who had been listening with crossed arms, narrowed his blue eyes at me. Roderick, these aren't your words, are they? They said. Out of all Lady Rosemine's retainers, I suppose Lady Lenore or Lady Brunhilde might have told you to say that. No. Considering how you wove threats into your euphemisms, it was probably Lord Hartman. You are as astute as always, Lord Matthias, I remarked. After spending so long at the bottom of the barrel, or the bottom of the former Veronica faction, I hadn't even considered threatening them. I didn't specify who exactly had given me the instructions, but Matthias understood anyway. We don't want to go up against Lord Hartman, he said. Let's do as he says and go gathering. But Matthias, Lord Lorenz protested, part of our compensation to Roderick serving as our liaison with Lady Rosemine. Given the current incident with Professor Herscher's disciple, it isn't a bad idea for us to prepare an emergency exit. Lord Mathieson looked at me again, his eyes more scrutinizing than before. But make no mistake, Roderick, I told you to be careful. You should stop after you gather your ingredients. You can't give your name to someone on a whim like this. His warning came to mind, but I had no intention of changing my decision. I understand that you were concerned for me, Lord Matthias, but that advice is not applicable. I said, it may seem I am doing this due to inertia, but I have spent an entire year searching for a way to serve Lady Rosemine. If giving her my name will earn me her trust, then that is what I shall do. Lord Matthias's eyebrow twitched. And what will you do when politics change? Regrets won't save you then. Are you again referring to that man? I doubt he regrets giving his name simply because the political landscape has shifted. I imagine that his loyal heart would not falter even when the one he has sworn to left for another duchy. He presumably spends his time thinking of what he can do for them and whether there is any way he can prove himself to be useful. The word frustration couldn't even begin to describe how someone would feel if their lord or lady were taken from their position as the next archduke and sent to another duchy. Is he talking about, Georgine? Or is he talking about somebody else? True, there would be a great deal to think about, such as whether their service had truly been enough, or whether there was something else they could have done. But their loyalty would never change. They would remain dedicated no matter the situation, for that was simply how much resolve was needed before a person offered their name. Have you not considered your family? Lord Matthias asked him what was almost a low growl. I thought back to my family and gave a bitter smile. There was my selfish, violent father and my mother who had readily changed to match. There was no place for me back home. Had there been one, I wouldn't have been so desperately sought for another. I wouldn't have so desperately sought for somewhere with Lady Rosemine. Do you think they would do anything for me? I asked. I intend to cut my family off soon. I will not forgive them bringing misfortune to my lady. But that would, Lord Matthias began, his blue eyes hardening. He had gone pale, and it was clear he had more to say, but I was fully resolved to give Lady Rosemine my name. Our conversation was going nowhere, and there was no point in us talking further. I wish to give my name, and that wish is who I am, I said. Nobody can change that except Lady Rosemine. Roderick's right, Lord Lorenz interjected, patting Lord Matthias on the shoulder. Leave things as they ask that, Matthias. Name swearing is supposed to be a private matter. It's not right for us to get in the way of something they've decided for themselves. Lorenz? Lord Lorenz turned his orange eyes to me. I think it's a good thing that Lady Rosemine resolved to take your name. We can watch you to find out a lot of the things we want to know. How the Archducal family views students in the former Veronica faction, how they intend to treat us, and how people will react to that. What's important here, Matthias, is where Roderick ends up, and that's not something for us to interfere with. Am I wrong? Are you telling me to exploit him? Lord Matthias asked. Hey, he's exploiting us for his gathering. Birds of a feather, right? And either way, it doesn't look like there's anything we can do to change Roderick's mind. Lord Lorenz was looking at me carefully as he spoke, seemingly trying to observe even the most minute reaction. He was right. At this point, it frustrated me to no end to be exploited. But I was already exploiting them to gather my ingredients, so we were indeed birds of a feather. If they wanted to exploit me, they were more than welcome to. I would just keep working to achieve my goals. Alright then, let's go. That Earth Day, I produced my high beast at Lord Matthias' signal. I took to the skies with the apprentice knights consisting mostly of those from the former Veronica faction. And together we flew into the gathering spot, not noticing the long black line that was leading into it. Investigating the former Workstock dormitory. Oh, here we go. Here's something good. Professor Roffin. I had knocked on the door to Herscher's laboratory, only to be met with a boy dressed in brewing gear and wearing an Ahrensbach scarf. He was presumably Herscher's disciple. He wasn't in any of the years I taught, so I didn't recognize his face or know his name. Professor Herscher, it's Professor Roffin, the boy said. Doesn't that mean it's time? One moment, came Herscher's voice. I'm currently on a roll. My apologies, but if you would wait just... Before the disciple could finish, I threw the door open and stepped into the laboratory, which was a complete mess. Herscher's attendant was nowhere to be seen. If you're her disciple, you need to remember this well. You can never believe Herscher when she says this shall only be a moment, I said. She might as well have said that she'll never be ready. You can trust me, because I've been through it all myself. Besides, I came here expecting to have to drag her out, so I'm not going to be doing any waiting. Please don't, the disciple stammered as I marched deeper into the room. The professor is in the middle of some very important brewing. Even as I approached, Herscher continued to stir, her focus unbending. There were several magic circles floating above her pot, and I immediately determined that it would be dangerous to interrupt things by pulling her away. Alright, how am I going to deal with this? Herscher, it's your job to clean up after the Ehrenfest students' messes, I said. I know, and that's why I made preparations to do just that. Now, I believe that we agreed on third bell. Do not interrupt me until it rings, if you will. It was clear to see from the fact that Herscher's attendant had cleaned her up that she hadn't forgotten her schedule. I had wanted us to arrive at the central building before the bells rang, but that was no helping that now. It's on you when Fraulein screeches at us for being late, I warned. Her screeching does not impact me, so I will simply ignore her. Just the thought of those shrieks ringing in my ears made me miserable, but Herscher did not seem bothered in the slightest. You can ignore those awful sounds? I find you infinitely more annoying, Roffin, as you are interrupting my brewing. I suppose she needs to have such thick skin when she's always doing what she wants like this. 27, it's 23 more pages. Almost at minutes. After being shooed away by Herscher, I asked her disciple where I could wait. In this disastrous laboratory, all the seats normally reserved for visitors were piled with wooden boards. You're going to wait here? The disciple asked. There's nowhere proper to sit since Lady Rosemine's been too sick to visit for days now. And her attendants don't usually come in until Professor Herscher finishes her brewing. I grimaced and looked around. The closest thing to a proper seat was the chair that Herscher seemed to use herself. I can't leave, otherwise she'll start on another brew, I said. I've got no choice but to wait here. Again, speaking from experience. I sat down on Herscher's chair, but it was hard to believe that this place could accommodate visitors at all. Even the men's waiting room in the ninth dorm was better kept than this mess. Herscher's laboratory was just awful all around. Well, it's not a place for visitors, it's a place for work. I used my time spent waiting to think over today's schedule. We were going to be investigating the Workstock dormitory since Turnish Performance lived in Old Workstock. And there was a trail leading from its sealed-off dormitory to Ehrenfest's gathering spot. There was enough evidence for the king to grant us permission for us to investigate the dormitory under the watch of the Sovereign Knight's Order. 3 possible explanations for the Turnish Performance sudden appearance were being considered. Someone had deliberately brought one into the academy grounds, there was a nest near the dorm, or some ungodly series of coincidences had resulted in the beast activating the teleportation circle in the old Workstock castle. As far-fetched as that third option sounded, they were fey beasts, which meant they had mana. And according to those managing the old Workstock castle, although it was unlikely, they couldn't be completely discounted. Hopefully this problem solves itself once we're there, but I can't imagine it will. It was hard to believe that we'd see any results considering that the selection of professors for this mission was absolutely terrible. First was Hersher. We're already fighting tooth and nail just to get her involved, and since it meant stepping away from her research, she wasn't interested at all. Of course, she didn't really have a choice in the matter since this Turnishbefallen incident was connected to Ehrenfest. Next was Fraularm, who was furious that Ehrensbach was being considered a suspect just because they managed the old Workstock dormitory. She had shrieked in protest during our meeting, and I could tell she was going to be just as furious for the duration of our investigation. I didn't even want to get close to her since just having to endure her voice was enough to tire me out. Third was Gundalf, the dormitory supervisor for Drwonkel and a professor of the Scholar course. We hadn't spoken much before, owing to the fact that we taught different years and courses. He had enthusiastically volunteered for this mission because it involved a rare fey beast that he wouldn't normally have a chance to see. I got the feeling that he was going to prioritize researching it over investigating the cause of the incident. And finally, there was me. Renatus would normally have been involved in the investigation since he was the one who had gotten Lady Charlotte's ordonnance, but he was the oldest professor on the night course. I was taking his place for the on-site investigation with the Sovereignty Knight's order. But I knew better than anyone that I wasn't suited to a brainy mission like this. I could hunt fey beasts with my eyes closed, but investigating a dormitory for clues was another story entirely. In other words, this group was doomed to squabble and make no progress whatsoever. It didn't take a genius to figure that out. It's third bell, Hersher. Let's go. I'm not waiting any longer. Good grief, your impatience is the reason women are so keen to avoid you, you know. She didn't need to say that. Hersher made no attempt to hide her bitter expression as she stepped away from the brewing pot, but it seemed that she actually had managed to finish before the bells rang. Her talent and general competence made it hard to get mad at her, which was irritating. Well, still, it didn't stop me from pretty much dragging her out of the laboratory. Even as we started on our way to the central building, I noticed her glancing back enviously at her research-focused disciple. I'd rather you didn't keep wasting my time like this, I said as we walked. Oh my, such a selfish remark. I think you'll find that I am the one having my time wasted. The Turnishbefallen is dead and buried. If more arise, we need only slay them as well, and that is that. I may not have been all that impressed with how she always pushed her work onto other people, but I agree with her in principle. If a fey beast shows up, kill it. Life would be so much easier if things were that simple. I can tell you've already distilled your thoughts on the matter, but we still gotta figure out how this happened, I said. That's why we asked the king through the Sovereign Knight's order to unlock the door to the old Workstock dormitory. Not to mention there are a lot of questions that Lady Rosemine will never answer, and we still need to question her. You need to be here as a dormitory supervisor. Ah, yes, another issue that you lot keep droning on about. Just how much of my research time do you intend to waste? Can we at least postpone the inquiry, Hersher grumbled. The inquiry has already been postponed once for Lady Rosemine's tea party since Prince Hildebrand refused to budge on the matter. We're not going to put it off any longer. How unfortunate, Hersher replied with a smirk that made her true feelings more than clear. We continued through the central building and eventually reached the corridor lined with doors. The nearest door led to the dormitory of the first, the one beside that to the second, and so on. Soon enough, we reached the doors without numbers. Those led to the fallen duchies, and one of them belonged to the old Workstock dormitory. A sovereign knight was standing in front of it. The other professors have already arrived. Do come in, the knight said, and opened the door for us. We went inside and found that there was already an argument going on. There were two sovereign knights, Gundalf and Fraularm. What's going on here, I asked. Gundalf was stroking his beard and staring at Fraularm through narrowed eyes. As soon as we entered the dormitory, Professor Fraularm cast Wash, and he said, She what? We are here to look for traces of the Turnishbefallen and any criminals related to its sudden appearance. Casting Wash would erase all of our potential evidence. What in the world were you thinking? I exclaimed. Goodness, how can you expect me to enter such a filthy place without cleansing it first, she screeched at me. My clothing would have been ruined. Oh, boo-hoo-hoo. You're investigating this place. You have to keep it preserved so you can find evidence. Hello? It's like, what if there was a murder? Huh? You wouldn't be allowed to do that. That was far from being a good enough reason. If she couldn't tolerate her clothes getting dirty, then she was just getting in the way. I wanted to insinuate that she should get out. But I knew that she would just explode at me about how she was going to clear Ehrensbach's name no matter what. It was obvious now why Gundalf and the Sovereign Knights looked so vacant. Fraularm was beyond communication. However, it seemed as though Fraularm was feeling the same irritation as we were. She looked to Hersher, who was keeping her distance in an attempt to remain uninvolved, and saw her agreement as a fellow woman. You understand my feelings here, do you not? No. In truth, this place doesn't seem particularly dirty to me, Hersher replied. No wonder, this is nothing compared to the garbage heap where you live. There was no point in seeking camaraderie from Hersher, even if an average noblewoman would normally agree. She had an even greater tolerance for filth than I did. If you are that concerned about cleanliness, then you need only wear brewing clothes or some other garment that you would not mind getting dirty, Hersher continued. Crafting washed them will only make it seem that you are destroying evidence. Goodness, I refuse to accept that from someone who could not even arrive on time. Hersher was in the right here, but Fraulein was driven entirely by feelings, facts that just wouldn't get through to her. And she would only become more emotional the more she spoke with Hersher, so I signaled Gundalf to help me defuse the situation. We'll never finish if we spend all day arguing among ourselves, I said. I say we split into groups. Indeed, Gundalf agreed. We may work with Professor Hersher, and now with Professor Fraulein. Initially, we will only have one Sovereign Knight overseeing each group. The Sovereign Knight's order had sent knights to watch us, not just to make sure we didn't conceal any evidence, but also to ensure that we didn't try to pocket the rare tools and materials littered about the dormitory. Professors generally put their research above everything else, and for that reason, they needed someone to keep a close eye on them. We shall cover the first floor now that it is clean. Those who care not about filth may wallow in the kitchen, the cellar, and the like, Fraulein said, smugly puffing out her chest for some reason. Arguing with her would only be a waste of time, so Hersher and I walked away in search of stairs to the basement. Fraulein's washing had cleansed only the entrance hall and the first floor's hallway, so the rest of the dormitory was still in a complete state. We opened one door and found that the room behind it was thick with dust. The furniture was either broken or collapsed, and there was a door to a hidden room that was still registered despite its master no longer being alive. This place sure is a mess, I said. Well, Workstock fought until the bitter end, Hersher replied. Such is the power of a greater duchy. All of a sudden I recalled a friend of mine from my school days. We had faced each other in dinner until our graduation, after which he had joined the Sovereign Knight's order, and then died as a guard knight serving the Fourth Prince. The faces of dead friends came to mind one after another, reopening old wounds that I usually kept stuffed into the corners of my mind. Reminds me of all the students I saw one year, but not the next, I muttered. After Workstock fell, its land was split between Ahrensbach and Dunkelfelder, but not all students ended up in one duchy or the other. A lot of them died. Could you not get all emotional on me, Hersher said. Now I understand that we're here to investigate why the Fabies appeared, but I'm not entirely sure what you're expecting. No Turnus live on the Academy's grounds. They would not be here unless someone brought them from old Workstock. Exactly! As she spoke, Hersher discovered an old staircase. We checked it for footprints, of which there were none, and then checked with the knife that there was no evidence resting in the dust. Once that was done, we started descending into the basement. In any case, Hersher continued, as I said during our staff meeting the other day, I believe we should be more suspicious of the students from Ahrensbach and Dunkelfelder. Hersher, I said, my tone cautionary. The very idea of students from Dunkelfelder being involved was preposterous, but it seemed that my glare meant nothing to her. I understand the dormitory supervisors are prone to being emotional when it comes to their own duchies, Hersher said with a dry voice. But it remains the most likely possibility. A student from another duchy would need to have purchased one in advance to have brought it here. Buying a Turnus, you can do that? Transporting black Fabies was no simple matter. You had to be well trained and very familiar with them just to handle the little ones. And Turnus were so real that some professors hadn't even recognized the name during our meeting. The idea of students from other duchies buying them hadn't even occurred to me. I exchanged a glance with the Sovereign Knight accompanying us. Of course, one small mistake is all it would take for the student bringing the beast to sustain injury, but it's more than possible, Hersher said as we continued into the basement. This very thing happened to us 10-some years ago. Did it? I asked. Both the Sovereign Knight and I met this claim with a doubtful expression, but she nodded. There was a student who bought a Turnus from a Workstock student and set it around Ferdinand. Ooh. It was around the time when students were leaving the Royal Academy in droves to return home, and since Ferdinand's little group managed to slaughter it, the event was never publicized. It was, after all, an internal dispute with an Ehrenfest. The issue is no doubt of the same colors. Hersher seemed to know something that I didn't, and I soon found myself interested in what this research-crazed laboratory woman was thinking. Basements were usually seen as commoner territory, but it seemed that knights had charged into this particular one to capture hiding nobles. The doors were broken, drawers hung open, and spiders had formed great nests among the remains of shattered pots. Everything was covered in dust, and there was no sign of anyone having been here since the dormitory was sealed off. Hersher, what do you mean of the same colors? I asked. I meant that this was done by someone who resents Ehrenfest. And why do you think that? Have you forgotten that the trail of the black Fabies made a direct course from here to the Ehrenfest gathering spot? Dunkelfelder, Ahrensbach, Fremdeltag, the Sovereignty. It wouldn't have been strange for the Turnus to head to any of those gathering spots, especially considering how much richer in mana they are, but the beast didn't even seem to hesitate for even a moment. Well, I seem to remember Ehrenfest's gathering spot having tons of mana. That would be because Lady Rosamine healed it. From what I remember, our gathering spot was never particularly bountiful. I thought back to when we had followed the trail. It surprised me to learn that Herschel was actually thinking over our situation, despite having done nothing but grumble about wanting to get back to our research. As for why they resent us, we can never know for sure unless we speak to them, Herschel continued. Perhaps they are displeased that we overtook them in the ranks. They have a personal grudge against one of our students, or there is another reason entirely. She sighed and counted each explanation on her fingers. Although she seemed disinterested and as though she would rather be anywhere else, at the same time she looked weary from thinking this matter through as thoroughly as she could. Do you have any idea on who the culprit might be? I asked. I can say nothing for certain, of course, but I do count Fraulein among our suspects. Even compared to the students, she would have the least trouble bringing a Tubebuddy to the academy. Careful, Herschel, this isn't the place to be making accusations like that. She glared up at the ceiling as though she were looking through the floors above, searching for something. I found this out only recently, but the divide between Ahrensbach and Ehrenfest has grown quite severe as of late. They are even treating my disciple Raymond as an immense security threat. Professors in the Royal Academy had very few opportunities to learn about current introductory relations. Most were reliant on what they could glean from listening to the chatter among students in the dormitory and observing their behaviors in class. Upon noticing that I was hanging on her every word, Herschel gave a comically exaggerated shrug. Good grief, why can I never simply take apprentices as I see fit? You take them anyway, don't you? And the disciple you're talking about is the Ahrensbach student I met earlier today, right? You must be exaggerating. Besides, any problem between two duchies can be settled with a good old game of dinner. Dunkelfelder solutions are hardly going to work for us, Herschel said with a grimace as she opened the door to the laundry room. Inside was the magic tools that the attendants used to receive dirty clothes from the upper floors and then return them once they were clean. It was pretty interesting to look around since I normally wouldn't enter this kind of place. That said, there's nothing left here. Putting aside our relationship with Ahrensbach, Herschel said, I pray this incident was carried out by a lone actor with a grudge against the duchy. If we are dealing with a single criminal, they would surely not use the same method again. The incident has already drawn so much attention that even the Sovereign Knight's Order is on guard. She looked at the Sovereign Knight. However, if they have other goals and motivations, and Ehrenfest was simply a test subject for their plans, then we can expect to see more Tubebuddy on the academy grounds, and no matter how many apprentice knights there may be here, black Fabies cannot be defeated without black weapons. Any student unfortunate enough to encounter them will need to wait for the Sovereign Knights to arrive. They are powerless otherwise, and it is crucial that the Sovereign Knight's Order understands this and resolves to arrive in such situations as swiftly as possible. She may be a maniac when it comes to her research, but she's still a teacher, huh? I had assumed that Herschel was entirely focused on getting to the bottom of this incident, but here she was thinking of ways to deal with it in a subsequent attack. It hadn't even occurred to me that she was acting on her students' safety at heart, and it felt as though she was asking whether I was doing my part as a professor and thinking about how best to protect my own students. Think we'll be able to set up precautionary lines of contact and get the approval from the king for all professors of the night course to use black weapons in times of emergency, I asked. That's the spirit. I would rather not have any more of my research time wasted. Oh, come on! No sooner had I started to see Herschel in a whole new light than she was proved to me that she was the same old scientist. That said, her perspective was still valuable. As annoying as it was, I would look into improving our lines of communication. The kitchen is still covered in dust, and there was no sign of the stairs having been used, I explained. We also removed registration from all the hidden doors we passed along the way. Naturally, we found no traces of anything connected to the Tubebuddy. What about you two? Fraulein, who had been investigating the upper floors, puffed out her chest. We found no traces of any Tubebuddy either, and there was no places for anyone to hide. Isn't that right, Professor Gundolf? Indeed. As it turned out, there were no signs of Tubebuddy having used the dormitory's teleportation circle. If someone had brought the beast in, they must have used teleportation circles from the other dormitories. That was our conclusion. I shall assist the Sovereignty Knights in writing our reports to the king, Gundolf continued, so the rest of you may leave. Oh, but not you, Professor Roffin. You have a responsibility as the one who summoned the Sovereignty Knights Order, unfortunately. Thank you, Professor Gundolf, Herschel said, with a smile practically leaping at the opportunity to leave, and with that she made her exit. Gundolf next turned to Fraulein. You must be tired yourself, Professor Fraulein. You had had to investigate the second and third floors without using washing. But thanks to your efforts, it is safe to say that Ahrensbach has been spared of any suspicion. You're right. Indeed, Fraulein replied, her mood improving dramatically. I am quite relieved. I must go and report this to the abbot and first wife. Gundolf saw Fraulein off with a smile, but no sooner had the door shut behind her than his expression turned gravely serious. I decided it would be best for neither Herschel as the Ehrenfest dormitory supervisor nor Fraulein, who cast washing as soon as we entered, to hear what I had about to say. They looked to the two sovereign knights and said in a low voice, the king must be warned. I swallowed hard as an immense pressure bore down on all those tears still present. What in the world had happened? There were traces of the teleportation circle having been used, Gundalf said. What? I shouted, then clapped a hand over my mouth, surprised or the loudness of my own voice. You're really surprised by your own voice's loudness at this point? I turned to the knight who had accompanied Gundalf, still unable to contain my shock, but it seemed that he was just as taken aback. I was with you, but I noticed nothing of the sort, he said questioningly. I was an Archduke candidate once, Gundalf said. I took Archduke courses at the Academy. There are things I know to look for that others would not. Things that you and Professor Farlarn would not have noticed. The knight blinked several times. It seemed that he really hadn't noticed anything. I cannot speak the details for it pertains to the syllabus of the Archduke course. Gundalf continued, if you wish to confirm it for yourselves, you will most likely need to bring a member of the royalty who has graduated from the Academy as an Archduke candidate with you. Both the Sovereign Knights and I nodded. Prince Hildebrand was the first person who came to mind, considering that he was a royal, but he was yet old enough to take any lessons. Let alone graduated, he wouldn't be able to help us in these circumstances. Gundalf sighed and started stroking his beard in thought. Lady Rosemind's inquiry holds more meaning than that now more than ever. She knows black spells that no person from this temple should even be aware of, and she performed healing on the gathering spot. Those peculiarities, along with several others, means there is much to be suspicious of. Wasn't Ehrenfest the victim here, I asked, blinking in surprise. I was convinced that, from listening to Hersher, that the culprit was someone with a grudge against Ehrenfest. I do not think that Professor Hersher was right, or Professor Farlarn was right about everything. What with her, how emotional she became, but her point that Ehrenfest has not suffered from this incident certainly was food for thought. Because they were able to handle themselves. Duh. A Turnishbafon had gone on a rampage. The apprentice knights had slain it with black weapons granted them by Lady Rosemind, and the damaged gathering spot was healed to be even more bountiful than those of other duchies. If one looked at the results, it was true that Ehrenfest hadn't really been victims. Yes, but they were still attacked. They just managed to survive it. We cannot discard the possibility that Ehrenfest was using the Turnishbafon to perform some experiment or another, Gundalf continued. That dormitory has no supervisor present, which meant the Archduke candidates have complete power there. Well, they ain't gonna do anything, dude. Everyone knew that Hersher was never at the dormitory, and although the students were tasked with reporting any goings-on, there was no way to know whether what they said was the truth. A chill ran down my spine. I hadn't thought about that at all. It may be wise to have one of the king's retainers attend Lady Rosemind's inquiry. Perhaps his head scholar or the Sovereign Knight Commander, Gundalf suggested. Not a single man disagreed. Well, that inquiry's not happening, because she's having to go back. Here's to the library committee. Woohoo! Oh, the shoe bill. So cute. Depending on how you think about it, Ferdinand's charms sure are useful. Please do not test, we are just praying they do not activate. Look at us, the walking explosive! She might blow up if you touch her. That's mean? Okay, I think that's it, and I will see everybody in the next one.